and on the Odyssey app, Alexa, and Google. Connect at BobPantano.com.
Hi, it's Bob Pantano with my New Jersey dining picks. In Penns Grove, DePaulo's Restaurant Bar and Patio is the place, featuring incredible daily specials and the home of the Bob Pantano Wednesday night party. In Collingswood, discover Il Fury, the best fine Italian dining in the downtown, open daily for lunch and dinner. In Bordentown, Ristorante Luca is like no other, featuring award-winning authentic Italian cuisine coupled with nightly live entertainment. And now bring your own wine on Mondays and Tuesdays. Book your fine dining experience at ristoranteluca.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Get ready for July 4th with early savings at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Stay Green or premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 6/25. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So the seismic summer of change for the Boston Celtics officially began last night. They send Drew Holiday to the Portland Trailblazers along with 2 second-round picks, and they get back Anthony Simons. He fits well with Boston, or he should, because he shoots a ton of threes, but he's on an expiring contract. It's a career make-or-break season for Anthony Simons, and he'll have a lot of minutes to prove it without Jason Tatum. I'm Pat Boyle.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Tuesday morning. Well, quiet night last night, to say the least. No Phils. No NHL, no NBA. Of course, it's going to be none of them for a while, except for tomorrow night with the NBA draft. Phil's back at it tonight. Interesting series versus the Astros. Obviously, good tidings in the air based on the Phils-Mets series and really the last 2 weeks of Phillies baseball. We'll get into that extensively today. We'll do a lot on the draft, get you prepped for tomorrow night. I mean, listen, big opportunity for the 76ers, and on a very hot day. A day that certainly will mix in some Eagles as well. A lot to discuss at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich!
Hello.
Hello there, Johnny.
Joe.
Ready for the heat?
Good to see you.
You
yeah,
too,
it's been hot here for a while here.
I know.
I
know.
Those of us who've been here.
I mean, I landed on a plane yesterday from Fred Barnett's and figured I'd address that right out of the gate. So I was in the heat to return to the heat, Bermuda to America,
You were cooking.
I'm just putting it out there right away, all right? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the rumors are true. Fred Barnett's Q rating in Philadelphia has gone down yet again.
It's dropping. Not good. It's like an anchor.
I am like an anchor. Poor guy. He saddles up to me, and everyone thinks he's a bum. That's not fair. All right, Richie, I'll tell you. We'll get to it. All right, we'll get to it. Richie, give me something. What do you got? Give me a fact.
He wasn't ready to be asked.
Get over yourself a little bit. He's a little bit.
No,
yeah, all right.
Well, I'm just playing around.
No,
Popping off, as they say.
He's a little poppy right now. Chemist.
I'm sure the masses will have something to say.
This is one of those that I'm just thinking like he's going to just not believe it. He's just going to object. He's going to say nope.
Yep.
Chemists have successfully developed transparent wood. They've taken the stuff that makes wood have color, removed it, and then they inject it with this polymer.
Doesn't shock me.
You've got transparent wood that has these incredible qualities, like it's stronger than glass and lighter than plastic. It's incredible stuff.
At this point in human history, I buy a lot of that stuff. Not purchase, meaning believe in.
Wow.
So yes, I'm all in on that.
Wow.
I mean, if we could put someone to the moon 70 years ago or 60 years ago,
shirt,
yes.
By the way,
I've worn this shirt before.
Really?
Yeah. I think.
It looks.
I
don't know.
Feels very
Vacation.
Yeah.
Summery as it gets.
Yeah. One more thing, James. You're right. It's
got like the Aztec designs on there. It's white linen. Like it's flowy.
Yeah, it'd be a good
tropical linen shirt.
Good show for people to see on the YouTube show. Yeah, so check us out on YouTube. All right, so let's get to it, guys. We'll get to the weekend and the absurdities and all that stuff. And I do want to do a lot on the draft because we are getting close, and it is an opportunity for the Sixers. So we'll get to that in great detail. But let's start Phils. I know you guys did a lot on the Phils yesterday for obvious reasons. Terrific series versus the Mets. Super cool moment Friday night with the double slide, and then obviously the Sunday victory to claim the series in first place. So I kind of chuckled from afar. Like, James, I saw the poll you guys had up yesterday. Do you believe in the Phillies? And it was 72% say yes. After 2 weeks ago, it probably would have been 20% saying yes. And I chuckle because nothing changed. Nothing changed structurally with the Phils. They just started winning again for 2 weeks. So I want to, and I know yesterday that was a part of the show, that poll question, but I want to drill down with everyone right now and all show today at 215-592-9494 to pose the question to you and have you answer here live on WIP. Do you believe in the Phillies? And John, again, I chuckle in part because like so many people's answer is going to change from 2 weeks ago, but they didn't trade for anybody.
Yeah, but that's
they didn't have anybody.
But don't you? Doesn't that make sense to you when we didn't know exactly who Otto Kemp was?
But we know. Well, if you want to count him,
know
fine,
exactly who he was, what he was made of, so to speak. Now we know this guy for the here and now has been just balling out.
He's played well.
He seems like a baller, a guy who. Sports just all kind of makes sense to him, and he can blend right into the major leagues, which is a huge step.
So you put that much stock in him? Because I don't.
I
don't.
I'm saying I know that he will be up and down, just like everyone else will be up and down. I know that I worry about all sorts of stuff. When can Bryson Stott actually be the great player I thought he could be, or was that a facade?
Right.
Was that him just being overcautious at the plate for all those years? I took that for him being, wow, parsimonious. He's got a plan. What an approach. Taking so many pitches. I don't know, man. I'm so up in the air and concerned that Bryson can't be the guy I thought he was going to be. Right. I'm also concerned that Alec Boehm can't keep it together. Alec Boehm is awesome now offensively. We know he can be the bat we can depend upon the most, but, he didn't play last postseason. We found out we couldn't depend on him when it mattered the most last postseason. I know that things seem better. I know that when he was mic'd up in the Sunday night game, he sounded great, and I was so proud, and I was so happy for him. I just hope that stays the same. So there are things that I'm concerned. I'm concerned. Can we get two relievers? Is that realistic for this team to add two new, really legit relievers to be the team that I think can win the World Series. But everything feels like it's falling into place, doesn't it?
Well, they've had a good stretch. I mean, we know this from common sense and from this team this year. They're going to probably have 2 or 3 more somewhat significant downturns this year. And when I say somewhat significant, it can be because I think somewhat significant with the way the fan base has reacted, okay, which is different than the actual reality. Fan base sees 2 wins in 7 games and freaks out. And if you notice this season, I have tried to avoid that. I'm not saying, guys, I don't get frustrated as well at times, for sure. But I think the downturn in the fan base has often been too aggressive too quickly. So let me tell you where I'm at. And again, everyone can weigh in, 215-592-9494. It's a very simple question, which yesterday 72% of people said yes to. But just try to really think about it and give me an honest assessment where you stand on this very simple question. Do you believe in the Phillies? Why or why not? Here's where I'm at. I do. And even when they were having their struggles, and they've had struggles like 3 or 4 different times this year, and obviously it was very notable up until about 2 weeks ago, I never was off the Phillies thing. No, I'm not saying I wasn't wavering a bit, sure. But I do believe in the Phillies, and I'll give you 2 words. Starting pitching. Starting pitching. And that is what I consistently come back to for why I believe in the Phillies. I think they're going to enter October with the best starting pitching in baseball. Now, doesn't guarantee jack squat. Doesn't mean Trey Turner will hit the ball in October. Last year he didn't hit the ball. Matter of fact, he was like a foot off every time he would swing. He would swing in air. There's nothing there. The ball was a foot away. He was horrendous last October. Now, he's done a good job. He's done a good job this year. He really has hit well. But here's the thing. When I say I chuckle, kind of, because I didn't hear a ton of the station while I was away. I heard a little bit. And people are back on board and all. And that's great. I'm not trying to dampen the mood. I'm really not. But I chuckle because the issues that we all know are the grand issues. The bullpen, 3 main issues. The bullpen, the outfield, and the inconsistent everyday hitters, of which Bohm would be one, Castellanos would be another, JT would be another, Stott would be another.
That's another concern of mine. Castellanos, can that pot stay just simmering? Well, not boiling over,
it's gonna
but
go
just
both ways.
simmering.
Yeah, so the way I look at it is I do believe in the Phillies, but this also goes to another fundamental point I just have to address right out of the gate. You can address it as you see fit at 215-592-9494. I'm going to define, from my perspective, what believing in the Phillies, or in this case, any Philadelphia sports team, but for a team with championship aspirations and a big payroll. Here's to me what believing in the Phillies means from my perspective. I think they have a legitimate chance to win a championship. That's where I'm at. Like, when I tell you I believe in the Phillies, I'm not telling you I know they're going to win. Guys, there's a better chance than not that they won't win. I mean, there's 12 teams that are going to make the playoffs. There's probably 16 teams right now, thereabout, that have a shot to win the World Series. I think the Phillies have a better shot than most. Guys, they have the 3rd best record in baseball. 3rd best record. Even before the last 2 weeks, they had one of the better records in baseball. The Phillies are one of the 5 best teams in baseball. They've
been playing that way without their best player.
They have. And by the way, like Nola, like that, that's been a factor as well.
You sound like a teen a little bit more today. Have you noticed this, Jimmy?
A teen?
A teen.
When my voice is
high?
high?
He's got some teen moments.
Is that what that means?
A little crackage. And
I had the one about 5 minutes ago. I heard that one.
Maybe a few.
A little crackage. I don't know. He's the 2. All right, James, do you believe in them?
I do, man. I'm really starting to turn on
Why?
this team. So a few reasons. The toughness, the resiliency, the way they played, the way they've gone about their business, how good and consistent Turner's been. At no point since he's been here has he been consistent for long stretches of time. He's been really good.
Yeah. Offensively.
He's batting
and you know what? He's been better defensively. He's not good.
Yeah, I know.
He's not good, but he's been better defensively than he was last year.
He hasn't blown it lately.
So, the team's played well. The starting pitching is real. I mean, those top 4 guys, no matter how you slice it, if you have those 4 guys in a playoff series, you do have a chance. I still think the bats matter more in the playoffs these days than they used to. But I think the other thing, watching the NBA Finals and watching Indiana go so far and have such a chance and lose because of an injury, it's such a reminder that it is a war of attrition. Baseball is such a long season. We see guys drop like flies as the season goes on. Of course they can win the World Series. Of course they can. Like, guys will get hurt. Things will happen across the course of the season. This is one of the better teams in the sport. They have a real chance. They have to add a bullpen piece. I don't think this bullpen is currently constituted, and it could be a starter who goes there is good enough. But they're right there, man. I'm really turning on this team.
One of my frustrations in the last 2 months, and I'm going to be, and sometimes I joke around, I'm poking at the audience, but I'll be serious right now. One of my frustrations with the audience has been, I think there are too many people that have said this year on WIP, I don't believe in this Phillies team. They can't win the World Series. I think that is so ridiculous to say they can. Of course they can. And by the way, they got a much better shot than most. They really, really do. All right, where do you stand? 215-592-9494. I'm in, and I'm excited, and I do believe in them. But I'm going to be honest. I'm not telling you I believe in them 10 times more than I did 2 weeks ago before they started playing better again. Baseball is a roller coaster. This Philly season has been one in particular. Double, triple loops and the whole deal, and we're in and we're out and we're up and we're down and we're back in and we're back out. We're frustrated and screw these guys and trade them all and they stink. And, hey, my team's got third best record in baseball and can actually win it. I lean the latter. They really can. I know they can. Where do you stand? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Do you believe in this Phillies team? 215-592-9494. All right, baseball. We've been talking about it. Let's talk about FanDuel Sportsbook and baseball. And let's talk about the long ball. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, gives you more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. And you guys know, you wake up today and voila, it's a Tuesday, which means it's Dinger Tuesdays. And FanDuel Sportsbook and FanDuel customers, well, they've got something for you. FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost on Dinger Tuesdays. That means you can bet on the moonshots and take your winnings to new heights. So as the local squad starts up a new series tonight, and an interesting series it is, rematch obviously of the championship series from just a couple years ago, Philadelphia and Houston. Well, find the player or players that works for you or across all of MLB and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard today and all season long with FanDuel Sportsbook. It's Dinger Tuesdays at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Quarterback Russell Wilson says he signed with the Giants this offseason to team up with wide receiver Malik Neighbors. Wilson saying, quote, "I came here because of him. I really wanted to play with someone special like him." Neighbors led the Giants in receiving last season as a rookie, racking up over 1,200 yards and 7 touchdowns. Elsewhere, Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson says he'll be ready for training camp next month. Richardson missed minicamp with a shoulder injury, but is expected to compete with veteran Daniel Jones for the starting job. Colts veterans report July 22nd. And quarterback Jaden Daniels is fired up to play with newly acquired wideout Deebo Samuel. Daniels recently said, "I'm excited to throw him a little screen, and hopefully on the stat sheet it says a touchdown for 80 yards, and I didn't have to do any of the work." Samuel has consistently ranked among the league's best in yards after catch per reception. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest, We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Today, sunshine, very hot and humid, high 99.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Phillies open a series in Houston, 8 p.m. tonight. Live here on 94 WIP. Ranger Suarez against Framber Valdez. Bryce Harper did travel with the team. The hope is he'll take batting practice either today or tomorrow. Phillies are 10-6 without Harper. NBA draft tomorrow with the Sixers picking third on John Clark's Takeoff Pod. ESPN's Jay Billis talked about the pros and cons of taking Ace Bailey at 3.
He could be this huge Grand Slam home run. And if you don't take him, you look bad because you passed up on him. And then if you take him and he doesn't realize on that potential, you look bad because people were pointing some of these things out now. But he's got the highest ceiling of players that'll be available at number 3.
Flyers acquired Trevor Zegras from the Ducks for Ryan Poehling and multiple draft picks with the NHL draft this Friday. Sunny today, a high of 99. It is currently 85. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
sports update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Richie on Sports Radio 94.
Quick to dismiss them. And I'll just say this and then right to the phones. I think too many people look at the playoff failures of the last 3 years and say, see, that defines them as not good enough and as losers. And I view it a little different. They've actually won more in the playoffs than a lot of other teams have. I mean, they have. Not last year. But the prior 2 years, they made some deep runs, and I see parts that can win a World Series. But a lot of people see parts and say that won't win a World Series. You tell us where you stand, 215-592-9494.
We didn't have this version of Sanchez, Suarez.
Right.
We didn't have Luzardo.
I totally agree.
You add this up. You look at this team as Wheeler and the three lefties, that pitching core, and I feel so great.
But 3 years ago, I believed in the bats more. JT was better. Casty was better.
Maybe
Stott
you're
was
right.
better.
Maybe you're right. Well, look, I know that these bats can go cold and that can last a long time. I know that these bats can also get hot when it really matters. And I know that Bryce, the guy who I count on to be a catalyst in many occasions, he's out. He has not been playing for this team, and they've still been playing at a high level.
Yep.
That bodes well moving forward.
Yeah.
I think this series is fascinating because what the World Series that we lost to these Astros, I sat and watched and just knew inside that it was because we could never hold up to that pitching. That comparatively speaking, we just paled. We were such a far cry from the way they pitched us, and now. Over the last 3 years, we've revamped this thing to where I feel so great about our pitching. And now let's go see how we hold up. Yeah. I think we're going to show the world that we're going to be in good shape.
But the outfield is still weak, and the bullpen is really weak.
Major problem. The outfield is a major problem, and we need like two bullpen arms. That might mean one's currently a guy who's starting at times.
They're a lopsided team in an odd way. Let's go to the phones. Where do you stand on them? Do you believe in them? 215-592-9494. Patrick in Tabernacle kicking us off. What's going on, Patrick?
Hey, Joe, man. Welcome back, dude.
Thanks, pal.
So, listen, I'm more in on this. I'm thinking here it's getting close to the trade deadline, and we continue. And Rich, you just hit it too. We are, and that's something I haven't really said. Owned up to. It's like we're doing this without Harper here. And we're putting some good wins. We're winning some series against, listen, we just beat the Mets again. Just beat the Mets. So I'm definitely in on the idea of Dombrowski doing something. Like if he needs to, get rid of a starting pitcher to do something. Because like Joe, you said it too. Like lopsided is a great way to look. And listen, we have a really good team. And obviously the starting pitching is definitely what we're hitching our horses to.
Patrick, let me tell you something that is a bit of concern for me, though, is when Bryce comes back, what version of him are you going to get? And, I was struck, Patrick, I was really struck the other day. I looked at Bryce's numbers from his MVP season in 2021, and they were unbelievable, man. He was way above a 400 on base. He was like a 625 slugging. Like, that version of that guy may never be again. And I'm not telling you it's definitely not, but if you follow the way baseball often works, post-steroids, have guys like Bonds extending their careers 7 ridiculous superlative seasons. Like, if you follow, like, a guy like Griffey, it's possible that version of Bryce Harper will never be again. And that would hurt them because they could use that lift, especially as most of the other parts of the lineup do seem to be going down within their career.
Joe, it's a very interesting thought. I never, with Hart, how old is he now? 30?
He turns 33 in October.
Turns 33 in October. Yeah, I mean, listen, we have this big contract with him and others, and I just can't look.
Patrick, think about Ryan Howard and Chase Utley around this age, and I'd have to look it up, but they never, ever again, the Phillies never got from those guys what they were doing in their late 20s. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They never got it back.
Joe, that was you just dealt some what a bummer. That's bummer news, man.
Well, I don't know if it's news. It's just something to be aware of.
Yeah, it's a reality. Yeah, it's
because here's the thing: like in 22 in the playoffs, he turned it up. Look, I think he's played well in every playoff. I know he has, but they could use that force, man. He was a force, and I hope he can get back to that point.
I don't know if he's got. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what kind of swagger and we'll see what kind of numbers he can start putting up again. I mean, listen, the fact when he used to. That's a great point. When he walked up to the plate a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah.
A lot different than him walking up to the plate now.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, Patrick, and good call. As great as Utley, Howard, and Rollins were, and they were great, I felt pretty confident, let's say in discussions we had last year, that Bryce Harper was the second best Phillies player I'd seen behind only Mike Schmidt in my lifetime. I'm not talking about Steve Carlton, position players. Like, to me, my lifetime, I grew up, Carlton and Schmidt were the two major megastars, high-level Hall of Famers when I was very young. And then you had these other, parts through the years. Dutch and Dykstra and Crocker. You had Abreu and Rowland, the really good players. Then of course you got the Rollins, Howard, and Utley, and then somewhere in there you had Jim Thome, but only for a couple of years. But I was like, yeah, all that's really nice and well, but Bryce Harper is the second best I've seen. And now you wonder, do you get that ever again? Look, 215-592-9494. All right, all through the show, we'll get you ready for some of the draft prospects. The Sixers on the clock tomorrow night with pick 3. We'll get to some audio coming up next related to some of the key prospects for you to be aware of. There's really four players, unless the Sixers trade up, which is apparently extremely unlikely. There's really 4 players for you to be aware of. We'll get you set for all 4 of them today. We'll also give you a chance to win concert tickets coming up and more. And also, I'll give you a little something on the trip to Bermuda. I know Seltzer's I was just looking to fire questions off at me.
Unbelievable.
Yes, I like to get away, and yes, I like to, just
hang with Fred Barnett and
fly under the radar.
Yep, no big deal. Yeah.
All right, 215-592.
Yes, that's flying under the radar. Yep.
94. Joe DeCamera and John Rich, your phone calls on all of it. Do you believe in the Phils? Let us know on 94 WIP. Well, I believe in PI Dental Center. I tell you that all the time, because they really are exceptional with what they do. So isn't it time for you to invest in yourself? I mean, I certainly say it is. And with PI Dental Center, you'll be in the hands of the best of the business with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. My mom a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere one day. I strongly encourage you to get to PI Dental Center, whether it's year-to-year maintenance, which is the category I've always been in, hoping to stay in that spot, or the need to really fix a serious problem. Either way, PI Dental Center, they've got you covered. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. we've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Del Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Del Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Del Toyota. Plus, with a Del Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Del Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at deltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Ranger Suarez on the mound for the Phillies as they open a 3-game series in Houston. He'll be opposed by Framber Valdez, who is unbeaten in his last 8 starts. Phil's Astros, 8 p.m. here on 94 WIP. Phil's 1.5 games up on the Mets atop the division. Mets falling to the Braves 3-2. Sixers select third in tomorrow's draft. On John Clark's Takeoff Pod, ESPN's Jay Billis spoke about what he likes about Rutgers' Ace Bailey.
Bailey is, 6'8" or so, has a 7-foot wingspan. He's got the higher ceiling as a player. He averaged like 18 points a game. He's a really tough shot maker. He can take challenge shots and make them, and he can create his own. You can sometimes question his shot selection. I tend to look at that as supreme confidence.
A hotel might have a bar, a resort, a spa, but if you want it all and more, it takes a village. It takes a Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Sunny, a high of 99. It's currently 85. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, Jenna Cameron and John Ritchie. Just in the last day or so, I started getting excited for the Sixers draft. Not head over heels, but like it is an opportunity. I mean, my God, we can't act like it's nothing. So you just heard Jay Billis talking there about Ace Bailey, who many consider the player from 3 on with the highest upside, but also one of the bigger downsides. If his game, doesn't sort of get refined at the level of the NBA. I mean, sometimes really athletic guys can just get blown out of the league if they don't learn how to like play the game, so to speak. So, all right, that's Bill is talking about
Spoken from some experience.
Well, I never refined anything.
No, that's part of what went wrong.
But I also didn't have the, jump through the ceiling sort of talent.
Did you?
Or 6'8".
Not.
We're 6'8". I didn't have that. But I did have the J. I always said the J.
Well, it feels like you got the confidence, like you had the jump out of the.
No, I didn't have that.
Hops.
I had the J, not the jump, but I had the J. I mean, John, you give me the ball 16 feet, bang! Just sound like Eric Snow, man. 16 feet and in.
So but that's a set shot.
That's the shooter you want to go with.
It's certainly something you should aspire to.
Okay.
People know what I just said.
That's very good.
Nobody ever had more limited range. It's
My
unbelievable.
God.
That's it. No guard, especially.
Right, that's
ever.
what I mean.
Yeah,
It was like
ever.
15, 16 feet, and that was
unbelievable.
It was unbelievable.
Or fell asleep on the radio.
Well, that was a whole nother
That was
one.
epic, yeah.
That was incredible.
Joe, your shot is a set shot.
Well, you have seen me in the free throw thing, but wait till me versus Fritz, man. By the way,
so you've got like a jumper for days.
I'll have to have off the dribble. I mean, 1-on-1 is off the dribble. Like that's 1-on-1 basketball. You
can't just stand still.
Yeah, you gotta create your own
knock them down.
That's been my contention the whole time. Like you have to defend Jack.
Yeah,
Jack can easily defend you.
Well,
he's much taller.
I guess we'll find out. By the way, Goff maybe Sunday.
Much greater reach.
Yeah, that's the word.
That's soon, man.
But I'm still waiting for the official confirmation. I'm waiting for are we on? I mean, I got it in my calendar Sunday, blocked off calendar Sunday. But
that's serious. That means
it is serious.
Real.
But
yeah.
I also would like to get out there on the golf course in the next couple of days and we'll practice.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's really hot. Well, my view on Sunday is the hotter the better, because you can just tell he's one of those guys that'll just like wilt. And I don't mean
what? What? Just looking at him?
Just looking at him. Well, it's not just looking at him. It's also his personality. I mean, Ray, you got to admit, the hotter, the better for me. Hammer's going to, stay in there with fortitude.
Yeah, because you are the definition of tough.
Yeah, I was trying not to. I was trying to be nice about it.
We should have that poll at some point. Who's going to have more fortitude?
Who's tougher?
Me or Fritz on a hot day? All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, who do you want the 76ers to draft at pick 3? It's really between 4 guys. We've put them in alphabetical order. They are A, Ace Bailey. He's the Rutgers 6'7.5", small forward, shooting guard, but mostly small forward. 6'7.5", Ace Bailey. And that's the name we've heard the most. The second option is VJ Edgecombe. So he is a Baylor shooting guard. Now, any of these shooting guards, and we're going to give you a couple of them, create obviously a logjam, knowing that you have Maxey and knowing that you have, help me out, what's McCain. So that's a problem. And by the way, the last time the Sixers dealt with this, it wasn't great because the
centers.
Yeah. The Joel Nerlens and Okafor. Now, only one of the 3 could ultimately play.
So why would we paint ourselves into that corner?
Because if he's the best player, he's the best. I mean, think of it this way. Thank God. Let me think about it. Embiid was taken second and Okafor was third. Yeah. But point is, there's that argument for get the best player. Option 3 is Trey Johnson, Texas shooting guard. And option 4 is Con Knippel, the Duke 6'5" shooting guard, small forward. All right, so let's get you ready on option B there, VJ Edgecombe. We just heard about Bailey from Billis. Let's listen to Billis on VJ Edgecombe and what he could bring to the table.
VJ Edgecombe of Baylor is a wing, and he's probably the most athletic wing in the draft. Kind of high flyer, really good vertical, excellent in transition. He goes after the offensive glass, and he's a multi-positional defender. That can be really impactful on the defensive end as a wing. He can make a standstill 3. I think he's got some growth there, but he kind of reminds me, and I'm saying this at 19, if you compare when these guys were 19, he reminds me a little bit of Victor Oladipo at 19, and he reminds me a little bit of Dwayne Wade at 19. Now, obviously, those guys went on to be a hell of a lot better later on than they were at 19, but I think that's the sort of trajectory that is possible for VJ Edgecombe because he has those kind of measurables right now.
There's a lot of people that think Edgecombe will actually be the pick, even though Ace Bailey's gotten more chatter since the Sixers landed that 3rd pick, about 4 weeks ago or so. A lot of people think Edgecombe will be the guy. Look, we'll say we're going to get you prepared today, play a lot of audio, and let you know who some of these guys are. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to the phones, talk to Donald right now. Donald, good morning.
Good morning. How are we doing?
Doing well, Donald.
Fantastic, buddy.
Good. I talked to Jiglio yesterday.
Yep.
And I was telling him, well, first of all, Hugh didn't believe, we were World Series contenders. And I told Hugh, I said, I'm like everybody else. We want to wait until the playoffs and see what happens. But I did tell Hugh, I said, Hugh, I've been watching their approach at the plate, and it's been very different from the last couple of years.
I agree with that.
To where they've been very consistent with just sticking with whatever pitch they are giving, whatever they have to adjust to go with the pitch and do what they need to do, they're doing that. And the one thing I like is, like we're starting games and we're having like a couple scoreless innings, but you don't see them giving up. You don't see them becoming desperate. You see them sticking with it. And of course, that last Mets game, we just busted out in the 5th inning, So when I was telling them this, because you guys had Ray Denninger, on your show, some time back, and I agree with him. I just think it'll come down to is if we don't make it to the World Series, it'll be because our time has passed and these guys are on a decline. And I'm only saying that because of their new approach.
Well, the hitters are more on the decline. The pitchers aren't. I mean, Wheeler's still in his prime, and frankly, Luzardo and Ranger are pitching. If you include Ranger last year and Ranger right now, it's the best he's ever pitched. And obviously, this is clearly the best Luzardo has ever pitched. And by the way, Sanchez certainly hasn't. Sanchez is dynamite also. I mean, it's...
We never talk about it.
Addition of the sweeper
I mean, that's the World Series. that staff is World Series contention.
No, there's absolutely no question about it.
Yeah, the staff is. But the amazing thing about it, for why I feel so much better when I'm watching them, is that even if we lose a game, it doesn't break them from what we should be doing at the plate, and they bounce right back and they keep on moving. So I look at it like from that standpoint, is that if it does with this formula or what it is, it'll just be that they're on a decline, you know.
Yeah, some of them are. By the way, Donald, you're an outstanding caller, my man. I know you don't call too often, but call us as often as you can, man. Great call.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. 215-592-9494. All right, Arkansas Fred and Joe. Just hanging out.
Oh, man.
What?
How did this happen? You know, because you went last time.
Yep.
It was such a thing. I mean, you clogged the toilet and blamed it on a little girl. Like, there were all kinds of issues. And now you're going back to Fred's. Yeah, what happened?
What happened is we went out to dinner, me, Fred, Amy from Villanova, and Fred's wife. This was about 3 months ago, maybe, here in Philly, because he actually lives in Bermuda. He moved, I think, in 2021 to Bermuda.
That sounds great.
So it is actually really cool, because he also comes back a lot. Like, he's probably through that airport, every month.
I was with him at a tailgate. I showed you a picture. He's a super nice guy.
He's a great guy. In football season, he's back a ton.
Well, he must be nice to put up with you.
I know.
So to answer your question, when we went out to
said that
dinner,
to him.
when we went out to dinner a couple months ago, he's like, it's his birthday. So it was his birthday a couple days back, and over the weekend he had, I don't know, 40 people.
Okay,
50?
so it's a little better.
Oh,
it wasn't just you and Amy and the Barnetts hanging for the weekend.
I did not stay at his house.
Okay, this is slightly better.
We got a hotel this time.
The Fred's Q rating is going back up just a little bit.
I would say it was between 40 to 60 people, and it was a great crew. I mean,
you want to shout out anyone we know?
No, there was no former Eagles. There was none of that.
Was there anyone that you knew from before?
Good question.
This weekend?
No.
Wow. So new.
It was his family and friends.
Made a bunch of new friends.
Yeah. No, really cool people. A lot. It's some from Philly, some that live down there. I mean, really great. He's got great people. Him and his wife, and also his brother. Never met his brother before. And like the in-laws, like just wonderful people. Look, we had a great time. There was a big old dinner.
Sounds
at one
like
point.
the kind of thing he invited these people to. Never thought Joe in a million years would accept.
Yeah, it's we're having our family down. If you really want to come, I guess you could show up.
No, Fred was like, it's going to be my family, my extended family. It's really
my
a family.
Do you think Joe went, could I come? Can I come? Or
in your defense, Joe,
Thank
I
you.
would never invite anybody to my birthday party I wouldn't want there.
Thank you, Rhea.
All right,
you don't make that.
I will say that.
We're not sure he got invited.
All right, and Rhea. All right, so you were hanging out with Fred back in was the fall?
No, because I looked at the picture
Winter?
recently. It was when
You're bundled up. Maybe playoff game.
Might have been.
And he did not disavow me to you, right?
No, he did not. I said, I work with Joe DeCamera. He's like, he's a great guy. And I go, it's to be determined.
He does seem to like me.
He does.
I appreciate that.
He liked every perfect stranger he met at the tailgate.
Well, that too.
He's very popular.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He really is. All right, so here's the deal. We'll have some fun with this reality of me and Fred, just hanging out. Because obviously we're a little bit of an odd couple. We're a duo that's got certain gaps. He's a big-time football player.
You're not.
Not. I mean, not at all.
He's got a really cool nickname.
He is I got a decent nickname. But anyway, today we're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Bare Naked Ladies. They've got a tour coming up. Last Summer on Earth tour. Let's hope it's not, actually. But the Last Summer on Earth tour at the Met Philly, this is happening in about a month, July 22nd. Tickets are available for purchase at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. You can also win them, though, here today. Here's how. In honor of me and Fred, just a duo with a couple gaps between us. And look, gaps to me can be personality. It can be...
One of you is cool, the other is not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like he's got NFL player wealth, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like he chartered a big old boat that we all went out on Sunday for 4 hours. I mean, that's kind of like his birthday party. He pays for it. Oh. Works for me. I'll show up for that. So that, a gap of some sort might be physically you look different, whatever it might be. Give us an answer today at 215-592-9494 in honor of me and Freddie. A gap between a duo of some sort. Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the Bare Naked Lady tickets. John, what do you think? And by the way, real life or fiction? Can be real, it can be fictional. There's a lot of choices to go with. John, what are you thinking?
I wish this were fiction, but there is a massive gap for me, a schism between anyone who is a potential love interest for my daughters, plural, and my daughter. I'm telling you, it really hit me hard recently when there was, like a kid who liked my daughter.
And she didn't like him back?
It became a whole dramatic thing. So I am not ready for that. I became very aware.
You misidentified the gap.
No,
you got the wrong gap. The gap is their interest in her and your interest in them having interest in her.
That gap is massive. Massive. Yes.
Yeah, I get that gap.
Yes.
All right, well, that gap makes a lot of sense. I'm sure there's a lot of fathers out there that could speak to that. Seltzer, a gap, a duo. What do you got? Other than John and the future boyfriends.
Mine will be a more, relevant answer.
John, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, it was good. I don't even want to think about that. I got a little while still. I'm not.
No, you don't.
No, she's
I'm telling
six.
you,
I got a little time.
It's oppressive.
It
never goes away. It sits upon you, and you know it's going. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
This is really, thank you for that. I will, in honor of my daughter, actually, who loves this, Barbie and Ken. I mean, poor Ken. What a loser.
So what's the issue? Give me. I don't know enough.
Barbie's freaking Barbie, and Ken is
Barbie's cool.
they brought Ken along.
He's a stiff,
especially with the movies.
He's a stiff.
With the new movie.
He's just a doofus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally doofus.
And he's not Barbie. That's the real key.
But he is like a good-looking guy, right? I mean,
sure.
Could a Ken?
But just he's blank.
But you think
There's
Ken would not
nothing
normally
there.
get Barbie, like
He's
in real
that
life?
big.
Is that the
Barbie
concept?
chose Ken, not the other way.
Barbie runs the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Look, we're looking for a big answer, a gap of some sort between a duo. Ray, what do you think?
I'm going with the movie Twins. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
Massive.
Eternal twins.
So I'm going to go to
incredible.
You know what? It's a great answer. I'm going to go. It's a great movie. I'm going to go real life, very similar, Ray, to a certain extent, but real life. And I think this could have been a winning answer, but I'm going to put it out there right away. They played together for one season. They were, at the time, I believe, the tallest and shortest in the history of the league. 1988, Washington Bullets on the same team had Manute Bol and Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah,
that's wild.
One was 7'7",
and there was that,
and the other was 5'3", and there was that picture that
was in Sports Illustrated,
and it would be
so
posters.
Everyone, I had that on my wall.
I mean, 7'7" and 5'3" would be on the court at the same time.
It was so cool.
It's a physical gap. Look, give us a big answer. When you think of a duo, that there's just some sort of contrast.
Muggsy Bogues was good.
No, he was very good. He was a starting point guard for probably 7 or 8 years.
Legitimately good.
I agree.
And it wasn't just like a sideshow
I
thing.
totally agree.
Yeah, he was a highly functional NBA player.
Yeah, Charlotte Hornets. He was a solid player for about a decade with them. Look, give us a great answer on a duo, and you can win the Bare Naked Lady tickets. A duo that's got some kind of gap going on there. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. So I'm preparing myself to really kind of come away from this draft, like very unsatisfied.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's a sign of great compromises. Both parties leave the table equally pissed or whatever. Really trying to temper my expectations. I'm not, if we do in fact draft that Knipple guy, it's only a matter of time before you forget to pronounce the K, Joe, and create something really interesting. But where do we go? I mean, it's like I think whatever they do in this draft kind of informs their future kind of indirectly on Embiid.
So, Ed, I'll just tell you this. I draft independent of anything to do with Joel. I'd love to tell you otherwise. If they were on the cusp of a title and it's like, let's get the guy for the next 2 to 3 years and maybe puts them over the top or a trade. Like the year the Cavs just got LeBron back and they traded number 1 to get Kevin Love. Let's go chase the ring, and they got it. Like, I'd love to have that conversation, but I'm not having that conversation because they're not right on the cusp of a title. So, I'm just looking for the best player over the next 10 years. I think it's... Now, I don't like the fact that it could be a guard, and then you got guard heavy, so it might require a trade. Maybe Maxey has to go. Maybe, what do I always forget his name? McCain.
McCain, yeah.
Maybe McCain has to go, but, I'd rather deal with that than pick the wrong guy. Just get the best player for now. Figure it out on the back end.
Yeah, and real quick on the Phillies, I'm all in on them. It's funny, like our two biggest threats in the National League, the Dodgers and Mets, have glaring deficiencies in their starting pitching. I mean, you have, Ohtani going out as an opener. He's really not ready to pitch yet. And then the Mets are throwing, every Tom, Dick, or Harry out there for 3 or 4 innings.
But Ohtani in October could be a different deal. I mean, it's not even July yet, so you got to give him time to build himself up. He could
and
be.
The Dodgers won the
That's
World
the
Series
plan.
without starting pitching last year also.
He could be a real factor as an arm in October. There's no doubt.
Yeah, but to your point about the starting pitching, that has been consistently good all year, and bats will run hot and cold, even the Dodgers and Mets. So hopefully we can kind of ride that wave, but we definitely need to make some moves on the margin to put us over the top in other areas.
Understood.
In the outfield.
All right, Ed, give me a great answer here, other than the odd couple, because obviously Oscar and Felix is a classic from fictional. Give me a duo that's got a gap somewhere in there, a contrast.
He's still performing to this day. I don't know what the other guy's doing. How about Simon and Garfunkel?
Massive.
So what is it, James? What's the...
that Paul Simon's one of the greatest musicians of all time, and
That's what I thought.
And he's Art Garfunkel.
That's what I thought.
He's just a guy who hung out with him for a while.
But was he really awesome
Basically.
back then?
Paul Simon?
No.
Oh no,
Garfunkel.
Garfunkel was never awesome. That's the point. It was Simon,
and everybody
and
knows that.
Everybody knows.
Okay.
that. Everybody knows
Okay.
that.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. Look, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls and all this. More of the draft-related audio, getting you to know some of these guys that the 76ers could pick tomorrow night. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics. And again, we ask you this question. Give us a yes or no and a why or why not. Do you believe in this Phillies team? Do you? Let us know. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
I want to talk about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. It's where I've been leasing my cars for over a decade. A lot of good reasons why. They've got terrific people. They're great people, terrific service. When you enter the dealership, head in, stop in and see Tony LaBella and his great team. Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are a 7-time certified J.D. Power dealer of excellence for the customer sales experience. What they're going to do is help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams, and they've got over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are a veteran-owned and operated business. You deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service, which you will get when you head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power dealer of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The Astros bang on garbage cans. We ring the bell. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a 3-run home run for Edmundo Sosa.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton in Newtown Square.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Oklahoma City Thunder host their parade today in downtown OKC, where the temperature is expected to be 95 degrees. And with this team's youth, it's crazy to think they can actually get better. The only thing that can stop them, injury. Congrats to the OKC Thunder and their fans. And everybody going to the parade, a matter of fact, everybody across the country, stay cool. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Push on.
They pushed, they shoved, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Who can do all of it. You know, he's writing the songs, but also doing the guitar, the bass, the drums, everything else in the studio. It's you got some disparate relationships within the musical.
Yeah, musical will lend itself to some good answers. We're looking essentially for a contrast today, a gap between two people. That I mean, maybe can it be two things, James? I guess it could be two things.
I wasn't thinking that. I think we should keep it to people. I think we're getting too
fair enough.
Crossing weird.
All right, well, let's see where the answers come in. You can win the Bare Naked Ladies tickets. By the way, congrats to Jalen Hurts. Got a new book. Jalen Hurts' book, Better Than a Touchdown. So he's written a book for kids, young kids, like Brandon Graham, young kids, which is really, really cool. So congrats to Jalen on the new book. Who sells more, Jalen Hurts or Brandon Graham? Same target audience.
Or
right?
you.
Or me. I don't think that's happening.
I'll go with Jalen.
He's the quarterback.
He is the quarterback. So I saw Brandon's book. It looked really cool. I haven't seen Jalen's book. BG's book, basically each letter of the alphabet is a featured chapter and like a motivational, I don't know if motivational is the right word, but a message. Brandon had a message for kids, young kids. Like BG's it looked to me like 5 to 7 year olds. Like it was really young. And Jalen's looks like it's on the young side as well. Mine's more in the teen variety, I would say. Probably 10 and up, but big focus for me, kind of the 12 to 16, 17-year-olds. But it's going to work for adults, too. But anyway, congrats to BJ. Congrats to Jalen. Great stuff. Hey, Time's Yours. We do it every single day. Get the calls into the Time's Yours line. Anything you want to get off your chest, good or bad, about sports or otherwise, 215-238-4500. Let us know how you're dealing with the heat. It's going to be really, really hot again today. So whatever you're feeling, get it off your chest. Time's Yours, 215-238-4500. We have a second Twitter poll question today. This one also brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. On this very hot day, very hot week, we ask you this question. John, I'm turning to you first. Which is worse? Which is worse? Extreme heat or extreme cold? And I'm thinking like Philadelphia extreme. Like we're not talking Antarctica and the equator because none of us have experience with that. Like Philadelphia extremes. Which is worse, the 100-degree day with humidity or, the 0-degree day? Because we've had both of them. I mean, maybe we've gone down to 5 degrees. Have we gotten to 0, James?
Oh, yeah.
They're about, right? Which is worse?
Wow. I think my answer has changed. I think once upon a time I was please, the feeling of training camp, the 110 degrees, the sweltering humidity, add pads on top of that, add the dark jersey on top of that, please keep it all away. But, losing some weight, I get cold sometimes now. I like the summer thing a little bit more.
I think the
humidity feels good on my bones now.
I think the heat's worse. I do.
I kind of like the heat more now.
Man. All right, well, let us know. Heat or cold, extreme, which is worse?
By the way,
yes, sir.
You haven't changed. You were in Bermuda.
Yeah, Bermuda.
Did you go outside and go to the beach and stuff?
Okay, let me think. Beach, no, but swimming multiple times. So pool. We had a pool at the hotel, and then Fred on Sunday rented a huge boat, and for 4 hours we were out there. And
Did you fish?
No, what we did is
you should have tried to fish.
No, it anchored, and then we all jumped in the water.
Oh, that's the best.
We had like 35, 40 people all in the water.
Oh,
it was
on
on
the
the
boat?
But how did you do that? Because you don't swim.
Paddling?
I had the same thing the kids had.
You wore the floaties?
No, it's a floaty, but the noodle thing. That
you wore the
by the way,
you had
all
a
the
noodle?
adults had the
You
noodle.
had to use
we were
a
out there.
crutch noodle.
Guys, we were out there for like 30 minutes. Nobody wants to keep yourself up for 30 minutes.
Noodle.
Yes, I used the noodle.
Joey noodle.
Everybody used the noodle.
No, they didn't.
I swear to
No,
God,
they didn't.
I didn't see one person without the noodle. I'm being honest with you. Who would want to be out there for 30 minutes if you can't
don't
put
want to tread water the whole time.
If you can't put your feet down. Everybody used the noodle.
Not everyone needed the noodle.
I
That's
would
the
agree.
key.
I will agree.
There you go.
I agree with that. Not everybody
There you
needed the
go.
noodle. I did. Let's go, folks. That was the highlight of the trip, by the way. Jumping off the back. Well, I didn't jump, obviously. I walk down the little.
You didn't even
lowered
jump.
yourself.
Wait, man, that's the best part.
The little stairs.
So hold on. You lowered yourself
Even
down
Zoe
the
loves
stairs
jumping off
into
the
the
thing in the
water?
pool.
Yeah, I didn't do the
Hold
jump
on.
off thing.
It's just the back of a boat, like flat level, where you could just
That's the
walk
best
off.
part.
Yeah, you could jump. It'd probably
And
be.
you went down the ladder instead?
Yeah, Fred's kids are jumping off and all. I'm not doing
If
that
you're
nonsense.
going
Why
to go
would you
swimming
not
off of
just
a boat,
jump?
you jump.
Not my style.
Hold on, but what?
I don't
That
enjoy
is
that.
so weird.
I-
That is so weird, man.
Well, I don't
we need
jump
to
in
get
water.
him to jump off the side of a pool.
I don't do that.
What do you mean you don't do that?
I don't do it.
You go in the ladder every time you get into a pool?
Yes.
Wow, that's
Every
so
time
weird.
you
Dude, that's
enter
like epically
or I
weird.
sit by the side of the pool and just.
This is like
little
legit
push in.
weird.
This
This is
is
actually
so
very
No,
weird.
I'm legitimately afraid.
I know.
I'm afraid to jump in water. So I
Wait,
don't do it.
why?
Because I'm
So
afraid.
wait,
I'm a
you're
bad swimmer.
afraid to have your head go under the water.
No, but I just wouldn't want to jump in. I just wouldn't want to. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Well,
Let's go to the phones.
You have to get over this. This is holding you back.
I'm 47.
Cameron.
I probably never will.
You need to get over this.
I would
this
like
is
to be
a
able
life
to.
skill, man.
I know, and I don't have it.
Well, you can gain it.
Well, I can, but
It's important.
Well,
this is an important skill. You could enjoy things so much more.
Yeah, no,
if you could swim and jump off the diving board, jump off the boat.
Yeah, I won't do it.
You should. You can. We need to get this. We need to take action.
215-592-9494. All right, do you believe in the Phils? Let us know. Let's talk to Jeff right now. Jeffrey, good morning.
Good morning. I believe in the Phillies, and I really believe in what I've seen the last 3 weeks. I mean, them picking up for Harper and for Nola, that's something special. That's what championship teams do. And I think with Harper, he's gonna rehab. He's gonna get healthy, and he's gonna go on about a 75-game tear. And I think you're as likely to get Reggie Jackson at 32 more so than you are maybe a Ryan Howard at 32. So I think he's got a lot going for him, and I think the team really has something special the way they're pitching, and nobody wants to face them in a short series. That's for sure.
Well, listen, I'll agree. No one wants to face the Phillies pitching, but there's probably a lot of teams who wouldn't mind facing their hitting. Because they have been so inconsistent, Jeff, and this goes on a couple years now.
No, fair enough, but I think if Harper does come back strong, he's the guy. When he's on, nobody's
He's the guy if he's still the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's still above average, clearly, but man, what he was and what he's played at lately, two different things. So
I believe. I believe he is, and as long as they're not facing the Astros and getting no hit in the World Series, I think they've got a chance.
Yeah. All right, Jeff, give me an answer for a duo that's got some kind of gap.
Hall and Oates.
All right, give me the gap. Talent?
Yeah,
or that they don't like each other.
Hall wrote all the music.
They don't like each other anymore. Hall by far was the lead singer and the principal writer, and the one who can sustain on his own. I mean, he's not quite Simon and Garfunkel.
Okay, I got you. All right, Hall and Oates. All right, Hall and Oates.
I wondered about them. That's too bad.
Okay, it is a shame.
They recently sued each other.
Yeah, they've had some issues, which is really a bummer. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll talk to Elliot Shore-Parks at 7:50 on the Sixers draft, on the Phillies if he believes on them, and on the Eagles as well. Also, some more draft audio related to the prospects and possibilities for the 76ers. We got a lot to do today, all with you on the phone lines as well. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. Resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the Boardwalk takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Summer's heating up, and your AC is on the fritz. Get it? Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Go to ChristianHVAC.com.
Now through July 5th. CJ's Tire and Auto is dropping explosive savings during our Red, White, and Save sales event. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon. With 18 locations to choose from, CJ's Tire and Auto has been driven to keep you and your car moving. Now through July 5th, only at CJ's Tire. Deals that spark. Like up to $100 off a set of 4 tires, including top-tier brands like Falcon. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride. From oil changes and inspections to brakes and batteries. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with a hometown service you've come to love. The Red, White, and Save sales event. Now through July 5th. Instant savings up to $100 off a set of 4 tires. From top-tier brands like Falcon Tire. CJTire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Tonight's Mega Millions jackpot now is an estimated annuity of $326 million. $326 million. So don't forget to play. Visit your local retailer for tickets. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
I'm Kiera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity. But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, Judd Cameron here. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our friends, the wonderful people at Family and Company Jewelers. I tell you all the time that they are the best of the best. They certainly are when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality pricing, all that stuff. Being experts, being wonderful people, all that. Best of the best. Well, it's official now, because you don't have to just take my word for it. It is official. Family and Company Jewelers has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. That's right. South Jersey Mag's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. So now that you know the store, and hopefully you know the gal, well, get her the ring. If you've identified the gal of your dreams, get her the ring of her dreams from the best store around. Family and Company Jewelers. Get her the best diamond. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Family and Company Jewelers right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. The best of the best. And also, South Jersey's diamond destination.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Pretty intriguing matchup on tap for the Phillies as they start a 3-game series in Houston. Astros have won 7 of 9 series. They're atop the AL West. Ranger Suarez starting for the Phils. He's allowed 2 earned runs or fewer in his last 6 starts. Phil's Astros, 8 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. NBA draft tomorrow night. Sixers set to pick at 3 on John Clark's Takeoff Pod. ESPN's Jay Billis says it's a choice between 2 players if the Sixers stay there.
I think it's a choice between VJ Edgecombe of Baylor and Ace Bailey of Rutgers. Bailey is 6'8" or so, has a 7-foot wingspan. He's got the higher ceiling as a player. VJ Edgecombe of Baylor is a wing, and he's probably the most athletic wing in the draft. Kind of high flyer, excellent in transition. He goes after the offensive glass.
Enjoy Bud Light and Mick Ultra specials all summer long at Chesapeake Inn, home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com. Sunny, a high of 99, and is currently 87. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, get him a sax. Get him a
So I was
sax.
third grade, and my mom rented a sax.
That's pretty cool, man. You should do a music podcast. It'd be so up your alley.
Yeah.
Spike's got his basketball podcast. You should do a music podcast, man.
Yeah, because podcasts are...
It's a thing. It's a
It
thing.
is a big
Seltzer's
thing.
got his Phillies podcast.
And my Eagles
And
one.
his Eagles podcast.
Yeah.
All right, James, which do you like more, the Phillies or the Eagles podcast?
Both evenly.
Oh, boy.
I do a TV show podcast.
There you go. There you go. Very nice.
My specialty is British television.
How about that?
There you go.
I love it. I'm sure the Crown got in there, right?
Oh, absolutely.
There it is.
100%.
All right, 215-592-9494. Do you believe in this Phillies team? I'm struck by the swing. Just the last 2 weeks, I mean, people are out. Now it sounds like a lot of people are back in. Nothing really changed. I know John mentioned Otto Kemp's played, and that's true. But, I mean, let's be real. I mean, the only thing that changed is they started winning after losing, which was after winning, which was after losing, which was after winning. The reality is the Nets out to the third best record in baseball right now. They're a game in front of first place. They're a team likely headed to the playoffs, very likely headed to the playoffs. They got great pitching. They got inconsistent hitting. They got a weak outfield. They got a weak bullpen. But they have superlative starting pitching. And I'll go as far as to say this. It's possible we may not ever see starting pitching like this again in our lifetime. The only one it compares to is 2011. It's the only one. It's the only one. And you could be 20 years old and be alive for the next 80 years. You might not ever again see starting pitching like this. I mean that. I mean, it's really exceptional. All right, Rhea, I'd say you're probably the most cynical amongst the four of us. You know, you look at things with a jaundiced eye. Is that the right phrase? Is that
Sometimes, yes,
That's the right
I do.
phrase, right?
Yeah, sometimes I do.
All right, this team now, do you believe in them?
I disagree with you on the hitting inconsistent of late.
Okay. Well, not of late, but I mean, but for the years they've been inconsistent.
Yeah, and that's been their bit. But I think the way they're hitting may make them somewhat not slump proof, but I think they've approached it differently and they stayed consistent with that approach. You see it; they don't have the power.
No, they don't.
They're not, I mean, they've got one guy hitting 24 home runs now. Bryce has been out, so that's hurt him. A bunch of them have 9, so they're not relying on that
for sure. And by the way, just point of reference, 4 games short of the halfway point of the year.
Yeah.
So like the guys that are at 9 are basically tracking to like 19.
Yeah.
You know, like they might not have a second 20 home run hitter.
So they're not relying on that.
Yeah.
And I think that's a positive thing. So I do feel good. And I think Otto Kemp has provided a spark. I've heard the players talk about it. Rob Thompson, he likes him so much, he's finding ways to keep him on the field. And I think it makes a difference.
It absolutely does.
It adds a little, you get a young person in there.
Yeah, and every team needs something to get that, especially when you got 162 games in a season. Something to get you through the lull here and there. Maybe it's a crazy guy like CJGJ. I'm telling you, it really does go a long way when there's just some little perk me up.
Yep.
And I think Otto Kemp has been exactly.
Well, he's done a nice job. He has. All right, well, we ask everyone, do you believe in the Phillies? I chuckle a bit because not much has changed. Yes, Kemp has changed, but not much has changed from 2 weeks ago other than they started winning again. I mean, they are a very inconsistent team, but it nets out to the third best record in baseball, almost at the halfway point of the year. Where do you stand on the fight? And Phil's a lot on the NBA draft today as well. We'll get you more audio, some of the other players you should know about, including Trey Johnson, who certainly is a viable option for the Sixers at 3. We'll get to some audio related to him shortly because you probably don't know a ton, but you got to hear some of this stuff. I mean, they're going to pick one of 4 guys at 3. It's either going to be Con Knippel, Trey Johnson, VJ Edgecombe, or it's going to be Ace Bailey.
Knippel would be a bit of a reach at 3. Knippel?
I think he's the least likely.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean that's a little bit of a reach.
Yeah, but also there's the possibility of trading down, picking something
if they
up,
trade down,
getting him at 5, 6. I mean, those 4 chances are very high chances they're going to walk away tomorrow night with one of those 4 guys. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Gary in Whitehall. Gary, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Good, bud.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, John. Hey, Joe. You are the life of a party, aren't you?
I mean, I try to hold up my end of the bargain. You know, sure.
Sliding off a boat.
That is so incredibly lame.
It really is.
The freaking ladder. He took there are tiny children jumping off the side of the boat.
They were.
And Joe is lowering himself.
Like
my
grandpa.
6-year-old.
Who even uses those
My
little ladders?
6-year-old would only she'd be like, "Can I do it again? Can I do it again?" All she'd want to do the entire time is keep jumping off the boat.
Listen,
The
Gary,
ladder to
my
lower yourself
6-year-old.
into the water. That's you're at the water's level.
Gary, I have my style. You know, remember in the year 2025,
That is not style.
You're not allowed to
Thank
make
you.
fun of people anymore, right? We're in a very PC culture now, so no making fun of me. I have my style.
Okay. All right. All right. Hey, listen,
Lame.
I want to be in.
Is that a style? Lame?
Pretty much. All right, what do you got? All right, Gary, direct question to you. Do you, Gary and Whitehall, believe in this Phillies team?
I want to, but the inconsistency, I can't. I mean, the starting pitching, you can only take you as far as they can. We got a really bad bullpen. We got inadequate play in the outfield. There's holes to be filled. I want to be in because, I mean, win, lose, but, I mean, they're doing a lot of this lately now without two of their big main pieces that they're going to need if they're going to have a playoff push. I want to, but it's too consistently inconsistent.
Well, listen, you're not wrong about that, but here's what I think you are wrong about. They're better than I think you think. I mean, they have the third best record in baseball. They got to be doing something right more than you're giving them credit for, right?
Oh no, I'm giving them credit for that. It's just, I mean, it's just inconsistent.
Okay, Gary, let me ask you a question because I'm not even a joke. I'm really trying to understand when people answer this question today, how they define what it means to believe in a team. So what I said earlier, my definition of believing in the Phillies is I believe they are amongst the best teams in baseball and can win the World Series. That's my definition of believing in them. What is your definition of what believing would mean for which you say you don't believe in them? What's your definition?
Get consistent play all around. I mean, as far as hitting and pitching. Yeah, okay. I like what they're doing. They're not relying on the long ball. I like that.
Consistent. Listen, consistent play is an interesting answer. I am struck by the fact I think the 08 Phillies and the 80 Phillies, I think, were both at 1.64 and 57, meaning like 2/3 the way through the year, and not that much above 500. So I'm guessing they were pretty inconsistent as well for a bunch of those months. But, all right, listen, they are an aggravating team, this one, with regard to consistency. I do get that. Gary, give me an answer for a duo with a gap between them. Can be personality, effectiveness, physicality. What do you got?
You're going to like this one. Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson.
You know, that's a good answer, man.
Wow. Sure.
That could win.
That's a massive.
That could win.
That relationship fascinates me.
Yeah.
It just
I'd use
does.
another word than fascinate.
I'm completely
That's a great answer.
Intrigued by it.
That's a great answer.
So we've heard very little lately.
Yes.
Do you think that Bill has sort of come to his senses a little bit?
Probably.
Carolina.
Yeah, it could be that too.
Yeah,
could
I don't
be
know.
that too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Put the genie back in the bottle. Maybe. All right, let's get to Anthony in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
The Hammer!
Hey, Anthony!
What's going on, man?
How are you, pal?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, John, man, you should really do a music podcast. Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
That'd be good, man. Talk some music, you know.
I had a chance to talk to Jimmy's dad once. I took a class when I was in college that was called Community Service Writing. I was an English major. I don't know how
Community Service Writing. And
I
this was a good
to
college?
help serve the community by, this was at Stanford. I ended up, I don't know how this ended up becoming performing for the community on a few occasions and trying to incorporate Jimi Hendrix's dad.
Wow.
But I did get a chance to talk to him, his dad.
And what was he like?
He was really soft-spoken and, kind of like you'd expect. Sort of like, I don't know why you're talking to me about this stuff that was really, really long ago. And people used to talk to me about this, maybe 30 years ago.
Sure.
You seem incredibly interested. He was really nice to go along with all my questions.
Well, you probably peppered him, to say the least.
He was,
yeah,
I
get
but
it.
He hung in there.
All right, Anthony, what do you got on the Fighting Phils, my man?
Hey, the Phils, man. It wasn't. They doing pretty good right now, man. I hope they continue. Wasn't this like the same spot where they was at last year around this time?
Maybe. I mean, they had the downturn in June, so maybe it would net out around the same. I mean, they were certainly better in early June, but because of the downturn in the 2 weeks that the Phillies just had an upturn, maybe it's pretty similar.
It felt like last year they came out of the gates just like gangbusters and were never able to replicate that initial boom.
They didn't. They never did.
Yeah, this time the hope is that we can somehow sustain or stretch or, like we're figuring this out.
So
I think.
very the Phillies got to 45-19 last year. So at this point last year, they were 49 and they were 52-26 on June 24th last year. So they were a better team last year.
52. And what's this team got?
They're 47 or 48 right now.
Okay, so 4 or 5 games behind, something like that. Okay.
Either way, I love the mojo. Without Bryce Harper in, it's like everybody is molded into their own guy, and it's not just so much of Bryce Harper. Man, we need a little bit from him, a little bit from him. The bats are picking up. The starting pitching is unbelievable, man. So I think things are shaping up pretty good, man. Got their confidence back against the Mets. We beat the Cubs. The Dodgers is a little shaky, even though whatever. I think it's wide open, man. The Fighting Phils have a great chance, man. A great chance, man.
Well, I agree with you on that. All right, Anthony, give us a duo that's got a gap in there.
One is short, one fat, one tall, one skinny. I'm going to go Pinky and the Brain.
Say it again. Who?
Great Pinky and the Brain.
Who's that? I don't know that. Who are they?
Really?
No.
You never saw the cartoon Pinky and the Brain?
No.
Never saw it either.
Pinky and
really?
the Brain?
Yes.
No.
Pinky and the Brain. Like Pinky was like a doofus idiot and Brain was, this genius.
Young kids?
It was trying to take over the world. Always.
No, I don't know.
Wow.
Okay.
It's Pinky and the Brain.
Well, James, I mean, you got a daughter.
No. This is from our childhood. This is from when we were younger. Like,
No.
yeah, dude.
Okay. Don't remember it.
Seen that.
Yeah.
Don't know
Ever.
it. All right, here's what I do know. NBA draft is tomorrow. 4 options, it seems like, for the 76ers with pick 3, or if they, trade down. Twitter poll question, we ask you, who do you want the 76ers to draft at 3? So 4 choices: Ace Bailey, obviously Rutgers. You got VJ Edgecombe from Baylor, shooting guard. Trey Johnson, Texas, shooting guard. And Con Knippel from Duke, 6'5", wing player from Duke. So let's get you set a little bit more on Trey Johnson. Gary Parrish was talking recently on CBS Sports .com about Trey Johnson, and big praise for a player. We haven't talked as much about some of the other guys, as some of the other guys, but Gary Parrish thinks it should be Trey Johnson at 3.
I go Flag, I go Harper, but then I go Trey Johnson, a 6'5" guard, great athlete, shot 39.7% from 3 on 6.8 attempts per game, led all freshmen in scoring. I know the Sixers have good guards in Tyrese Maxey and Jerry McCain. I just don't let that move me off of the person I believe is the third best prospect in this draft, the best prospect available at this point in the draft. I guess this is what I'm trying to say. If I were in Philadelphia and my evaluation process led to me to Trey Johnson is the third best prospect in this draft, I am taking him, and I have little regard for what else is on my roster right now.
So I will say this. I agree with him that if you determine him to be, meaning Trey Johnson to be the third best player, take him. But I'm not going to not act like it doesn't create an issue. I mean, the concept of all these guards would be a problem. And after the Embiid, Okafor, Nerlens thing, and the main problem with the Embiid, Nerlens, Okafor thing is only one of them could really play. I mean, Nerlens played for maybe, 6 to 7 years, mostly as a backup as time went on. But he didn't have like a career, that we would say justified that investment of, the pick. I mean, by the way, they traded, Drew Holiday for him. Drew just got traded again yesterday. But my point is, the main thing is only Embiid could play. But it did create a logjam that was bizarre. And it feels like a similar logjam could occur if they take one of these guards, and put him with Maxey and McCain. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, Trey Johnson is someone for you to be aware of. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to Tom in Springfield right now. Tom, good morning, buddy.
Hey, guys. This is actually my first time calling the show.
Wow. Thank you, Tom.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that you guys have, 911 on standby for this basketball game, hearing how you get in the water. Just trying to make sure that everyone's okay and safe.
Well, I'll tell you what, when me and Fritz play anything, I hope it's in the most extreme heat possible, because that guy is going to melt. And that is what they call advantage hammer.
Oh, boy.
Do you understand, You're telling
I'm not
us
saying I'm going to love it, but
you puff out your chest and you talk like you're such a dominant,
warrior.
I'm
and then you tell us that you're
competing, I am.
afraid to jump or even walk off the back platform of a boat into the water. You lower yourself by the ladder into the water like you're an octogenarian or something.
And like when we
man.
walk out into our food area out there, all you do is complain about how cold it is. You're like, oh my God, it's so cold.
It
out here.
is.
Why is it so cold? What are we doing
It
here?
is cold out there. It really is. It's
Sure,
been cold
that's
for like a
fine,
month.
but he does complain about it a lot.
Can someone have some freaking control of the temperature
Here's
around
what
here?
I think happened, Joe. They turned it up when we had that party,
Oh.
and they've forgotten to turn it back
That could
down.
be right.
Because we had a lot of people here.
It has been a couple weeks, right, Ray?
Yes. Oh, it's been a while, yeah.
It really
No,
has.
bringing a blanket.
All right, Tom, your first call to WIP, and we went off on a couple tangents. What do you got on the Phils, buddy?
So I think the Phils are a great team. I think they're a contender. And I mean, outside, we did start off the year 13-13. We're 34-18 since then, and you're seeing players that were struggling coming back. Alec Boehm's on an incredible tear these last 30 games.
Yeah.
JT in the last 20, I think he's been like 330.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of guys that are just slowly stepping it up again, and that's what you need because you know what you're going to get out of those bigger names, but it's the guys, the Boehms, the Marshes, the Stotts that you really need in the postseason to hit because when those guys go cold, it can't be all 9 of them go cold. But the biggest issue is that at the deadline, they have to go get a bullpen arm. At least one. I want 2.
Me too.
But
I think it's doable. We don't have to go get. We need to add the bullpen arm. Maybe that means adding a starting pitcher to the bullpen. I don't know that Aaron Nola can be that starting pitcher, though.
Yeah, I also wonder, though, Tom, if they don't add from external, then are the main guys going to be cooked by the time you get there? And it's not like they're over-relying on Strom and Kirkland right now because I kind of think they've dialed it back, I think. They've gotten by with some wins when they put in the lesser relievers. They've had some big leads that has helped in some of the recent
also hurts
games.
the starters, though, too. I mean, we've seen Luzardo go an extra inning, go to 107 pitches the other day.
For sure.
Stuff like we've seen that a fair amount where Rangers, where it feels like he has to put the guy out there because he doesn't trust the guys he has to get through the 6th or the 7th or whatever it is, and that compounds.
That's a factor. Yeah, listen, Tom, it's going to be fascinating, but I do believe in them. I think they have an outstanding team. I know factually they have the third best record in baseball and have the best starting pitching in baseball. So, Tom, give me an answer here for a duo with a gap. You can win the Bare Naked Ladies tickets.
I'm going to say Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman.
Well, that's not bad, man. That's not bad. That could win.
Good.
That could win. Okay. 215. Anyone know how I spell his name? I know how to spell Dennis.
Just put Kim.
Dennis. All right, Rodman and Kim Jong-un. Not bad. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, James, when I'm gone for a couple days, I sometimes come back and say, all right, let me just address on the record since I was gone.
Yes, we love that.
All right, here we go. Since I was gone. Isn't that a song?
Yeah, since
Kelly
you've been
Clarkson.
Since
gone.
you were gone, right?
Since you've been gone.
Since you've been gone. All right.
That's a great song.
It's okay.
Try that.
It's
That's
a banger.
powerful
It's a
song.
banger.
It's
I'm
all
in.
right. It's
I'm
all
in.
right.
She's wailing in that song. She is. She's awesome.
All right, here's
in
what
that
I got
song.
since I was gone. So first off, Friday night, Phil's had one of the coolest random plays ever. Double slide into home plate. That was wild. And I loved how the umpire, if you guys noticed, double safe sign. So he went double safe by the ump. Nice job by him. All right, 2 of 3 from the Mets. Outstanding. Now, I got to rip. I don't even know who I'm ripping, but I'm ripping some combination of people that were here Friday. Twitter poll question. I wasn't here on Friday.
Richie and Tom Kelly.
Richie and Tom Kelly on
Richie
Friday?
and Tom Kelly.
All
And I guess Devin. Were you here, Rhea, or no?
Oh, I was off.
No, so
All right,
Richie, Devin,
All right,
and Tom
Rhea,
Kelly.
check out this poll question from Friday's show.
Right.
I mean, a couple of us take off, and this is the question we get. This was the poll question Friday that was stated multiple times on the air during Friday's show. Is this weekend's series against the Mets a must-win series? Now, 66% said yes, but let me just make sure I understand. Does that mean if the Phillies had lost on Sunday and were one game out of first place instead of one game up on first place,
Season would be over.
you
Yes.
can't win it all?
Shut it down.
Correct.
Because it must wins. Is that what that means?
Well, listen.
What kind of question is this nonsense?
It was a must-win for me. That's how I
emotionally.
approached it. Yes.
Yeah, right. But I saw that
I
question.
mean, remember, they got swept by him before
No, I
a
know.
4-game series.
I
So,
know.
it was kind of big for everyone's psyche.
It was big.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's a difference between a big series and a must-win in frickin' late June, almost mid-June at the time.
Talk to Tom Kelly.
Yeah, well, TK,
Ooh,
get
I
it
love
together,
you
man.
throwing TK under the bus. Nice.
It's just a must-win. It's like asking a question in September. Is the Eagles game in September a must-win? Yes or no? You know, that nonsense out of here. All right,
more like October.
I don't think
Probably
it's nonsense.
October.
Tom feels strongly about this.
All right, I'm playing
Kevin
around.
does too.
Couple other things. So the Halliburton thing was a disaster. Really a shame. I mean, just what a shame. I missed it live. I was in the bathroom when I got back.
Clogging the toilet?
Not clogging the toilet. Fred said to me,
"You probably were."
Halliburton. He goes, "Halliburton just tore his Achilles," and I'm like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "It's a guarantee."
Oh, yeah.
He's like, "The way," because
He was on a heater.
We could all see it. The way he left the court, though. You could just
What
tell.
a shame.
Yeah.
Snap.
So, and now Amy from Villanova asked me an interesting question that I did not know the answer to. She said, "Is this the biggest injury ever in a deciding game of a championship?"
It's a great
Right?
question.
And I didn't know the answer because the first thing I thought of was Crumride, John. You remember with the Bengals, but that's not as big an injury. That's one football player to 50, and he was one of their best defenders.
Yeah, Drake Greenlaw at the Super Bowl, like right before it started.
But again,
he's
that's
not as
the
big.
same.
No, I agree. It's not. I'm just
It's
throwing
not.
out names. Yeah.
And you're one of
I remember
five.
Colt McCoy.
OBJ in the Super Bowl got hurt. Remember?
Nah, but
I know.
that's-
I'm just throwing
yeah.
stuff out. He was
So
playing a
Colt
good game.
McCoy was the starting quarterback of Texas, and he physically couldn't throw the ball after he got hit early in the first quarter. So that took away Texas quarterback championship game college football. But I don't
Durant
know.
got injured in the finals, but it wasn't Game 7.
And it wasn't a decider, right?
Yeah, it wasn't
Correct.
Game 7.
He got hurt in 5.
Same thing, though. I mean, he had
Well,
he
Clay
had
got
bad
hurt that
calf.
series. They all
Who?
got hurt. Remember Clay, Durant, they all got hurt in the same
Yeah,
series. Yeah,
but not a Game 7.
No, not a Game 7.
So basically, we're talking a Game 7 or a Super Bowl. The deciding game. And I got to tell you, off the top of my head, I can't think of one. Now, listen, maybe someone who's older and knows stuff from 1940, whatever. But, like, the concept of the best player on a basketball team getting injured, and by the way, it was, like, fairly early in the game.
It was in the first quarter.
So it wasn't like fourth quarter
But
and a lot's
they
been
had a
established.
1-point lead at halftime.
Yeah.
Which was, but you knew, you knew.
You
they
know
were
what was
gonna
a
run out.
shame? TJ was overmatched. I know he had that flurry in the third quarter. I know he did. But if you really watched the game closely, and I did,
He wasn't going to carry.
he
them to a
was
championship.
his
It's a
height
shame.
hurt him. He
Yeah.
would get in the lane. He'd be surrounded by 2 or 3 long guys. He had nowhere to pass. He had so he had a nice little flurry for a little bit scoring, but he was overmatched, and I felt bad for him. Obviously, loved TJ. Anyway, the Halliburton thing was a shame. Now, a couple other things I got to get off my chest since I was gone. Connor McDavid, interesting comment from him after Edmonton season. Doesn't sound exactly enamored out there.
Would
So-
you be?
No. You know what I'd be enamored with?
Philadelphia.
The Philadelphia Flyers. The Philadelphia Flyers. Got to get Connor McDavid. That's interesting. Anyway, he's got a year left on his deal. Got a shot.
Sure.
Got a shot. Now, the Flyers also made a trade the other day, which was, yesterday, which was interesting. Because I'm going to equate this to the J.J. Redick move that the Sixers made. I don't know. I'd have to look up the year. 2018?
18-ish, somewhere in there.
18?
Yeah.
Where it's like they finally signed someone. They're finally trying to, what's it called, James? Win? Right? I mean, the Flyers traded, let's call them assets. We'll use the Sixers term. Flyers traded assets for a player. Now, in this case, player's got 1 year left on his deal, so you don't have him long term. But Trevor Zegras, maybe there's something there to build with in the future if he plays well and you convince him to stay. By the way, let's listen to Broads yesterday with Spike, Ike, and Jack. He's all excited. Broads about this move for the Flyers.
All the people around the NHL, when you look at the grades, they give Anaheim like a C-, and they give the Flyers A for the upside of what Zegras could be. Because in the NHL world, this kid pops. Like, you tune in to Flyers hockey for Matvei Michkov and now for Trevor Zegras as well. He moves the needle that much.
All right, so that's pretty exciting, right? I mean,
That's thrilling.
They actually,
awesome.
So does the Redick move, does that work for you? Like, my team's trying now?
Sure. Yeah, I don't think they're like 1-to-1, but I think the idea of it, this is
guy's younger. Reddick was older.
Yeah, and that was a trade versus signing and whatever.
Correct.
But this does feel like the first time of this era of Flyers high, this regime, where they're like, all right, we are not
stripping down. We're not
intending to lose.
Yes, we're actually using assets to win instead of using assets to lose.
Flyers people got insanely excited.
Yes,
I was
yes,
in an
they did.
Uber heading downtown when it happened. and it just exploded. People
Yeah.
were doing emergency pause. I went, okay, this is a big deal.
All right, so you had that while I was out. Two other things while I was out. Durant traded. Now, let me just address this. I don't really care about Durant getting traded. Who cares? But here's the thing. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. How in the world is this allowed? And I know it's not official July 1st. How is this allowed during the finals?
It's so dumb.
John, what if Indiana or Oklahoma City wanted to trade for Durant? What, are they going to trade 3 of their players who are about to play in Game 7 10 hours later? How is that allowed?
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Every time you bring this up,
I
I'm
always say it.
fully with you. I agree with you every time. I thought about it. when I was when the Durant thing happened
Right.
that day. I'm like, okay, well, that's
All
ridiculous.
right, Rig, I know you're Temple tough, not Stanford smart, the way John is.
Okay.
But Temple tough knows this is dumb, right?
Well,
How can a player be traded when other teams are competing? By the way, bad for the league that was the same day. It made them look ridiculous.
Well, the NBA allowed, something weird went on with the Luka Doncic
Mhm.
trade. I mean, the fact that nothing was, they tried to trade him to anybody else.
Yeah.
So to me,
Stuff
the
like this,
NBA,
though, is just-
it's bad.
It
It's
just
like
doesn't.
low rent.
It doesn't make any. I mean, what if Indiana, upon losing Halliburton, wanted to trade for Durant next year, but now they can't because the trade's already gone through? That makes no sense. Final thing while I was out. Rarely have I felt more inadequate than when I heard this guy. Howie Roseman yesterday turned 50. Guys, I'm 47. Now, Howie was to me in the Hall of Fame, when he was 47. When what is going on here? Howie, I'll tell you what, he doesn't look old, obviously not, but I would have thought he was a little older because he has accomplished a lot. I mean, he's been the general manager since 2010, and he just turned 50 years old yesterday. So happy 50th to Howie Roseman. All right, 215-592-9494. Obviously, the main thing since I was gone was the Phillies played really well, winning 2 or 3 from the Mets. If you have an answer to Amy from Villanova's question, which is an interesting one, has there ever been a bigger injury in a deciding game of a championship? A Game 7, baseball, basketball, or hockey, college football championship, college basketball championship, or a Super Bowl?
I would think it would have happened in a college football championship to me.
Maybe, but it has to be the quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Main person.
Because the thing about basketball, there's only 5 guys on the court, and if you're the best player, that means, it's got to be something really significant to be a bigger injury than a team's best player in a basketball game.
If Mahomes hadn't have come back in that Super Bowl against the Eagles,
Yeah, it could have been. All right, so what do you make of all this? Also, we'll talk to Elliot joining us in about 2 minutes. Let's get to Eric in Mount Laurel. Eric, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning.
What's up, Eric?
How you doing? So, quick thing on the Trevor Zegras. Yeah, it was fun. It was nice. It moved the needle in the way of the Flyers, or at least trying now. But it was a low impact trade for the Flyers. They got rid of Paling and a couple draft picks, so why not, right? This team will need.
Well,
to
the
move
why
the
not
needle.
is if you don't sign them long term. I think that's the why not. You're taking a bit of a risk here in the sense that he could be gone in 12 months. So that's the why not. But it's
They have so many draft picks.
they have so many picks. And Eric, I think maybe more than anything, it's signaling to their fans we are now trying to move forward. And that's significant.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing. So finally, we're moving that. As for believing in the Phillies, I think we're going to believe him until we don't. And it's more like Alvarado was such a big loss. I think if you throw Alvarado back into the equation, everyone is on board saying this team is going to the World Series. They're going to win the World Series. So taking Alvarado out of the equation, we have all of these prospects that are sitting there. If we're happy being the Milwaukee Brewers of making the playoffs and maybe getting knocked out, then that's what's okay for, I guess, the organization. But if they want to get over the hump and they want to win a World Series, they definitely either have to bring Painter up, see what he has, or make their moves, or I should say, and make the move to get a bullpen arm, to get a bat, because this team goes cold, or we put in Joe Ross in the playoffs and he gets rocked.
Sure.
What do you expect?
Well, I agree with you on that, Eric. I will say this, though, using last year as an example. So they didn't really make any significant moves, obviously, the trade deadline. I will tell you this. Had they probably still would have lost to the Mets. Let's just say they added one guy, whoever that is, one guy, an arm for the bullpen, a hitter, whatever. So many guys played bad in that series that it probably would not have made a difference. Now, I can't prove that, but that because the bullpen literally collapsed and the bats completely fell apart, and it all happened in the same week. Eric, give me a great answer for a duo, but we're looking for a duo with some contrast, like me and Fred Barnett hanging out the last couple of days. A duo with the contrast. What do you got?
So it's an age, it's a talent, it's everything. LeBron and Bronny.
Talent, yeah.
That's actually pretty funny.
It is kind of funny. Because Bronny's gone further than most high-end athletes' kids.
Oh, yeah.
Gretzky never had a kid playing the pros. Jordan didn't have a player playing the pros. But the way it was kind of forced down our throat makes it a funny answer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. How about the Lakers selling for $10 billion?
Oh, that was
Jeez.
wild. All right, let's talk a lot of Philly sports, not just Eagles, but want to do some 76ers draft stuff and Philly stuff as well with our next guest, Elliot Shore-Parks, who, of course, joins us every single Tuesday at this time. And Elliot is brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Good morning, Elliot.
What up? How you guys doing this
Quite
morning?
a bit, my man. Quite a bit. So, Elliot,
Amen.
let's start Phils, and then we'll broaden out. Question we're asking everyone today. This was in our poll yesterday. I wasn't here, but the poll question was, do you believe in this Phillies team? And 72% said they do, which, of course, is funny when you consider 2 weeks ago most people would say they don't, and really nothing changed other than they just played better and won games. Meaning that, the team is the team. I mean, it's basically the same team. Yeah, Otto Kemp's been a factor, but do you believe in this Phillies team, Elliot?
I don't. No. Look, could they make a run? Of course, they did it in 2022. They're a team where if the bats get hot, anything could happen. But I think we're ignoring, or I shouldn't say we. I think some people are ignoring some pretty obvious signs with this team. The bullpen, obviously not good enough.
Yeah.
They make at least one dumb mistake every 2 or 3 games, it feels like. In the playoffs, that will come back to haunt them. There's nights where you look at the lineup, and after like the 3 or 4 hole hitter, you basically have no confidence in the entire bottom of the lineup. And there's this. Bryce Harper is a complete question mark at this point. Not only is he not playing, we don't know when he comes back how long he'll stay healthy. He has suffered multiple injuries over the last few years. So could anything happen? Of course. They have some good hitters. Their rotation is great. There's just so many obvious flaws I can't believe.
So here's the thing I'll push back on, Elliot. I mean, you're not wrong about those flaws being a problem, for sure, and multiple problems. I guess one of the things I'm struck by when we have this conversation consistently, look, none of us, even Seltzer, who's a baseball dork, and for those that don't know, James actually has 2 TVs at home, and he watches a Phillies game on one and another game on another, which is like baseball dorkazoid on steroids. But that aside, Elliot, I would certainly imagine, I could use the word guess, but if we were watching these other teams every day the way we watch the Phillies, we would see other issues amongst all of them that we would say, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. I mean,
what an incredible argument you're making for the Phillies
Right?
when I make the same argument for the Jalen Hurts led Eagles.
Right.
This mistakes being made elsewhere, just like mistakes being made here, just being you don't record those mistakes elsewhere
think
the
I
way you do
magnify
for
Hurts?
our quarterback.
That's possible. That's possible. I mean,
so
Elliot,
you're aware of this phenomenon?
No, possible,
in
but not
some sports, but not others.
But not likely. Elliot, what do you make? Like, the Phillies have the 3rd best record in baseball, so these other teams have problems too, right?
Yeah, so I think it's a fair point. And again, they could go on a run. I think Dombrowski is in a pretty tough situation here because I think investing in this team, while I would not do it and I would not trade any of the top prospects, I also couldn't completely fault the guy. It is a last swing effort. I think this is their last chance. The team will look very different next year, in my opinion. So I couldn't completely fault him for it. But to your point about the other teams around the league having mistakes or having flaws,
Issues, yeah.
I agree with that. But the thing is, we have seen the flaws for this Phillies team cost them time and time again. So, yes, other teams have flaws, but in the postseason, we have seen the Phillies' flaws be especially hard to get over. Going cold at the plate. The bullpen last year against the Mets completely imploding, right? They had great pitching last year. The issue was they couldn't hit, and when it got to the bullpen, it fell apart. So you're right, other teams have flaws, but the Phillies' flaws feel like they're especially tough to get over in a short series, which obviously is what the playoffs will be.
All right, Elliot, let's go Sixers, then we'll get to the Eagles. So, when the Sixers got that third pick about a month ago, I think it was during the second round of the playoffs, I think. When they got that third pick, you came out pretty quick and said, if he's there, it should be Ace Bailey. It's about a month later. A lot of people now say it should not be Ace Bailey. Are you still on the Ace Bailey train, or have you moved off it?
No, I'm still very much on the Ace Bailey train, and I think the Sixers should be as well. I think it's such a classic pre-draft process thing that for pretty much 2 years, Ace Bailey has been the guy for number 3. He was the second best recruit coming out of high school last year, and then all year throughout the college year, he was considered the second, third prospect, however you wanted to do it. Now, all of a sudden, me saying I would take him third is some wild take. I get his pre-draft process has not been great. I don't love that he canceled the interview. But to me, this is much more of an example of an 18-year-old that's getting really bad advice. His agent doesn't have any other NBA clients. He's a first-time agent, and I think they're getting that Ace is listening to bad advice. So you just look at the player. I agree there's downside, but the Sixers are not in a position to make a safe pick. They need to take a big swing. And if Howie Roseman were making this pick, I feel very, very confident he would take Ace Bailey and take the upside as opposed to a safer pick.
Elliot, the Lakers are $10 billion. What do you think the Sixers are worth?
I thought you were going to say Eagles.
Yeah, probably not $10 billion if I had to guess. I don't think Josh Harris would be the owner anymore if they were worth $10 billion. No, I mean, the Lakers going for $10 billion, they're probably one of the top 4 or 5, if not top 3 most valuable franchises in sports. So I would say if they're worth 10, the Sixers are maybe worth 5, 6, something like that.
So tough to know.
Yeah. All right, Elliot, let's get to football, my man. Go ahead, John.
I'm getting worried a little bit. I love our team. I know we're going to be where we need to be when it matters, but those Commanders are getting kind of scary, and they just keep adding. How are you feeling about this Commanders team? Do you feel like they might be a team we need to keep more of an eye on?
No, I don't really think so. I mean, the Commanders are obviously a good team, but we've seen time and time again in the NFL that when you have a great year, it is super, super hard to do it again the next year. And that's especially true when you're counting on a young quarterback that has had 1 year of success. I think long-term, Jaden Daniels is absolutely a top 5-6 quarterback in the NFL. I think he's special. He checks every box. But Jalen Hurts, after his 2022 season, nobody thought he would have the bad year he did in 2023. So ultimately, you were always just as good as your quarterback, which is why I think Jalen, was the best player on the Eagles last year. But if we think Jaden Daniels is going to take a step back, which is likely, that means the Commanders are as well. I don't love the Debo trade. I like them going out and fixing their line. But I think there's going to be some regression for Jaden Daniels, and that will lead to some regression for the Washington.
Man, Elliot, I don't see it that way on him. I'm confused why you go there.
Well,
I mean,
why is he different?
I'll say this: their team may take a step back, harder schedule, I would imagine, stuff like that. But I mean, I don't
see with a lot of young core. I mean, C.J. Stroud was freaking awesome as a rookie. He took a step back his second year. I mean, Jordan Love, remember that whole thing? He took a step back.
He did.
The way he plays the game,
Carson
Joe,
did.
his body type,
Carson did.
Yeah, year 3. But I don't know, Elliot. There's a lot that don't. I mean, I don't remember Lamar or Josh Allen or Mahomes.
Well, Josh Allen took a step. Josh Allen wasn't that good as a rookie.
No, I
Allen,
understand. But I'm saying if we're saying once a player establishes as being pretty good, if you're asking me, do I expect Jaden Daniels to be worse next year? I don't.
Well, but there's a difference between saying is he going to be, awful next year, or if he's 15 to 20% worse. Is that enough where now all of a sudden the Eagles are 2-3 games?
Well, clearly, listen, to James's point, if Jaden Daniels has a Jordan Love or C.J. Stroud regression, then it makes it a lot easier to win the division. I mean, that's totally clear.
I agree with that, but also I would say this, that it just in general is super, super hard in the NFL to be good year over year. So Washington, while I think now is being run better clearly than they used to be, better ownership, better coaching, better general manager, they have still yet to prove that they are a franchise that can handle success and that can consistently win. So I do think in the NFC East, obviously they're the biggest contender. I think in the NFC, they're one of the top 2 or 3, but they still have a lot to prove that I think some of these other teams.
Well,
like the Lions,
I'm really impressed with the way they continue to add.
They've added
It
players.
is intimidating to me. Well, just go down their roster. Look at their receivers. You got Terry McLaurin. You got Luke McCaffrey. You got Deebo Samuel. Offensive line. Your left tackle is now Laramie Tunsil. And you got Tyler Biotis. Like, he's really solid. You got a second rounder in Sam Cosme at right guard, and then Andrew Wiley. He's a good right tackle. Zach Ertz is your tight end. They are, offensively speaking, they got some talent. They got some proven talent.
Yeah.
And then on the defensive side of things, Bobby Wagner leading up the linebacking core. We know Frankie Luvu's a guy who can run around and make plays. That defensive line, I hate their defensive line because they're so talented. And then on the third line, I just feel as though they've added in the right places at the right time and players in such a way that I never dreamt they could put this much talent down in Washington.
Yeah, so I think you're overvaluing almost all of those players. I mean, Deebo Samuel, I think, is on the clear downside of his career. I don't think he's the same player he used to be. Otherwise, he would have been traded for a lot more than what the Washington traded for him. Luke McCaffrey is just a guy. I mean, he's a nice NFL player, but he is not someone that keeps Vic Fangio up at night.
All right, well, Terry McLaurin's tough to keep up with. Michael Gallup is on that roster somewhere, too.
Michael Gallup is...
Yeah, Michael Gallup hasn't been good for like 5 years. But Terry McLaurin's also, I'm pretty sure, unless I missed it, currently holding out.
Yes,
yes. So, yes, look, I'm not trying to just completely diminish them. I just think you're trying to help you out here. I think you're overly worried. I mean, the Eagles are the clearly more talented team. It doesn't always play out that makes them the better team, but I think you're inflating some of these players just because I don't think they're as good as you're making them out to be.
Okay. All right.
Well, I know that Washington is better than they were last year, and last year they were
But
good.
I don't know if they definitely are because you're assuming Jaden Daniels gets better. You're assuming they build upon last year. We see a lot of teams not build upon the year before because of how hard that is to do. So you were right. I like the addition on the offensive line, but I don't think it's a given they'll just continue to improve.
It's an older roster, too. It's a lot of older guys.
Is. So this is the kind of roster that I played on when I was in Oakland, when we went and we grabbed Bill Romanowski from the Broncos.
You had Eric Allen, right?
You got Jerry Rice. From
Willie
the
T.
San Francisco 49ers. Yeah, Willie T is playing linebacker.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of old heads, but guys who've been around the block a few times.
Yeah.
That's what the Washington Commanders feel like now.
Well, okay, so Elliot, let me round this conversation out with this question. Based on what you're saying about Washington, it strikes me like you're saying it should be a pretty easy division for the Eagles to win. Is that your contention?
I don't think it will be easy. I think we're probably underrating the Cowboys a little bit. If Dak Prescott plays the whole season, which he might not, right? He's getting older. He suffered an injury last year. But if he does, I think you're looking at a Dallas team that'll probably win 8, 9, 10 games. And then Washington, I think, will be competitive. The Giants, maybe 5, 6 wins. I don't think it's going to be a super easy division to win. But the Eagles are the best team. We can sit here and talk about all these things that worry us about Washington. All those other 3 teams have to look at the Eagles and go, look at all these things that they're so much better.
I totally agree.
No question about that.
I totally agree.
Yeah, no question.
But I know that on some given day, Washington is good enough that they can give us problems.
Okay, we'll find out. Hey, Elliot, stay well, bud. Appreciate you jumping on as always. Thanks, man.
Yep, sounds good. Talk to you guys.
All right, Elliot Shore, Parks. Let's get to one more thing NBA draft related and then right back to the phones because, we've been talking about these 4 guys today, and Edgecombe obviously wasn't the one when the Sixers got picked 3 that immediately people were right on Ace Bailey immediately. And now you hear Edgecombe more and more. Let's go to ESPN's main draft guy. It's Jonathan Givony. He's like the Mel Kiper ESPN for the draft, NBA draft, that is. He does not think it is likely to be Ace Bailey. He goes to Edgecombe.
If the draft were tonight, I believe VJ Edgecombe would be the pick. That's the intel that we're receiving at this moment. VJ Edgecombe impressed the Philadelphia 76ers in his visit and workout last week. He met with the front office, ownership. He spent some time with Tyrese Maxey. It looks like he's got a clear runway there at 3. Ace Bailey has had a workout scheduled in Philadelphia, canceled it, and is really sending signals that he does not want to be there in Philadelphia. The gap between 3 and 4 talent-wise has never been that considerable, so that could ultimately put VJ Edgecombe in the driver's seat to be the number 3 pick, but it's still very much up in the air. We're hearing some trade talk at that pick, so I wouldn't take that quite to the bank just yet.
All right, so that's Gavoni yesterday. Edgecombe ranked 4th on a lot of big boards for players. He's also a guard, and he's a shooting guard, which obviously is a bit of a problem as it relates to McCain and Maxey. I'll just put this one in everyone's minds. Not inconceivable McCain or Maxey get traded tomorrow.
100%.
Right? I mean,
I would think more McCain than Maxey.
I agree.
I would think the other way.
Maybe.
Well, you're saying
McCain's
to
younger
move
and
up.
cheaper.
Yeah, no, maybe, James. Maybe the other way. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends.
It depends organizationally where they are and what they want to do.
And what they believe Embiid can do. Can he answer the bell and let's go for it right away with Maxey?
And Paul George.
And Paul George, or just say, enough of that. We're building for the future. It wouldn't shock me if either gets traded tomorrow. So a lot of possibilities for the Sixers, and obviously we're just, more than anything, trying to get you educated today. I don't mean that in a rude way. Like, I mean, like, I'm trying to avoid tomorrow night when the Sixers make the 3rd pick in the draft.
Who?
80% of people are like, who the hell's that guy? Like, I mean, who is that
Well,
guy?
the Sixers managed to turn off everybody this past season.
But it sounds like
fault.
it should come down to some combination of Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, or Con Knippel. So we'll see ultimately tomorrow night who it is, but trying to get you ready for that.
Knippel would be fun for one reason. Hearing people pronounce his name.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a long and storied history in this town of mispronouncing players' names.
Yes, we do. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. I step away from for a couple days, and people are now all back in on the Phils. They're all, to use an Allen Iverson term, swolled up with the Phils' recent success. And look, they have played well for about 2 weeks now. But the meat and potatoes of the team are the same. Hasn't changed. They've just played better lately, which is why we ask you, do you believe in them? I mean, let's not act like things got structurally different. Yes, AutoChem came up, but it's basically the same parts of the team. So I'm curious if you believe in them now, why you do now and didn't 2 weeks ago. Because I think 2 weeks ago most people did not, and now I sense a lot of people do. And you can't just tell me they played good for 2 weeks. Because I'll give you this prediction for the next 3 months. They're going to have their good spurts and their bad spurts, all right? Take that one to the bank. It's like the frickin' stock market. Take that one to the stock market. You're going to have your good days and your bad days. You're going to have your good spurts and your bad spurts. But I ask you, do you believe in them on the whole, knowing what they are? And one thing we do know is what they are. Hasn't really changed. Let's go to Nick in Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Yo, Joe, welcome back, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. I love Bermuda. Jen and I went out there and did some deep water soling where you rock climb right over the cliffs, drop into the ocean, and then swim back up and climb back up. Pretty intense, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, needless to say, I did not partake in that.
Can you imagine?
What the opposite of that is. Yeah.
Whenever you're ready to go rock climbing, you just let me know, Joe.
I appreciate that, Nick. Thank you.
Would you do that?
It depends on whether it's a pebble or a stone.
I hear that. The Phillies, they are so back and forth, and I was feeling down on that until I realized that the Yankees are 5-5, the Tigers are 5-5, the Mets are 1-9 in their last 10, and it seems like all the top teams are going into the same swings as we are. But I do think that they have to make some moves, but maybe not sell off all the prospects, because when we are playing at that high end level, we're a top 3 team all day long, maybe even number 1 at times.
Well, I do believe the Phillies are a top 5 team. They currently have the 3rd best record. But if you ask me on the whole, do I think the Phillies, when this season is over, will have one of the 5 best records in baseball? My answer will be yes. Now, listen, they may not have a bye and the 1 or 2, because the Mets are pretty freaking good also. But I tend to think the Phillies will win the division. I tend to think the Phillies will have a bye and be a team to be reckoned with in October.
Good shot.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a bye, that's okay. They
It's
didn't
okay.
have one last year.
Had one last year and lost.
Oh, 2 years ago.
Didn't have it the 2 prior years.
Yeah.
But, Nick, it is fascinating, man, because, the swings that this group puts us through emotionally are pretty extreme. It's really unbelievable.
Top team in baseball when they're good, worst team in baseball when they're bad. It's
not quite that far, but fair enough. All right, Nick, give me a duo with a big gap between them in honor of me and Fred Barnett hanging out the last 2 days, and he's known as cool, and I'm not. Give me a big gap.
I'm going with an answer of biblical proportions. I'm going David and Goliath, baby.
It's a big one.
So I don't know if I call them a duo.
Fascinated by the David.
That's not a
Goliath
duo.
stuff
I don't know if
lately.
they are.
They're not a duo.
They get lumped
What do you
together,
mean?
but it's not
No.
as like a
Adversaries.
They're not a duo. They're not a duo.
David and Goliath is always lumped together.
Of course they are, but they're not a duo. They just happen to meet on the field of battle.
They are clumped, though.
Yeah, no, they are, but
They're adversarially joined.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Conjoined.
I don't like that answer. All right, give us a better answer than that. 215-592-9494. Reminder, as always, you can watch our show on YouTube, and you can comment on YouTube. We love the comments and questions that come from YouTube. We'll get to some of them as we move through the show. More of the draft-related audio for you to know on players that will be available for the Sixers at pick 3. Also, Jalen Hurts' announcement yesterday of his book. We'll get you that audio as he announces his book for kids. Pretty cool stuff. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics. And we ask you, do you believe in the Phils? Let us know on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook because baseball fans love the long ball. Now, the local squad doesn't hit that many this year. But we all love the long ball. And, of course, with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, they're giving you even more reasons to love home runs on Tuesdays during the MLB season because it's Dinger Tuesdays. That's right, Dinger Tuesdays, with all FanDuel customers getting a home run profit boost on Tuesdays. That means you can bet on the moonshots and take your winnings to new heights. So lock in and find the player or players that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. You can go yard tonight and all season long with Dinger Tuesday and the home run profit boost at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm gonna ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Dell Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less. Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. See what I did there? What I'm saying is not to worry because I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. I had them come out to inspect the house. They hooked me up with a preferred partner plan and made sure me and the family are set for the summer. Christian's got me covered and they've got you too. Stay cool this summer with Christian, the best service in the business. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHVAC.com.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Now through July 5th, explosive savings during a red, white, and save sales event. Only at CJ's Tire and Auto. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon Tires, CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NBA season just ended, and even though the draft is tomorrow, we're done until October. The NHL season is over. NFL training camps are only about a month away, which means, hey, baseball, it's your time to shine. Don't drop the ball. How about building us some other stars besides Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge? Hey, baseball, take center stage. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor if you're not careful. You can overpay big time. You can buy TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. So don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. And at Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. So picky. It's an explosion of color and movement. They're just gorgeous. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It has a special kind of brilliance. Isn't that what she deserves? I think so. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem, NL East leading Phillies in Houston. They'll open a 3-game set with the AL West leading Astros, 8 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Astros have an MLB best 14-6 record in the month of June, including 9 wins in a stretch of 13 consecutive games without an off day, despite dealing with a ton of injuries. Tonight, it'll be Ranger Suarez starting for the Phillies against Framber Valdez. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Phillies businesses, technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Sunny, a high of 99. It's currently 88. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Apparently.
Hey, yeah, so he tries to bring it back and throw it on me because I'm stuttering during a read. I couldn't. Yeah, sometimes you stutter. Sometimes you don't say the sentence right.
Course.
That doesn't mean I'm a coward who doesn't just walk off the back of a boat into the water. You should be ashamed.
So the noodle thing, but everybody had it because you're out there for like 30 minutes with you can't put your feet down.
Not jumping off is way worse than the noodle.
The noodle's fine. The noodle's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But fun time in Bermuda. Barnett
You lowered yourself backward into the water.
Frontward. I went front. It was kind of awkward. At the very end, I turned around and went backwards. But I was sort of going down front way.
I wish
Why?
there was video.
Why were you going
Fred
down
might have it
at
because
all?
Fred had a lot of video. He was watching most people swim the whole time, and he had video going.
Did you get normal swimmers, or were you trying to wear shirts and do that full body swimming with clothes on?
I was showing the torso, man.
Yeah,
the concave chest.
Did you get tan?
Hey. You know what?
Did you shave before you did it?
No, but I lathered up so much with
that's
sunscreen.
good.
Yeah,
Good. That's
I really
you should.
did. I did.
So you didn't do any tending to the hair?
I did not do any tending.
Because remember,
no
we
waxing
did
or
see.
anything.
Clean it up down there.
There is some hair. When he did the
Clean
waxing,
it up down there. Yeah.
He shaped the hair on his chest.
Well, that was a unique situation. I was trying to pull a fast one, and I did. All right, hope
you're
you're
like Fred in your hair on your chest right now. Okay.
Can you imagine that? That would be so lame. All right, anyway, it was good seeing
Not
Fred
as
Barnett.
lame as it's going down the ladder.
Not as lame as Fred Barnett inviting me to his house.
No,
What's
come
wrong
on.
with that?
That is amazing, though.
It was
It's
fun.
amazing that he's nice enough to do
We've
that.
become pretty good friends, really good friends, which is nice. All right, so a lot to comment on. Obviously, the Phil's the main thing. I guess the NBA draft, secondary thing. Draft tomorrow night. Phil's back at it tonight versus Houston. By the way, this Houston guy they're dealing with tonight, I hate him. I'll always hate this guy, as long as I have the right guy. Isn't this the dude that pitched Game 2 and had his gloves all over his face and his hair and his face and his uniform? Like, I'm watching Game 2 of the World Series in 2022 and saying, I was going crazy. Can the umpire please go out there and check this guy? You remember that, John? He was wiping that thing everywhere and then throwing the ball, and the Phillies
suspicious.
Very suspicious. I mean, I couldn't stand
There
that guy.
clearly were emollients that were somehow getting onto his hands.
I just thought it was enough.
I was thinking emollients too.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought it was enough that it merited the umpire to tell him to knock it off.
Yeah, emollient
check it out. And,
emollient check.
My God. By the way, check. Just be careful today with the heat. Obviously, check on older people. If you know someone older, maybe living by themselves, the heat is really going to be extreme. Cecily Tynan had a good tweet yesterday. I mean, I never thought of this before, but I thought, let me pass this on to all the dog owners, because Cecily Tynan had a tweet that I thought was interesting. Here's what she wrote yesterday. A reminder to pet owners to walk their dogs on grassy surfaces during this intense heat. Mm-hmm. Asphalt and concrete can reach paw-burning levels.
Totally.
If it's too hot for your bare feet, it's too hot for their paws.
You want to hear something funny?
I never thought of that before.
Cecily
you don't have pets.
No.
Cecily Tynan held my dog once, randomly.
How about that?
When we adopted him, we found out when we got him from the place, they were actually like, he was on the news, and they showed us like this clip because they were like, for the thing, and Cecily Tynan was the one doing the newscast, and it's like Cecily Tynan holding Ruben as he's like a baby, and it's hilarious.
I like that. Now, did she also hold that dog that ripped your face off and bit it off?
No, she didn't. Different dog.
Do we know about where that dog's whereabouts
That's
is?
not Jimmy's dog.
No.
Only you could take a nice story and turn it into something.
All right, Rhea, let me ask you a question. If you take a dog, and I'm not advising anyone to do this, but on the really, really, really hot asphalt today, will the dog look to scamper off? Like a human would be
the
like,
dog
get
will
me,
burn its paws.
Get me the hell out of here.
Try to get off.
Yeah.
Like, does the dog know to?
No, like I'd say, like yesterday. So basically, all I did yesterday was take him out back, Cheney. I said, just go out back, do your business, back in. It's too hot for you to be outside. So I mean, he was in and out. So he's just going in the backyard.
So some dogs have a real problem. Some dogs have more of a problem than others because their faces are smashed. My new dog has his face smashed in because he's a French bulldog, so he can't breathe to begin with.
Wow.
Now, when it's humid outside, it makes it even more critical that I give him water at all times and make sure he stays cool.
It really is hot. I mean, 99.
It's rough for dogs.
It's
the
rough
only
for
way
humans.
they can like sweat is to pant. And, that's not always efficient when you can't even breathe as a tiny little smush-faced French bulldog.
Yep. All right, well, look, everyone be careful today because obviously the heat is extreme. Let's go to the phones. Also, we're still looking for the answer. Amy from Villanova asked me after the Halliburton injury, and I didn't know the answer. Is that the biggest injury ever, like most significant, in a Game 7 deciding game of the NBA, NHL, or MLB, or a Super Bowl, or a college basketball championship or college football championship, the deciding game of an entire season? I don't know of an injury bigger, but I certainly don't know at all. I mean, maybe there's something. I mean, that's a big one, man. It was the best player on the team. Anyway, do you know of a bigger injury in a championship game? Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. I thought of Brandon Cooks, but I mean, that wasn't, it's not.
And there are always
this.
massive
There's always
injuries.
random injuries. Yeah.
I played in an AFC championship game where our quarterback was knocked out in the first quarter.
And that would be different. Yeah, that would be earlier in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, look, someday we're going to have an injury where the quarterback has a concussion in the Super Bowl and is told you're not allowed to return and will want to. I mean, that day's coming at some point, but it hasn't happened yet, certainly with the new rules.
Jalen tried to come back in the Washington game, remember?
Jalen in the
regular season, remember?
Tried to come back in.
He was doing the thumbs up to the...
Yeah.
The guy, they're like, oh, he's coming back in. He's got
he was out for
helmet
like
on.
3 weeks with the concussion. It was like, oh, great.
So, yeah, I mean,
Anyway, just curious, can you think of a bigger injury in a championship game? Offhand, I can't. To the phones we go. JP in Plymouth Meeting. Good morning, JP.
Good morning, guys. How's it going? Rhea, how you guys doing? Everybody having a good day?
Yeah, man.
It's
all good.
I'm on board with the Phillies. Let me tell you why. Because I said over the weekend, this is the best starting pitching I think I've seen since 2011.
I think it's better, JP.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
I do.
Wow, even with the 5 aces.
It's close. Okay, well, it was four aces plus either Blanton or Worley, depending on what part of the year it was. I think it's better, and part of what I base that on, and this is maybe a little unfair, but I'll say it, I think Painter will be up at some point, and I think that will put him over the edge.
No,
I think it's amazing.
I know they were called the 4 aces.
Yeah, they were called the 4 aces.
I just the Painter thing. I don't know that we can count on Painter to be awesome this year.
No, I agree, James.
It takes close to 2 years for guys to be back to normal after Tommy John surgery. I just.
All right, James, let me ask you a question. All right, here we go. And this will be a good poll question. Maybe we do it later in the week. Who do you believe in more to contribute this season for the Phillies? Painter or Nola?
Oh, it's not a great one.
No, I'm just asking. I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, probably Painter, I guess. I don't know. I'm really concerned about Nola.
Do you like Painter more than Abel?
Painter gave a great performance.
We're talking about the 5 here.
No, I know. All right, JP, I'm sorry.
Painter over Abel.
Let me ask into that in a second. JP, let me flip it back to you. Go ahead, bud. I know we keep cutting you off.
No, that's okay. It's all good. But the people that have been struggling of late have been producing. They're a solid team. Look, and you guys said it earlier. There's going to be times where not every game or not every series is going to be sunshine on rose petals. There's going to be some downtimes. But this is a solid team, and right now they're the best team in baseball.
Well, I don't know that they're the best team in baseball, but
I said they're the third best.
Oh, third best.
They're
I'm
up
sorry.
there.
Yeah, they are. No, well, yeah. And factually, they have the third best record. That's correct.
That's the whole goal right
JP,
now. JP,
give me a duo with a gap in there somewhere.
All right, I got to keep it local. I'm going to go DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince.
All right, give me the gap. What is it? What they ultimately accomplished?
One's
it was
Will
the
Smith
talent,
and the other's
Will Smith. Will Smith went into acting with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and they tried to bring in DJ Jazzy Jeff, and he made his appearances once in a while.
Yep.
But Will Smith just took off.
I think it's a great answer, man. I think it's a really big time answer. I mean,
I didn't even think it needed to be explained.
Well, I just
very clear.
I just wanted to find out. I mean, yes, Will Smith.
One's Will Smith and one's DJ Jeff.
That's
Jazzy Jeff.
I will say this: DJ Jazzy Jeff, and if he's listening because he's from here, dude. I mean, this is no disrespect, because it was probably someone else's idea. I thought his character on The Fresh Prince was one of the worst characters ever in a show. It was a horrible. It was like, what are they doing? Why did they make him that?
What did they make him? I didn't
They
see
made
it.
him aloof, kind of not quite dorky, but just not like James. How would you?
That's how bad it was.
Well, it wasn't that often. How would you sum up DJ Jazzy
dorky?
Jeff's character?
I don't know that he was dorky.
Cool. No, I'm not saying quite
had
dorky.
A vibe. He was
aloof.
Sure, kind of just
It wasn't funny.
No, it wasn't. I don't think it was as bad as you.
It stunk.
But
I thought his character stunk in that show, which
I
is
never
a shame.
really thought about it.
Maybe he didn't pop up that
me,
much.
Yeah.
Maybe he never really was comfortable doing whatever that was. You know, and therein lies the discrepancy that we're talking
Maybe.
about. Will Smith was comfortable in front of the camera, in front of that whatever, in that role, in that scene, and DJ Jazzy Jeff felt.
Well, if someone
out of
can
place.
sum up better than I did what his character was, hit us up here. I just thought it was like just not funny and just not fun. But anyway, 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Keith right now. Keith, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. How are you today?
Good, buddy.
So I'm calling in because I have an answer for Amy from Villanova.
A Game 7 injury? All right, talk to me.
A Game 7 injury, best player on the team,
Okay.
1970 New York Knicks, Willis
Yeah,
Reed.
but they won.
I know, but he was injured, came back in dramatic fashion and won.
Well, yeah, no,
That's a pretty good answer.
It's an interesting answer.
You just kind of outshone Joe in Amy's eyes.
Well, I mean, maybe if you want to call it significant. I mean, he scored 4 points. Walt Frazier had 39 points and 17 assists, but everyone talked about Willis Reed saving the day with his 4 points.
Yeah. That's substantial.
So Walt Frazier, by the way, got totally screwed in that. The guy
He's the best player.
He went for 39 and 17, and no one ever talks about him.
No.
But no, Keith, I know that, I get it. The story is that Willis Reed gave them a tremendous emotional lift. I get that.
Yeah.
It's an interesting answer.
Nice.
Thanks,
Good job. He answered Amy from Villanova's
Well,
question effectively.
I don't.
So does he win her hand?
No. Well, I still think Halliburton's a bigger injury, but because his team lost. But anyway,
yeah.
All right, Keith, not a bad answer.
Good try.
Give me what you got for a duo.
You just don't want to lose Amy to this man.
Okay.
Keith, what do you got, buddy?
How about for a duo, you got The Rock and Kevin Hart in Central Intelligence.
Yeah, it's a good answer. They've made a couple together.
They have.
Jumanji.
Yeah, The Rock and Kevin Hart. All right. Boy, Kevin Hart is small, man. What is he, about 5'4"?
5'2", I think.
Is he really?
I could be wrong, but I think he's like 5'2".
He is.
Wow. That is really,
How
really.
tall is Danny DeVito? Is he
Similar.
4'10"?
He's like 5'2". He might be.
I would think
he might
less.
Be like 5,
I think he might be under 5, but
I
I don't
agree.
know. I think on It's Always Sunny, I've heard him referred to as 4'10".
I would be surprised if he's 5 feet tall.
Yeah.
We can look it up, but
4'10", according to the
Yeah.
internet. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd get to 5. I mean, he's,
That is petite.
All right, let's go to Ben in Millville. What's going on, Ben?
What's up, Joseph? How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah. How's the golf game coming?
You know what? I'm planning on playing hopefully twice this week before, hopefully, me and Fritz are playing on Sunday, but we're still waiting on word whether Sunday is the day. But I will be ready if it is. I hope it's blistering hot. And, dude, that fool's going to melt like frosty.
Are you afraid to jump off the side of a shallow end of a pool?
What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just wondering.
I can deal with the heat.
Just the shallow end of a pool. Just walk off the side of like three and
You're
a
not
half
supposed
feet.
to jump into the shallow end of the pool.
Okay, but no, you can.
Well, I wouldn't.
Just jump in feet
John,
first to the shallow end.
I do not jump into a pool.
You've never
lake,
done this.
Ocean. I don't do it.
Never in your whole
I
life.
think I did it once or twice ever.
Wow.
Years ago when it's like.
And it was scary or
yes,
something?
for me it's scary.
Because it was were you on a diving board?
I think I went off the diving board one time in my life.
You think you're going to jump and drown?
Well, anything's possible.
You won't.
It scares me.
You'll float. Your body will float back up.
I'm just telling you, it scares me. I mean,
His body type, definitely.
come on, Ben.
Dude, we're trying to help him.
That ain't cool. All right, Ben, what do you got on our Fighting Phils?
Fighting Phils, I mean, you're exactly right. Nothing's changed, but, why not? They're more better than...
Why not? I'll
than
tell you why
worse.
not. Because they're going to have their bad slumps again, and people are going to turn on them, and you'll probably be one of them.
Heck, if they lost this weekend, hell yeah, I would have been one of those people, with a pitchfork. Dude, the world's ending.
So,
We're
one game
Philadelphia
different.
fans.
I have never seen a season in which people have been in and out more, I think, than this one season.
Well, and that's
in the
what
half
the
a year.
previous 3 years have done to them.
You're
That's
right.
why they have a shorter leash.
You at 1,000,000%.
Yeah.
And we identified this in April. It was very obvious that people were going to get in a bad mood very quickly and a good mood, to a decent degree because they do have a really good team. And it's like a yo-yo this season. It's really been an odd year.
Because we know what could happen. They could think they could go cold. Anything and everything could happen.
Well,
and
that's true.
We're waiting for it, but we don't want it to happen. We want a long deep red October.
And we've got a great chance at that happening.
I'm with you. All right, Ben, give me an answer. A duo with a gap between them.
Common Sense and Joe DeCamara.
Oh,
I like that,
man.
I like that.
Oh, you
That's
hurt.
good.
You hurt my feelings. All right, when we want to hear about some of the draft prospects, we turn to Jay Billis. So John Clark had Jay Billis on his podcast in recent days, and obviously a couple of the main ones are Ace Bailey and VJ Edgecombe. So let's start with Billis talking about Ace Bailey and what he could bring to the table.
He could be this huge Grand Slam home run. If you don't take him, you look bad because you passed up on him. And then if you take him and he doesn't realize on that potential, you look bad because people were pointing some of these things out now. But he's got the highest ceiling of players that'll be available at number 3.
Sounds like amongst the true experts that really know all these guys in and out, it sounds like Ace Bailey's the one considered the biggest boom or bust once you get past the first two guys. And of course, you want the boom in an NBA, situation because the boom can change a franchise, but the bust can really set you back. So it'll be fascinating to see if they draft him. Now, VJ Edgecombe is a real possibility as well. Ballas talked more with John Clark about Edgecombe.
Why wouldn't you trade back?
Because you want to get the player you want.
Considering.
Well, I'm sure they are considering.
Strongly considering.
I'm sure they are.
Trading out here.
All right, let's get to Billis on VJ Edgecombe.
VJ Edgecombe of Baylor is a wing, and he's probably the most athletic wing in the draft. Kind of high flyer, really good vertical, excellent in transition. He goes after the offensive glass, and he's a multi-positional defender that can be really impactful on the defensive end as a wing. He can make a standstill 3. I think he's got some growth there, but he kind of reminds me, and I'm saying this at 19, if you compare when these guys were 19, he reminds me a little bit of Victor Oladipo at 19, and he reminds me a little bit of Dwayne Wade at 19. Now, obviously, those guys went on to be a hell of a lot better later on than they were at 19, but I think that's the sort of trajectory that is possible for VJ Edgecombe because he has those kind of measurables right now.
Look, you hear Wade's name, gets you excited.
That sounds pretty awesome.
I know,
doesn't it? I mean, that sort of defensive versatility of a Victor Oladipo, man.
He was very
Dwayne
good until his
Wade.
injury. Wade, obviously, a massive Hall of Famer.
Think about
the
that.
problem is, though, he's also talking about style. I mean, I remember that guy, Dunn. Who was that guy? Was he a Providence guy?
Yeah, Chris Dunn.
Chris Dunn. And everyone said he plays like Dwayne Wade. And the problem is he got to the NBA and he played more like Dwayne that no one's ever heard of.
Dwayne Wayne.
Dwayne Wayne, yeah. Exactly right. All right, let's give you one more.
He had cool glasses, though.
Yeah, he did.
I really want to bring those back because I have my glasses change colors now in the sun.
Yep.
What about the flip downs? The Dwayne Wayne.
Yeah, but that's not the
flip
coolest thing about him. What is it? Come on. It's very obvious.
The coolest thing about Dwayne Wayne?
Going out with Jasmine Guy.
I mean,
I
was going to say
are you kidding
Whitley,
me?
but
Yeah, Whitley was awesome. All right, one more here on one of these draft prospects. Let's get to Con Knippel. Unlikely the Sixers will get him, but you never know. He's in that range. Chris Spatola of ESPN, one of their draft guys, talked about Con Knippel. This is Duke's Con Knippel. Let's listen to what he said.
Let's talk about Con Knippel. He can do a lot with the basketball. Like, he's a very willing and productive passer. He's not a great athlete. He's not a jet with the ball, but because of his bulk and because of his size, he's very good at using that size to create angles and get himself to the basket. So he was a much better finisher at the rim than I expected this year. I mean, I would be shocked if he gets out of the top 5. And honestly, I think it comes down, to a question whether it's Philly or whether it's Charlotte, who you value more. VJ Edgecombe and Con Knippel are two very different players. But the one thing they have in common is the character piece. You are talking they and Cooper Flagg, you're talking about the 3 highest character players in this draft.
Look, we're going to know tomorrow night. I mean, you really got 4 options beginning at 3. Twitter poll question of the day is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, who do you want the Sixers to draft at 3? The 4 choices really do come down to Rutgers' Ace Bailey, Baylor's VJ Edgecombe, Texas's Trey Johnson, and Duke's Con Knippel. Who do you want them to get? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Certainly, this is something we'll be talking even more about tomorrow on draft day. We also have this poll question, and we'll probably talk more about this tomorrow because the Heat ain't going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be a hot week. We ask you, which is worse in Philadelphia, the extreme heat or the extreme cold? So we're not basing this on Antarctica versus the equator. We're basing it on Philadelphia extremes. Rhea, which do you think is worse?
Well, see, I used to love the cold.
Yep.
When I was a skier, and we had a home. My parents had a home in the Poconos, but now I like it when it's hot because I can go in the water. I mean, I love to swim, so I just with the snow and the extreme cold, that like hurts.
Well, it's brutal. I'll start with this. I hate them both. I mean, if we're talking the extremes, like you guys know, I'm walking a lot. I'm running more. Like this is not probably the day I go on a walk on a 99-degree day. I mean, this is the I'll do that tomorrow day, and then the problem is tomorrow's I'll do that the next day. I mean, it's just like 99 degrees. Listen, 5 degrees or 99 degrees are both brutal. I think extreme heat is probably worse, but it's close. It really is. Let's go to the phones. I want to get to this Jalen audio as well as he announced his book yesterday. Let's get to Tim in Swedesboro. Tim, good morning.
All right, everyone. How are you?
Great, Tim.
Joe, I hope you like Bermuda. I'm so jealous. I've never been there. I've always wanted to go there.
It's really nice, and it's got a, I forget the miles. It's not big.
It's one of those white sand places, right? Like if you go to Bermuda, the water is clear and blue.
Very beautiful
and the
view.
sand looks white. Like, I think there's so few places like that I've actually been to.
Yeah, I didn't notice the sand thing, but the water is that beautiful blue that you'd want it to be. And it's just got, you got the, I guess they're palm trees.
Why is it blue in some places like that? Is it just because the sand is white and it's reflecting?
I don't know. I did notice the sky clearly had less pollution.
Oh, really?
Which maybe also impacts the water. Like, it was very clear to me that it was very clear.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
awesome,
beautiful.
Man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to say with these Phillies, man, like it was so awesome to see them like take 2 out of 3 from the Mets. Because I'll be honest with you, I was a little nervous at the beginning of this year. Like, oh, what's going to happen? We're going to go back to our old ways. Like, we're going to get exposed again. Now it's like, okay, we had one bad game. Okay, big deal. So you bounce back the next game, and that's exactly what they did. So I'm thinking, I'll say, well, what's this, a 3-game series with Houston, or is it 4?
It's 3.
Yeah, because it starts on a Tuesday. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to say we'll probably do the same thing. Take 2 out of 3 from Houston.
Well, that'd be a nice thing.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, look, these 2 teams could face each other in the playoffs. At this point, there's so many teams the Phillies have lost to. It'd be rematches all over the place.
I love
right?
I love the idea of facing off against a
Did
great
he just
pitching
burp
staff.
on the air? Was that a burp? What was
I don't
it?
know what that was.
There was it was like it was not a belch, but there was something that was happening.
It was guttural.
It was like a gastrointestinal release of some sort.
Tim, Twitter
Sorry.
poll question of the day
I don't know what
tomorrow.
that was.
that a burp? Because John's trying to act like it wasn't.
That was not me. That was not me.
No. We know it wasn't you. I mean, we're pinning it right on Richie.
That was me.
All right, Tim, give me an answer for a duo that's got a gap in there.
All right, I had some time to think about this. I'm going to go with Shrek and Donkey.
It's a pretty interesting answer,
Yeah,
too,
that's a good
right?
answer.
Yeah, we're getting good answers for contrast.
But you don't really like Donkey at all.
I don't know them.
You're not a fan of Shrek.
No.
and
I don't like
Donkey?
Shrek either.
Man.
Well, I've never seen it.
I
What a
like
great
animated
pair.
movies, unlike Joe. I'm all about animated movies. I am not a huge Shrek guy. I actually think Shrek of all the big ones is
Oh,
the most
no.
overrated.
Really?
Yeah.
Totally.
I think it's just
Okay.
personally.
Oh man.
And I love like all the Pixar movies. I'm in on all of them. Like I love animation.
Yeah.
I think Shrek's just okay.
Fair enough. All right, so Jalen Hurts has a new book. Of course, this follows a few weeks before when Brandon Graham announced the book for kids. This is like young kid stuff. This strikes me as kind of the 5 to 7 age range. I'm not quite sure, but that's what it seems like, young kids. So let's listen to Jalen with his announcement yesterday. This is good stuff.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jay Hurts tapping in. I'm back home on the east side of Houston, Texas, where it all began for me. Tice Elementary, and I'm very excited to share this moment with you guys. It's always been a dream of mine to have my own children's book, and I'm blessed to say that that dream is now becoming reality. We're better than the touchdown. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of love put into this book. It's very heartfelt because without the lessons learned, I wouldn't be where I am today. And so I'm excited to extend those lessons to the next generation, and hopefully it uplifts them just as the many lessons I learned did the same for me.
Good stuff. Jalen Hurts. Again, the name of the book is Better Than a Touchdown.
Do you think he calls himself Jay? He's like, Jay Hurts here.
Well, so I hadn't heard that before.
That was interesting,
no,
right?
it was.
Stuck out to He's like, Jay Hurts here. I mean, he could say Jalen Hurts. I mean, you know.
It certainly might be what friends call him.
Yeah.
That we didn't know. Because I had never heard that.
Me neither.
Are we now allowed to call him Jay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think so.
All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Christy in Bluebell. Hi, Christy.
That's what didn't call my hand.
Christy! Oh, she's
not ready.
She's got the kids, I think, maybe that was her in the background. I thought that was a younger
that was
kid.
Christy, I think. Yeah. In the
All right,
background.
Christy, we're going to put her on hold. We'll try to get her back aligned. Let's go to Rashid right now in Westchester. Good morning, Rashid. Oh, no.
Rashid.
We never have
Rashid.
we never have three in a row. Randy in Delaware is coming through. What's going on, Randy?
How you doing? Let me take your guys.
You got it, buddy.
All right, let me take you off my Bluetooth here.
So, Randy,
All
what's
right.
it like to have a name that is the same as feeling a little sexual inclination? Like you're Randy.
Oh, man, just being Randy. I call myself the Big Arbowski. Yeah, that's what my buddies call it, Big Randy. You know,
I mean, John's a
cool.
toilet. I'm coffee, but you're like
cantaloupe.
Well,
yeah.
You know.
I like that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Randy.
You're right, Randy. You're right.
All right, Randy, what do you got for us today on the Phils, buddy?
All right, this is the big thing, and I've been saying this. We need to make a massive splash. I am in on Kyle Tucker. I think bringing Kyle Tucker here, I don't want to give up all of our assets. I think that in a perfect world, Dave Dombrowski will call Howie up and be like, Howie, give me what you would do.
So why would the Cubs do
Yeah,
this?
the Cubs aren't trading Kyle
Yeah,
Tucker.
I mean, Randy, why would the Cubs do it? They're in first place.
That's the thing. I don't know. That's who I was in. Hopefully they
Well, why don't you get
fall off. I
Otani
don't know.
then? I bet you go get Aaron Judge.
I would like Otani.
Yeah, see,
Tucker's a free agent after the
Cubs are coming up
season. You could argue. I mean, the Cubs aren't doing it, but like he
No,
is a
they're
free
not.
agent at the end of the year.
Maybe
So it's
the Cubs
only-
will
yeah.
pull a Flyers and be like, you know what?
Yeah,
we don't want
really
the playoffs.
We already won our World Series. We're good.
Yeah, that was just wishful thinking. I'm out on the guy in Chicago. I don't think that he would be a good fit here.
Luis Robert, you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm out on him. But the biggest thing is we need to find a closer, like that kid in Oakland. I think if we can get a good closer, because with all this great pitching, it's the bullpen that's killing us, and we got to pray that our bats don't.
Well, Randy, your phone zapped out for a second, but look, the bullpen is obviously an issue, and it's the bullpen, and it is obviously the outfield are the two biggest issues. All right, Randy, you got a shot here to win the Bare Naked Ladies tickets. Give us a duo that's got some contrast to them. His phone's still just not working out there. All right, let's get to Christy and Bluebell. Good morning, Christy.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Christy.
How are you today?
Super.
Hey, first of all, I want to say I think I got robbed on Friday out of those Eagles concert tickets. I think my answer was the best.
All right, so Christy,
here.
Me, James, and Ray were not here. So give us what the topic was, what the winning answer was, and what you believe should have won that you said, and me, James, and Ray will determine if you were robbed.
Okay. So the topic was to give someone or something that is iconic.
Okay.
And I answered, it was for the Eagles concert ticket.
Sure, of course.
And I answered Merle Reese is iconic with the Eagles.
Yep. And you're leaning right into the prize. Like you're bullseye. I get the strategy. Not a bad strategy. And which person or thing did they award as the winning answer?
They awarded it to the Titanic.
What?
What?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think Titanic's what I call. I mean,
I wouldn't have gone Titanic.
It is in a sense, but not. It's many things, but I wouldn't say iconic is the main thing that it
That's
strikes
not a
me.
word I would use for.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say iconic.
No, it was down to Merle Reese, and Titanic.
Wow.
And they voted
You
for
did,
Titanic.
Christy. Christy,
Yeah.
guess what? I'm with you.
Yeah, I agree.
You were robbed.
Thank you.
I mean, the Titanic's a lot of things, but I just don't think iconic is the main
Yeah.
word that it conjures up.
No, I
No.
don't think so either. So I thought I clearly had the win there, and I was like, oh, so yeah.
Christy,
But,
you know what they said to you that day? No. Hey. All right. What do you got for us today, Christy?
Oh, what is going on with the these new pitchers that are coming up with the Phillies? I wanted to talk about that because I'm sure you guys noticed. Maybe it's just like, does it happen all the time where they pull these new pitchers up and they had a good game or two, and then the other teams seem to figure them out.
on.
You talking about Mick Abel struggling a little bit more lately?
I'm talking about Mick Abel. I'm talking about Lorenzon from last year. I'm talking about Michael Mercado. They seem to be figuring these kids out real fast.
Well,
Micah Mercado is just easily figured out, I think.
Abel's
is the
got
issue.
3. What does he have? 3 starts under his belt now.
No,
And
I
it
think it's
feels-
up to 4 or 5.
Feels like he's had
It's not just 3.
a
I think it's more
span.
Yeah.
He's had the good with the bad, and the
Yeah.
good was very, very good.
Yeah, it was.
This
outstanding.
most recent game was his least impressive,
Yeah.
and I think that's why it lodges in our memory most. But he's been good.
But Christy, to be clear, your basic point holds that other teams scout, and then they make adjustments, and sometimes they can clobber people. I mean, look at you use a hitter like Don Brown as an example. Teams made adjustments on him, and he couldn't hit effectively after that. So the scouting world is a big part of baseball. Big part.
Yep. I agree 100%. So I was just at that game the other
Sure.
night on Saturday. That was a rough one, man.
Well, yeah, Mick Abel got hit around pretty early, and that was kind of that. But a good series, winning 2 or 3. All right, give me a great answer for a duo that's got some contrast.
Okay, did anybody say twins yet? With
Yes.
Arnold Schwarzenegger? Ah, damn it.
Could have won.
Sorry. 2 hours later, somebody said it.
Well,
Darn.
Rhea said it
I
even
said
before that, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, Rhea said it. Okay, sorry, Rhea. How about Tom and Jerry? I'm just going to a default.
I appreciate the call. I don't think it's a great answer. I mean, not really. Not really. 215-592-94. I don't know. I'm trying to.
He was robbed
No,
on Friday.
other than
though.
being different species, I don't really see much.
So what is it? One is a rat or a mouse? What are they?
Are you serious?
What are
dude?
they?
A cat and a mouse.
Cat and a mouse?
Really? Are you
I-
serious?
no, I wasn't.
What is wrong with you?
What would you think it would be? Like a cat and a mouse.
So
Like that's a
Wait,
thing,
you
right?
thought? Hold on. He
Little
thought
rodent
Tom
guys.
and Jerry was a rat and a mouse.
Well, I was trying to figure. No, it's
you said a rat and a mouse.
and a mouse or a mouse. I hadn't.
You said a rat and a mouse. Tom and Jerry, was that a rat and a
Have
mouse?
you never seen Tom and
I
Jerry?
saw it a million times.
Clearly you
I
haven't.
also,
that was
I
a
also
rat.
was 6 years old,
You
41
thought
years
Tom
ago.
was a giant
So
rat.
were we,
Tom,
buddy.
which is another name for a cat, a tomcat. You thought that was a rat.
I hadn't thought it through.
A giant cat-looking rat.
Let a guy have a moment without everything having to be drilled down on like he's a world-class doofus. All right. We'll get to some of the comments and questions from YouTube. Phone calls up ahead on all this. The draft, obviously, we'll be doing even more draft tomorrow. And the Phils, we ask you this very simple question. Do you believe in the Phillies, this Phillies team? Do you believe in them? And the follow-up question, of course, why or why not? Let us know. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't let one of these plumbing problems ruin your summer. Contact Horizon Services today and stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. And you won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services has same-day service, so they'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. As always with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't have to worry about having enough hot water for everyone in your home. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit, horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, Help is on the way.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. This was an entertaining postseason of basketball, but why does it seem like everyone is so unhappy? The TV coverage was bad, the non-final storylines were distracting, the Achilles injuries have been demoralizing. The NBA is an entertainment product, but it's up to Adam Silver to make this league more enjoyable. I'm Bart Winkler.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Fire up the grill because Wild Fork has your ribs, and I'm talking all the ribs you can imagine, like pork spare ribs, only $2.28 per pound, or mouth-watering venison French rib rack, only $25.98 per pound, or my family's favorite, pork St. Louis spare ribs, antibiotic-free, only $3.98 per pound. These are the absolute best for a delicious summer barbecue. Toss them with Wild Fork's smoked pecan rub, bake low and slow in the oven for 2 hours, and then char on a hot grill, charcoal, gas, or wood, you decide. And for an amazing finishing flavor, brush with your favorite barbecue sauce for that sweet, smoky twist and every fall-off-the-bone bite. Visit one of their greater Philadelphia retail locations today, Wild Fork. If you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies in Houston for the start of a 3-game series with the Astros. Both teams leading their respective divisions. Phil's coming in after taking 2 of 3 from the Mets, 11-9 in the month of June. Astros are 14-6. Those 16 of Houston's 20 games in June so far have come against teams under 500. It'll be Ranger Suarez against Framber Valdez, 8 p.m. here on 94 WIP. Pro Football Focus has ranked the top 10 returning NFL head coaches entering 2025. I'll read through them till we get to 8. Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, the other Harbaugh, Kyle Shanahan, and then checking in at 8 would be Nick Sirianni. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sunny, a high of 99. It's currently 91. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, I can say this, days of my youth, I didn't think me and Fred Barnett would be hanging in Bermuda. When I was like 11, he was catching touchdowns for Randall. Good time there, though. He's got a great family and great friends. It was fun.
How do you think Fred Barnett feels when he sees you at the edge of the pool? Fearful. Yeah,
I do have to get
and everyone's like, "Come on, Joe.
Yeah.
Come on, jump in, Joe."
I saw him
saying,
taking video, so maybe he has that portion. I don't know. He did say to Amy, I wasn't there at this moment, but something like, WIP, listeners got to see this. Now, I don't know what that was about.
You're damn right we do, Fred.
It was something about me in the water. Maybe he was getting in.
You have to see it. I need to know. Yeah, you're right, Fred.
We need to talk to Amy.
No, we don't.
Or Fred.
No, we don't. No, we can let that go. I will consider it. Let me first find out the evidence, how incriminating it is, and if it's not that bad, then maybe I will authorize its release. But maybe it's really
that
bad.
could be crazy. I'm just imagining.
I just
to Joe's credit, he does
take a
leave
beating?
himself open to the jab. Open. He's doing this. Like just swim wildly, as wildly as you want.
Right. Sometimes, sometimes
I won't even try to block it.
Yeah, I'm trying to rein it in a little bit. All right, let me give a jab to a buddy of mine. He just texted me. We're looking for most impactful injury in a championship game ever. And my buddy says Joe Montana versus the Giants in '90. Huge injury. Not a title
Bad
game.
job by your buddy there.
Yeah, that is an NFC championship game, not the NFL championship.
We had a caller, I don't think it's as big as Halliburton. We had a caller say Willis McGahee in the national championship game. That was a pretty big one.
That was.
He was the best player on that team.
And that's when they lost to Ohio State at the very end, right?
Yep. Yeah, so that's a pretty good answer.
That's a pretty good answer. Because it's football and a running back, I wouldn't put it above Halliburton.
I wouldn't either.
But it's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So far we got Halliburton, we got Willis Reed, but his team won. We got Willis McGahee, his team lost. We got Colt McCoy, his team lost. I don't know, man. I think it might be Halliburton. I mean, let me ask you a question, James. A starting pitcher, can you remember a starting pitcher in a Game 7 gets injured early? That's it?
I can't.
I can't either. I can't.
I feel like there's one we're missing and we're just not,
I don't know.
you know what I mean? I feel like there's got to be.
I don't think there's anything recently. I mean, maybe there's something in 1950, something we don't know about.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Halliburton was the best player in the Pacers. He was out early, and that was it. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Brian in New Jersey. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
What's up, Brian?
Man, we haven't heard from you in a long time, Brian.
I know. I'm always listening, though, Joe. I promise.
Thank you, buddy.
So it was funny. So I went on vacation last week, too. I went to Bermuda for the first time. I went on a cruise.
Nice.
And the only thing that sucked is I was like, damn, I really missed top 11 week. I was pretty pissed about it. But
I wish I had missed it.
So do we. Yep, there we go.
Nah, don't worry. I got the Odyssey app and I heard you had Hurts off your list, but that's for another day.
Okay.
So yeah, dude, Bermuda was beautiful. Yeah. It's a small island. It's 20 square miles total, but it was beautiful, man. The bluest water I've ever seen. I've been to Hawaii. I've been to some nice islands. Bluest water I've ever seen. And they have pink sand beaches actually, which is crazy. And we did cliff jumping. We did the Crystal Caves. It was cool. It was a great time, man.
Good.
But the coolest thing about it, we were on a cruise and we shipped out of Manhattan. And you know me, I wore all my Eagles gear, because I'm all right, it's New York. I'm going to rock all my Eagles stuff, all the Super Bowl stuff. Dude, when I tell you, there were so many Eagles fans. There were Eagles chants, Phillies fans. It was insane. I'm with my girl's family, who's all from New York, and they're saying to me, they're like, dude, how many freaking Eagles fans are on this boat? It was crazy.
That's very cool, man.
It was such a great feeling to feel, honestly. I felt awesome about it. But,
well, so I've noticed that in a few spots, and the camaraderie obviously coming off the championship. The guy that was my one of my taxi drivers, I guess. I don't think it was Uber. It was taxi. Huge Eagles fan from the Vic Deshaun days, and I think he was wearing something, and so Amy said the Philly thing, and this guy gives us a go Birds, and we were off and there's just such a sense of spirit, with what the team has accomplished, and not even just this past year, but this last run, the last 10 years or so. It's really been, I mean, it's the highest level the Eagles have ever attained. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Nah, it was awesome. It was a great time, man.
Good for you. All right, Brian, you can win the tickets to see Bare Naked Ladies. Give us a duo that's got some contrast.
So I got on a little late, and I don't know how good it is, but did anyone say Bill Belichick and his girlfriend?
Has been said could win, but not by you.
Oh, man. What about Frank and Nancy Sinatra?
Okay. All right. I mean, if you say so. Now, what's the reason there? I don't know the backstory.
I don't know. Is the dad just cooler than the daughter or something?
His dad?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, Nancy was the daughter, right? Yeah. And it was her song was "These Boots Are Made for Walking," right?
I don't really what the.
Yeah, I don't know the contrast either. I'm not sure.
So
it could be a talent thing. Yeah,
for your Tyrese Halliburton, best player injured in the championship game, wasn't the Pistons? Remember Isaiah?
That was Game 6.
But Game
Impacted
7,
Game 7, yeah.
the injury got
Yeah,
so
you're right.
much worse because he hurt it Game 6, but then Game 7 couldn't play with it the
As
way he
effectively.
could in 6 because it
Yeah.
swelled up on him. It got worse, and that's a big reason why they ended up losing that thing.
So-
Remember, the Pistons ended up winning 89 and 90
No, I do.
back to back.
They almost won 3 in a row.
That team
Yeah.
should have been
Look,
world champion.
it's an interesting answer.
That was Game 7 they lost
right. It's a little
without
bit-
Isaiah.
A little bit of a workaround. I get you. Happened in 6, impacted 7. Look, Tim Kerr missed Game 7 of the Flyers in 87, and he might have been their best player. I mean, Rhea, that was a crusher when Edmonton won that. I was so proud of the Flyers, but not having him in Game 7 hurt.
It was one of the worst ever because they had played so amazing.
Oh, so
they had
good.
Played so amazing.
And I remember the puck slid, I think, through Hexy's legs with about 5 minutes to go. It was the 2-1 game. And I think it was Glenn Anderson, scored a goal to make it 3-1. You knew that was it.
Yeah. It was
oh, my God.
Because Edmonton was just like the greatest team in the world.
They might have been the greatest team of our lifetime.
yeah.
And the Flyers hung so...
It was one of the few times.
That's in my book, Rhea. I was very proud to put that in my book.
Well,
because a lot of younger people wouldn't know about the 85 and 87 Flyers. They were really, really awesome.
I argued with you vociferously,
Yep.
after one of I think it was the Arizona one, where you were proud of them. And I
Yep.
said, not in a million
Yep.
years would I be proud of them. That Flyers team,
Yeah.
100% was.
I agree with that.
They went toe-to-toe with the best.
I totally agree. All right, YouTube. Seltzer has rounded up some questions or comments that have come in through YouTube today. So, and a reminder to everyone, watch our show on YouTube. You can watch us, literally. It's not just listen, but watch. And then also we enjoy when it gets interactive with questions and comments. Seltzer, what are people firing out there?
All right, on that topic we were just talking about, Sean says, didn't Tua get hurt in the championship game and Jalen replaced him? I believe that did happen. But was that the SEC championship game, I think?
That was the
Not
SEC.
the national championship?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So almost.
Yeah.
All right. God Country says the freezing cold is way worse than the extreme heat. I disagree. I think the extreme heat is worse than the cold.
I disagree too. I do. I look, and I'm not trying to get really deep here for a moment. I'll say this: if you are homeless, now, I mean, just putting it out there. If you are homeless, I would think the extreme cold is worse,
without a doubt.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're not homeless, which most of us are not homeless, knowing that you can get inside at a certain point in the day, I think the extreme heat is worse than the extreme cold. Look, they're both brutal. I mean, neither is enjoyable, to say the least. But I don't know, man. The heat is just oppressive is the word I keep
They
coming
say
back to.
freezing to death is very peaceful. Like
Yeah,
Jack London.
Who
Jack
who
London
says
wrote,
that?
Yeah.
Well, Jack London wrote a book. No, a short story.
Can I
to
do
build
your
a
line?
fire.
How do they know?
Yeah, right.
That's a good point.
If he didn't,
that's a really good
die.
point, actually. That's a really good point.
That is a good line,
And
Ray.
that one I'm going to have to agree with you. Nicely done.
Well, they
For
could
the
talk
first
to
time.
someone who almost froze to death.
Well, almost is not the same as,
Yeah, but they could say, all right, well, you almost froze to death, and that person would be like, yeah, it was so peaceful. It was
Yeah, I don't
amazing."
think they would. I
It's
mean, at a
possible.
certain point, they might have lost consciousness, but I
Exactly.
can't imagine on the road to losing consciousness it was peaceful, but okay. All right, James, give us another one or two of these.
Yeah,
What?
let's do two more. Rick says, I believe the Phillies starting pitching is the best in baseball, but they won't even make it to the World Series.
Well, they might not.
Tough, Rick.
But they might.
Yeah, but they might. Yeah, exactly.
And they might win.
Okay.
All right, last one, and this is from WP33, and I think this is, speaking for all of us, yuck. Enough of the Joe body hair talk.
Joe body hair? Well, that was like, what, an hour ago?
Well, they come in across.
Well,
time,
because, Richie wanted me to shave the nipples again or something?
Well, no, you did something so gross with your nipples when you were waxing.
Well, yeah, I had
when
just...
you're fearful. You made 2 nipple patties of hair.
I did. I really did. I shaved everything but them. I mean, it was kind of effective, frankly.
But at the time, we didn't even realize that was off. Because it was
you never
just
seen
all so off.
Well, you never
Like,
saw the
it
bare
was-
chest before, so
there was so much to take in.
Yeah, I slid it past you. I mean, you didn't know any better. All right, let's go to Scott and King of Prussia. So keep the questions and comments coming on
Slid it past
YouTube
you.
every day. We enjoy the YouTube interaction. Good morning, Scott.
Greetings, team. My God, I will gladly switch the topic.
Yes.
So I agree this Phillies team is capable. They are capable of winning the World Series, but I just want to state my position that I don't think they're going to.
Okay.
All right? the season's a roller coaster, 162, up and downs. We treat every game and every series in this town like it's football.
It's gotten a little bit more like that in recent years. I don't quite know why, but it has. It's been an interesting. I'll give you this example, Scott. I don't remember in '93, and the Phillies had a big lead. It got close in July and a little close in September, but I don't look. The Phillies in '93 went 52 and 48 in their last 100 games, which is basically 500. I don't remember people having the doubts, and maybe it's because they hadn't lost 3 or 4 straight years in the postseason. People are very quick, which is ironic because on one hand, you would think this current group should garner more respect because they've been consistently very good, but it's like
consistently going backwards in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, going backwards.
I mean, that's what people are,
No, you're right.
That's people
you're right.
That's all. One on the one shoulder going, oh, this is a really good team. The other shoulder is,
no, you're right.
Odds are good we won't go backwards this year.
Yeah, they'd have to lose in 3. Well, they could lose actually in 2 in the first round.
Yeah.
So that would be.
Oh, man.
It could happen. Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
I mean, just losing in the first round period.
Sure.
Because they got the bye last year. So.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I mean, one of these years that's going to happen, guys. You make the playoffs enough years in a row. At some
That's
point,
not
you're going to
gonna
get clipped in
happen
2
this
games. All right, Scott, go ahead, man.
All right, so when I look at this team, this team is dangerously close of getting old very fast. The plus 30 crew, Wheeler, Nola, Schwarber, Harper, JT, Castellanos, the list goes on.
Yeah.
And for me, you live through it with watching the other core that we love so much get old so fast, and I just don't want that to happen again. If I'm the GM, I'm not going to allow it.
Well, Scott, they do have a good thing with some of those guys, which is it's the end of the contract soon, and I think they're going to move on from more of them than most people think. Like I'm telling you, I go to JT, and it's like, dude, 1-2 year deal at the most, and if you don't sign it, I'm getting a different catcher, and I love JT. I think he's the best catcher the Phillies have ever had. I mean that. But I can't.
Agree with you. But I'm not bringing JT back. I got to get this team younger.
1 year deal, I might.
Maybe, but with Ranger, I'm going to do my best to try and re-sign him by the deadline. And this is not going to be a popular opinion. But if I can't sign him, which I'm not going to be able to because his agent is Boris, then I'm going to trade him. It's time to trust this new organization. I'm going to promote Preston Mattingly because I like the job that he and his staff has done. I'm going to let Dave Dombrowski go early to Vegas. I'm going to assist him out the door. And I'm going to get started building for the next core. And the first trade I make, if I can't re-sign Ranger, is I'm going to bring in, I'm probably going to be able to get that outfield prospect, and not even a prospect, but probably an outfielder that's on a current roster, and maybe even a pen prospect for Ranger, because he's going to have great value at the deadline.
Look, it's something
it's
something to consider. We've been talking about it.
I want to remind everybody about Ohtani, and I'm not saying Rangers Ohtani or anything like that, but the Angels owner, because of his pride, held on to Ohtani knowing that they were not going to re-sign him. They could have traded Ohtani at the deadline for 5 top-notch prospects. Take a look at the Nationals team.
Yeah.
Look at the people they brought in for Soto. If you trust your GM and if they do a good job, and I trust Mattingly now, then you can build for the next core. There's so much you could do. I just want people to be open-minded to it. If you keep the core as is for too long past this year, it's going to drop off.
Look, it's a very reasonable point, Scott. All right, give me an answer for a duo with a contrast in there.
All right, I joined a little late, but if it's been said, I apologize. I'm going to go with Felix Unger and Oscar Madison, the odd couple.
Yes, I said it. Give me a different one.
Oh, damn. How about David Letterman, the gap between his 2 front teeth?
You got it. All right. Bigger one, that or Strahan?
I think Strahan, yeah, for sure.
Is he the biggest?
This is big.
Yeah, I think Strahan
His is big.
It really is, man. I mean, it's really something. All right, let's go to Justin. Justin, good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller to the show.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
So, yeah, the Phillies, I've believed in them all year for the most part. I've kind of, said it for a while. I think they're
For the most part.
clearly a top 5.
What is that?
Yeah, like they're clearly a top 5 team in the major leagues. I think they're definitely making the playoffs. I've said that all year. And I think the trade deadline is going to tell me what I need to know about the team. I think they, and I just want to talk about the trade deadline. Sure. I would rather them, kind of go all in and just lean into the pitching aspect. And like, if you were to tell me we can get one bullpen arm and one, decent bat, I'd rather get 2 strong relievers and just kind of like, in football we talk about a team having an identity. I almost would rather just, unless if we're getting a heavy impact bat, like a Jose Ramirez, if he becomes available, that's a different story. But I'd rather go into the 2 bullpen arms than get like 1 bullpen arm.
So, all right, Justin, let me say this. I have gone back and forth on this. It honestly, to me, feels like about 10 different times in the last 2 months. And one of the complications why I often lean toward bat over bullpen is I just tend to think they're going to slide some starting pitchers into the bullpen. So, I wish we knew what Nola will give them, what Painter may or may not be able to give them, and the effectiveness of Abel as a bullpen guy. I mean, imagine a scenario where all 3 of them are added to the bullpen.
I
Right?
imagine Aaron Nola just being relievery.
I don't, John. I don't think it's about him as a reliever or not. I think it's just about whether he gets good again. If he's good, you can use him in the bullpen. And by the way, I'll say this. Nola could be extremely valuable given that you have 3 left-handed starters likely to start in a series. Let's say a manager loads up with right-handed hitters against Luzardo, Sanchez, or Ranger, and now here comes like the 5th or 6th inning, and Nola comes in for 2 or 3 innings. Like, that's...
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with you. I like that.
I'm sorry, say again, Ray?
That's frightening to me.
Well, no, I get it. It's all about whether he reestablishes. But, Justin, I'm not totally out on Aaron Nola. I know a lot of people at this point view him as someone they will get nothing from the rest of the year. I don't. I mean,
it doesn't feel like he's going to walk guys, which is great for your relievers, but doesn't it feel like the pop a home run here and there and everywhere is like the downfall of Aaron Nola when he's not just right.
Yeah,
and that in a reliever is not at all what you're looking for.
But I'm hoping he was
anytime
injured.
homer.
I'm hoping that he because was it really just an ankle? I don't know.
Well, then
about
it migrated up to his rib cage.
Which makes me wonder, was there stuff going on the whole time? And was that why he was ineffective instead of he was ineffective because he got to 30 and can't get it back? I mean, to me, that's the million-dollar question. Was he ineffective due to injury or just he's old? I guess we'll find out in time, Justin.
Yeah, the thing that stinks about Nola is the re-injury, and you just can't bank on it. Like I'm not out on him.
Well,
either,
you can't bank on
I don't
him.
think you can depend on
No.
it. So you got to act as if.
But I know this, Justin. Without knowing what they'll get, as we sit here today, I'd rather have him in the bullpen than frickin' Joe Ross.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
of course.
The guy I want, though.
All right, Justin, give me an answer for a duo with a gap in there.
I'm assuming it was said, but Batman and Robin was that
No.
said?
No, that's
How
a
was it
huge
not
answer,
said?
though.
Massive, massive answer.
So what's the gap?
So
that
Robin is a nerd.
Lame?
Like,
Robin
yeah.
is so lame.
Like
Robin
the lamest.
takes the ladder to back into the shallow end.
Fair enough. Yeah, Batman and Robin's not bad for, effectiveness, I guess. All right, 215-592-9494. Time's yours and more calls up ahead on 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you. At NovaCare Select Sports Center of Excellence, they are specialty locations focused on the needs of athletes. If you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and NovaCare will prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, it's just another way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
The Astros bang on garbage cans. We ring the bell. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a 3-run home run for Edmundo Sosa.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's time to get down with my guy, Chase Brown. The former Illini had a great sophomore season, and things will only get better in year 3. Brown finished top 20 in the NFL in yards after contact and missed tackles forced. I love Chase Brown. 1,000-plus rush yards at plus 175. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor. If you're not careful, you can overpay big time. You can buy TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest difference can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. At Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. So picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It has a special kind of brilliance, that color. It's almost like it's moving. Isn't that what she deserves? Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. The diamonds are incredible. I love the David Yurman stuff so much, too. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Pretty good pitching matchup tonight in Houston between the Phillies and Astros. And live here on 94 WIP at 8 p.m. will be Ranger Suarez going against Framber Valdez. PFF released a list ranking the top 10 returning NFL head coaches. At number 1, Andy Reid, followed by Sean Payton, Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Jim Harbaugh, Kyle Shanahan. Then they finally remembered Nick Sirianni and put him at 8. Have plumbing or drain problems? Call Roto-Rooter. Their experts are ready 24/7 to tackle any issue, big or small, for fast, reliable service. Trust Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Sunny, a high of 99. It is currently 91. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGammer and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A little call reaction for you on this hot Tuesday morning. Man, Bowie was great. I know I said it every time James plays a song, but All right, let's round out our 2 Twitter poll questions of the day. Both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. All right, let's knock out first the question about the weather. So the question is, which is worse, extreme heat or extreme cold? John, how do you think people voted on these 2 choices?
I'm going to say people are mad at the extreme heat right now, so that's going to get more votes.
It does. 61% say extreme heat is worse. I agree with that.
Let's ask it again in the winter.
Yeah, we really should do it right, Ray. No, you're absolutely correct. All right, let me just ask this question, John, before we move on to the next one. So you dealt with training camp a lot, obviously, in some pretty oppressive heat, to say the least. What is it like to play a game in football in the December, January range when it's really, 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 really cold?
Awful.
It's got to be, right?
So awful. And no matter how hot it would get, we knew that, that was better. Even though you're dying out there and you're doing everything you can to stay hydrated, and that's a real challenge. The cold hurts. The cold stings. The cold, football hurts to begin with, but man, that cold, when it gets extreme, no one, no matter how crazy you are, no matter whether you grew up in, I don't know, upstate Minnesota.
Yeah.
You can't possibly like banging your head on other people's heads in that cold.
It is amazing. Teams, though, that the team is from the colder climate and their players have been immersed in it for a couple months.
It makes a difference.
They do seem to be able to handle it more.
Yeah, well, you're practicing in it. You're getting more used to it. Remember last year, Coach Sirianni, I thought it was really smart. He had us practicing outside at the link for postseason play because we were going to play at the link outside.
Where the game is.
Might as well.
It's pretty smart. All right, the next poll question, and we'll get into this a lot more today. I will say this. I'm finally actually excited for the Sixers draft. Now, I'm not a 10 out of 10 excited. But when I was like a 1 or a 2 out of 10 excited 2 weeks ago, I think I'm now up to about a 4 or a 5. I mean, it's a great opportunity for the Sixers. I mean, they do have the third pick in an NBA draft. And I know we're all in a bad Sixers mood, and we should be in a bad Sixers mood. But I think it is getting a little bit exciting.
I've gone the other way. I was at 3 before.
Really?
I'm like down to a 1.
Are you really?
Yeah, all this. As it gets closer, it really does feel like there are 2 stars in this draft, and the Sixers got the third pick.
No, I get it.
You know what I mean?
I do.
So it's just, yes, it is good for the Sixers. It should help them. Maybe it'll turn into something where years from now, I'm like, thank God they took Ace Bailey. Wow. But I can't get myself juiced up for it.
Yeah, no, I get that. Here's the one thing I'll say on a pushback. A lot of times, I mean, there are a lot of them.
Yes, we're the best player. Yeah.
No, maybe. Like, there are so many guys that become outstanding that weren't considered 1 or 2 when they came out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that happens all the time.
Like, what was SGA when he came out?
11.
Yeah, 11.
11? And Steph was
7.
Yeah.
And Greek Freak was like 13?
Yeah.
I mean, there could be someone that will be the best player we haven't even talked about.
The Sixers got the best player in that draft with the third pick with Embiid.
Yeah, I would think so.
I guess in the first round, Jokic went in the second, but you know.
Oh, did he really?
Jokic was the same draft, right? Yeah.
Were they really?
Yeah, I think so. I'm almost positive. I know Jokic was a second round pick.
Wonder if they could have drafted them both.
Oh my God!
I wouldn't put it past us. You get 6 centers.
All right, so that's right. Here's the poll question today: who do you want the Sixers to pick at 3? So, John, the 4 choices, we had them in alphabetical order by last name: Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, Con Knipple. Who won this poll for once?
Doesn't it just feel like Ace Bailey has the highest upside, and so he's going to win this thing?
He does not win the poll. VJ Edgecombe wins the poll. 38% say him, or he, I don't know which it is. Ace Bailey, 31%. Con Knipple, 20%. Trey Johnson, 11%. Let's listen one more time to Jonathan Gavoni of ESPN. He'll tell you who he thinks is most likely to be the guy.
If the draft were tonight, I believe VJ Edgecombe would be the pick. That's the intel that we're receiving at this moment. VJ Edgecombe impressed the Philadelphia 76ers in his visit and workout last week. He met with the front office, ownership. He spent some time with Tyrese Maxey. It looks like he's got a clear runway there at 3. Ace Bailey has had a workout scheduled in Philadelphia, canceled it, and is really sending signals that he does not want to be there in Philadelphia. The gap between 3 and 4 talent-wise has never been that considerable, so that could ultimately put VJ Edgecombe in the driver's seat to be the number 3 pick, but it's still very much up in the air. We're hearing some trade talk at that pick, so I wouldn't take that quite to the bank just yet.
I will tell you this. I tend to think Ace Bailey not meeting with the Sixers will not be as much of a factor as some people might think.
No.
I mean, let me put it this way. If you don't want to draft him because you think he'll be an immature guy for his career, that's a legitimate argument. But if it's just like he's being a tough guy on the way in the door, Josh Harris, who, believe it or not, has been around longer than some of these other guys within the Sixers organization, could say to his GM, hey, I remember when frickin' Porzingis went meet with us and my GM said, let's take Okafor. And then, that was a disaster. So if I'm Josh Harris, and I don't want Josh Harris involved in basketball ops. You guys know I would not want that. But I think it's reasonable for the owner to say to his GM, by the way, I don't think Morey's the kind of guy that would actually be influenced by someone not meeting with him.
No.
I mean, the one thing in Morey's defense, I'll give him this, because there's not much to defend him on, but he has looked at Ben Simmons and James Harden and been like, all right, you want to get traded? Well, I'll trade you on my time. When I think,
well, and that's what he should do here. If Ace Bailey doesn't want to come here, you just tell the Charlotte Hornets or Washington, who's right behind him, who want him, I'm going to draft him.
No, I mean,
so give me something.
Well, that or actually just keep him if you think he's the best.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what do I really? I mean, what is Ace Bailey going to sit out his whole career?
Yeah, he's not going to come here. Like, come on.
It does feel like that gives you the most options, doesn't it? Like, just take the guy and maybe keep him, maybe trade him.
Right.
I don't
but
know.
to be clear, that's if he's really the right player to pick, because there are now a lot of people that say he's not. That say, well, he's got this athletic upside, that he takes horrible shots and, all that stuff. So, anyway, we'll get into it more tomorrow. To the phones we go. Sean in Havertown. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing well, Sean.
Good. I think the Dre Greenlaw injury may have been more impactful on the outcome of the Super Bowl.
I can't buy it with a linebacker. It certainly was a factor. There's no question. But
he had shut down Kelsey, one catch for 1 yard for a quarter and a half, and then Kelsey came out at 93.
yeah. But I mean, Halliburton is the best player in the Indiana Pacers, man. The best.
It's true.
And honestly, it's not even close. I mean, it's just not even. I guess Siakam's their second best player, and it's not even close.
Yeah. Well, it was a sad way to see that.
Oh, it was terrible.
It was actually a great series.
It was a great playoff. Look.
Well, it felt like it was going to be a great Game 7.
It did.
It felt like we got robbed of a special game.
Yeah, like all the air went out of it.
Right.
Yep.
Totally. I think the Phillies need to trade either Suarez or Luzardo for Duran, the reliever, out of Minnesota. I think that just because Luzardo and Ranger, they're done after this year, right?
No, so Luzardo, you got one more year, but the argument on moving Luzardo is if you think Ranger will agree to a long-term deal, if you wanted to then move Luzardo, you could. But I'll say this, you better have Nola ready to go or Painter ready to go. I mean, I don't want to trade Ranger. Like, it was a bummer to lose Milton Williams and Josh Sweat and all that, but they also helped the Eagles win a Super Bowl. Now, the Eagles get a compensatory pick, but you get my point. I mean, it is nice to use the player while you have him, so.
Well, and you're playing, I think, to win a World Series this year or next, and you definitely need bullpen help.
You do.
I know you're saying a bat, but I think if you don't get bullpen help, the chances of them winning a World Series are less than if they don't get a bat. So I would try to get a.
To me, it's very close, man. I think it's very equal on that one. But all right, Sean, give me a great answer for a duo that's got some contrast in there.
Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
Give me the contrast. Define it.
So the contrast would be in the fact that Michael Jordan took 3 years off and didn't play, and then that Michael Jordan was sort of the bulldog and Scottie Pippen was the puppy dog.
Okay. All right. I'll write it down. I don't think it's the best answer. It's decent. I mean, you can go with the basic facts that MJ was just, significantly better. But, I mean, Pippen was also outstanding. I don't think it's really.
There were games where he would look like he would do his best MJ impression.
Listen, Scottie Pippen was great.
Would go for 35.
Well, John, let me give you a fact. In the 1990s, this is a fact. A lot of people, I mean, it probably won't surprise hardcore basketball fans, but maybe lesser fans will be surprised with this. Like, the 5 main categories most people think of in basketball: points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. Now you got the 3-pointers made, and field goal percentage matters and all that. But, like, you adding them up, the points, rebounds, assists, steals, blocks. Pippen averaged more rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks
than
Jordan.
Yeah. He was a great
in
defender.
the 90s,
man.
right? I mean, he
did it all.
He was a very well-rounded player.
Yeah.
With that said, MJ's MJ. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, of course, is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
How typical would it be for this organization to draft a guy that doesn't want to play for a competitive team? Where's Sam Hinkie when you need him?
Yeah, that's
A little irony there.
That's the anti-Ace Bailey argument. I get it.
John Ritchie, get a third dog if you're scared of the Washington Commodes. Save this one, okay? Because they're not even going to make the playoffs. But if they do make the playoffs, they'll be one and done.
So I'll say this, John. I'm a little bit more on your side than other people are. I mean, I don't take it for total granted that the Eagles win the division. They probably will. But Washington's
I think they'll
pretty
probably
good, man.
win the division. You never know with injuries and everything else what can happen. This young quarterback for the Commanders is really solid, and they're putting a pretty good team around him. And they're doing a better job. They will do a better job of protecting him with Laramie Tunsil as their left tackle.
Yep.
That goes without saying.
It's interesting. I've never heard anybody describe cowardice to defend their style. So I wanted to break down your style, Joe. You wear floods, your mom does your laundry, you still take baths, eat like a child, you chew your toenails, you're a sore loser, and you wear a Phillies costume? I could go on and on, but I think I've got your style pinned down. You're a smacked ass.
Oh.
Yeah, well
Come
done.
on now.
Hey, listen up, Philadelphia. If you aren't high on this Phillies team, listen to this. It's the middle of June. You're sitting on the beach drinking an ice-cold seltzer, and you got Kyle Schwarber hitting dingers. You got Phillies taking series against the Mets. You got Otto Kemp coming up, being the spark for the team. One of the best records in baseball? You kidding me? We got the Braves coming up? I mean, this is what we live for.
Yeah, look, I'm excited about the Phils, and it seems like more people are now, certainly than 2 weeks ago, which is good. But just know this, guys, the roller coaster will continue. Don't think it's all going to be smooth sailing. It won't be. And with that, Time's Yours, we shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, let's get a couple more calls in here. That includes Mike in Cherry Hill. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. I have a Game 7 injury for you.
Yes.
1969, Lakers Celtics. Wilt Chamberlain gets injured with midway through the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Wanted to come back in. The Lakers coach, Butch Van Bredeklaff, refused to put him back in, and the Celtics won.
So I thought about that one, Mike. It's a great answer, and the big thing historically has always been, why didn't the coach put him back in? And it sounds like he and Wilt did not have a good relationship. Is that your understanding?
I agree.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And that's what it was about?
Yeah, so Wilt sat on the bench.
It was a personal matter?
That's what I've always heard. Wilt, it was Game 7, and he sat on the bench for the final 5 minutes, and the coach didn't put him back in.
Yeah.
Now, he might have been upset with him that he came out earlier. I just don't know enough, but it's one of those marks against Wilt.
The team lost because of a tiff between Wilt and the coach?
Game 7, and the other team, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Man.
Yeah.
Never heard that.
All right, Mike, that's a very interesting answer. Give me a different answer for a duo with a contrast.
How about Billy Martin and Reggie Jackson?
Wow, that's an interesting answer. I mean...
Yeah, you just don't think of them as a duo, but they were in the moment.
They were in the moment. I mean, man, when they almost fought in the dugout.
Billy Martin. I mean,
what
just
a character.
The all-timer.
All-time.
And great, too.
How about
Great
Steinbrenner? Was it 5 times he hired and fired, or was it 6?
Something insane like that. Yeah. No,
you know that, John, right?
No. Yeah.
Bill, it was at least 5. He was the Yankees manager.
And
at least 5.
5 times.
Yeah.
Because Steinbrenner was a nut, too.
Yeah, they were both nuts.
Nuts. He kept, and this went on over many, many, many years.
I didn't.
Oh yeah,
he was an incredibly accomplished manager.
Yes,
He's a great manager. You know, yeah, it's amazing.
But they were both so, I don't know, tempestuous.
5.
And they would just go at each other's throats. It was a wild relationship.
Wow.
All right, we're looking at turn 2 quickly. We're looking for the best answer, and that's a pretty good one. Billy Martin and Steinbrenner. Give us an answer. Oh, that's funny. When I was saying the fight in the dugout, I was getting confused for a second. That was Billy Martin and Reggie Jackson. But did this guy say Billy Martin and Reggie?
He did, yeah. He said Reggie, yeah.
Billy and Reggie, gotcha. And then Billy and Steinbrenner was another one. All right. Best answer. We're looking for a duo with some contrast. We move fast. Mark in South Philly. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, how you doing? I got Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor.
It's a good answer.
Gene Wilder
They did a bunch of movies together, too.
He wouldn't touch a drug. and Pryor indulged.
Yes, he did.
And,
Okay, we got you. We're
That would have
moving
been the
fast.
first difference between the two I went with, but it's true.
All right, Wilder and Pryor, not a bad answer. Let's go to Brent. Brent, I need an answer quickly. What do you got?
I got the duo with the Penn and Teller, the winner.
Give me what the contrast is. Talking and not talking?
Yeah. It's a pretty big one, right?
All right, Penn and Teller. It's a little bit, of an act. I mean, it's a lot of bit of an act.
Yes, it is, yes.
So I downgraded on that basis. But anyway. All right, so Wilder and Pryor is good. Batman and Robin, we're going both real life and fiction. That's big.
Yeah.
Simon and Garfunkel, pretty damn big. Belichick and Jordan Hudson, big. James says Pinky and the Brain is big.
I think it might be Belichick and Hudson.
All right, so Kim Jong-un and Rodman got to be considered. Belichick and
That's
Hudson for
huge,
sure.
man.
And
that's Dennis Rodman and the leader of
I go with that.
country.
I go with, and then
That's so bizarre.
Will Smith and DJ Jazzy Jeff, but I think it's Kim Jong-un and Rodman.
Because they were like, they had an intimate personal
considered
relationship.
each other friends.
Like, yeah, close relationship.
James, do you feel like you can beat that? I don't.
I was going to go Belichick and Hudson, but I'm fine with Rodman and Kim Jong-un.
All right. So Tom, who
That's
called
crazy.
earlier, wins with that one. We got 3
Gene
votes.
Wilder, Richard Pryor is a good answer.
It's a very good answer.
Nothing can.
We
hold
got a lot of good
candle
answers to this.
Rodman. They really
World peace, Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone, have a spectacular rest of the day. Phil's later tonight versus those stinking Astros. We'll be watching and
can't wait
talk
to
about it
watch.
tomorrow. NBA draft tomorrow. We'll get into it more. Maybe we get a draft expert on. We got to dig in on that. But everyone, have a great rest of the day. Joe and Hugh, they are up next.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Real Stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai.
That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Social media's impact on the NBA has at times been positive, the sharing of clips, engagement of fans, but it's probably been a net negative on the product. Adam Silver, clearly the most online commissioner in sports, trying to please everyone with every negative comment he sees about the league. Kevin Durant's on a quest to prove all the haters wrong. The nostalgia we feel for 90s basketball is nothing more than nostalgia for a league that wasn't driven by social media. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Kyle Quinn is behind the glass. We got a lot to do today. Devin Caney will join us at 11. BG Brandon Graham will join the show coming up at 12 today. The Phillies open a series tonight against the Houston Astros, a big one. And, of course, tomorrow night, the first round of the NBA draft. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Sorry about that. I was just reflecting on the movie I saw yesterday, 28 years later.
Oh, no.
Dude.
Good.
It's the best movie I've seen this summer.
The summer just started last week.
I mean, and that's why I said it like that, because there's a lot of movies coming out. As a matter of fact, I think Megan 2.0 is coming out Thursday, so I'm excited to see that. But so far, the summer movies, 28 years later, is really good. Really good.
All right, so a little movie review there from Hugh Douglas. All right, a lot to discuss today. Hugh, we know the Phillies open up a series tonight down in Houston. Don't anticipate Bryce Harper is going to be back in the lineup tonight. Probably not tomorrow. And quite frankly, none of us really know when Bryce Harper is going to get back. But here's what I have come around to realize. The Phillies are going to be okay without Bryce Harper, even if this thing is going to be a while. And I made a mistake. 3 years ago, I sat here and said, when he broke his hand, broke the thumb in San Diego 3 years ago, right around this time of the year, I came in here and said, nah, they're in trouble. There's no way they could sustain this without Bryce Harper. And they did. And they sustained it for months without Bryce Harper. And by the time he came back in late August, they were still in the position they needed to be to go on a run. And I'm not going to make that mistake again. Look, I have no idea when Bryce Harper's coming back, but I believe the Phillies can sustain the way they're playing right now without him. And let me give you a couple reasons, then we'll hear from Bryce. I'm curious what everyone thinks on this. 215-592-9494. All right, number one, they're playing well without him. And this isn't a surprise, or it really shouldn't be, considering his tenure in Philadelphia. So Bryce Harper went on the injured list on June 7th. That's the day they put him on the injured list, Saturday, June 7th in Pittsburgh. We woke up to the news that day he was being put on the injured list. They were 37-26 that day. They're 10-5, and that includes losing those next two games in Pittsburgh. So they're 10-5 since he went on the injured list, and they started off losing the first two. So they've won 10 out of their last 13 without him. Okay, number two, he wasn't playing great to begin with, right? This wasn't MVP Harper that we've seen in the past. He was probably partly because of the wrist, not having a special season. So, when a guy's having a special season, it's really hard to replace that. When a guy's having a pretty good year, you could kind of make up for that in different ways. So they don't have to make up for an MVP bat. He wasn't that this year. And the third thing is, it's the pitching. The Phillies win on their starting pitching whether or not they have Harper or they don't have Harper. So I have no idea when this guy's coming back. But I do think the Phillies are going to be able to sustain without him, even if he's out a while here. And the numbers are pretty remarkable. And this is not just this year. It's not just last year. It's not just 22. Bryce Harper has been here 7 years, 2019 through 2025. This is his 7th year as a Philly. And in that time, he has missed or not played in. There's been injuries, there's been days off, whatever. He has missed over 162 games. He's missed actually 165 games. The Phillies have a higher winning percentage without him than they do with him over a lot of years now. Baseball's a game where you could lose one player and sustain. Hugh, when he went down, I think we were all like, oh no. And then they've done all right without him. And I'm at the point now where I think they could sustain this if he's going to be out a while. Hugh, where do you come down as the Phillies get ready for a series against the Astros? No idea when Bryce is coming back. If he's out a significant amount of time, let's say months here, can they sustain the way they're playing without him?
Months.
Months.
Like I was about to say.
It's already almost been a month.
Yeah. I mean, but I would feel better if he was out there to ask them to keep this up for a couple months. I don't know if that's the case, Joe. I don't. I think that Bryce Harper's important to this. And there's something to be said about when a guy goes out early in the season and you're fighting for a playoff spot. I remember when Donovan got hurt, when Coy came in and then AJ came in. The mindset was, we have to hold this together until Donovan comes back. But when you talk about trying to win championships or things of that nature, which we were talking about, can't do it without him because that's how important he is. Now, you try to keep your head above water until he gets back. If that's what you're talking about. But if you're talking about going all the way, no, they can't do it without Bryce.
Well, I'm talking about a few months. I'm talking in 2022. This is exactly the time period, right? It was late June then. It was early June now. But he missed basically the whole summer, Bryce Harper, in 2022. That year, that team sustained without him. They didn't need him to stay in the race the whole summer, and I think this team could do it too. Again, if Bryce Harper was having, and we've seen it before, if he was having an MVP caliber season, if he was on pace to be a top 5 MVP guy, that's almost impossible to replace. He wasn't on pace for that. I think, with the pitching they have and the other guys in the lineup stepping up, which has happened. I mean, look at some of the guys in the last few weeks. They've played better. Now, Hugh, is it a coincidence that these guys have played better without him? I don't know. I mean, Alec Boehm has hit for a while now. Otto Kemp has come up here in place of Bryce Harper and helped out. I mean, sometimes I think in sports, you mentioned you mentioned the Donovan thing. Sometimes when a star quarterback goes down, or in this case, a star baseball player, it feels like, I don't know. I've never been in one of these locker rooms in a huddle, but it feels like it's either subconscious or conscious where everyone realizes, hey, we got to step up a little bit. And that's what it feels like the Phillies are doing right now.
Yeah, and that's what it is. But realistically, if we want to ultimately get to where we want to get, we need Bryce Harper in that lineup. And I think that's what we're talking about, because that's the way that I think about it, Joe. Can they sustain this for a little bit of time? I think so. But they're a much better team, in my opinion, with Bryce Harper out there, because there's too many special moments that he's had that we've seen when he's out there on the field that, you just can't deny.
So, no one denies he's a really good player, and he helps whatever team he's on. And theoretically, I agree. Of course, they're better with Bryce Harper than like Otto Kemp. But they've won at a high clip without him. I mean, If this was a 1-year sample or a 15-game sample, I would say, come on. Like, that's not enough. It's been years. Bryce Harper has missed a lot of games, unfortunately, right? It's just kind of the story of Bryce Harper.
Been injured.
He's missed games, and a lot of these are all different things, right? We know he had the elbow surgery, and we know he got hit in the hand, and now it's the wrist. Like, he's missed time with different things back in different years. But the reality is Bryce Harper has missed a lot of baseball games with the Phillies over 7 years. And the Phillies' winning percentage when he doesn't play is better than when he does play. Now, it's not dramatic. It's pretty close. But your instinct would be they're way worse without Bryce Harper. That's not actually what happens. 215-592-9494. Do you believe the Phillies could sustain this level of play if Bryce Harper is to miss, let's say, a significant amount of time, months? Let's just use I'm trying to kind of make it.
Give me a time.
Yeah, if he's out until mid to late August, can they sustain this? That's 2 more months without Bryce Harper.
Ooh,
mid to late August.
It's a long time, Joe.
I get it. I think they can.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Curious where everyone comes down. 215-592-9494. We have no idea when Harper's coming back. Let's hear from Bryce Harper, who spoke this weekend. This was right before the series began against the New York Mets, and you kind of hear the uncertainty in his voice about what he's even dealing with.
No, I mean, we haven't really got too many answers about it. It's been pretty sporadic, I guess, trying to get some answers and stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of inflammation in there, and we just try to calm that down the best we can, and do the best we can with that.
As far as you know, it's just inflammation. There's no issue causing, no structural issue or anything.
No, there's no structural issues. Like, I won't need surgery or anything like that. I mean, we've talked to multiple doctors and things, but just a lot of inflammation in that area.
Bryce, given that it did go away and come back, is there any concern that could happen again in August, September? Will you do anything different as far as between games work, taking care of anything like that to manage it once you are back?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's obviously a great question, but it's a question that I can't really answer right now because I don't know. I'm not happy that it came back, right? I was pain free for probably 4.5 months, and then it came back just randomly. So that's always tough, but I think those are things that we're going to have to answer, once I get going again.
So when I was driving in today, I heard Elliot on with the morning show, and he talked about why he's not all in on the Phillies, and one of them was the uncertainty around Bryce Harper. And Hugh, what struck me listening to him talk on Friday and just hearing it again, he may come back in a month or 3 weeks or whatever. We don't know. Mm-hmm. But is there any guarantee in anyone's mind this doesn't pop up again? I mean, he just said it there.
Yeah, with the way he said it.
It went away for 4.5 months, and then it came back. So, this is a reality the Phillies may have to deal with. Again, we're just coming up with, basic timelines that we can all wrap our mind around. But there's also a reality that he could come back in 2 weeks, and then it comes back again, and he's in and he's out. I'm at the point where I have no idea we're getting out of Bryce the rest of the season, but I think the Phillies could sustain it. Hugh, listening to him, he sounds like he doesn't even really understand what he's dealing with.
I was about to say that. It's when you talk about it reoccurring, and he says something to the effect of not having to have surgery, I don't know what that means. If it's something that you can't correct and it keeps coming back, I can't wrap my mind around that, because I don't understand that. So when you hear him say it like that, it is cause to wonder how he's going to be when he does come back, and if we'll ever see the Bryce Harper that we're used to seeing. I would like to believe so, because he said that, it popped up later on. So hopefully it's something by him taking as much time as he's trying to take, because now it makes sense when Dombrowski was talking about it, what he was talking about when he said it's up to him to come back. I think he wants to wait until he feels absolutely comfortable with it so that it won't reoccur during the season.
Let's hear some timeline ideas. At least it was thrown out. Sunday Night Baseball. Bryce was on the broadcast. Listen to what he said when asked about, hey, could it be soonish, 10 days or so? Here's Bryce Harper with the ESPN Sunday Night broadcast a couple nights ago.
I know Phillies fans are dying to know, what are you hoping for in terms of a timetable of coming back? Sometime next 10 days, something in that range?
Obviously that would be great. I hope everything goes well enough to be able to do that, but I don't want to put a schedule on anything right now because it's so early in the process. We've swung the last 2 days and swung it well. Come on, Ro.
And Rojas pulls it down.
Took 45 swings yesterday, 45 swings again today. Everything went well, so I'm definitely happy about that.
It was something you dealt with a bit last year, yeah?
Yeah, it came on a little bit last year for me, and was able to play through it pretty well, and then went away in the offseason and came back slowly this year, and then got to the point where I couldn't do it. So I thought the best course of action would be sitting for a couple days and getting it right.
All right, there's a lot of uncertainty. You hear it in his voice. He's not. He's very kind of vague in the timeline.
He's trying to be as positive as you can be in a situation where you don't know exactly what's going on.
I think that's exactly. He doesn't know. He could come back soonish, and then maybe it reoccurs, or he comes back soon and it's great. None of us know. But I do feel strongly about this. If he's going to have to miss a significant amount of time, I think the Phillies could sustain this. Their pitching carries them. It's not their offense. That's not what this team is about. They're about their starting pitching. And he wasn't having a great year anyway. 215-592-9494. If Bryce Harper has to miss a significant amount of time, and we are on, day 17 now of his absence since the injured list stint, can the Phillies sustain this level of play? I think they can. Hugh doesn't. Kyle, where do you come down as we await Bryce Harper's return, whenever that is?
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is about as good as we can ask for the team to be playing for this stretch without him. I think if it were to break out for another month or two, and we had this big enough sample size of this team this season, I think we'd look like we're about maybe a just above 500 team. Not a team that I would feel confident in, competing for anything, competing for the division. I think what changes our perspective a lot is the fact that the Mets are in free fall and that we're in first place in the division right now. If we were still 4 games back of the Mets, then we would all be sitting here saying, no, we need Bryce Harper back. I know he's not having his greatest season this year, but in May, when he was with the team, he played 24 games. He was hitting .308 and an OPS of .864.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good.
So, that's something that I think we all need in the lineup. And I do think it's a coincidence that they're playing this well without him. This just so happens to align with some of the best outings we've gotten from Suarez, Sanchez, and Luzardo. So, I don't know. I think eventually it'll level itself out. I'm not gonna take the leap and say that, that sort of like you're saying, that it's no coincidence that they're playing this way without Bryce Harper. I definitely think it's a coincidence, and I think they need him back as soon as he's ready.
215-592-9494. Look, some of that is accurate, right? Maybe there is coincidence there. All I know is this. Since he went down, they have beaten the Cubs and the Mets. They've won those series without him, and they've scored runs. Again, if they were winning all these games 2-1, you start to say that's not sustainable, right? I can't keep doing that. They scored 11 to beat Toronto in a game. They scored 7 to beat Chicago in a game. This weekend, they scored 10 and 7 to win the 2 games against the Mets. It's not like the offense has been dragging without him.
But it's better with him in.
Well, yeah, in theory.
And it will probably, look, it could cool off if he came back, but I think it's probably going to cool off again. Say we do play this out and he misses another 3-4 weeks or whatever.
Which is certainly possible.
Right. I think we're going to see the offense cool off. And we'd probably be sitting here saying, all right, let's get this guy back in the lineup.
All right, 215-592-9494. I really, sometimes we start a show and I have a sense of how people are going to feel on something. I don't know today. I understand the logic of he's one of the better players in baseball, and without him, in theory, they're worse. But I also see the reality that I've seen a lot of Phillies baseball in 7 years without him. I saw a 2022 summer without him, and they won a lot of baseball games. I've seen the last 15 days without him, and they've won a lot of baseball games. My point is, I think they could sustain if this thing is a few more months away. 215-592-9494, specifically because this is a team built on starting pitching, not his bat. Jeff in Wilmington.
Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
Once again, Joe, I'm agreeing with you on that.
Wow, this is like a record for us. This is crazy.
I think this was like a beginning of the week thing. And
Yeah.
by the end of the week, I'm back on my normal.
Yes, that's true.
So there's a couple things here. You mentioned them already. The pitching being one. First of all, Bryce hasn't really had that great of a season anyway. So it's not like he was hitting 320 and 25 home runs and 50 RBIs. We're not like we're missing that much. For me, the key has been so far the reemergence of Bohm and Stott to a degree, and Marsh have been hitting. I can deal with JT. Like, I don't even care if JT hits. His more valuable to the team is his catching and handling this pitching staff, which is one of the best in the league, if not the best. So with all those things said, I'm totally fine not having to rush Bryce back, because if you rush him back, what's going to happen? Probably the same thing in late August or early September. His wrist is going to be bad again. So just keep him out while we're, as long as we're going good and staying above 500 and close to the top of the league, there's no reason to rush him back.
I subscribe to that.
Yeah, I agree. And Jeff, there are some you think about some players on some teams, and you take their bat out of the lineup, and the whole thing probably would crater. He's not having he wasn't, right? I mean, he could change it when he gets back, but because he wasn't having his typical year, we say the name like, oh no, Bryce Harper's out, and you feel it, but then you look at what he did the first 2 months, and you're like, all right, it helped, but we could get by for a little while without that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't writing him off for the year. I'm just saying he's really not having a good year. So it's right now, if Otto the garbage man can still stay in the game and spell some of these guys and hit the way he's been hitting, he's a big help too. So it all works out right now.
Well, there's no question, Jeff. We appreciate it. So I just pulled up the numbers because I was curious how the numbers looked compared to just my memory and our eyes and like our feelings on the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So Bryce Harper got hurt. I think I had the dates exactly right. The day he got hurt in 2022, he broke his thumb. He got hit by a pitch. Mm-hmm. It's one of my favorite audio moments in WIP history when the broadcast had the visceral reaction to Bryce Harper's thumb getting hurt. It was Michael Bourne was on the broadcast that night, and he said this. He said out loud what all of us thought that night. Oh bleep, right? And he got hurt, and it was like, oh no, they're screwed without Bryce Harper. But they weren't. And the next 2 months, they played very good baseball, and when he got back, they were still right where they were when he left, which is right there in the race. And actually, they were in a better spot when he got back from a standings perspective. And that summer, they were 8th in baseball in offense without him. And those dates, you take him away, they were 8th. They still were what they were, which is a good offense without Bryce Harper. Again, this isn't an anti-Bryce thing. This is more of, hey, this is baseball. And the team is built on pitching. This isn't an offensive team. It used to be. Mm-hmm. This is a pitching team. Ron and Munko is up. Good morning, Ron.
Ron.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning, Ron.
I got good news. My Metamucil made it this morning.
Oh, wonderful.
I take Metamucil.
Yeah, do you? Yeah, this is what I wanted to hear today.
Keep everything.
Regular?
Yeah. All right. Well, this is a great question. And I'm so happy we got a different something else to talk about. We're not beating up on our Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Like some people like Hugh. Yeah, that's right.
Hater Hugh.
Yeah.
The nerve of that.
All right, listen. I'm going to give everybody something to think about here. Mm-hmm. Between 2013, 14, all the way fast forward to 2018, Washington Nationals were projected to go to the World Series.
I know where he's going with this one, Joe.
Where are we going, Hugh?
Talking about Bryce Harper.
He leaves in 19, and boom, they win the World Series.
you played right into Joe's hand.
Okay,
Joe.
These are facts, Hugh. I mean, these are facts.
I can't deny that. I can't deny it.
Yeah, no, you can't deny it. Here's the thing. If without making trades like they plan on doing, or we hope they're going to do to get a bat or two in here, okay, if they could do that, yeah, they definitely can win without him. If they don't get those pieces, no, they can't win without him. And I don't want to bash Harper. I never wanted him. It wasn't the player so much. It was partly the player, but I didn't want it to go in this direction in free agency. I wanted to build it in the farm system and do it the right way, sustain it. Something it's a dream of mine. You know what I mean, Joe? To do it the right way, you know. But we're going to see what happens in the next year. And JT Realmuto, you want it? That kid Abel, They got smoked.
Yeah, on Saturday.
Yeah,
Well, you can blame that on your great catcher.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay, and let me tell you, and if you know baseball and you watch it closely, JT kept calling that down and in to the left-handed hitters. That's called their G spot. Okay, and 4 of them went out of the park. His fastball, he's framing right down the middle of the plate. So hang that on JT.
No blame on Abel for throwing it to the spot you're talking about?
He's a rookie, and he's not shaking off from Muto. He's not shaking him
I mean, the
off.
league also might have a book now a little bit on Abel. He's kind of a 2-pitch guy. I mean, the book might be out a little bit, right?
You mean to expand his repertoire
Yes.
a little bit?
Listen, I wanted JT more than I wanted Harper. I was more excited about JT 6-7 years ago coming here than I was about Harper. JT, to me, he's a fantastic catcher, defensive catcher, okay? But I was very disappointed with his career here with the bat. I thought I was getting
I thought we got 3 or 4 good years. I mean, it's obviously declined since then. And Ron, we appreciate the phone call. I thought JT provided a lot of offense for his first 3 or 4 years here. And now, I mean, this is natural. It's a catcher declining. 215-592-9494. It wasn't long. Would it take 20 minutes for the first call to remind us that the Nationals won without Bryce Harper? I mean, you knew it was coming. I mean,
that was coming.
It was. There's no question about it. All right, where do you come down on this? Bryce Harper is out. We have no idea when he's coming back. I mean, it's very vague. Every single time it gets brought up, it's like, yeah, maybe this, that. It could come back. They have no idea. Let's just call it for what it is. He could show back in the lineup tomorrow and then be hurt again. He could miss 2 months. He could be back in 2 weeks and be fine. I don't know. You don't know. But if the Phillies are without Bryce Harper for a sustained period, a few months, can they sustain the level of play they're at right now? I think they can. They're a pitching team. And Bryce Harper wasn't having a great year anyway. It's baseball. 3 years ago, in 2022, I was like, they're screwed without him. And they weren't. I'm not doing it again. I think the Phillies could sustain this even if he's not back for a while. Hugh doesn't feel it, nor does Kyle. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show. Devin joined us at 11. Your calls on this coming up on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine. Oh.
iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swung on, hit in the air, left center field, up the alley. Taylor going back to the wall, looks up, and it's off the base of the fence. One run is in. Castellanos coming around third. JT is right behind him, and they both score!
That is so dope.
Bang, bang at the plate. Bryson Stott cleans them off. 8-2, Phillies lead it in a foot race for the plate. JT nearly caught Castellanos.
The moment of the year. Scott Franzke in the call on Friday night as the Phillies take down the Mets, who, by the way, lost again last night. So the Phillies lead grows in the National League East. 215-592-9494. Can the Phillies sustain this level of play if Bryce Harper's out for a significant amount of time, which he could be? I mean, you could tell me today he's back tonight, he's back next week, he's back late August, and I would buy all of it. That's the vagueness of this injury that he's had here for a few weeks. He's been on the injured list since June 7th. The Phillies were 10-5 without him, 10-3 in their last 13 since getting swept out of Pittsburgh. I think they could sustain this. This is a pitching-led team, and sometimes everyone steps up when the star is out or one of the stars out. We saw it with this exact team or this exact franchise 3 years ago. Where do you come down on this? Hugh and Kyle are doubting the Phillies can sustain without Bryce Harper. Just big doubters over here.
Big old doubters.
Doubting Douglas, we know about him. We've seen him a lot lately. But I think the Phillies could do it because the starting pitching is that good. Aaron is in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Aaron.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Aaron. What's up, buddy?
Wonder Twin Power. Hugh, 28 Days is my favorite zombie series, man. I can't wait to watch see that new movie.
Well, Aaron,
Zombie Talk at 10:32.
Aaron, when you watch it, just let me know. Let me know if anything kind of stuck out.
You know, the great thing about that series is that the zombies, they run full speed. They're like sprinters.
Yeah.
And then also they don't have to bite you. They just have to get blood in your eyes or in your mouth or something like that.
Yeah, it's a lot. It was a good movie, man. Best movie of the summer so far for me.
Joe, I'm so sorry. Let me bounce right back. Let me get back to the topic of the day.
I was trying to be patient, but we're doing a lot of zombie talk here. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think the Phillies are in a fantastic position right now, okay? And what I mean by that is right now the team is playing team baseball. And I think a lot of the credit goes to Otto Kemp, not for his production, but just because he's been the Charlie Hustle of that team. And I think he's inspired some of these older players to kind of put some extra effort in, knowing that Harper's not there as the team crutch.
I think there is something to this. Like when a star player goes down, sometimes everyone raises their game. Sometimes there's a young player that comes up. I mean, this is all coincided with Otto Kemp. I mean, it's not like he's hit 400 since he got here, but there's an extra energy. I mean, Hugh is the one that told us he saved the season with that bunt against the Cubs, and Hugh Douglas is looking right on that one. So maybe there is something to all this.
You know, the other thing with this Bryce Harper thing is, you know, time is going to be his friend. And you're wrong in terms of I don't think they can do anything in the playoffs without Harper. I don't think they'll be able to make a run without what Harper brings to the game.
Well, I think we all agree to be at their best in the postseason.
We would
you
love
want
to have
him
in
out
the
there,
lineup,
but they might have to get to the playoffs or stay in the race the next few months without him. I mean that's how they got in 2022 when he went out. They were not in a great spot, and when he got back. They were in a better spot because they won a lot of games without him, and then they got to the playoffs with them. Obviously,
you know they can make this. They can go on this run here, and you can just go with it. Put Harper on the sidelines, and then if they start to falter, you can inject inject him into the lineup and create another spark there to kind of keep the momentum going. But the one thing I will say about Harper, and this is a Philadelphia fan base, we have to come to the realization that this guy is getting older, and with his violent swing that he has, this is going to be actually the norm as opposed to a rare occasion in terms of the injuries and stuff like that.
Aaron, I agree with that. I mean, and that it actually helps them to some extent that they've done this a lot. And Aaron, we appreciate the phone call. Also a little zombie talk in there with Hugh Douglas at his movie review. Yeah, I mean, they're not new to this. The Phillies have been without Bryce Harper many times. I just went back and looked. 2022, the Phillies were 37-35 the night he got hit on the thumb out in San Diego, and Michael Bourne gave us the very visceral reaction on WIP about what he thought, oh bleep, when he got hit there. When he got back, their record was 70-55. That means they went 33-15 without him. They were 37-35 with him. They went 33-15 without him. And that team, talent-wise, wasn't as good as this team. They certainly didn't have the starting pitching this team did. That team had Wheeler and Nola, and it was a whole bunch of, just not greatness behind that. This team has a way better pitching staff. So I think when you add in the pitching staff and the fact that they are all picking their game up here, sometimes teams could sustain for a while without a star player in baseball. So you guys are all worried about this. Meanwhile, the Phillies keep winning games without Bryce Harper.
Yeah, I'm definitely worried about it because
for now.
Yeah,
but I've seen him do it before.
Like a week.
Well,
I'm sorry. Do we remember the time when he went out and they completely threw the towel in on the series against the Brewers and they got swept by the Pirates without him?
Sure.
He said sure.
I mean,
but over time they have a better record
without
him. Though. Over time, though, in his whole career here, better winning percentage without him.
But hold on, because have you done that in chunks of before 2022 and after the Joe Girardi thing?
No, I'm just looking at it in general.
Okay, but that matters too. The team may have gotten better since. He's been here for a few years before.
Yeah.
And then a few years after, the team is an actual World Series contender.
Sure, early on he was carrying things, and since 2022 he's got more around him.
Right, okay, right.
Yeah.
So doesn't that tell you that maybe the team is just better, so they're more, they're more equipped to handle stretches when he goes out?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That tells me that it's a coincidence.
It may be a coincidence,
but
I mean...
Yeah, it's not. I don't think that's sustainable.
I don't think he's their best player anymore.
He's their best player.
No, I don't think so.
I think he still is.
It's been a year where he hasn't hit close to as much as Schwarber. I mean, it's a long time. I mean, again, sometimes I think we're romanticizing who Bryce Harper was. He
doesn't hit as many home runs as Schwarber. But
he doesn't hit as much.
But he never has hit as many home runs as Schwarber.
I know, but the gap is huge. In the last year, it's probably Schwarber 50, him 22.
He hasn't been superstar level for a little while, but I don't know. I think we were starting to see the turn a little bit before he got injured.
It was better in May. I'll give you that. 215.
A lot better.
It was a lot better. 215-592-9494. Dennis in Newtown. What's up, Dennis?
Okay. All year long, we've been saying we need a center fielder, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we could win. But now, I say at the trade deadline, we got a center fielder, but we don't have Harper. What are we going to be saying then? Well, we need Harper. We do need Harper, and my guess is he's coming back at the All-Star break. And I'm not sure he really doesn't need a surgery, but my guess is he probably does, okay? So I think that's when you make your push for the second half. They're going to have a whole new team. Not whole. Well, Nola's coming back, Harper's probably coming back, and they're going to have a couple trades. But we do need Harper to win the World Series.
But do they need him to sustain throughout the summer? I don't think they do. If you tell me he doesn't come back till August, I think they're going to be in the same spot they are with him.
I think they need him. Okay, they need him with that center fielder, and bullpen. But anyway, here's this topic is. The old saying goes, you win with pitching and defense. So,
right. Well, we have pitching. We don't quite have the defense.
Well, defense too, but
but I'm saying we have pitching. We don't quite have defense.
Well, yeah, it's better than average this year.
Not really.
I think. No.
I think it's below average. I mean, I think they have some above average guys. Where they have obviously JT and Stott. They have some guys that can play. Overall, I don't think it's a great defense. But yeah, I mean, I agree with your point. Pitching and defense, you can win a lot of games.
But I think we need him to win the World Series. The goal is this year is to win the World Series.
Well, of course it is. But we say that, and he's never won a World Series. I get it.
So?
No, we just say it reflexively. They can't win without him. Well, they haven't won with him. I mean, they haven't won is the point.
Well, we need a center fielder. He played. Okay, but then we get a center field. Why don't we need a Bryce Harper then?
Well, no one said they don't need Bryce Harper. Can they sustain winning without him? I mean,
I think they can make the playoffs, but they're not going to get to their final.
Well, but okay, then I think you and I see it similar, Dennis. If they can make the playoffs without him, that means they're sustaining without him. They're not making the playoffs if they don't win a lot of games, right? They need to play at a really high level between now and the postseason just to make it.
I think he needs you could be without him for stretches. But in order to ultimately get to the playoffs and all that, no, you need Bryce Harper. I think that he's that important to that lineup and just the moments that he's had in the playoffs. He's been a big, significant part of that.
Does it not move anybody else that this has happened before?
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But when he's back out there, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Those Bryce Harper moments they happen. Those are real.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess I'm done ignoring what's in front of my eyes. Like in 2022, I sat here and said they're in big trouble without him. They weren't. They were better without him. Now, I'm not saying it's his fault. They played up, though. We see this in other sports all the time. You mentioned the football example. I mean, how many times has a team elevated around a backup quarterback in one games?
Well, but you're better with that backup. Yeah. Well, with the starter out there.
Not always. I mean, not always.
Well,
I mean, hold on. The first Super Bowl championship here was the opposite.
Well,
of that.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that was awesome, Nick Foles. But that was 2 games they played great,
and without him, he played at a higher level than Wentz did the whole year.
Sure, but had that continued for 5-6 more games,
probably not wouldn't worked out.
That levels off.
Probably,
right? Okay, but that's the whole idea.
But in 2022, the same thing could have been said, and they were better for 2 months.
Yeah, but then he came back and they were a World Series team.
Well, yes, in the month of October they were, but in September they actually didn't play great. I mean, we remember that. They almost missed the playoffs.
Don't you just think the way this offense is playing right now, adding his presence back to the lineup would make a difference?
Sure.
They would be better.
Sure,
no question.
But we don't. Again, I'm not saying, "Hey, Bryce, you're healthy, don't come back." I'm saying I've accepted a reality. No, I'll frame it a different.
What are you trying to say, Joe?
What do you mean?
Okay, you want me to frame it a different way for you guys? If I get news today he's out till late August, my opinion doesn't change. They're going to be in the same spot. They're going to win.
That's a bummer.
Of course, it's a bummer.
It's a bummer.
But so we come on. So let's say we get news, and I don't want this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We get news. He's not coming back till late August. There's 2 reactions. Hey, they're going to be fine. Hey, they're screwed. I'm giving you my reaction before it even happens. Hey, they're going to be fine.
See, I don't see.
Fine is in what though?
Fine is they're going to be in the same spot. Like,
I don't know. I think we're starting to talk more about wild card.
We may be doing that anyway.
But I think it's more of a likelihood because right now the division's within our sights.
Well, they're up 1.5.
That's because they're playing well. But with the idea that Harper maybe comes back in, what'd they say, 7 to 10 days?
Yeah.
That's where I'm starting to think, okay, this division's really in focus. If I get news that it's late August, I'm like, okay, we got to maintain this spot on the wild card.
I hear you. I just wonder how many times we have to not play with them, play just as well before we start saying, hey, it's okay. I mean, we did this in 22. He's been out since June 7th. They're 10-3 in their last 13 without him. I mean, Hugh, how many more games do they have to win before we say they obviously can sustain without him?
Well,
I
think this gauntlet is going to tell you, the start of this gauntlet tonight is going to tell you exactly how well this team can sustain without Bryce.
That's a good point.
And you talk about, because, and I looked at it initially, we was talking about a couple of weeks. This is going to last for a while. So to say that, I hear what you're saying, but I don't feel comfortable in the long term without Bryce Harper out there. With whatever version of Bryce Harper I'm going to get this year. Because you're right, he hasn't been the Bryce Harper of past. But to have him out there, this is definitely a different team.
Yeah, well, see, that's what you just said there is a big part of why I feel this way. Number one, they're led by their pitching. Number two, he wasn't hitting like we sometimes we say things about a player, we have an idea in our head, like this is the Bryce. That's not who the Bryce Harper was this year. He just wasn't. He was having a for him, by his standards. Yeah. Right, not bad. He's certainly, I don't think he'll ever be bad on a baseball field because he's just a high-level player, but he was having more of a for his standard season. So you lose that, and you go maybe from to at first base. Like you could drop down a little bit, but the pitching is what's carrying this. If the Phillies get the starting pitching they've gotten out of Wheeler, most of the year Luzardo, which is outside of those 2 starts, Suarez since he came back, and Sanchez. That's why they're going to win. They're going to win games because of those 4 guys.
Right, but they're still going to need to put runs up.
Yeah, but that's what I was about to say, Kyle.
Runs up.
And the
they
thing
are now.
The thing that usually happens, and I hate to bring up the past, but the thing that usually happens is these bats go cold. And
with him too, though.
Yeah, but that's what I was about to say. Yeah. But I would rather have him in the lineup, and he increases my chances of not going cold by him being out there.
No one's arguing that. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is, I'm accepting a world where he's not coming back very soon.
We lost 2 games in a row to the Pirates, 2-1. A team that literally cannot score.
And then they scored 11 against the Mets.
I know, right?
It all evens out.
But that's my point. Like the 11, they're probably closer to 3-4 runs a game without Bryce than the 11.
Yeah, but what were they with him? We had moments this year where they scored 0 with him.
But I guess my point is, you can get the great pitching like they did against the Pirates, but if they put up 1 run, it doesn't matter.
I understand that.
But they're more likely to put up one run without Bryce Harper in the lineup than they are with.
Yes, he's a good hitter. We know that. But my point is, it doesn't make as much of a difference as we feel. Like the way I felt, and I've been where you have been. Like I'm where Kyle and Hugh. I've been there before. I felt it the day he went on the injured list. Like, oh boy, they're in trouble. Right, like they had just got beaten up in Toronto. They got swept by Milwaukee. They lost the first game to Pittsburgh. I felt the same thing a lot of you do right now. They're in trouble if he's not there. And then they've won without him. In 22, when he broke his thumb, I said they're in trouble. They just have kind of gotten hot here with the new manager switch. This is June of 2022. They finally have kind of woke up, and now he's out there in trouble. And they weren't.
Well, so let me ask you then. What's stopping you from going all the way and saying they can win the World Series without Bryce Harper?
Because the whole October you have to play good teams.
Right, but okay, so they're about to go on a stretch where they're playing pretty good teams, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Exactly.
But after that, they'll play the Angels, and they'll play tomato cans in the beginning of August. I'm just like, in a regular season, you're going to have ups and downs. You're going to play other tomato cans. Other teams are going to have tough stretches. I just think if he's out for a while, they're still going to be in this when he gets back. Rich in the Northeast is up. Hey, Rich.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Rich. What's up?
You might think I'm crazy, but I don't think they need Harper to end the season. And it's just like you said. Baseball is watered down. The Phillies win 10 straight. They beat Colorado. They're in a tough stretch now, but then you're still going to throw in Florida, California. The Phillies don't beat good pitching, but they beat every bad pitching team. You can't say, like, the Cubs, they don't have great pitching. They're having a good year, but Phillies beat the Cubs. These teams in the league, you have 5 teams. So Harper could sit, and they're still going to win because they're still going to play bad teams.
Well, they are. Now, Rich, the next few weeks is probably their toughest stretch of the whole season.
They're gonna have a nice
but after that, right after the All-Star break, they play the Angels. That's a bad team. They play Boston, very average team. They play the White Sox, terrible team. Like, they're going to play plenty of teams in the next couple months that aren't good either. Yeah.
So do you remember their second half last year where they couldn't win a game?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? The schedule's easy this year, the second half. I don't know. Take a look at it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it has Angels. It has White Sox. It has Washington.
Yeah.
It has, I mean... You're right, and that's every team, right? Like it is baseball. There's about, I'd say, 6-7 good teams in the NL, and then a bunch of crappy teams.
I mean, we're saying the Mets are good right now. The Mets literally have 0 pitching. We thought the Phillies bullpen was bad. We just saw everything this weekend. There is just they just have good enough pitching to be in every game. Are they going to lose a game to the Angels here and there? Yes, but there's so many bad teams in baseball. You know, you're going to have your streaks, and we're seeing it. We just flip-flopped. We played good teams. We lost 8 out of 10. The Mets beat all those teams. Phillies got hot. The Mets were playing good teams, and they lost. It's just the way baseball's built right now, you know, and that's every team. The Dodgers have a great team, but they're also going to have 60 wins against bad teams.
Well, they are, especially they get to play the Rockies 13 times, which they'll probably win, 12 of those. So, yeah, I mean, Rich, the reality is Bryce might not come back for a few weeks or a few months, and I still think they're going to be fine. They're going to be in the same spot.
I agree.
Yeah, it sounds 100%. Worse than it is. When you hear he's out and you hear he's not there, it's like, oh no, and then you watch the games and it's like, they're all right.
Yeah, I mean, if you win one game against Houston, you throw the Braves in there. Braves are struggling with pitching. Maybe you get 2 out of 3. You play San Diego. Even if you get 1, then you play Florida. Maybe you get 3. It's just the way the schedule's built and the teams are in baseball. You know, they could lose 10 straight, but then look, they flipped it because they played the Marlins. They played the Rockies. It's just going to happen. You're going to have 2 weeks of hard teams. You're going to have 2 weeks of bad teams.
Yeah, and the good thing is, there's and Rich, we appreciate the call. The good thing is, and what the Phillies have is they have incredible starting pitching depth, right? So every game, 4 out of the 5, you feel like they got a real chance to win the game, almost regardless who's in the lineup. Like, look at the lineup they threw out there on Sunday night. They threw out a lineup with Buddy Kennedy and Otto Kemp. I mean, Otto Kemp's been here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And they won the game easily because of Luzardo.
All right, but if you play out months of Buddy Kennedy and Otto Kemp on a
that's
team,
going to catch up
you're
to
maybe
you.
a 500 team at best.
But if the Phillies go a little over 500 in the next 2 months, they're going to be right there. They're already 16 games over 500. Like, what do they have to do to stay in the race? Not much. They just have to not fall apart without him. I mean, they are 16 games over 500. The Mets are probably going to figure it out, and that's going to make things a little bit harder. Yeah. But the wild card, if the Phillies sustain 16 games over 500, they're not going to fall out of this race without Bryce Harper. They're just not. Marlon is up next. Marlon had inside info for us yesterday. Let's see what he's got today. What's up, Marlon?
Hey, man, I told you, bro. Like, listen, all that Hugh talking now, here he go with this, we can't win without Bryce Harper.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead with that. You made him number 3 on your pick, on your 11th or whatever, bro.
No, he was 3.
Yeah, Bryce at 3?
Yeah, he was 3.
It's saying the field
he had him
anymore.
number
Your
3.
list was a mess.
That goes,
Wheeler at 9.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we can win without Bryce Harper. And y'all got to see how this lineup is playing now. Then we get this joker back coming in here dictating, well, I want the lineup this way. I'm GM Bryce. See, we don't need that.
I don't think
all we need is these young bulls that we got making us play good, and we hit. We getting 11 runs now all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Keep
Tell him,
the guy
Marlon.
On the bench.
You
let him look in.
He's a Cowboys fan.
He's right on this, though. I mean, let him cook.
Ain't nothing wrong with that wrist. All it is, a guy like him with the fanatic on him, got the pride, the all-star break coming up. His name ain't in nothing. He ain't hitting nothing. Like, y'all talking like his bat is gold. No, bro.
Be pretty darn good player,
way.
man. He in the way.
He in the way, bro.
Well, that seems a little strong.
This is,
yeah,
this is what you're rolling with today?
I didn't say that. I said that's strong. I said.
Now we got to move Otto. No, let's get Otto. What he doing? He's bringing in that work. You say he got
see what you've done.
Yeah.
You see what you've done.
I mean, I can't be mad because Marlon's living his truth.
You guys are mad at me even when I'm positive. I'm like, they're going to be fine if he misses time, and you're mad at me.
Otto's living his truth, though.
Otto is living his truth. I mean, he's your guy, Otto. I mean,
and he's bringing in that work and got everybody playing, man.
See, when he said it like that, I mean, I kind of said that.
You had Bryce 3rd on your list, Hugh?
Yeah, I did.
Hasn't done anything for a year.
So how you taking his take, bro? This guy, bro. This guy. Watch what Ike Reese say today. Oh, my God, bro. What is wrong with y'all, bro?
That's right.
Right on the bench.
So wait a minute, Otto.
We're not gonna bench
Marlon, what are you going to do the first game of the season when y'all take that butt whooping coming here to Philadelphia? That's what I want.
It's going to be a rout.
But see, I'm not. I got good takes, Phil. Cowboys in the way. They in their own way, bro.
Yeah.
They in their own way.
That's a double-digit Eagles win. Double digits. You know that, right? That game's over.
Yeah, it's going to be a beatdown.
Double-digit victory. That's 30-20 written all over it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be a beatdown.
That's the reality of it. Marlon, we appreciate the phone call. All right, that's enough, Marlon. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on this. If Bryce Harper misses an extended period of time, can the Phillies sustain this level of play without him? They're playing really well right now. Can they sustain it? I think they can. This team is led by their starting pitching. We did this 3 years ago. I sat here 3 years ago and I was like, I don't know if they can sustain without him. And they did. They're doing it right now. Can they continue to if he's out for a while, which he might be? I mean, I have no idea when he's coming back. I don't think the Phillies do either. Can the Phillies sustain this level of play without Bryce Harper? I believe so. Hugh's skeptical. Kyle thinks I'm crazy. Where do you come down? We'll talk to Devin Kenny next. Your phone calls. We'll get to some NBA draft stuff in the 11 o'clock hour as well. First round tomorrow night. What are the Sixers going to do? We'll discuss it. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, we all saw the injury in the finals in Game 7. And we also saw a range of sportsbooks react with some sort of refund from the injury. But no one has been as consistent or as generous as Fanatic Sportsbook, which now has to be recognized as the home of fair play. Fanatic Sportsbook instantly voided all affected legs instantly and paid out winning SGPs and parlays. And that was what they've done for the first half injuries. Can't get that out. That was kind of hard to read. All playoffs long, saving customers up to over $5 million with injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet with a sportsbook who just shows up once. Choose the sportsbook that has injury insurance policy that protects props every single game. It's time to switch to Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's it.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Summer is officially on, Philly. Get ready for the Suns Out, Buns Out official summer kickoff party at Oasis, Philadelphia. Thursday, June 26th, starting at 8 p.m. Come celebrate the season with hot bodies and cool drinks featuring the fabulous O-Girls. Sip on their special $10 peach teas drink with an entertainer booty pop-off contest, and one lucky lady will win a $500 cash prize. Don't miss the biggest summer kickoff. Suns Out, Buns Out. Thursday, June 26th, 8 p.m. only at Oasis, Philadelphia.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tom Brady didn't want the Raiders to sign Sam Darnold, so they didn't. They went with Geno Smith instead. That's according to The Athletic, who reported Brady's influence last week. Now Darnold's in Seattle. 2 years to prove he's more than a placeholder. If he clicks, maybe Brady regrets it. If he doesn't, the Seahawks are right back where they started, stuck in the middle, chasing the 49ers and Rams and waiting on a real answer at QB. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey!
On WIP.
We'll go dancing, dancing in the streets. 'Cause we're the Phillies, you know we can't be beat. So come on, baby, won't you get on down? Veterans Stadium is the hippest place in town. Phillies fever.
You happy, Hugh?
Not as long as terrible.
Let's beat the Mets. They're in first place.
I mean, it was a different time. I'm talking about the song.
Yeah, but
Different time.
it's the concept. You have Phillies fever. It
I don't like the Phillies. I don't like the song, though. Don't like the song.
I recognize that the song wasn't recorded yesterday. It was a different time. It was for the time, Hugh.
Yeah,
Phillies,
it was. It was hot back in the day.
Yeah, well, it's hot, and it's hot outside right now.
Yes,
Phillies are down in Houston, where it's probably not as hot as it is here in Philadelphia. They start a series tonight. We still know Bryce Harper. We're not sure when he'll return, but we know the Phillies are in first place as they head on a road trip to Houston and to Atlanta. Let's talk to Devin Caney, who joins us right now to talk some Phils after a big series win. Devin, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys, especially after that win over the Mets. I mean, you can complain, I guess, about a few things, but still not much to complain about. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good, Devin. So I'm curious. I asked Kyle about this, and I want to ask you, what was the atmosphere like down there? Because I wasn't in town, and I saw some of the clips from it. But what was it like being down there at the ballpark to see it happen like it did Friday night?
Well, atmosphere, first of all, was extremely hot. Quite literally, like the hottest baseball games I remember covering in quite some time. So I was down there Friday and then Sunday. Friday night was just insane. I mean, watching that double slide moment with JT and Nick Castellanos, like it definitely had playoff game atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park. And even before the game, I mean, the last time the Phillies had the Mets in the stadium was in the NLDS when the Mets knocked them out. But the Phillies' last game against them at home was a win with that Nick Castellanos walk-off. So it certainly felt intense. And like, what more could you ask for an NL East rivalry matchup? And I'm just really glad that the Phillies ended up pulling out the win on Sunday for the rubber match game.
Yeah, and Devin, it felt like, of course, we felt that, and I'm sure the building felt like that. It also seemed like the players did. I heard Luzardo after the game on Sunday talk about how there was some extra juice for it, and I thought that was cool because sometimes players will say, it's a long season. It's one series in June. Devin, I like that the Phillies, at least Luzardo, did not pretend it was a regular game. Like that game and that series, it felt to me like they put a little extra importance on it too.
Yeah, I mean, and they can say all day, it's just another series, just another game of baseball that we have to play, but they feel it. And even Rob Thompson kind of acknowledged it before the game on Friday, before the series started, like, yeah, we play 162 games, but I always say, if you want to win the postseason, you have to win, your division. And that's why matchups like this are important, especially with both the Phillies and Mets tied going into it. I think you saw just how intense and, the magnitude of this series with Zach Wheeler's first inning on Friday, right? I think because the Phillies went on to win and it was such a fun game, we kind of gloss over the fact that Wheeler loaded the bases in his first inning, I think, because he's an unflappable guy, right? Like, we all know that. He's such an incredible pitcher, and he's also, cool as a cucumber out there. And you could tell, like, he was certainly feeling that energy, and he got out of it. So it worked out. But just like a rare moment from Zach Wheeler where you could tell, against his former team, he was certainly feeling the juice.
Devin, we're talking today about Bryce Harper, and we don't know when he's coming back. It was kind of weird this weekend, and I guess a little more illuminating on the situation, but nothing concrete, right? He spoke on Friday with you guys before the game and said they don't really know, right? There's no structural damage, no surgery necessary, but it's more of like a we'll see how this goes. Then during the broadcast Sunday, the ESPN broadcast, they threw out maybe 10 days or so more, and he said that would be a great outcome, which that makes me think like that's maybe more than that, right? Maybe it's more than 10 days. Maybe it's the All-Star break. I don't know. But Devin, what did you make of the two times Bryce spoke, one with you guys there and then one on TV Sunday, in terms of what you took from it? Because my sense is he doesn't even really know what he's feeling or when he's coming back here.
Yeah, I don't want to catastrophize and like instill fear into Phillies fans, but I was a little bit concerned after Bryce Harper spoke with us on Friday, to be completely honest, because he didn't seem to have many answers. And it wasn't, he didn't have answers because he was being tight-lipped about it, which, is always the case in professional sports in general. But he genuinely said, we haven't really gotten many answers. Like verbatim, he told us that they have not gotten answers on whatever this injury is in his wrist, this inflammation. He told us it's not structural. He told us he won't need surgery. And I think, if you're just looking at it, from a far away view, you can say, oh, that's good. But to me, that's almost more concerning, because if you don't need surgery, if there's nothing structural, that means that there's no specific fix. And that's kind of what I took away from what Bryce Harper told us on Friday. And the fact that, he was asked, I heard you play the audio earlier in the show, so what happens if it goes away and then comes back in August or comes back in September? And Bryce was like, I don't know. That's certainly a possibility. Like, you don't know, even if it goes away, if it's gone for good, right? Because we know that this had been bothering him last season too. He said he didn't feel better until December. So I hope that, at worst, he can play through it when the team needs him. Like you guys have been discussing on the show, I think that they're doing okay without him now in the regular season. But you need Bryce Harper there and fully healthy in the postseason.
Dev, I got a little stuck on something, so I looked it up. Catastrophize. It's to think about a situation as being far worse than it actually is, often focusing on the worst possible outcome.
Sounds like WIP.
Yeah. That was pretty dope that she dropped that.
It's a good word. Yeah,
that was a good word. We're gonna have to figure. We're gonna have to work that one in.
Yeah, but now callers are gonna say I'm catastrophizing.
I wasn't even sure it was a real word.
Oh, I knew the word. It's not uttered much.
I got
on this
stuck. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When she said, I'm like, hold up, Scoops didn't hit us with a word we ain't heard.
It's a good word.
Look, I've clearly been working with John Ritchie too much because he drops words like that.
Keep
all
it
the
to
time,
our IQ level, okay?
Yeah, because me and Kyle looked at each other. We was like, catastrophize?
All right, so now that we're here, Devin, where do you come down on this? Because I feel like Kyle and Hugh are catastrophizing today. I think if Bryce misses a decent amount of time, and I think we all agree, the playoffs, they need him back. But like, if you tell me he's going to be out the next month and a half, I think they're going to be okay, Devin. With this starting pitching and the way they've played, I think they could sustain, and I'm not going to try to catastrophize this. Devin, what do you think? Could they sustain and be in this thing if he's going to miss another month or two?
Yes, I think that they could. I know you guys have brought up the 2022 season where he missed like a really big chunk of time in the summer and came back. I think when he came back, he was a little bit slow, getting back into it in September, but then, got hot at the right moment. So that worked out. We're watching the Phillies, succeed without Harper in the lineup. And I'm not saying this to say that they don't need him, because I think that they do. We know he's one of the most clutch players in baseball. And you want someone like him in the lineup, in the big moments in the fall. But I also think him being out gives you a chance to kind of get these younger guys, especially, you look at Otto Kemp, Buddy Kennedy. I know he just started his first game, so it's not a great example, but Sosa, like these guys can get in a bit more when you don't have someone like Bryce Harper in the lineup. And I think that's important when you're evaluating the team, when you're seeing what you can do. It's almost like treating Bryce Harper as a luxury, right? You're seeing what your team is without him, and then he can just be an added bonus when he's back. That being said, if Bryce Harper misses another month and a half of the season, I think that is an extremely concerning scenario, because he technically could come back now, right? Like they're pretty much leaving it up to him. Rob Thompson was even asked about it, and he's like, yeah, it's really just, he's taken batting practice. He's going to keep, hitting balls today, tomorrow when they're down in Houston. So it's really when Bryce Harper goes to the team and says, hey, I'm ready to go. So if it's another month and a half before that happens, then, that raises some sirens in my head.
Sorry about that, Scoops. But we about to do some reckless speculation now. So why do you think it is that Bryce is taking so long to come back to the team?
I don't know. And that's the concerning thing. I don't know. I don't think he doesn't strike me as like the type of teammate and player who would not play unless it was absolutely necessary to sit out. And that makes me think that his wrist was hurting him, more than they're even in letting on. And again, that goes back to the fact that it's not a specific injury. Like there's nothing structural wrong. It's truly inflammation. And because of that, it's like, even if you do miss another month and a half, what if you come back and it starts hurting after 2 games? Like, what are you going to do? So I think you need to get out there. You need to get reps. I'm not saying that anyone should play through extreme amounts of pain, but I would like to see him reach some sort of conclusion with, how I can go about playing while also working on this inflammation that I have in my right wrist.
Yeah, it's a weird one for sure. And the good thing is they're winning without him right now, so they could give him some time here to figure it out. Devin, we appreciate you hopping on and helping teach us a new word on the show today,
that was awesome.
Which we're going to use a lot now.
Anytime.
And we'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Devin.
All right, thanks, guys.
There she goes, Devin Caney, covering the Phillies. Yeah, we've been known to catastrophize at times.
Well, you're a catastrophizer.
No, you guys, hold on. You guys...
You're a habitual catastrophizer.
You two are literally catastrophizing today as I try to...
You're a catastrophizer.
Who's catastrophizing today?
You?
No.
Okay, me.
You. Okay, thank you.
We're not. It's not a catastrophe.
You are. Oh,
I mean,
if he doesn't come back, they're going to be in trouble.
I don't want to see. Don't want to be in a situation where we have to worry about staying afloat.
We
for
already
a couple
are.
of months. I mean, yeah, because it's a small sampling size. Because you got Otto Kemp out there. At some point, he's playing well.
Sure.
And he's been the shot in the arm. But the reality of the situation is he went undrafted. I mean, and that's a fact.
But they're not. But here's my thing. They weren't winning when Bryce was here this year because of Bryce. Can we all be real? They weren't. The Phillies weren't where they were 2 weeks ago, 3.5 weeks ago, whatever, 17 days ago, 2.5 weeks ago, because of Bryce Harper. He wasn't their best hitter this season. He wasn't their best player this season. He was fine. The Phillies were where they were because of their starting pitching and Kyle Schwarber's power. That's it. And a good year from Trey Turner. That's why the Phillies are where they are. Those things are still here. I mean, the only catastrophizers I see around here are Kyle Quinn and Hugh Douglas.
But this isn't like we're not saying that everything's going to fall apart.
Well, sustain. If you don't sustain, you what do? You fall apart.
Not necessarily. You regress back to the mean.
Sure. Okay.
That's not falling apart. I don't think the Phillies are going to collapse and fall out of a playoff spot. I just think this version that we're seeing right now is like the peak of what it will be without Bryce, and it'll probably start to level off.
What are people saying on the Twitter poll today? Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. If Bryce Harper has to miss a significant amount of time, can the Phillies sustain this level of play without him? 62% yes. I am proud of the audience today. I mean, most days I'm confused at how the people vote. Proud today.
Today is your day, Joe.
Well, no, today they get it.
Today that now they're catastrophizing.
No, they're not. They're being positive.
I just kind of like using that word.
You're just using it.
I'm just using the word.
Catastrophizing is making a situation 10 times worse than it has to be.
They're catastrophizing.
They're the
by
opposite.
agreeing with you, they're catastrophizing everything.
See, this isn't fair.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, that's the truth.
You guys are catastrophizing by saying that oh no, what are they going to do without him? The same thing they're doing with him. Or with or without him. They're the same team. They pitch to wins. That's how the Phillies win baseball games. They're starting pitching. The offense has been fine this season, but it's the starting pitch that drives them. And I think we're almost talking about this as if it's the old Bryce Harper, as if it's the younger Bryce Harper, as if it's that guy's a different player. I mean, the Bryce Harper that we remember is not the guy we've seen for the last year. And now this might be some catastrophizing. I don't know when that Bryce Harper's coming back. Like we just it's almost like we assume we're going to see that Bryce Harper again soon. I don't know.
I mean, that's the hope.
Yeah, but
because he's still
don't know.
fairly. Yeah, you're right. But that is the hope because we've seen him do it before, and he has superhuman healing factor, or ability to heal that we've kind of grown accustomed to. But yeah, that's the hope though, that he's going to come back and he's going to be the guy that he was before he got hurt.
Well, that would be wonderful because that's a difference-making player. The guy they had here to start this season was good. I wouldn't say he was a difference-making player. Chris in Dover. What's up, Chris?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, Chris, what's up?
Oh, pretty good. Hey, I feel like they can sustain for a little bit what they're doing, as in till the end of August, Labor Day. Nah. Nope.
Why?
I don't see it.
Why not?
I just don't see it, man. They got a great starting staff. So I'll agree with you there. The bullpen, you got one guy you can trust right now.
Agreed.
And the bats. I mean, we're talking about Otto Kemp like he's Matt Kemp in his prime with the Dodgers.
I haven't thought about Matt Kemp in a while. Matt Kemp was a good player for a little bit.
He was, right?
Yeah, but you're right. Otto Kemp is not him. No, he's look. Otto Kemp's a kid that came up from the minor leagues that's given him a shot in the arm. But he's nothing. Yeah. It doesn't feel like it's anything special. Right? I agree.
And my other thing is, do we want to get in the first round or possibly the second? We want to go win a World Series. What do we want to do this year?
Well, win the World Series. Of course.
Trying to win the World
So,
Series.
all right. You know how we do that? We change what we've done the last two trade deadlines, and we go out and grab an impact player. And you know who I want to see them grab?
Who do you want?
I want Jarren Duran and Aroldis Chapman from the Sox. The Sox will be selling more than likely. It's going to cost something for sure, but you get a center fielder who's a pretty darn good hitter at that, and you get a left-handed reliever out of that bullpen for the back end. What do you think?
Yeah, it would be an impact. I mean, you're right in that it would be the opposite of these past few deadlines for Dombrowski, where he's just kind of put some Band-Aids on things. Like these would be impact moves.
But what are you willing to give up to do that?
Well, Chris, if you want Duran, I mean, Chapman is. He's still good, but he's, a 1-year deal, free agent to be. Duran is what you're paying for, right? Because he's got years of control. Mm-hmm. If you ask for Jarren Duran, they're going to say, we want either Painter or Miller. I mean, and they're in their rights to ask for that. I don't know if the Phillies would say yes, but they're in their rights to ask for one of the top two prospects. I mean, Duran was an MVP kind of player last year. He was awesome.
I'm not giving up Painter, but I think you can get it done with some other guys. And listen, they're prospects. Let's go win this thing. Let's not pity-pat around at the deadline, go in, get knocked out in the first or second round, possibly. Let's just go out and grab it and win it. It's there if we make a power move. You got to make a power move sometimes to win the darn thing.
Well, you do, and sometimes teams do exactly that. I mean, they give up something significant because they want to win the World Series. Chris, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, Dombrowski hasn't done that yet. I do wonder if this is the year he finally does it. Dave Dombrowski
pushes all in.
He's been very timid.
Conservative?
Yeah, conservative, timid.
Can we use that word without on the station?
Timid?
People, conservative. Yeah, because some people, when you say that word, they get a little bit.
Yes, you are allowed to use the word.
Okay, I'm just saying because in this climate, it's it's kind of.
It could also be reserved. Is that
okay? Yeah, let's just go with that one because
it all means the same thing.
Well, but some folks that don't be paying attention when you say that, they might get a little. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I think everyone gets what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a whole new vocabulary this segment. Now you're catastrophizing.
Catastrophizing.
Is it your new favorite word?
Yeah, I like that. I need to work that.
Surprised you can even spit the word out.
Yeah, sometimes those words they get a hold of me. Hey, just like that read I had to do earlier. Sometimes those words get a hold of me.
To be fair to you, that was a new one.
That was a new one, and I thought, I'm getting fried on the read. That was dropped on me this morning. I didn't get it. I didn't read through it. I should have did it.
Yeah, that's on you.
But I felt comfortable enough with the. You know what I mean? I was like, I got this. I didn't have it, Joe.
I'm sure they appreciate that.
I don't know if it was just me because I hear these things differently. It felt like you took a very long pause to get yourself back together.
Because
like
it
didn't.
No, because it didn't. When I read it, or when I was about to read it, it didn't sound right to me. It didn't feel. And so then I stopped, and I was like, wait a minute. Then I was like, this sounds even weirder than not saying it. So yeah, it got me.
Now I don't want to give anyone any ideas, but I do have a feeling that like when you do reads. If a company wanted to Ron Burgundy you, they probably could.
Yeah, they could, and that's kind of what it was. Because I was like, man, I got to quit doing. Like, you feel comfortable because most gave them to me.
Yeah,
he's not going to hang me out to dry.
Yeah.
So it was like when I read
should after the way you talked about him sometimes.
Moshe's all right. Moshe, I got a feeling since we're here.
Oh no,
Moshe might be a pretty good wingman. I don't know, man. It's just something about Moshe. We had a little get together. The other day, we had a little get-together like a couple weeks ago. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, I just got I'm not putting this business. I just got a feeling he might be a pretty good wingman, though.
Yeah, you're about to put business out there. This is what you do. This is what you do. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, Bryce Harper, we have no idea. I mean, we just don't when he's coming back. I mean, you heard Devin there with us a few minutes ago talking about, him speaking this past weekend and how it's just kind of vague what he's feeling, that they don't know if the pain will come back. It feels like uncharted territory for the Phillies when it comes to Harper and the wrist. We hope, and everyone's crossed their fingers, hey, he's back tonight or tomorrow or next week, and he's fine for the rest of the year. But that is clearly a maybe and a we don't know. So my perspective is this. If Bryce Harper has to miss a significant amount of time, or if he tries to come back and then it goes the other way, I think the Phillies could sustain without him. I have seen enough of this starting pitching staff, now especially with Ranger Suarez, who pitches tonight, finding his groove. That's how they're going to win. They're going to win with those 4 starters at the top of the rotation. Hopefully they continue to get solid work out of Abel, Painter coming back. Maybe we get, Nola back at some point. But that's how they're winning. The offense is secondary. They've won with a bullpen that has been basically a disaster for most of the season. They win with their starters. And I've seen this story before with Bryce Harper. He goes down, we all get worried, and they win basically the same rate with him or without him. Do you think the Phillies could sustain a long period of time without Bryce? I do. Kyle and Hugh clearly catastrophizing the situation.
Catastrophizing.
They don't believe they can. All right, 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on the Bryce situation? Can they keep winning at a high clip without him? Brandon Graham's going to join us today at noon. We'll tell you what he's got going on and what's coming up with him soon. And on the other side, the latest on the Sixers. A player that doesn't want to be here. And maybe a theory as to why we keep hearing this, and it does sound like our guy Elliot Shore-Parks is having a tough time accepting the reality.
He's what the kids call crashing out.
He might be on to something, though.
He has a theory that it's probably his best one in a while. We'll get into it. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Do I have to read?
No, it's Joe. You guys are on it today.
Well, but I don't have it.
Oh, this is just great. All right, see ya.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required.
The Astros bang on garbage cans. We ring the bell. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a 3-run home run for Edmundo Sosa.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says this Wednesday night, the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude that clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIG. LIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Humid with record warmth through the afternoon, high 99.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Coming up at noon today, Brandon Graham. BG's going to join the show. We'll chat with him, how he's enjoying his first summer retired, and, of course, what he's got coming up here in a little bit that he wants to share with us. So excited to talk to BG as we are, 4 weeks away? I think
feels about right.
4 weeks away from Eagles training camp.
Yeah, they go to little camp a little early, I was told the other day.
I think it's like July 20-something. They'll be there. So excited to talk to BG coming up. Your phone calls on Bryce Harper here. Can the Phillies sustain this level of play without him if he's going to be out an extended period, which I think is certainly on the table. Like, we have no idea when Bryce is coming back. It is one of the more vague injuries I can remember talking about. And if he's going to be out a while, can they sustain playing good baseball? They've played really well without him. 10-5 since he went on the injured list. 10-3 the last 13. I think they could sustain it. Kyle and Hugh, the word of the day, they are catastrophizing this.
Catastrophizing.
And they don't think they can sustain it. Yeah, no, they're going to be fine. All right, 215-592-9494. But before we go any further, Hugh, tomorrow night's a big night for the Philadelphia 76ers. The draft, the first round tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. The Sixers, of course, have the third pick in the NBA draft. And the name we've spoken about more than any is Ace Bailey.
Ace.
And we got some more last night. Jonathan Gavoni, who covers the draft for ESPN, he listened to what he said about Ace and how strong he is, that he didn't want to be here in Philadelphia.
If the draft were tonight, I believe VJ Edgecombe would be the pick. That's the intel that we're receiving at this moment. VJ Edgecombe impressed the Philadelphia 76ers in his visit and workout last week. He met with the front office, ownership. He spent some time with Tyrese Maxey. It looks like he's got a clear runway there at 3. Ace Bailey has had a workout scheduled in Philadelphia, canceled it, and is really sending signals that he does not want to be there in Philadelphia. The gap between 3 and 4 talent-wise has never been that considerable, so that could ultimately put VJ Edgecombe in the driver's seat to be the number 3 pick, but it's still very much up in the air. We're hearing some trade talk at that pick, so I wouldn't take that quite to the bank just yet.
All right, so he's continuing to send signals he doesn't want to be here. This is one of the more loud and draft things I can remember where a player is saying, I don't want to be there. He canceled the workout. He never came in for the workout. And now every insider's like, yeah, he doesn't want to be in Philadelphia. I mean, he's basically screaming, do not pick me.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy to hear that, especially when you talk about the position that he's in. But, it was funny because we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. And, when I was coming out, for example, the climate was different.
Mm-hmm.
These kids, the NIL money that they're getting, everything, they don't know what it's like, or they're not familiar with struggle. So they're not worried about where they go because they probably got money in the bank. As opposed to when you were younger and you were coming out before NIL, and you wanted to go as high as you could because you wanted that money, you wanted all of that dough. These kids probably coming in with a couple mil in the bank.
It changes
already.
things. Yeah.
So it changes things. So this is why when you look at this situation on the surface, you initially say, this is bad advice. And I'm assuming when most people say that, it's because of all the things that come with being a third-round pick. More money, more endorsements, more fruitful endorsements. But when you've already made money and you already got a couple million in the bank, you don't look at it like that.
All right, let's hear Paul George. Now, Paul George has been, on his podcast, supported Ace Bailey. He likes Ace Bailey. One of the reasons why some people that have been in the Ace Bailey camp, our guy Elliott, has said, look, all these NBA players like his game. One of those is Paul George, and I can see why he kind of sees maybe a young version of himself. This kid is long and lanky and plays the 3. I could see why he sees, this kid could play a little bit. Here's what he said about this whole thing with Ace Bailey.
He's canceled all workouts. He hasn't worked out for any team. So I don't.
One team?
No,
that's crazy.
He hasn't worked out for any team. Yeah. So I think they made a big deal because we were scheduled to work him out, and he canceled the day up. But he hasn't worked out for any team. But you're not in a position to be making those demands. You know what I mean?
Not
make
even
it to the
there
league
yet.
first.
Yeah,
you
you're
know
not
what I
even
mean?
there yet.
Or the people around him.
It's for sure the people.
Of course,
around
the people
him.
around
For sure the
him.
people around him. I think he's
Mama and daddy's playing manager.
I don't know who's representing him. I don't know who's representing him, but if I don't think they're going about it the right way. I don't think they're going about it the right way.
All right, so a couple things came to my mind as I listened to Paul George there. First of all, we're back on the podcast.
Been back, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
Excuse me
You
for
haven't
not
been keeping up.
I haven't been downloading the latest podcast P or whatever it's called. I'm out. But a couple things he said there, Hugh. When he was describing the bad advice and people around him, there's an element of this that kind of reminds me of the Shedeur Sanders stuff, right? Because that's what people said about him. That maybe it wasn't so much the kid. It was maybe he's not getting good advice. Maybe he's not handling the process well. It's not so much the person. And again, we don't know much about Ace Bailey. It's not like Shedeur was around for a while. We kind of knew him. But there is something to who's telling him to do this. No workouts, canceling the workout here. Is this all him, or does he have an agent or people around him that are guiding him this way? And because it's not making the kid look any good.
No, it's not. But like I said, we're living in a time now where NIL money has made a huge difference in the way kids do things. I saw a video the other day on my algorithm where I think it was at Texas, where they brought the kids out, the new recruits, and they had all supercars out there on the floor because I'm assuming wherever if the kids go there, they're going to get to drive one of these $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 cars. And that's the biggest difference now. Gone are the days of guys driving Hellcats and Durangos in the parking lot and pickup trucks. They're giving these kids real money, like millions of dollars to come play. So when I look at what Ace Bailey's doing, it's not like he's getting – I don't think he's getting bad advice. It's bad advice if you look at it from the perspective of, say, when I was coming out and not having anything and then getting, being in a situation where you could change your life or your family's life forever. He's probably already done that.
Well, if money is the objective, then maybe it's not bad advice. But I mean, like, how is this good for his career?
Well,
as a player.
See, this is where you have to probably try to get into his head just a little bit. From what I've heard about this situation, Joe, he wants to be that dude.
On a bad team.
Okay, you're right, on a bad team.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, he wants to be that dude. That's it. He wants to be that dude. And if that means he's that dude with the Orlando Magic, then it doesn't matter because he's going to get paid.
There have been a lot of last straws for me with the Ace Bailey thing.
Yeah, what was
that?
Well, no.
Loser energy. Well,
how about when throwing the first pitch out for the Mets?
That's tough, man. Not good. But, man, the worst one might be if you lose the loser, Paul George.
Yeah, if you don't, he has lost the endorsement of Paul George.
If Paul George thinks you're a loser.
Yeah, then you're a loser. I mean, that's a good point.
That's
now,
tough
he
to come
hasn't
back
lost
from,
the
man.
endorsement of one person, and that's his biggest supporter, I think, in the whole world. And that's Elliott Shore Park. So Elliott actually had an interesting take on this. And Elliott's been supportive of this kid from the beginning. So Elliott tweeted this morning, seems like Ace Bailey's camp knows the Sixers are taking him at 3. And you might say, what is he talking about? Well, he's made it pretty clear he doesn't want to be here, right? This has been obvious now for a week. He canceled the workout. We keep hearing he wants to be the man on what I call a bad team. Then how come we keep hearing the Sixers might take him? Elliott might be onto something here. Let me throw the question at you. If you're the Sixers, would you take him to trade him? Like they're on the board tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. He's on the board, right? Would they know he doesn't want to play here? There is a school of thought you take him to trade him and get something from the team he wants to go to.
Well, see, this is the thing. He's the third best player in the draft, right? So,
to some people.
Well, to some people.
Yeah.
I mean, the disparate, I guess the drop-off is not that great between third and the sixth or whatever.
You could make a case third is an appropriate spot for his talent.
I guess it all depends on what you're getting for him. Are we talking veteran player, or are we talking another young piece?
Well, you just get something.
Well, yeah, but I think it's important to figure out what that something is. Now, if we're talking about trading, say, for example, I know he's already on the team, but KD or somebody like that, nah, probably not. Probably not that because I want to go the younger route. So if he's that strong about not being here, I probably wouldn't draft him. And probably go with the VJ kid.
Yeah, so VJ Edgecombe is the kid I want from Baylor. But if they could get a pick for him.
Well, that's a conversation. Like, to your point, that's a conversation, like if a team – a lower team wants him.
It seems like the teams that he's interested in are in like the 5, 6, 7 range, and the Sixers are picking at 3. I mean, if you could hold one of those teams up and say, I know you want him, that's where he wants to go, we'll take him and hold him up. It wouldn't shock me if Daryl Morey took this kid tomorrow night with the intention of trading him. 215-592-9494. Have you had your last straw with the Ace Bailey thing? If they take him to keep him, I think it'd be insane. He doesn't want to be here.
Press conference would be dope, though.
Ooh, it'd be awkward.
He would act a whole donkey.
Yeah.
That would be kind of fun.
That would be.
We invite him on. All right, let's welcome on Sixers first-round pick, Ace Bailey. Ace,
so why you don't want to be here?
Ace?
Welcome to Philadelphia. It's just silence. He doesn't want to talk.
It would be just like harassing me. Like, what's going on with you, man? Why you didn't want to come here?
So if they were to draft him, don't we have no leverage in a trade with him whatsoever? Like, if everyone knows that he doesn't want to be here,
but unless someone really wants him,
and then you also lose. Like, the pick is more valuable without having taken anybody.
Like, you mean like once it becomes Ace Bailey, it's Ace Bailey.
It's Ace Bailey.
It's not the third pick anymore. It's just Ace Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to trading the third pick. I feel like I feel like anything we get back is lessened if you take Ace Bailey and you trade
So
him.
let's just play it out this way. What's your reaction tomorrow night if Adam Silver steps to the podium and says, with the third pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Ace Bailey?
Oh,
my gosh.
Can't wait to have him on the show.
Oh, I feel sick to my stomach.
No,
because
I would
sick to
but
my
it'd be
stomach.
great for us, but he'd probably more than likely be on the morning show.
It'd be
but
terrible
if he got
for
on
us.
with us, we could ask.
Yeah, but it'd be terrible for the
great,
Sixers.
Be great radio.
Well, unless he doesn't talk.
Then we could talk.
Look
we
at
could talk
this
bad
guy, Hugh
about.
Douglas,
I
man.
know.
Then we talk bad about
Radio-
Daryl Morey.
radio
Shock
first.
jock Douglas over here.
Douglas.
I'm catastrophizing.
You really are. What a shock. What a shock. This guy's catastrophizing. All right, 215-592-9494. What would be your reaction tomorrow night if the Sixers take a kid that has made it clear he doesn't want to be in Philadelphia?
Don't want to be here.
I mean, I don't know how much more he has to scream it.
He said he don't even like you people.
He basically has. He basically has. I don't like you people. I don't want to be there. I do agree with Kyle. The last straw felt like him throwing out the first pitch of the Mets game. Has he done that yet, or is he scheduled to? Because I saw the photo of him in the Mets jersey.
That was enough for me. I didn't even need to look any further.
That was like rubbing it in. Like, watch this. I'm going to go. Because, I mean, he could have been invited to throw out a first pitch here.
It's fine. He can go play for the Wizards and root for the Mets.
You know what?
Have fun.
Knock yourself out, kid.
Yeah.
Let me give you a prediction. If Ace Bailey plays for the Wizards, we won't utter his name again for the next 4 years.
He's getting booed whenever he enters the building.
Yeah, but like, you think anyone will bring him up in the NBA on the Wizards? No. He'll be a wizard.
Yeah.
That's waste of time.
It's a graveyard, man.
It is. It is. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. Dr. Carl is in Ardmore. Dr. Carl?
If I take this call.
Dr. Carl, yeah. What's up,
It's not
Dr.
Dr. Carl. This is Dr.
Dr.
Carl.
Carl.
Oh, you mean the real
This
doctor?
is a real
this is an
doctor.
actual.
My bad,
not a
Dr.
quack.
Carl. I thought it was Dr. Carl. My bad.
Hey, Dr.
He was
Carl.
on edge.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm
we got you.
catastrophizing.
You
All
are.
right. So I want to throw in my 2 cents on Bryce's wrist.
Mm-hmm.
As you may know, I'm a retired orthopedist, and I've been around long enough that the terms I'm going to share with you in a second did not exist when I practiced. Hugh probably knows them because he's been through stuff with his body. So what I think, and again, I've not seen him, I've not examined him, I've not seen his studies, but based on what I'm hearing, I think he's got what we call a T, like in Tom, FC ligament injury. There are multiple ligaments in the wrist. I can't remember any of them anymore. But together they form what we call the triangular fibrocartilage, and anybody out there who's had it knows what I'm talking about. So this is a sometimes subtle diagnosis to make. X-rays will not show it. And the gold standard, at least when I retired, was what we called an MRI arthrogram, where you stuck dye in the wrist and then did an MRI. If it shows a tear, here are the options. And I'm sure he has seen more than one hand surgeon. 1, rest it, which I think he probably did last year. 2, shot of cortisone and see what happens. And last but not least, surgery. But the surgery here is not a slam dunk. It takes the form usually of an arthroscopic approach where the ligament's either debrided, which means we cut it away, or it's repaired. Now, neither is a guarantee, and both take a while to recover, which is why I think he's doing what he's doing. And that's my take on him. As far as how the Phillies would do without him or doing, I agree with Devin that they're going to be okay until the playoffs. But come the playoffs, regardless of what his statistics have been, they need him. They need him if they're going to go through the playoffs. So that's all I have to
So
say.
I agree with that. Dr. Carl, before you go, so if your guess is correct on the injury,
right.
Do you think, so as I heard you explain it, it sounded like to me something that they will try their best to rest and get through this season. And then if that doesn't work, then if there's a surgery, that'd be an off-season thing just based on the timing.
That's how I see it.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
All right. Well, that's certainly an interesting perspective.
Hugh, what do you think?
Dr. Hugh, what do you got?
You know what, Doc? When you said it, the thing I was thinking about, how does an injury like that happen? And you know, because he said early on that it went away and then it came back. So So why did it quiet down? That's the question that I had.
Okay, it's usually a repetitive thing.
Mhm.
We usually don't see it in young people unless they fall. And what more repetitive activity do we need than swinging a bat? So my guess, again, I'm guessing, that's what I think is going on.
Well, that's one, and Dr. Carl, we appreciate the phone call.
Thanks a lot, Doc.
You know what? That was some insight. That, unlike the other doctors we hear around here on this show.
And I'm sorry, Doc.
I know.
Carl. I
You
thought it was Dr.
compared him-
Carp.
It was pretty close, though.
No, because I looked at it and it's like Dr. Carp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was an actual doctor.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. No, I mean, I guess Dr. Carp claims he's an actual doctor. None of us take him seriously around here. But all right, so that's an interesting perspective. And again, he didn't examine him. He's just speaking to us from experience in his career. If he's correct on that, Hugh, this sounds like something that is not just going to go away overnight, and it's going to be something they have to manage the entire season. So, like, it brings us back to the conversation we're having today of can they sustain if he misses time? Because when we had Devin on, she reiterated. Can we hear it again? Can we hear Harper on Friday? This is Bryce Harper Friday before the game, talking about just where he's at, what they've uncovered, and now what as he tries to get back in the lineup. Because this pointed to what I heard is he doesn't really know what's going on. They're just doing their best to get through it. Here's Bryce on Friday.
No, I mean, we haven't really got too many answers about it. It's been pretty sporadic, I guess, trying to get some answers and stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of information in there, and just try to calm that down the best we can, and do the best we can with that.
As far as you know, it's just inflammation. No issue causing, no structural or anything.
No, there's no structural issues. Like I won't need surgery or anything like that. I mean, we've talked to multiple doctors and things, but just a lot of information in that area.
Bryce, given that it did go away and come back, is there any concern that could happen again in August, September? Will you do anything different as far as between games work, taking fewer swings, anything like that to manage it once you are back?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's obviously a great question, but it's a question that I can't really answer right now because I don't know. I'm not happy that it came back, right? I was pain-free for probably 4.5 months, and then it came back just randomly. So that's always tough, but I think those are things that we're going to have to answer, once I get going again.
You all right over there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
But what happened?
It just sounded like you had like a resigned sigh.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I was listening to what he was saying.
And it was hitting you deep down.
No, I'm just no, I was just really
You had
taking
an emotion. Like you,
Well,
we felt it.
I was taking it all in.
Okay.
I'm listening, and I was just taking it all in. I didn't mean anything.
You audibly groaned.
You can hear. I mean, I did.
Yes.
I didn't mean. anything.
You'd be surprised to know these microphones pick up everything. This
didn't know.
This
I
is
didn't-
part of your issue. You realize that. You think you get away with things over there, and you can't.
No, I'm just listening to what he said, and it just sounded like he was kind of unsure.
He is unsure.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, wow. I've never known somebody. Now, it's one thing to when you talk to people to try to be vague because you're told not to tell everybody everything because you don't have a timeline. But I'm listening to that, and I'm like, he really kind of sounds unsure about it himself. And then when Dr. Carl called and said what he said, I'm kind of taking what I just heard and listening to what he's saying and seeing how much validity that it could be to have, to what's actually going on with him. That's what that was. But I didn't know.
Just randomly. So that's all.
I did not know. I did not know.
So that's.
I did not know that. I was like,
Are we all beginning to understand why Hugh gets caught so many times with this microphone? It picks up everything. You think you get away with some noises over there, and you do not.
I was just like, No, you're just like, wow. He don't really. It don't even sound like you know what he's doing. Yeah. It's a luxury. That's a hill. That hill's going. That is not a fart. I can't say that's not a fart. It's hot, and y'all are picking with me. I feel attacked.
Oh, it's not. I mean, hold on. It's not hot in our
we're not
studio.
doing that. It's hot.
Come on. Hold on a second. We work in an air-conditioned studio. There are people working, listening to us outside that are burning up, and you're making it's hot excuse in air conditioning.
Okay.
Can't even handle hearing Bryce Harper
I know.
talk.
This guy's unbelievable.
Can I say something?
No.
As an aside, our boss. I'm about to throw him under the bus.
Oh, boy. Now we're getting messy.
But
you have to blame Rod for this.
No, because does anyone else find it funny that Rod came from Arizona? Our boss, your great boss.
Yeah.
But he always complains about the heat.
Sensitive to the heat.
Hold on. In fairness, it's a dry heat down there.
No, but I'm just saying. Does anybody else find the irony in that? I mean, he did live in Arizona.
It's dry down there.
Yeah, but
it's a little different.
No, there is some irony.
Stickiness.
The guy from Arizona
irony.
I mean,
can't handle the
I
heat.
get it,
Yeah.
I mean, every day.
It's different up here, man.
Well, the last couple days, to be fair, he's complained about how hot it was.
Well, he comes in wondering about the air conditioning and all that. I I think it is ironic, too.
Just was like, dog, you was in Arizona.
It's like someone coming from a cold weather climate and saying, boy, it's 35 out. It's not that cold. Yeah, like it's cold. You know what they were talking about this morning on the morning show?
What's that?
What is worse, extreme heat or extreme cold? Like, if you had to deal, which one would you rather deal with? Mine is an easy one.
I'll take the heat.
I'll take the heat, too.
I'll take the
I'm
heat all
taking the
day.
heat.
Because you could easily, you don't have to be out in the heat. You know what I mean? You could wait till the sun goes down. In the cold,
It's
if
just
it's cold
cold.
during the day, it's going to be colder at night.
Yes, there's no relief, really.
Yeah, it ain't no. Yeah, you can get some relief from the sun.
Yeah, and you can always put more layers on. I mean, there's
Yeah.
only so much you can, there's only so little you can wear and go out. I mean, I it's hot. I get it. I mean, and for people who work outside and are outside right now, I'm sure it is very uncomfortable. The heat doesn't bother me as much as, I think it used to. I think maybe I'm just more used to it. I don't know, but I would rather the heat than the cold. I mean, the cold, you know what I think about, Hugh, our pregame shows with the Eagles? Like some of those days where it was cold out, like really. I'd way rather sit in this and just hydrate than have, you can't feel your hands after a couple hours.
Yeah, that's something different.
That's a lot. So what have we done in this segment? We have talked to a doctor and we've thrown our boss under the bus?
Yeah.
And you've sighed on the air.
couldn't hide his displeasure with
Today's a
hearing
good
Bryce
day.
Harper.
No, it wasn't displeasure. It was just reflective. That was a reflective
Was
sign.
it catastrophizing?
We're catastrophizing.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna work that word into.
We're like
every
a 7-year-old who finds a new word out and just say it all the time.
Catastrophizing.
Working in new sentences here.
We're like Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Word of the day.
And now y'all gotta let me lock in because I gotta get ready to do this reading.
Oh, yeah. Everybody give Hugh his space.
Hold on a second. You need. You wait on.
Give me room.
You need in-segment time to lock in for the
Give me
post-segment read.
room. Give me room.
All right, let's start building Hugh his time to go over his read during the segment. This is the new one. Give me a minute, guys. I gotta read
No,
this.
I'm just saying.
After
I just gotta get my mind mentally
Yeah,
ready.
I will let you go.
Get pumped up?
Yeah, there you go.
Here we go, everyone.
Because I inadvertently gave the you people cannon fodder today. If I screwed up this
It's not like you do that every day, though.
Yeah.
No, but today was the worst one.
Now-
I think the pregnant pause really killed me.
Well,
though.
I actually disagree. It wasn't a pregnant pause. It was a vacation you took.
You took some PTO.
It felt like 10 seconds.
See, now the pressure's on. Now the pressure's
I
on.
almost thought that something happened to you. I was like, is he okay with me? Just stop talking.
No, I'm looking at him like, wait a minute. Okay, that sounds right.
Whoever said yesterday that he was in the fourth quarter, bumping up against the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, we're taking knees here. All right, 215-592-9494.
now the pressure's really on.
You'll be all right. All right, coming up, your phone calls. This would the Phillies be all right if Bryce Harper missed a significant amount of time? I think they would be. I think they could sustain this level of play. Hugh and Kyle do not. Should they take Ace Bailey, hold him hostage, and trade him away? No, just avoid this kid altogether. And BG, Brandon Graham's going to join us next, right in the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's try this again. We all saw the tragedy in Game 7, and we saw a range of sportsbooks react to some of the refunds from the injury. But no one has been as consistent or generous as Fanatic Sportsbook, which now has to be recognized as the home of fair play. Fanatic Sportsbook instantly voided all affected legs instantly and paid out winning SGPs and parlays. And that's what they've done for the first half injuries. All playoff long, saving customers over $5 million in injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet with a sport book that just shows up. Can't say that word, sports book. Choose the sports book that has injury insurance policy that protects every prop, every single game. It's time to switch to Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Tonight's Mega Millions jackpot now is an estimated annuity of $326 million. $326 million. So don't forget to play. Visit your local retailer for tickets. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music. Sip refreshing Happy Dad malt seltzers at our tiki bar, or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week. Enjoy Happy Dad malt seltzers, now available in Delaware and Maryland. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
Breaking news coming. Area Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club is proud to bring you the best bargain in the city. $2 Tuesday. Gas prices, groceries, everywhere you turn, prices are up. However, the very popular $2 Tuesdays is still at Cheerleaders. $2 domestic beers, couch dances 2 for $25, and select cocktails are only $2. Join us for $2 Tuesdays, where we give you a high-end experience for a fraction of the cost. We have the hottest entertainers and the best value in the city. $2 Tuesday specials from 7 p.m. to midnight. Every Tuesday night only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Usually when a bad sports owner is forced out, things get better. Just ask Commanders fans. But in Phoenix, it's been chaos. New owner Matt Ishbia tried to microwave a contender. KD, Bradley Beal, big names, no results. He's already on his 4th coach in 4 years. No stability, no structure. And somewhere in the middle of it all, Devin Booker, watching the mess build around him. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good afternoon. How y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. Have you been working on your barbecue game? It's a little hot outside right now. You're not getting ready for football. So what have you been doing with your little bit of free time that you have now?
Hey, you know what, man? I've been seeing you a lot. So we both been out here and getting cooked in this barbecue, of heat.
Ain't that the truth, man? So what you got going on, BG?
Hey, man, I'm working on, Crooked Tea right now, man. I got a organic alcoholic beverage, man. Zero sugar, 0 carbs, gluten-free. Out here trying to drink better and live better, man, on that. So that's what I've been doing, partner with Ben Weiss right now. He was the owner of Buy, and now he's working with Crooked Tea with me and a great mentor in this space, man. And so, I've just been learning and enjoying some football combos and that too, and Crooked Tea.
So you got to tell us about this BG barbecue pull-up, because I'm looking at this thing here, and it sounds like people can enter for a chance to hang out with you. So tell us about this, the BG barbecue pull-up. What is that?
Oh, yeah, so the pull-up is, you got to send a video in on, first trying the tea. Then, you got to talk about how much you love Brandon Graham. And then it got to be a nice little creative video, of why I should show up to your party. And, man, whoever wins, because we're going to go through every video, whoever wins, we're going to pull up and crash their party, and it's going to be the best party of the summer. Other than, going out there, hopefully it's out in Seattle somewhere or somewhere out by the shore where I love. But either way, we're going to crash it and we're going to have some fun.
All right, so you got to enter by July 14th. I'm looking at this. This looks pretty cool. You going to enter this?
You know what's funny?
You might have a leg up if you enter it.
On my algorithm. I'm crashing. Wherever he's at, that's where I'm going to be. But I was looking at some of the entries so far where people were on social media doing some videos. Mm-hmm. They're excited about this, man. This is probably going to be hard to pick a winner because there have been some creative people out there that put something together already that look pretty good.
Oh, yeah, man, they have. And, I'm just trying not to be biased. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for everyone, and we're going to go through everyone one by one, and we're going to make sure that we give everybody that opportunity, man. But I'm excited because it's just fun. It's supposed to be fun, and that's why we did the drink because, it's fun, 80 calories, 0 sugar, like I said, 0 carbs, and, it's a gret flavor, too.
Yeah, everybody's trying to, especially nowadays when you're out there partying and everything, you got to make sure you keep them beach body right.
That's the key.
Yeah, definitely the key.
Especially myself, because I know there's some rolling bets out there on how BG going to be after
Hey, what'd you say?
football.
Hey, dog, I'm here to tell you, like, whatever you're doing, keep doing that, dog, because it rolls in quick. Like, first thing you know, you 20 pounds overweight, and you're like, oh, no, clothes fitting all funny.
Did that happen to you when you retired?
Oh, man, listen. And folks talking bad about you. So, yeah, you gotta make sure you stay on the train, man. Stay on the train.
I'm on the train. I did it this morning. I ride bikes every morning. Then I go work out. Then I do my jumping jacks after, I've been on jumping jacks pretty good because, all those things that you can do, no weight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Push-ups, sit-ups.
Yeah,
Trying
all
to
of
just
that.
stay right, man. Consistent.
Just want to at this point, you just want to look good naked, dog, for your wife. That's it. That's all you want to do, man. Just look good for your wife.
That's all I want, man. That's all I want. I want my wife to be like, ooh.
Yeah, when she, you know what I'm saying? When you come to bed, she be like, hey, big fella, hey.
I already know, man. I understand. So, I'm working out to look good. That's
it. That's what you're doing now. You just trying to look good.
So, BG, we don't usually get to talk to players around this time. So around this time of the year, right? Like now until training camp, when you were playing, is this just your time to relax, or do you and the other players do you still keep in shape and working out? What is this time like? Because this is like the only downtime you guys get until, for the Eagles, obviously, the hope is February. But is this a time to get off your feet as a player? And do you think that those guys are doing this now, or do they keep in shape so they're ready for training camp? But what's that balance like?
Well, it's a good balance. You can make sure that you're working out. Like I say, to get ready for what's the main thing, and that's going out there and staying focused on just because we got the season approaching. But this is a time for you to go see family, have some 4th of July fun, and then by the time you look up, July 22nd be here before you know it, and then you in grind mode. But I think it's just you got to have a good balance, because that's the only way you're gonna stay sane in this is having a little fun. Going somewhere like Arizona or somewhere nice where you can enjoy yourself after you work out. And so that's what a lot of guys doing. They doing that after they take care of their business in the beginning of the day.
No question. All right, Crooked T is who BG is with, the BG Barbecue Pull-Up, and you could enter and win a chance to hang out with BG. BG, enjoy this time off, and this sounds like a fun thing you're doing here, so we're excited to do it. And watch out, Hugh's probably going to crash this party.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming, especially if they got some good barbecue. If you pick one of them that got some good barbecue, I'm on my way.
We already know, man. And hey, as long as I'm working out, I can indulge for sure.
There
That's
you
what
go.
I'm gonna be doing.
That's all it's about.
Good stuff. BG, enjoy your summer. We'll chat soon.
All right, talk to you soon.
There he goes, Brandon Graham there with the BG Barbecue Pull-Up. People were talking bad about you when you put a little weight on after your career?
Oh, man, I'm telling you, it's like, dang, dog, you just didn't let yourself go. Like, it happens because you get to that, it changes. And you have a lot of time on your hands. You're not getting ready for the season, so it happens. But when you start getting up and you walking up the stairs and you're breathing heavy, that's probably the sign that you probably need to get.
Well, you got an early start in Jacksonville anyway.
Yeah, I was a little fluffy. But I got off.
Do anything for us?
Because even now, that's why I used to ride the elevator up and down in the parking garage.
You're a stairs guy now?
I hit them steps now.
Wow.
Every day. Because one day I had to hit them. And I was breathing real heavy.
Oh, was that a sign you got to make some changes?
Hey, Kyle, I hit the steps and I was like, Lord have mercy.
Cut down the fast food.
Speaking of...
And after that, I stopped doing it. I just do it every day now.
Speaking of Hughes' Jaguars days, as we just brought up, that was the early start to the retirement. Someone sent me last night, there's a video NFL.com has up. What's the best Hard Knocks moment of all time? And someone sent it to me. Hugh getting cut, ? Do you think you'll make the best Hard Knocks?
Probably not. Probably not.
It's number one on the show.
Yeah, on this show.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
on this, they're definitely in Philly. That's the one near and dear to a lot of people's heart, but probably not.
I wouldn't say it's the top moment. That's a little harsh. I mean, it was.
I would say a Jacksonville
10,
moment though would probably be when John Henderson was getting smoke slapped out his ass. Like, he was getting smoked. You remember that? He was he would get slapped before every game.
Oh, it was wild. He would have someone stand in front of him, and as hard as they could, slap him across the face.
Smoke out of him.
I think you showed me this before.
Yeah.
It's like to get him pumped up.
Yeah. Slap smoke out of him.
Slapped out of his ass.
You ain't never heard nobody say that? Get smoke slapped out you.
You had that one coming. I mean, you really did. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, if you just hopped in, we appreciate BG joining the show there. We opened today with Bryce Harper because the Phillies are playing really good baseball time. So they open a series tonight down in Houston. This is a challenging part of the schedule that starts today, right? They have Houston for 3. They go to Atlanta, who's played better baseball of late. And then you look at the schedule between now and the All-Star break, and it's all teams in the race. It's San Diego, it's the Reds, it's San Diego again, it's the Giants. Like everyone they've played between now and the end of the first half, they're all somewhat in the race. And the one team that isn't is the Braves, and we know they have a lot of capability. So this is, it's going to be challenging. But I believe the Phillies could sustain the way they're playing, and I think they could be fine if Bryce Harper doesn't come back for a while. And I have no idea, Hugh, when he's coming back. I mean, we spoke to Devin. We spoke to a doctor a few minutes ago. We were reading the tea leaves of him talking a couple days ago. The one thing that is so clear is he doesn't really know what's going on.
It feels that way. I mean, it just feels that way. There's a difference between not telling too much and not knowing.
Yeah.
And it just feels like he really doesn't know when he's going to be back.
I'm just going to frame it this way. If in the next 50 games, and I haven't looked at where that puts you on the schedule, probably end of August. The next 50 games on the schedule, if you tell me Bryce Harper only plays in 10 of them, that wouldn't surprise me. It just wouldn't. Now, that could mean he's out until 40 more games and then he comes back and he's good. That's possible. It could mean he tries to come back, he plays a week, and that bothers him again. I don't know, but here's what I do feel. I feel like the Phillies could sustain without him and play good baseball without him. They have been driven by their pitching, and as long as the starting pitching stays healthy, they're going to be okay. But I got, instead of agreement today, I get Hugh Douglas and Kyle over here scared that they're going to fall off without him.
God forbid that we think that they're not going to be able to play this well without their best player.
Yeah,
That's
God
right.
forbid.
Yeah.
You're the one catastrophizing it now, Joe. Look at your catastrophizing.
Now you're putting the idea in the head if he comes back and re-injures it and then he's done for the whole season.
I'm just scenarios.
That's catastrophizing.
That's catastrophizing.
They're going to be fine either way. That's the opposite of catastrophizing.
Either way?
Either way.
Like they're going to be the same team with and without him.
Pretty much.
How?
Because that's who they are. It's what they were to
No,
start.
I think he's gonna see because you're. It almost sounds like you think Bryce is falling off a little bit. I just think he's gotten off to a little bit of a slow start. But I do believe that it's getting warmer now, and when he comes back, whenever he comes back,
that's right.
That he's going to hit the ground running.
About that.
Yeah.
Oh, it was cold. Yeah, that's right.
We can't use those excuses anymore.
We really can't use it was cold excuse. It's 97 degrees.
But hold on, like
It
just
is
the
hot.
presence of him in the lineup, and you put him in front of Kyle Schwarber again. You have Bowman, Castellanos hitting well. JT, maybe he's finally picking it
That
up
looks
to at least a
formidable.
respectable
Sounds
degree.
formidable,
Like
yeah.
you bump everybody down, and now all of a sudden you're really cooking with gas. You have a dangerous lineup. And him coming back almost feel like say he comes back in 2 weeks. That's like the best trade deadline acquisition that the team could possibly get.
Sure, it'd be wonderful, and he won't hurt them. Hugh made the point a few seconds ago that it feels like I think he's declined. He has. It's been a while since he's been the Bryce Harper that you felt changed the team. It's been a year. Like I haven't seen that Bryce Harper in a while. Like, yeah, we could. You know what sticks in our heads? The postseasons. He was that in the 22 postseason. He was that in the 23 postseason before they fell apart against Arizona. He wasn't that. If you go to the last year, I think he's hit 22 home runs. You know how many players in baseball have hit 22 home runs in the last 365 days? A lot.
He'll start hitting home runs.
Yeah, I believe that.
But it is.
That
Nice.
sounds like it's like a big, little bit of a shot. A little bit.
I would never do that.
Really?
Let me just again. This isn't a knock on Bryce Harper. It's just a reality of what he is and what they've done without him. Again, in 2022, they went on a run for 2 months without him, and they were just fine. And this year, again, just this team. And you would think this year they need him more because the lineup isn't as deep as it was a few years ago. All right, this year they are 10-5 since he was put on the injured list on June 7th. They're 10-3 since they got swept by the Pirates in that series, and he was obviously out for that one. But I'm looking right now over the last year. Some of the names on the list of players in baseball that have more home runs, it's a remarkable list. I'm going to just read some names to you. These are players over the last year that have more home runs than Bryce Harper. Okay, Austin Wells, Brenton Doyle, Jorge Polanco.
Not really necessarily household names.
Exactly. Michael Busch. Again, he's still really good. And I want him here rather than not have him. I just think with this pitching, if you tell me today he's out for another month, I'm going to say, all right, they're going to be fine.
And especially because, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the Mets get a new pitcher the other day?
So the Mets have some pitchers coming back from the injury list.
They got Dickie Lovelady.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just wanted to say, hold on, you just wanted to say that.
I wanted to get Joe to say it, but you said it.
Yes, they have
You set me up.
They have the reliever formerly known as Richard Lovelady, who now is
Trying
going
to get
by
me taken off the air.
Dickie Lovelady. You're a problem today. You're a problem.
What are you, 10?
It's hot. It's hot.
We have the air conditioning on in here.
Wait a minute. What's his name again?
Dickie Lovelady.
And he said, but no, the kicker was when he said, don't call me Richard anymore.
He's not Richard Lovelady anymore.
He wants to be known as Dickie.
You going to be okay?
You are 10 years old, dude.
We have lost this guy for the show today.
Wait a minute. Just send out a press release. Don't call me Richard. Call me Dickie. Dick, just call me.
So,
yes,
I'm going to go to Bill in Westchester because we've lost you, Douglas. I mean, that's the bottom line. Bill in Westchester. What's up, Bill?
Not much. Hugh sounds like he's seriously catastrophized.
He is totally catastrophized.
I'm about to if you don't get off the speakerphone.
Bill, please no speakerphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. Big deal.
How's that?
Much better, Bill. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the Phillies will be fine, but the bullpen is what could drag them down. The starting pitching can only get them so far, and even if they can get enough runs, I mean, you saw what they did to Wheeler Friday night. They drove the pitch count out, got him out of there, and then they're into the bullpen on the first game of the series, and I think that kind of came back to bite them Saturday night.
Well, I agree with that, and it just feels like they're so thin in who they trust out there, Bill, that there's like a certain path they have to winning games, and that is they have to have a lead late, and then they trust a few guys. But unfortunately, if they're down 5-3, it's almost like Topper has to almost give that game away because he can't waste his good relievers that night because he might need them next night. So then the 5-3 game, like it becomes like Saturday when it becomes a blowout.
Yeah, I agree. That's you almost I don't know. It's tough to make the decision for the next night with 4 innings left in the game you're playing. But I was wondering if maybe they might be able to use the starters a little different if they get Nola healthy. Maybe use an opener for like 3 innings and have somebody behind him because it seems like a lot of the guys can go through 6 innings. Maybe if you use an opener for 3 and then put somebody in behind, especially if you have a left-hander going for 3 innings and then a right-hander behind it, you'll flip around the other team's batting order.
Well, you could. I mean, a team like the Dodgers does that all the time. I mean, smart. I'd say winning teams, smart teams tend to use those. The Phillies have been more traditional with it. And Bill, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, they could do that. I mean, I have no idea how it's going to play out when they add these starters in, like when Nola gets healthy, when Painter's ready. Hugh, this is a good problem to have. We've talked a lot this season about who goes to the bullpen. Mm-hmm. They also, at some point, could do a 6-man rotation because
we talked about that a lot this year, too.
I am wondering, we keep focusing on like, hey, October is what matters, right? Mm-hmm. They have leaned heavily on their starters. Like, those guys throw a lot of innings, and I wonder if you're
worried about the arms conking out at the end?
Yeah, like I don't want them to be tired. Like if they're out of gas when we get to October, none of this matters, right?
Yeah, but and to your point, because I think the last couple outings, Luzardo gave you 7, and I think Christopher Sanchez gave you like 7 somewhere around there.
I think Sanchez went 8 in Miami.
Yeah, it was something
last
like
week.
that. I can't remember right off the top of my head.
Even
but I hear what you're saying.
Rangers pitched a lot of 7 innings, and he's a guy that's had back issues before.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, was that last year? It kind of the pitching kind of fell off a little bit, or it was last year. So yeah, you do kind of worry about that a little bit. That's why I feel like it's important to have Bryce's bat out there.
Well, it helps.
Because that kind of when we talk about evening out and the way that the pitchers are going along now, it kind of evens out everything, and that's why I feel like at some point it might turn. So that's why we need Bryce back out there.
Yeah, look, and I understand why Topper has leaned on the starters. I mean, I would too if I had this bullpen. I would say, hey,
because it's a little shaky.
Yeah, I mean, Ranger's gone 6 strong innings, and he feels good. I understand the inclination of, hey, let's put him out for the 7th. He's dominating the game. We need to win this game. But they have pitched a lot of innings. I mean, that's and it's a good thing, and it could stay a good thing all year. Doesn't mean they're going to run out of gas, but you do wonder about that. And I wonder if they would consider a 6-man, at points of this summer when they get more healthy and Nola comes back and maybe Painters arrive. 215-592-94.9 from Matt in Broomall is up. Hey, Matt.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Matt.
What's up, Matt?
So, Joe, I'll agree with you like a little bit in the sense where like they could definitely stay afloat without Bryce. They're definitely a good baseball team besides him. Obviously, the starting pitching is great. I think it's a little crazy to say that with or without him, they're the same team. I mean, yeah, he had a slow start to the season, but just putting him in that lineup alone, hitting him in front of Schwarber, like teams fear him. He gets pitched around. It just opens everything up for everyone else. And not to mention other guys have been hitting better since he's been out. So if you put him in with those guys playing at that level, it's going to be obviously a huge difference. And not to mention when he pulled out his inner Nick Sirianni and shaved his head, he was starting to turn up. So, I mean, you just know he's the guy that elevates the team, elevates in the postseason. So I think it's a little crazy to say that they're the same team with or without him.
So, I think I'll frame it this way. And the postseason, I agree with you because you're playing all the best teams, right? So, like, you need to be at the most strength you could be. I think the regular season is a little bit different because you get pockets of the schedule where, you just could win the games because you just show up and you're playing the Marlins. So, Matt, I felt that in the past, like the way you do, and I said it. I just wonder why the numbers don't equal it. Like this season, they were 37-26 the day they put him on the injured list. They're 10-5 since. So it's pretty much the same thing. In 2022, they missed him for 2 whole months, and they had a better record without him. I'm not saying like he's hurting them. I'm just saying they seem to find a way without him to win at basically the same clip. I mean, it feels like that for a lot of his career here with the Phillies.
Yeah, I mean, they're just at this point, they're definitely a good baseball team. I mean, they have good players from top to bottom. The bottom of the order gets a little bit shaky, but I mean, they're definitely a good baseball team. Obviously, they have the good pitching, so that's kind of why I think they still can win without him. But I just like they're obviously a better team with him in the lineup. I wouldn't say with or without him, it's the same. But then the last thing I want to add into, I think as a Philadelphia fan base, we need to become the biggest Ace Bailey haters that you can be. Like, that dude is a loser, trying to call shots before he's even in the league.
I mean, a complete loser. He screams losing basketball player. Like, he seems destined, Matt, to go to the Wizards. He's going to get the ball the whole game. He'll shoot the ball 30 times. He'll score 23 points, and they'll lose almost every game. Like, it's just
100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's destined. And Matt, we appreciate the phone call. And Hugh, if that's what he wants, if that's what the kid, I mean, knock yourself out, Ace Bailey. Go play for the Wizards.
See, I don't know if I'm prepared to call him a loser.
Well, losing player.
Well, when you say that, he feel like he's in a different stratosphere, if you will. And I'm trying to figure out why he's thinking the way that he's thinking. He has a plan, and we just don't see the plan. Now, to your point, to not want to be the third pick in the draft is a little peculiar. Mm-hmm. When you talk about what that comes with. The higher you go, the more accolades, the more prestigious it is. So that is interesting. But and I don't think it's fair to say that he's wrong for doing it that way just now because I don't know how it's going to play out for him.
Yeah, I mean, right or wrong,
it's
his preference.
I will say what I do have a problem with, Joe, is the way that he handled the Sixers situation. That, to me, is not how you handle that. If you don't want, like, if you schedule a workout, then I feel like you should do the workout.
Of course.
And if you tell them, say, if you go to the workout, you do the best you can and tell them, hey, listen, I'm doing this out of courtesy, but I don't want to play for you guys. Like that's something different.
It almost feels like he's trying to engineer what he is rather than organically become it. Like, if he's as good as some people think, Elliot, he'll be the number one scorer on a team. Like the Sixers, for example. I know they have Tyrese Maxey, right? And some of the reports say he doesn't want to play with other star players. And I don't even know if you consider Joel and Paul George stars anymore. But whatever. They have veterans here that have. If you're that good, Ace Bailey, come here, and eventually it'll be your team. It seems like he's just trying to shortcut his way to being the lone scorer on a team that has nobody else. And if that's his prerogative, he can go do that. 215. Get back to the phone calls on this coming up here. I think if Bryce Harper were to miss significant time, which he certainly could. This is day 17 of the injured list stint. I don't know when he's coming back. I think the Phillies are going to be okay without him. They can sustain this level of success. Hugh and Kyle don't believe so. And something happened yesterday in the city here that it made me feel old. We'll discuss it next. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hatfield, which I do. Wait a minute, I gotta find it now.
We're on fire today.
Yeah, we're doing great today. Hey, Hatfield just dropped something special. The marinated carnitas, and they're boneless, tender, juicy, flavor for days. This isn't your average pork roast, people. This one is next level. The new Hatfield marinated carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Go to ChristianHVAC.com.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here. This year, enjoy hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving even more reasons to love home runs this year every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's an Oppo Boppo or a wall scraper, FanDuel's got all the home runs covered, and of course your spot to bet the home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard all season long at FanDuel.com/hammer to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka are the perfect drink to enjoy on the golf course this season. Light, refreshing, real vodka, real brewed tea, and zero bubbles. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain
Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. 800-310-0219. 800-310-0219.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We got all our reads in order here, all our papers.
No, you know, like I got.
Okay.
Listen, about to throw Motion under the bus. This was a terrible,
Oh,
terrible
wow.
read. Hey, it's not my fault. Was wordy. Some of the words were
Pass
repetitive.
the buck. No accountability.
Hey, no accountability.
Here we go.
You know me. Hey, I got to live true to my name. I got to stay on brand.
It's the biggest current rivalry in Philadelphia sports. Hugh against accountability.
Yeah, I gotta
and
stay on brand.
accountability is rolling
I got to
through.
stay on brand. So I'm going to go off the cuff on this last one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's going to be great.
It's telling you to ad lib.
Well, no, it's like when I read it, it's some of the stuff is kind of repetitive and it's kind of, you know,
Those,
it's a lot.
those,
So I'm just going, you know what I mean? I'm just going to go ahead and, you know, I'm going to make it truly mine. I had a couple Ron Burgundy moments.
You're going to crush it,
Oh,
brother.
wordsmith Douglas is ready to roll.
I'm going to knock this one out the park.
We'll get to that.
I believe in you, buddy.
Your phone calls
You're
on Bryce
about the only
Harper.
one.
Yep. Stay tuned for that. I don't usually say stay tuned for the read
For
you
a
has
read,
coming
but
up,
yeah, that's
but
what-
you don't want to go anywhere.
People might be, though. They're all over you in the chat right
Oh,
now.
no, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's okay.
I can imagine.
All
I mean,
right.
that deservedly so.
So, Hugh, I saw something yesterday that made me feel old.
What's that?
And I'm not trying to say like that this person is now like clearly old. This idea of this made me feel old.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday was a birthday here in Philadelphia sports. You see whose birthday was yesterday?
No, I didn't.
It was Howie Roseman's birthday. Happy birthday, Howie, who's been at the top of the league for a long time now. And I think
100%, man.
That's right. He's the best at what he does in the entire sport. That's Howie Roseman. But it wasn't just any birthday for Howie. It was a big one yesterday. Howie Roseman turned 50 years old yesterday. So happy birthday, Howie.
What do you think he did to celebrate?
I would think some sort of... He's got to be on vacation, right? Like this is their downtime. I know
I'm
Howie's...
looking at the free.
No, that's your fault for playing that. But that, I mean, I would think it's a big birthday on vacation somewhere. It's downtime during the football calendar. I don't know. Would you do anything special for your 50th a few years ago?
No.
No?
Nothing. I just turned 50.
That sounds like your ideal.
Yeah,
just like nothing. Yeah, I
Like
didn't
leave
do
me the
anything.
hell alone.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of how I roll.
I feel like Howie gets down though. Like
I could see it being a big
party.
thing. Yeah, I could see him having a huge thing.
When you say get down, because that could mean a whole lot of different things. And slather Vaseline. No, I mean because it's. It's kind of vague.
I feel like Howie could put back some beers.
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
he probably drinking something a little bit more.
like top shelf stuff.
Yeah, he probably
tequila,
knows some
whatever.
top shelf. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he had a great time. But you know what I felt yesterday on his birthday? I felt old. Howie turning 50, I don't know, it hit me for some reason. I always thought...
You're saying 50's old. It is.
For Howie Roseman, it's old. Like, I always considered Howie the young executive, right? When he first got here and into the organization, he was, probably in his 20s? And then he rose to become the general manager in his early 30s, or mid 30s, whenever that was. He was very young to be in that position in the NFL. And now he still obviously has a long runway as long as he wants to do this, maybe 10, 15, 20 more years. But he's not young anymore. I don't know. It made me feel old. Howie Roseman's not young. I mean, Hugh, did it hit you? I mean, I know it's weird that you and Howie are on the same age.
Yeah, about the same age.
Because I
a couple
consider
years older
Howie
than him.
so youthful.
Well,
Well, I mean, Howie ain't he didn't play football. He's a great GM, but he didn't play. He didn't get beat up all those years.
Yeah, that's part
You're
of it.
using it as an excuse.
Well, I ain't using this. It's just it is what it is. I would tell Howie this: as long as everything worked, dog, and you ain't wearing a diaper, you're good.
So is that how you decide what's old and what's not old?
Well, because listen,
what's old?
I would probably say you're only as old as you feel.
Okay, that's a cop out.
No, it's only as old as you feel. You're only as old as you feel because, some days, like I said, I could be Kyle Schwarber and run. I'm about 20 years older than him.
There's no way you can
think about the muscles or ligaments you may tear trying to do it.
No,
that should tell you all you need
that's
to
a reality.
Yeah,
that's a reality. But I look at it like
this.
Think
about when you fell down in the studio and we ordered Life Alert for you.
Yeah, but I look at it like this because I have friends that are younger than me that have like serious health issues. Yeah. That's crazy. So for me to be as old as I am and not have any major health issues, to me that's a win.
I saw you at the airport, man. Like after 50,
I was high. That's different. I was high.
Old and high is quite a combination.
Yeah, I was high, and that was something totally different.
Yeah. I mean, look,
because I was struggling.
50, you're starting the third quarter.
Hey man, long as like for real, as long as your man part's still working, I mean that's kind of the only thing that we really, that's like the most important thing because ED, erectile dysfunction, is like a thing.
Well, here comes the next read we're gonna have.
I ain't got that problem.
Listen to the afternoon show if you need help.
Everything's still working. Everything working at optimal
this
efficiency.
Wasn't really about you.
I'm just saying. I can steal every now and then.
I think we've uncovered something.
Swing from the chandelier if I want to.
And be hurt the next day.
Now, I'm going to take a power nap after the fact.
Right. Yeah, I think we've uncovered that Hugh feels old because he's getting very defensive.
He is very defensive.
I'm not getting defensive.
You are. But no one's saying anything didn't work. We're just saying he's 50 old.
But what I'm saying is this, because the stigma is like when you get a certain age, for some cats, that becomes somewhat of an issue.
Yeah.
The absolute.
You know what I'm saying? And you, since we're here.
We arrived here.
We're here because there's a lot of people that live in the suburbs, like ladies, that, they complain about their significant other.
Where are we going?
I ain't got no complaints. I ain't getting no complaints. Everything. I'm just saying. Some guys out there know exactly, some guys they eat Blue Chews like I eat mints. Some people do that.
Where the suburbs came
I'm just saying. No, because it
feels like a
full disclosure. I'm not about to say no names, but when we went out to an event, somebody was talking about, their situation at home, and I was like, hey, I don't know what to tell you. I was like, hey, I don't know what to tell you.
This is a stranger?
No, it's somebody I knew. But
Okay.
it was like a conversation, like, hey, how the family doing? Well, things have changed. I'm like, well, they ain't, I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know what to do with that.
Suffice to say, you don't consider 50 old.
I took the long way to get there.
Only took 7 minutes.
It took the long way to get there. But no, I don't.
Kyle is 50 old.
I do, yeah. Come on. I mean, so I used to joke. I still do, but I used to joke with my dad even when I was younger. Like, you're old, dude. You're old. Like when I was little, because even when he was, I guess, in his 40s, I was a little kid, so I'm like, that's old.
Yeah, you're an old guy.
Yeah, and you don't exactly get younger.
So all right. So here's my perspective on this. I am pushing 40. 50 feels like a number that will hit me when I get there. It just feels like I don't think 50 is like. You called it the third quarter. It's not the fourth quarter. You still got plenty of life left at 50. But
it's the second half.
Howie turning 50 made me feel old. So that means Hugh turning 50. What are you going to be this summer? 54?
54.
Wow.
Everything's still working. All the plumbing's still working. That's
Thank
all
you
I
for
care
reminding
about.
us this.
No, I'm just saying,
for
man.
the fourth time in this segment.
Because that's a big deal. That's a big deal. And shout out to, guys that, some people, no disrespect, they just have problems with that.
Hold on. So if you're saying that 50 is an impressive age to get to, then it's old.
It sounds like you.
I'm saying
if
if you're in 50s and everything is still working
if
at
you're popping
optimal
champagne, getting to 50,
efficiency,
then it's old.
No, I think for a man, if everything's working at optimal efficiency, that's the most important thing. Because that's what you worry about. Because, dude, okay, since we're here, if you start to swing from the chandelier and then all of a sudden the pilot light go off, that's a problem.
Yeah, but if you're in your 50s and you're swinging for the chandelier, the back's going to go out. You're going to hurt something else.
Yeah, I don't think you could swing for the chandelier.
But
you got to
way
playing this up.
Yeah,
no,
you gotta relax.
I'm not. But I have proof. But we don't have to talk about that here.
You gonna be all right over there today?
You're the one telling us that you fall asleep at the club. We
do.
saw you at the airport.
I rest up, but I get going for important things.
You couldn't make it out.
You're like an old
water.
dog. They can still run a little bit.
I'll take that.
Okay, because old dogs sleep a lot, but if you need them to get up, they can move.
If you need to hunt or swing from a chandelier, you still swing.
Yeah,
still swing a little bit.
So it sounds like you think some people in their 50s are old, just not you.
Yeah, I'm not there.
I guess the best way I could frame it is when I saw yesterday Howie turned 50. It made me feel old. Like Howie's supposed to be young.
No,
Howie was the young
Howie's
executive.
Yep.
And he's closer to old than he is young. I mean, I'll meet you in the middle on that. 215.
People are mad at me about this.
Well, I'm sure. All right.
So they're ageist. They think you're being ageist.
Well, this is kind of ageist, yeah.
Well, no,
you
like
guys
you said,
call me ageist for players.
I mean, I think
players in their
a
30s.
hit dog or holler because, like I said, I'm not wearing I'm not wearing a diaper.
Hugh doesn't get offended
I don't
when
get
we call him
offended,
old.
and I'm still swinging from the chandelier.
Well,
I mean, that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah.
I can still do the rodeo.
Look, I mean, the definition of old, having lived for a long time, no longer young. So once you cross over from being young,
so that's,
you're old.
That's an interesting. So what is no longer young? Because
his beard, man?
As I approach 40, I feel like that's the line of demarcation where you're not really young anymore. Hugh's definitely not young. I mean, he was drafted in the 90s.
I tell you, when I went to Atlanta and I walked in the club, dude was like, "What's up, old school?" That one hit home. That one hit home.
Yeah, if you got called old school,
he was like, "What's up, old school?"
But now that raises the question: is Giulio young?
No, he's probably midlife crisis, right? He's probably in midlife crisis.
I don't think you
mode.
get to midlife crisis before 40.
I'm just saying, Joe.
30s or midlife crisis?
You might be a little,
Yeah, no. Okay, so
No,
30s.
I'm approaching
30s,
that.
I'll give you still. I'll give you young.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be young for long.
No,
This is
you're approaching halftime.
The clock
buddy.
is ticking.
Yep.
I know.
What
are you laughing at? You're in the fourth quarter.
No, I'm in the third quarter.
Late in the third.
But I got about 5 minutes left on the clock. You going into halftime.
At least we're having fun in our own life expectancy. Let's go to Ken in Cinnamon. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey, Ken.
What's going on, man?
So I'm 61. Okay.
Ooh, Ken about to go to the.
Ken's in the third quarter. Give him time.
No, this is the best time in life, man. So I'm 61. I am in better shape than most guys half my age because I see.
Tell them, kid. Tell them.
And I got 3 times as much money as them, so I can do whatever I want.
Kid, drop the money on. Kids, tell them again.
So, I mean, let's see if you walk into a Mercedes dealership and say, well, I got no money, but I'm 30 years old, so give me that.
What you say? Ken say he dropping cash.
That's right.
It ain't working. So I got no mortgage. I mean, life. It's a great time of life, man. So don't let anybody tell you anything different.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I mean you're right about that. No overhead. That's a great feeling.
as long as Captain Midnight can still make it to the party.
That's what kids he said. Captain Midnight.
I got it.
And I feel like I need to apologize to Kyle. It was like this time last year, right around this time last year, that he was so enthusiastic about the Sixers, and he made that bet about the conference finals and all that. Yeah. And I feel like
Kyle was straight faced, didn't he?
I feel like I told some little kid a week before Christmas that there was no Santa Claus, and Mom and Dad don't have a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out of, and he's not getting G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip, and he now has nothing to look forward to on Christmas Day anymore. So I feel personally responsible for that, so I wanted to apologize to him.
Well, someone has to be real with the kids, like the drunk uncle at the barbecue.
Drunk uncle at the barbecue.
You were that for Kyle. I remember it was right after they signed Paul George, Ken. We were talking, I think their over-under for wins
we were
was...
all optimistic,
Well,
though.
no, you guys called me...
I'm back, though, by the way. I've gotten off the mat.
Oh, jeez.
I wiped the dirt off. The East is wide open, baby. Let's go.
They called me haters for saying they wouldn't win 60 games this past season.
Well,
they won 24.
My recollection was the temperature was just about the same as it is today.
That might be part of the problem around here.
Maybe it was heat stroke. So, Ace Bailey, look, this guy was the number 2 high school recruit in the country, and he went to Rutgers. That tells you everything you need to know about this guy. He's got the stink of Ben Simmons all over him. So I would not take him with the 33rd pick, let alone the 3rd pick in the draft. Just stay away from that because that's a disaster waiting to happen. And we should probably not listen to Elliott when it comes to basketball.
I agree. I think you summed it up pretty well. And Ken, I know it happens sometimes, but you mentioned the Rutgers thing. The fact that he and Harper, who I know is going to go second tomorrow to the Spurs, couldn't get them to the tournament is mind-boggling. I mean, if you have one player like that, you should be. I'm not saying they have to win games or make it far. Like that's difficult, but to not make the tournament, that is shades of Ben Simmons.
Well, think about being the number 2 recruit in all of the country, and you could go play anywhere with a bunch of other McDonald's All-Americans and potentially compete for a national championship. And instead, you decide to go to New Brunswick, New Jersey. Like, I mean, that's everything you need to know about you right there.
It's true. I mean, no one wants to go to New Brunswick, New Jersey. I mean, there's not much there.
He did.
Well, he did, yeah.
And Joe, the Phillies are not the same team without Bryce Harper as they are with Bryce Harper. It might look like that in the short term. And this is the key difference between the regular season and the postseason is that in a regular season, this is the benefit of having a deep starting pitching staff, is you can just roll from one guy to the next, who for the most part takes the ball from the guy from the day before and keeps it going. But you can't go 162 plus. I mean, I think I heard a caller yesterday referencing what Castellanos, Marsh, and JT Realmuto have done in like the last 20 games. The problem is that Nick Castellanos is not a 385 hitter. You know, Brad Marsh is not a 300 hitter with a 400 slug. JT Realmuto is no longer a 300 hitter, and I love JT. So they are ultimately going to regress to the mean. And when you only have 2 guys in your entire lineup that pitchers have to worry about pitching to, that's not sustainable. So they need to get him back, and they need to get him back well. And if that takes until August, then it takes until August, because ultimately, if the whole purpose of running this thing back was they really believe they've got a World Series contending team as it's constructed. I don't, but they do.
Mm-hmm.
So if anything short of hanging a banner next year is a failure for this organization based upon the belief that they doubled down on in the offseason. So they are not the same team without Bryce Harper. And they need him back, and they need him back well. And I would rather see him take as much time as he needs to get to be 100% than try and rush back, just to get back in.
Right. And I agree with that sentiment. Ken, we had a good phone call and fun phone call. So I agree with that. I almost, the way I could describe how I feel about this and the Bryce injury and if he's going to be out a while. Like, sometimes you see teams in the NFL get through a month or two with their backup quarterback, but to win the Super Bowl, they
need your guy.
Right, so I think we're all on the same page. If we're in October, we need Bryce in there. Every at-bat means so much, right? You're playing the best teams. Like, it's one thing to beat the Blue Jays in a series here without him. It's a sweep the Blue Jays, a couple weekends ago. It's another thing to beat the Dodgers, the Mets, the Cubs, and whoever comes out of the AL 4 straight series. That's when you need the playoff Bryce Harper we've known for the past, few years here. That's I agree. But my thing is, and Ken just mentioned August, if he's going to be out until August, mid-August, late August, I think they could get by. The pitching is what carries this team. I've seen them do it before, and I have a weird feeling that he's not going to be in the lineup as much as we want him to be the next 2 months. And that now he could come back tomorrow. Like, I have no intel on this other than whatever the heck they're telling us and he's telling us. It just feels to me like he could be in, he could be out, base day to day. And I think they're going to be fine in the next few months here of the regular season if he's not in there much. Is it DOT? Is DOT in West Philly? What's up, DOT?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? How y'all
What's
feeling?
going on,
What's
man?
up, buddy?
Hey, man. Hey, listen, first of all, before I get on my Philly sports real quick, 50 is not old, man. It's dudes out here looking great with 50, bro. Like they don't feel 50. I say that because I'm 40, right? I look nothing like 40. I don't even feel like I'm 40. I feel like I'm 25.
Sure.
So it's all about how you feel on the inside, because this dude out here that's like my age or younger, they look bad, they walking bad, they look like they 50, or they walking like they 50 or 60. And then it's the other way around. It's dudes that look like they could be older, but they moving like young boys.
So I get that, but so here's my thing. I think I get what you're saying. It just feels like we don't want to say it's old. Like, Tom Brady was old when he won his last Super Bowl. He didn't play like it, but he was old.
I like to say older.
Older.
Mature.
See, that's
because everybody got their own opinion about what's older, what's young. Just like everybody got their own opinion about Jalen Hurts being the top 5 or top 10
That's true.
quarterback.
It is rich, by the way, that Hugh's saying mature as he giggles at everything during this show. Mature.
Right. So that all goes on what their opinion is. Because I just said it to say the 59-0, but Gordon Hurts, I think that our boys is going 14-3. I think they're going to win the division again. I don't think nothing is getting in front of them. This team is the best team you ever seen. I just want to throw it out there for all the Eagles fans.
You heard
Do
it.
not worry about the Eagles this year. Just enjoy, put your feet up, laugh, and fun like we did last year. It's going to be the same thing. We just got to worry about getting to the playoffs. When playoffs get here, that's what we should all be worried. Right now, just put your feet up, show your little Super Bowl ring, talk your trash to the Cowboy fans, and you see them week 1, and then they relax.
Well, we're gonna kick their ass. Yeah, we're gonna kick the Cowboys' ass. Yeah.
I can't wait. I got my homies coming from Texas because they diehard Cowboys fans. They coming down to Philly. Man, it's going to be crazy. I can't wait for that game to show up. But everybody relax. We're going to win the division again. This is going to be our second win in the road in a long time. We're going to
Sound like you know what you're talking about.
I like that. Yeah, this guy's got facts. All right, what do you think about it? What do you think about Ace Bailey?
Ace Bailey. I heard somebody on talk about Ace Bailey and Harper at Rutgers. I've been saying this for the longest. That team was not put together, just like this Ben Simmons team was not put together when he didn't make it to the. I've been talking about that for the longest. That's because you don't make it. You have to look at the coaching and team construction. You have to look at that because that means everything. It means everything. You got to put the team together for the team to be better. The LSU team wasn't put together. Just put a bunch of dudes that they thought they could put together. No, it's like that the Phoenix with KD, Booker, and Bill. Everybody thought they gonna go crazy. Nothing. No playoff appearances, no long run, nothing. That's exactly what that is. So we can't put that on there. Ace Bailey want to go to a team where he can be the man. He don't want it, and I don't knock him for that. A lot of people is knocking him for that. I think he should go about it a different way. But he want to be the one guy that they go to in the beginning of his career. He don't want to wait 4 years. Because listen, that Melo pick messed his career. He would have been probably considered better than Brian because he the one before Brian. So it's all about rosters and all that. And if we get Ace Bailey, get him out of here because he don't want to be here. Get a better player. Get another player and a better player.
Yeah, and I think what you said, and good call, DOT. That's fine. He could have his prerogative and go score 30 points a game for the Wizards. I want a guy that wants to play with other good players and win basketball games. That's what that doesn't seem. Of all the things we heard about him, I haven't heard one time anyone say his priority is to win a championship, is to get to the playoffs as a rookie. It's about him. And that's not how championships are won in the NBA. All right, 215-592-9494. Back to the calls on this with Bryce Harper. Do you think the Phillies could sustain this level they're playing at right now without him? And there's a real chance he's not going to come back and play at the normal level or play without any further injury anytime soon. Ace Bailey, what should the Sixers do? He's made it clear he doesn't want to be here. Should they take him and then trade him away? And really what's become a major contention point on the show now is 50 considered old. When I saw Howie was 50 yesterday, it made me, someone who's 38, feel old. Howie used to be young. If Howie's old-ish, then I'm not that far away from oldish. We know Hugh is clearly over 50. Yeah, I mean, cooked.
It looks great.
We know Hugh's clearly over 50. All right, plus, we got to check in on a rival coming up. That is next. Your phone calls on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We all saw the injury in the finals in Game 7. And we saw sportsbooks trying to pay everybody out, and they weren't as consistent as Fantasy Sportsbook. Fanatic Sportsbook, I should say, which has to be recognized as the home of fair play. Fanatic Sportsbook instantly voided all legs of the bets that had that person's name in it, and they gave back everybody's money. They gave customers over $5 million back with injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet any other sportsbook but the Fair Play Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says this Wednesday night, the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh, and we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans or CVS and make the most of every moment. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at empower.com. As the Thunder parade through OKC, we are still talking about asterisks because of Tyrese Halliburton's Achilles. Some arguments are borderline compelling, but we simply don't do this. Injuries happen, not to mention there were 40 minutes left to play when Halliburton got hurt, so we can't pretend Indy was guaranteed to win. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Meet the Mets. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a roller to second, waiting on it. Albies gets a big hop, throws to first in time, and the ball game is over. The ball actually looked like it came off the lip of the infield and came up a bit on Albies, but Dylan Lee gets the Mets in order in the ninth. And the struggles continue for New York. The Braves have now taken all four that they've played with the Mets this year. Plus, they dropped the Mets another half game behind the Phillies. That's a game and a half back now in the National League East. And for the Mets, it is their 9th loss in their last 10 games.
Oh, that was sweet to hear last night. I've decided what my favorite kind of Mets seasons are. The Mets seasons that start off with extreme promise, and this one obviously did, and it's not over, but then they slowly fall apart, which could be happening. They've lost 9 out of 10 now. I mean, they look like they're in some trouble. I still think we're probably going back and forth with them all year. But boy, Hugh, there's nothing funnier than a Mets team that is supposed to be good, looks like they're good, and then bad things happen. Yeah, and it usually does to them.
Yeah, it does, man, and that's why they went on and got what's that pitcher's name they just picked up?
That would be Dickie Lovelady. As you minutes ago talked about how mature you are.
His name is Richard. But he said he wants to be known as Dickie.
This segment's cooked.
I'm just saying. He said he wants to be known as Dickie.
My favorite part of that was you didn't even have a discussion and then sneak it in. No, you set it up. You know what that was? You ever see an NBA player?
It's called childish. That's what it's called.
You ever see an NBA player lob the ball to himself off the backboard to slam dunk it? That's what you did. You're like, what was his name? Oh yeah, Dickie Lovelady.
I mean, it's right there, man. That's what they call it, like low hanging fruit. That's just right there.
So you think they picked up Dickie Lovelady to save their season?
No, because they needed a pitcher. And he was adamant about what he wanted to be known as.
They did have Hawk Tua throwing out the first pitch. Was that last year?
Hey, well, Kyle, that's a way to throw an alley-oop there, brother.
I was going to ask if they run her back, but I don't know if that.
They gonna run it back.
They can't have Hawk Tua throw Dickie Lovelady's pitch.
Well, who was now that we're here? Who they had last year? The Mets had a veteran, like an older veteran, throw out the first pitch. Remember this?
Who?
You don't remember this?
Mm-mm.
They had a United States veteran.
Oh, okay, older mature
veteran.
Yeah.
I believe his name was Seymour Wiener.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, stop it.
No, I think you're dead right about that.
Yeah, the first pitch was thrown out by Seymour Wiener. And I mean, you're the one being immature here. This is the man's name.
Hey, I appreciate your contributions to our childish show. I appreciate it.
Well, I was going to let it be, but then we brought up all the nonsense that the Mets do. Anyway, they lost again last night, which was the theme of this. Right, yeah, they're now a game and a half back of the Phillies.
World War II veteran, a beloved New York Mets superfan. Oh, he passed away.
Yeah,
he was 98.
Rested. Now that's rest in peace.
His name was really Seymour. So that's veteran of the game. He was recognized. His popularity soared because he was recognized as veteran of the game, leading to the Mets even featuring his name on Dollar Dog Night.
Oh boy.
Excuse me.
That's what it says. He said he was featured on Dollar Dog Night.
The opportunity.
I know,
He was a lifelong Mets fan, attending games for decades, and even witnessing Jackie Robinson's debut. Wiener's daughter, Beth Wiener, shared.
Do we need to read the entire article?
Okay, I'm done.
Wiener's daughter is what?
You know what? As we come,
when I read,
so seriously,
we've lost you.
Which I guess it is, but
he said Wiener's daughter, Beth Wiener.
That's the woman's name. Let her be.
I know, but damn it, man. How much trouble can we get in for this? Are we going to get in trouble for this?
Yeah, today's the day we'll get in trouble.
We're going to find out.
Yep. Our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. A lot of polls up today. The most recent poll that we put up is, do you consider 50 old?
Yes.
You do?
Well, I mean, it is old, but I look good for 50, so I ain't tripping. Like, for real. I'm
Basically, you're saying all of you, the rest of you out there.
That's basically.
All right, 61% of the responders so far do not believe 50 is old. 39%, that's a pretty interesting split, about 60-40.
Yeah, because probably most of the people that are responding are over 50. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's old, dude. It's okay.
How about this? The same amount of people, percentage-wise, that voted that 50 isn't old also believe that the Phillies could sustain without Bryce Harper if he's out for a significant amount of time. Also, just one quick thing as we circle back to the Seymour Wiener story you read. If you saw Jackie Robinson play live, you're probably pretty old.
Yeah, you old.
I mean, he debuted in the 40s. I mean, if you did that, it's...
He made it to 98, though. I don't know if I want to be here till I'm 98, though. Because it's almost a guarantee that everything ain't working at 98. And you probably wearing a diaper.
If anything works at 98, it's a win.
Yeah.
I mean, just anything.
Yeah. That's a lot. Yeah. That's a lot.
So you have a goal? 80s, 90?
I'm thinking like if I get 20 more of these things, that's a nice run.
20's not that long.
I know when you say it like that, but that's about the realistic of the situation.
You're bumping up against the 2-minute warning.
You know what I'm saying? As long as everything working, I'm good.
Only 20 more.
20.
Let's start a countdown clock. It's only 20 more.
It's the final countdown.
Well, speaking of this, I did see yesterday Alex Rodriguez said he thought that if Pete Rose had been elected to the Hall of Fame, it would have added 5 years to his life because he would have been happier. So does the Eagles Hall of Fame add time to your life?
I think so.
Okay.
You know what? You know what though?
So the Eagles
you know
kept
what it
you
is.
Longer.
You know what? When you like say for instance like Harper, like that. You want to see some of his milestones when you get older. Something
I actually
like that.
think there's something totally real about that. That if you have younger people in your life as
age, they help you keep you younger.
And you live for them. You want to be around.
You want to see
them.
around.
Yeah.
You want to be around for them. You want to go to the doctor. But it also helps older gentlemen if you start taking care of yourself, or Kyle for this matter, start taking care of yourself younger. Yeah. Because I have a lot of friends now, man, and I consider it a blessing because when they say, hey, I just had open heart surgery or something like that because, I ate, my cholesterol was bad and stuff like that. If you start younger, you put yourself in a better position. Now, there are certain things that happen that you have no control over. But as far as like exercising early and trying to maintain a healthy diet, that helps out a lot. It really, really does.
I'm actually amazed we found a moment of clarity and maturity in the middle of this conversation. That was
that was
a wonderful PSA.
That's probably about we gave you 3 minutes of being mature.
Yeah, now back
we go
to
back
the
to our regular
story
scheduled
of
program.
Seymour
Go
Wiener.
from Seymour Wiener to See Most Wiener.
Wait a minute, what happened?
Bill in Princeton has a take on sustainability with the Phillies. What's up, Bill?
How you guys doing? No, I think I like that the fact that even though Bryce is out, they're all stepping up, whether that's Schwarber, whether that's Trey. I mean, he's having the best year he's ever had since being here. And then they're doing a good job of finding these role players as well, And so I think it's sustainable. Pitching stays up like we've always talked about. And look, even when Bryce comes back, it's not like he's who knows how long that wrist is going to be. But I think they've got the pieces to do it, and they're looking inside saying, we've got to do it. We can't wait for him to show up.
Yeah, but the way you framed it, Bill, it's almost, I think of it like a backup quarterback scenario, and the pitching would be the defense. Like if the Eagles had a great defense and Jalen now or anyone in the past, like the quarterback goes down, and then like Trey is like a running back or a receiver. Like the other guys are stepping up. They can obviously pitch really well with their starting pitching. I think it's going to keep him in games. And, Bill, if you told me right now that they say Bryce is going to be out another month and a half, I'm not happy. But I think when he came back, I still think they'd be in a good spot, maybe within a game or two of the division. I don't think they'd get buried without him.
I totally agree with you. I mean, look, Atlanta's where they are, right? Yeah, maybe they're getting a little bit hot, things like that. But, again, it's a long baseball season. And as we know from last year, they were in a great spot in the All-Star game. And then, it didn't go as well. But Again, they know. I'm sure they're feeling the pressure with the age dynamic in that group. They want to do it. They know that if it doesn't work, they're going to be broken apart. So I think they're all feeling it, and they're all coming around saying, we can do this.
No question. All right, now I never thought I would do this with a caller, but I see here you also want to talk about Seymour Wiener.
So it's not necessarily Seymour Wiener, but just to, point of trivia, you can look this up. The Rowan University, Glassboro State, where I graduated from in 1987, their football stadium is named after a former football coach and golf coach, and his name is Richard Dick Wacker. Look it up.
Oh, boy.
It's
we about,
true.
we about to look that up.
Yeah, Hugh's on it right
yeah.
now. Now, is that name like on the stadium? Like on the
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Up at the top above the press box and everything. You
Richard
walk
Wacker
in,
Stadium.
There you go. You walk
Lather
in, there you
Vaseline on me, Richard Wacker.
Bill, thank you for that information. Good phone call.
Thank you, Bill, because you just confirmed that I am not the oldest. I am not the oldest childish individual.
How do you know Bill's older
Yeah,
than
that
you?
was
Bill's probably mature. He's a little mature.
No, hold
He
on.
sounded a little mature.
Oh, well, no,
because he knew who Dick Wacker was.
Well, he did say he graduated from
80
Rowan
and 80,
in
about
the
80,
80s,
yeah.
and you got out of school in the 90s. So,
Yeah.
so he'd be older. Okay. But you did say he's not the oldest one, but you kind of consider yourself old when you said that.
Well, I'm just saying I look good, though. I ain't really tripping on being old. I could take my clothes off and look pretty darn good next
Got called old school, man.
Yeah, I did.
That was an ego hit.
That was an ego. It was more funny than anything.
Yeah, but it was one of those you laughed, and then deep down you walked away and it was like, oh, that hurt.
I didn't even tell you the other one that was even worse than that one.
You got worse, some called worse than old school?
Yeah, no, dude. We were
you
sitting
get
there
called?
so Rasheem Mathis, right? He played for Jacksonville. He went into the HBCU Hall of Fame. So he had one of his cousins that's a coach there with him that was younger. So we were talking, and I was talking about Harper Swing because Rasheem played baseball.
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, Rasheem, how can I explain to Harper to get his bat up? And he was telling me, he said, just tell him like how he talks on his cell phone to hold his bat like he's talking on the cell phone, hold it up to his ear. And he was like, his cousin was like, you got a son? He said, how old is your son? I said, 6. He said, your old ass got a son that's 6 years old? He said, damn, you're going to be about 80 when he graduates. And I was
that
like,
hit?
damn.
That hit?
It hit home. And all I could do was, I was like, well, yeah, you about right. Because you start doing the math, you be like, yeah, you about right. I mean, you can't get mad at nothing. That's a fact. You know what I mean? You can't get mad.
You know
like,
what?
That's how I look at it.
I think that people can't get mad at facts all the time. I say facts on this radio station. People say they get mad at them. No, I give you facts.
I don't know
I
about
gave
that.
you facts earlier about the record
I
without
don't
Bryce
know.
Harper. Kyle was mad. I mean,
You like to catastrophize.
No, you guys. Just because we learn a new word doesn't mean we have to use it out of context. You're catastrophizing.
You like to catastrophize.
I
mean,
do,
it's
but
ridiculous.
I'm not doing that today. You actually.
Wait a minute, Kyle. Did you hear me? He said he do.
Of course.
But not today.
Not today. I'm the calm one today. You guys are catastrophizing.
So guess what we're going to do tomorrow? We're going to catastrophize tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, the show was a catastrophe between the reads and everything else.
Today was not a good day as far as the reads go. That's not my fault. That's Moshe's fault. Right there. He's in the hallway. That's your fault, Moshe.
Are you pointing at him?
I'm pointing at him. Moshe, that's your fault.
Most of our audience can't see that.
I didn't do it. That wasn't my fault. That was some terrible wording. That was terrible. It was terrible. It's not my fault. I'm not taking accountability at all.
The Hugh Douglas Accountability Challenge is one of my favorite games.
Not taking accountability for none of that.
It's a total zero on your part today. Ray C. is in only. Hey, Ray C.
How are you, sir? Gentlemen, let me say something to you.
Mm-hmm.
That when you lose your swag is when you're old. Okay? I lost my swag when I was 70. I'm 72 years old, and I still can swag a little bit. But when you lose your swag is when you're old. I was a young boy in the 60s, 50s, 40s. But when I hit 70, I lost some of my swag. And
what specifically happened to lose the swag?
You know, I was cooler. I could walk better. I could speak better.
You could swing from the chandelier?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And I'm not sure I can now because I'm not out there like that.
I get that.
yeah,
Yeah,
I respect
times
that.
changed a little bit. Yeah, it happens. It's okay.
But I had a lot of swag until recently, as you can tell by my voice.
I could hear the swag.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
You got more swag than I do now. I'm only 38, right? You got me beat, Ray.
Yeah, well, let me say this: I did radio for 40 years.
Oh, you got a good voice.
Yeah.
Voice.
You know, I keep some swag. In terms of baseball, let me say this: I grew up with Roberto Clemente and Orlando Cepeda and Jose Pagan visiting my father, because my father used to organize Puerto Rican leagues, from little leagues to older men. So baseball was the thing, and he also owned a nightclub. So anytime the Latino players would come to Philly to play the Phillies, after the game, they'd show up at my father's nightclub. So I was surrounded. I say all that to say I know a little bit about baseball.
Mm-hmm.
When you have leadership I don't care if he sits in the dugout. When you have Harper, he's a leader in terms of, he doesn't even have to be a leader vocally, but as younger men, you see a guy that you want to be like in terms of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So bring him on, even if he sits on the bench. You know, he's got swag. You know what I mean? He's got swag, and
Ray's our swag expert.
No, Ray's got. I could hear the swag, right? And Ray's got experience. I mean, those guys you talked about, Cepeda, Clemente, those guys had swag, right?
Oh, big time. But let me say that Orlando Cepeda was not the kindest dude in the world.
No,
he was mean.
No, because I was a little leaguer, you know, and I knew they were coming, and I was excited. I had a catcher's mitt when they arrived. Clemente was a great man, and asked me questions. All Orlando Cepeda was talking about his businesses. He had a men's store here and there, and how much money he had. And here's this poor little boy with his glove, and he didn't address me. But Clemente was a superstar. And I had the opportunity. I was on Temple Radio when Clemente died. I was 17 years old, and that was a devastating day for me, a devastating night. To be there and open the mic up and start to cry, it was unbelievable. But God blessed me that 50 years later, they made a salsa album, a salsa CD, in tribute to Clemente, and they contacted me, and I did the cover notes. And I'm very proud of that. And years later, his family came to Philadelphia and invited me to dinner. So, you know, I've lived a good life. Listen, it's all good till 70, brother. After that, things slow down. But let me tell you something. I love your show because you guys are like comedy act in the middle of the day.
Well, Ray, thank you. We appreciate that, and thank you for sharing the story, Ray. You call again.
I got to say, the only thing I'll push back on is I don't think the swag ever fell off.
No, he's got swag still.
I kind of felt that a little bit, too.
He's got swag still. Yeah. I mean, he told us those are some cool stories. Obviously, that's a heartfelt story that he was on the air when Clemente passed away. He also kind of took a dig at Cepeda, which I think is kind of funny. Cepeda wasn't very nice.
You never forget those things.
No, you never do.
Yeah,
it's like meeting Hugh Douglas.
So from now on,
never meet your heroes.
If anyone brings up Orlando Cepeda, I'm going to just say he's overrated.
Yeah,
he wasn't nice to my guy, Ray.
No, he was a jerk.
Yeah, total jerk. Good player, but a little overrated.
Yeah, somebody probably saying something about me too.
Yeah. So, and Hugh, don't worry, you have a few more years until you're not cool at 70.
I got a little time.
We got like 5 years, 10.
Yeah, but then hell, at the graduation, I'm gonna be about on my last leg, ain't I?
Oh, Harper's graduation.
Yeah, when he's graduating.
Yeah. Let's say Harper, your grandpa.
Say that? No, that's my dad. Is that your dad?
Pop? That's not your pop? No, that's my dad.
It's my dad.
All right, Tommy's in Boston. What's up, Tommy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Loyal listener from Boston and longtime Phillies fan, believe it or not.
Well, Tommy, we appreciate you, buddy. What are you feeling today? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about Bryce's wrist. I mean, it's just this is. I think this is going to be a lingering problem for quite some time, and he doesn't even seem sure of it. I remember hearing something back maybe a couple of weeks ago about like a possible infection he might have been dealing with.
Infection?
I don't, that was kind of dicey, but this sounds very serious, obviously. The way he swings that bat, I mean, the power bat he swings is unbelievable. Some people have also mentioned how violent his swing is, and I have to agree. But he's a marked man right now by the opponents when he comes back, and it's just I don't feel good about it.
Yeah, well, I'm concerned too, Tommy, and if just the part that's concerning to me is they don't seem to have an answer. If it was a sprain or if it was a break or there was a crack in there, then all right, then here's how we fix it, right? Surgery or rest or a cast or whatever. It feels like it's a touch and go scenario. And Tommy, I could see him coming back soonish and trying to give it a go, but I don't have any faith it's going to just be good the rest of the season. I have no idea.
No doubt about it, and of course he's the biggest asset they have, and this is a game changer. This is a big game changer. That they really have to have him in the lineup, but hopefully he'll get back soon and continue the torrid pace that he's been on for his Hall of Fame travels.
I like
but
that word.
Hopefully he'll make it. But I have a name for Hughes' list.
Okay,
and this is a pitcher. I think he's currently on the Boston Red Sox Major League roster.
What's his name?
He's made some appearances this year. His name is Dick Fitz.
Yeah, Richard Fitz, also known as Dick Fitz.
Yeah, exactly.
we have officially.
He first came up in spring training. They were calling him Dick Fitz, and then all of a sudden it turned to Richard Fitz. And I think now it's gone back to Dick Fitz.
I think that.
Just answer me one question, guys.
Yeah.
What were his parents thinking?
Dick Fitz?
They weren't thinking.
How about the first time he went out on a date, whether it was in high school or college or whatever? Hi, who are you? Oh, I'm Dick Fitz.
Yeah, that's when where you just gotta just go with I'm Richard. You don't say that last name.
What's your real name is? Dick Fitz. Okay, sounds good to me. Let's go out.
Tommy, great phone call, man. We appreciate it.
You gotta love the people that listen to the show.
Yeah. Well, now I'm starting to think about all those names throughout sports history. That just it's like really that's the guy's name.
Dick Fitz.
Yeah, there was a Dick Pole at one point in Major League Baseball. You didn't know about him? Real guy.
No, that's a crazy name, man.
It is. Go ahead. You can bring up the Mets pitcher they signed yesterday.
No, what is his name? Dickie Lovelady.
Dickie Lovelady. That's the answer to their problems up in New York. I just like how earlier you said you're not old, you're mature. It might be the biggest lie ever told on this radio station. And there's a lot of lies told here. A lot of fibs on WIP.
Dickie Lovelady. Like Dickie Lovelady, though.
You know what's going to happen? I have a prediction. Early September, Phillies Mets, first place on the line.
Dickie Lovelady.
Bryce Harper up. Big at bat. He's off the injury list. Mets go to the bullpen. Let's get the lefty.
Dickie Lovelady.
Dickie Lovelady. Everyone's tense, and there's Hugh giggling in the press box. Everyone is tense in the building.
Dickie Lovelady.
And Hugh's giggling away as we have the biggest at bat of the year.
Crazy name.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is a wild name. All right, your phone calls on all this. Do you consider 50 old? Hugh said he's not old, he's mature. We all think that's make-believe. Of course, the Phillies here. Bryce Harper, do you think they could sustain this level without him? I do. I think we all would say playoffs, biggest games, they're better with him, of course. I have seen it in 2022. I've seen it so far in the last 15 days. When the Phillies don't have Bryce for a long period, they could sustain. I think they could sustain throughout this summer if he's not back, which certainly is on the table with that wrist injury we don't know much about. Also, we got to check in with you people, and we got a couple coworkers here that I think need help, and they probably think we need help today. But we'll check in with a couple coworkers here at WIP that are just screaming for help. That's next. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Astros bang on garbage cans. We ring the bell. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a 3-run home run for Edmundo Sosa.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetMGM Network. Today we're taking the under 8 runs between the Phillies and the Astros. Ranger Suarez has been fantastic for the Phillies this year. He's 6-1 with a 2.20 ERA. Framber Valdez has also been solid for the Astros and is backed up by the second best bullpen in baseball. Astros are 24-16 to the under at home. Phillies 23-14-1 to the under on the road. Under 8 is bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables. If it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next. If it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night. If it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one, and they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna and poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it? Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Go to ChristianHVAC.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, there's a lot of people running that need some help. But luckily, they have us here to help them out.
I'm here for you people.
Well, we're actually going to be here for a couple of our coworkers.
What happened?
Well, does you ever hear people say something or do something and it's almost a cry for help? I feel like I heard some of that today. So we'll get to something I saw tweeted during our show. But can we start with the morning show today? So Joe is back. Joe DeCamera's back on the show this morning.
Yeah, he went on vacay.
He was off for a few days, and he obviously earned the right to enjoy himself, take a couple PTO days. And he was telling the story that he was down, I think it was in Bermuda, with Fred Barnett, and they were on a boat, and then everyone jumped in the water to kind of hang out in the ocean for a little bit and swim around. But it sounds like Joe needed a pool noodle to stay afloat. Let's hear some of that this morning.
We had like 35, 40 people all in the water.
It
was on the boat.
But how did you do that?
Swim well.
You don't
Were you
swim.
paddling?
I had the same thing the kids had. The,
No, you wore the floaties?
No, it's a floaty, but the noodle thing that
Oh, you wore the
by the way,
noodle.
all the
Noodle.
adults had the
You
noodle
had to
because
use
we were
a
out there.
crutch noodle.
Guys, we were out there for like 30 minutes. Nobody wants to keep yourself up for 30 minutes.
Noodle.
Yes, I used the noodle.
Joey noodle.
Everybody used the noodle.
No, they didn't.
I swear
No,
to God,
they didn't.
I didn't see one person without the noodle. I'm being honest
All
with
right.
you.
All
Who
right.
would want to be out there for 30 minutes
no.
if you
Yeah,
can't
you don't
put
want to
your
tread water the whole
if you
time.
can't put your feet down? Everybody used the noodle. Now,
Not
right-
everyone needed the noodle.
I
That's
would
the
agree.
key.
I will agree.
There you go.
I agree with that. Not everybody
There you
needed the
go.
noodle. I did.
Your reaction to Joe jumping off Fred Barnett's boat with the noodle?
So, per what Joe said, Fred Barnett had a noodle as well because he said all the grown folks had noodles.
It sounds like Fred Barnett also used the noodle. Yes, in the ocean.
That's a lot.
That sounds like Mad Libs. Joe DeCamera, boat, Fred Barnett, noodle. Put it together in a sentence.
Oh, boy.
Well, I mean, isn't that what he said? Pool noodle. Pool noodle.
That's a lot. Because I have things that I want to say, but I probably.
Well, yeah. Well,
I'm
we're
right
already,
up, you know what I'm saying? I'm right up against it.
we're already going to have to address this with the boss. It's this entire 4-hour show today.
Right up against it, man. And I don't, but it's like grown ass man pool noodle.
Listen, we're just reacting to what was already said on the air
That's
today.
right.
Yeah,
And
we
then,
didn't
like,
make this up.
Okay. And my thing is this, because I'm like, didn't you blow up his bathroom last year? Didn't
Yes,
you, like,
and then
blow up his
blamed
bath-
it on a small child.
And then
poor kid.
You go back to back. You went back to back. Like you went back there.
Back to Fred's house.
Yes.
Yeah.
After you
Yes, just to be clear.
You know what I mean? to the scene of the crime, if you will.
Well, he doesn't admit to the crime. Even though everywhere, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Joe DeCamera seems like a high maintenance guest, if you will.
But yet he keeps getting the invitation back.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, who's turning down trips to Bermuda, right? Like a place to stay?
I'm going to have to stick up for him a little bit here, though.
For Joe or Fred?
Joe. Well, I feel like sticking up for Fred goes without saying. If you're gonna blow up his bathroom and then blame a kid,
that's crazy.
Poor Fred.
Poor Fred. Yeah, but like if you're hanging out in the water, like they kind of brought it up. Like you're not sitting there that's going to be tiring, man.
It
like
is.
I would need something to float around on. Like what's the problem with?
But why
when
you-
you go
okay,
in
what are you
when
in
you
the
go in
water that
pools, you
long
sit
for
in a
anyway?
tube sometimes, right? Like
But why are you in the water
it's a floating instrument.
Well, they're hanging out in the water.
It's Bermuda.
You know
Probably
what?
a
I know
drink
you
in
wouldn't
hand, yeah.
because of the wool fields, but
It sounds fun, actually.
No, you know what's funny? When I was in Georgia, they used to do something called shooting the hooch, right?
Okay, what is that?
And that's when they would have like people would get their little liquor, and to your point, and they would have the inner tube, and they would just go down to Chattahoochee and drinking beers and just shooting the hooch.
Sounds fun.
But there's one problem with that. They got them deadly snakes that the water moccasins and stuff in the water.
yeah, you don't want a snake in the hooch.
Yeah, you don't want definitely don't want a
absolutely
snake in the
don't
hooch.
want that, no.
But people they do that, and they rent. It was somewhere I forgot where it was in Georgia, but like I guess it's by the Chattahoochee where they rent inner tubes and people would shoot the hooch, get out there and drink a little liquor, and just sit on the Chattahoochee drinking in in the inner tube.
That's not a problem. Probably off the coast of Bermuda. That's a different spot.
Yeah, I'm not getting in the water anyway.
Even with a pool, even with a noodle.
Even with a pool noodle. No, I'm not getting in the water.
And
All right.
Richie was also, I think there was a thing that they were going back and forth on. Joe won't even like jump into a pool ever.
He climbs in using the ladder. He does
Wait a minute, what?
When he gets in a pool, or this case scenario in the ocean,
Joe's different.
he walked off
That's tough.
the steps instead of taking a little plunge.
You said because he did, but the water was cold or something. He wanted to shock his system.
Well, no, I think he's had a traumatic experience jumping into a pool before.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did not
That's
know
how
that.
he made it seem.
Like it was too cold, or like
I
something
don't-
bad happened.
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Well,
So-
I mean, look at him
know.
now. Like, you never know.
Never recovered.
Was
All
he
right.
was he normal before?
Right. All right. So that we think Joe needs some help there. But Kyle makes a fair point. Everyone's using the noodle. It's not that big of a deal. I also saw this today during the show as we try to help our coworkers out here. I officially think we've gotten to the point of the calendar where Elliot is bored without football. Because
it's clear.
He tweeted this.
What did he say?
Have been thinking a lot recently about what are the best franchises in NFL history. Here's how I would rank them. All right, I'm going to read the list to you. Hugh, the first four franchises, I don't have any gripes with, right? He has Packers, Steelers, 49ers, Cowboys, right? If we're going historically, right, that's fine.
That's about right.
They've obviously had a lot of success, those four franchises. He has the Bears at 5, the Patriots at 6.
The Bears at 5.
The Bears over the Patriots. The Bears haven't won a Super Bowl since the 80s.
They ain't sniffed one in a while.
They've won in a long time. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer. The Patriots had the greatest quarterback of all time.
What is it? Yeah, he bored.
Okay.
Well, okay. Wait a minute. Maybe he's talking about
Pre-Super Bowl?
Well, the history.
But I know.
That George Hallis, Coach Hallis, Hallis Hall, and all Bear.
We got to focus more on the modern history.
Well, some people.
The Bears.
Some people.
Elliot doesn't remember George Hallis.
I know he doesn't. I'm trying to help Elliot out because, I'm all for Elliot living his truth. And I'm trying to figure out where Elliot might have been going with his list. Because to your point, recent history would definitely have the Patriots over the Bears.
By a lot.
But I think he's talking about, legacy teams.
Okay.
Like legacy franchises.
Can I finish the list?
Yes.
He then goes Patriots 6, Giants 7, Eagles 8, Washington 9, Lions 10. And then he said honorable mention 11, the Chiefs. The Chiefs are below the Lions, who have never won a Super Bowl.
But defend that one, Hugh.
They've never been to the Super Bowl.
Hey, maybe I should have got the whole list before I
like
that's a bad one.
And
Now
even if
that's a bad one.
Even if you want to do the history thing, they haven't won a championship since
that one-
1957.
The Lions, right? Yeah.
They also were the first team to go 0-16. I mean, like they're legitimate embarrassment.
They're one of the bottom franchises.
Correct. I mean, if you wanted to go with the history thing and you wanted to use, like, if you wanted to say the Browns, because they won, they win like 8 titles in a row or something. Like they were good in the 60s. Like
Jim
the
Brown,
Browns were a once proud franchise.
Yeah.
Like that, I could make
You
a
can
little
wrap
bit
your
of
mind
sense
around. Yeah. Yeah, Elliot went off the deep end with
The
that.
Lions over the Chiefs? NFL history?
You got to figure out his rationale. I don't know what his rationale for that one is.
Well, there is. I'm telling you, he's bored without football. Elliott needs training camp to start immediately. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Debbie in Glenside. Hey, Debbie.
Hey, how you doing, Joe? Hey, Hugh.
Hey, how you doing?
Said hi to Carl.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi. Well, I wasn't going to call. I can give my take on the Harper thing. I actually really wanted to give my 2 cents on the fitness into age thing. So first, Harper. Yes, I'm in both camps. I think that they are okay for a little while during the regular season, but because they're unpredictable, I can't be 100% with that, but I think they need him in the postseason.
I think we see it pretty similar, Debbie. They can get
Okay.
through this regular season, but yeah, the biggest games, October, that's when we need to get that wrist healthy for. All right, so what's your thought on the whole 50 thing?
50 is not old. I'm 71. I was a maniac at 50. And I just want to say something about the whole fitness into age. This is something I've been focusing on since I was 24 years old. I made sure I exercised. I changed my whole diet several times until I got what worked. And the important thing to note is something like what Hugh said earlier, is that you have to begin this when you're young. It's too hard to wait and then try to do it then. So I started young just because I was interested in it. And the thing I really want to add as part of the PSA is that when you do this, and if you have kids, you're an example for your kids, and they observe this in one way or another. And I know my kids all tend to their bodies, and at least they'll realize that as they get older, they're really going to have to focus on that a little bit more. And it's a good thing because, I mean, I run, I do a flexibility and strength routine in the morning. I do my own yard work. When we have a big rain and the branches fall, I saw them up, and I'm happy to do that. It's fun.
Well, Debbie, I'm glad you shared this. And I agree with you, and I agree with you. It is important, and it's important to start as young as you can. Debbie, we appreciate it. And how about that? 71, and she's in good health because she started young.
I'm stuck on Maniac, though, because I had questions, but I don't think they would have been appropriate because I needed specifics.
I tried to protect you.
It goes without saying. We'll leave it there.
Yeah.
That's why Joe didn't let me talk.
No, I didn't. I thought she delivered a nice message, and I wasn't going to let you go down a rabbit hole and destroy it.
Because when you say Maniac, and you've lived the life that Debbie's lived,
life.
Okay, a healthy life. And she says she work out, so she probably tightly framed up, like she got a nice body. I'm wondering what that means. You know, I'm just
That's good. Let's leave it there.
Just saying. When somebody tell you that, hey, I was kind of wild. Okay, what is that? What exactly does that mean?
Well, I think she was trying to get to a larger point, which was the exercise from a young age.
But I like sometimes the devil's in the details. I'm just saying.
I know. It is. Let's go to William in Jenkintown.
I like how you just glossed all over it. You just kept it moving.
I'm trying to protect you. William, what's up?
Not much. Hey, yeah, I think we need Bryce Harper back. I don't trust this team without him. And then Elliott's in his own world with that ranking, and I think he just proves it with putting the Bears ahead of the Patriots.
It's insane, William.
Yeah,
they haven't won a Super Bowl since 1985. It's crazy.
I don't think they've won they haven't been. No, have they been to a Super Bowl this century?
They went. When Peyton
Brian
Manning.
Urlacher was there.
Right.
Yeah.
When Peyton Manning won his first one, it was against the Bears. 05, 06, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. I saw it when I woke up.
Lovey
morning.
was
I
the
like,
coach.
wait, what?
Yeah.
I just don't. Sometimes I want to get inside his brain and just see what's going on with it half the time. He's a guy, but no, I'm back in on the Phillies.
Well, I think most of us are right now, and hopefully they could keep this up, William, because they're playing good baseball right now.
Yeah, I went back to the girlfriend because they made me happy again. So I called her on Friday. I said, let's get back together, and she said, okay.
How about that?
Oh, you okay? Congratulations.
Yeah, that's great, William.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if she stays normal.
Response to that? Right. It'll be all right, William.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Keep plugging along. We appreciate the phone call.
Almost time for us to go.
Just keep plugging along.
I think we were looking for the one to send for the Marconi that you send this show in. This 4-hour block. This is the one WIP needs to send
over to the FCC.
I had questions. I left it alone. I did. I think I did pretty good.
You have a lot of questions.
Because when you say it like that, doesn't it lend itself to more questions? Aren't you curious?
Yes.
Yeah, but you ever? Yeah.
Sometimes it's within. Don't ask them.
But sometimes it's best not to pry.
No, I want to know.
I know.
We know.
I always think like maybe I don't want to hear the answer.
No,
here, so
but
I'm
I'm
not
like,
gonna pry.
but I guess because he can't respond. What is his definition of crazy though? I mean, what is she doing? Because like number two things.
Here we go.
You're going back, but you worried about the crazy. So why? What's going on? Why you keep coming back to the crazy?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's good enough to go back.
You know, buddy.
Don't you always say I was undefeated?
You know.
We call it that good Gouda.
Oh boy, it's now time for you people. That's enough.
You people.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
The warning signs for this one were early because very early on, someone just said it's too damn hot for this.
Yeah, that's about right.
Catastrophizing is a big word. I way overshot the IQ of this show.
Oh, if you had it at average, you overshot it. Yeah, come on now.
Someone said just because Hugh might not be able to spit the word out doesn't make it a big word.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That wasn't my fault.
Now
we really were like children learning a new word today. Like when Devin said that, you looked at each other like, wait, we got to look this up.
No.
What is she saying?
Kyle said, "Is that a real word?" I said, "I'm going to look it up."
I was unsure. I'm glad you looked it up.
Is that a real?
That was a good word though. Dev hit us with a good word. Now you know what? She has to do that every time we talk to her.
I
now.
like that.
She has to. Dev, if you're listening, every time you talk to us,
Devin's word of the day.
You have to give us a new big old word, and we're gonna just work it into
and
the show.
And you have to try and say it. This is just as an aside, but I don't know how this theory's never come up before. The origin of the defense is a luxury take. Hugh treated defense like a luxury in Jacksonville.
That's true. And they got you out of there.
They got me out of there quick.
It makes sense. So we've had a banner day for reads on the show. I mean, Joe and I even had a little bit of a snafu there.
Yep.
But we had this from Hugh earlier.
Are we gonna read and that was what they've done for the first half injury. Can't get that out. That was kind of hard to read.
Off the heels of this the other day, too.
This 4th of July, you can celebrate with big savings at the Mattress Warehouse.
Yeah. Some say we might owe our sponsors their money back today.
Some being the sponsors. They're the ones saying that.
They like it because it's original.
Yes. Please we'll mention Fanatics again. Just for them.
A new idea to promote a business. Butcher the name of the business. That's originality right there.
That was not my fault. That was Moses' fault. And that was what they've done for the first half injury. Can't get that out. That was kind of hard to read. Yeah. Because I can't do that because then I really, my last time reading for them again.
Some people gave you some support, though. You'll get them next time, Hugh.
Like a kid in Little League.
Yep.
Hey, don't worry about it, buddy. We'll get him the next go round.
What's harder, the Phillies winning for a stretch without Bryce or Hugh completing an ad at the end of his segment?
Oh, that's obvious. Not the Phillies.
The ad, sometimes them ads be kicking my ass.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Today's company, it was the first time you were doing that.
I was the first time because I was like, wait a minute.
It also might be the last. It might be the last.
They're not coming back. They're going to listen
let's hear what today's sounded like.
Strike of lightning.
Oh my God, what was that? That's the what they've done for the first half injury. Can't get that out. That was kind of hard to read. Bruh, it was a rough day.
It felt like 10 seconds of dead air. I looked over like, is he okay?
Some are calling you heat stroke, Hugh, after today.
Oh, add that to the list for next year's bracket.
So, are we even sure English isn't Hugh's second language?
I'm not.
I can't say nothing about it. I butchered those today.
We know it's not Spanish either after the Cinco de Dos incident from a while ago.
Heat stroke Hugh has got real potential. Every day it's hot, he's going to point back to that. Well, it's hot. I mean,
And then the old jokes just started flying for Hugh. Hugh is old. I've seen Boy Scouts helping him cross the street to get to work.
No. You know, I guess I'm gonna tell you there's a two. When I did go to the strip club, when one of the strippers called me sir, that was
you got sirred.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I saw you in the airport. It wasn't a pretty sight.
Well, and then whenever he hit his head on the over thing, and they.
I hate that Kyle was behind me.
Carry
when
on.
that happened. That was bad.
I looked the worst.
Because the lady was like, "Oh my God, are you okay?"
Oh,
Kyle's
laughing.
I looked like I was just laughing at some random guy.
He's like, he's old. Leave him alone. He's an old person.
It's not nice to laugh at an old elderly person as they struggle, Kyle. And that's what you were doing that day.
Today wasn't the first bit of evidence, though, that we've had of Hugh looking old on the show. I mean, he can't even control his bowels when he's in the studio.
Yeah, here we go. You know, that's a heel. That heel's going to stay there. I didn't fart. I'm never going to live it down.
Not a soul believes you.
I didn't fart.
We've been making analogies for the age, too.
Yeah.
It's the last thing we got here. Hugh came out of halftime and made no adjustments. Overtime not guaranteed.
So I would say today's show is a show where you come out of halftime, you make adjustments. We just happen to get worse.
No, we kind of leaned into it a little bit.
Yeah, if the floodgates opened at halftime.
Wait a minute. I gotta get this.
We'll just regroup for tomorrow.
I gotta get this 4-leg. I gotta get this. I'm about to run an 8-leg today.
Well, that's good.
I'm about to run this 8-leg.
This is what the people need at the end of the
show.
show.
I'm just saying.
How'd you do yesterday?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I ran a 4-leg yesterday, but only one of the legs hit, and that was the Braves beat the Mets.
When you say you ran a 4-leg, I think some people may casually hear that as you're doing some sort of competition. This is a parlay.
No, I'm talking about a parlay.
Yeah,
I ran a 4-leg parlay.
Yeah. How many legs hit?
Only one.
Yesterday.
The parlay ran you, buddy.
Yeah, I got ran. But today I picked up one today. I think I'm running this 8-leg today.
You got Phils?
No, I didn't pick the Phils. I didn't pick. Well, I didn't put them in my.
You're worried about this road trip, aren't you?
No, I didn't put them in my parlay. I like them. I like the. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't put them in my parlay. I like
put them in the parlay.
I like the Phils when they're at home. But I picked. You know what?
Come on, put them in the parlay, Hugh.
Let's go.
Okay, we'll put them in the parlay. But then I got to do it on the parlay. So we're gonna put a parlay together. Let's put one together. Come on.
Those are the ones that hit all the time.
I already set one, so I got to bet again. So what we bet? What we bet? We betting the Fields today? We want to bet the Fields? Yeah. I'm feeling lucky. Go.
Well, they're doing well without Harper. They're fine.
Oh, so we
got Ranger on the mound against the Astros.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me go ahead and get to it. Okay. We got Schwarber home run.
Yep.
Schwarber home run. What else we been working with?
Now you know what I'm feeling tonight.
What you feeling tonight?
Otto Kemp's first dinger to the Crawford boxes. Otto Kemp. Homer tonight.
Wait a minute. Let me get my Schwarber.
Like a plus. It's gonna be like a plus 500 for Otto.
Let me see.
It's going deep.
Okay, yeah, it is. So see. Okay, we going Otto.
Otto.
Okay.
First one, major league career.
Okay. So what else we doing?
You're the gambler. I gave you a leg.
No, I'm saying I'm just asking. So we going
Phillies money line.
Here? We got definitely going to money line.
Dinger Tuesday. You got a profit boost, as you heard earlier when I didn't have the read and then Kyle gave it to me.
Phillies money line. Yeah. We got Schwarber home run.
If anyone could understand any of those reads, I'm not sure.
Today was a bad day for Reeds. R.I.P. to Reeds.
All right, you work on the parlay. We're going to hand it off to the
extra innings. Yeah, we about to do that.
You're putting no extra innings as one of the legs of the parlay?
No, I'm definitely not putting that in. I'm just saying no extra. I was talking to myself while I was putting this parlay together. Because I like to lead like even numbers, so it's got to be a 4-legger.
I was talking to myself. Sounds like this show today.
As long as I don't answer, I'm good. As long as I don't Alec Bohm record a hit, I'm gonna do that. Oh, we got a 4-legger. $2. Oh, that's some nice odds. Let me see what we got. $2. That's going to get us $100.
Yeah.
Here we go. We about to be rolling in the money.
Yeah, we're rolling out of here is what we're doing. Afternoon show next. We'll talk to you tomorrow at Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The A's broke ground on their new stadium in Las Vegas yesterday. It's been a bit of a slow build, but the sports empire is coming to the desert. It's a unique market because there's so many people coming in from elsewhere. They've already got a lot to do in Vegas. Seeing your favorite team play in a cool new spot? Sign me up. Raiders and Nice games are great. Hopefully baseball and someday hoops will follow suit and make Vegas one of America's go-to sports destinations. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show is back again. On another scorcher, 101 degrees, 94.1 on your dial. Ike, how you feeling, buddy?
Well, Brother Spike, I'm feeling good. You know, I was told when I was younger, milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Jackie Baseball, holla at your boy.
I don't get it.
It did. That was.
Yeah.
It was one of the. Was it
M&M commercial?
M&M commercial. That's right. Milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
But it still melts in your hand.
I would say if it's hot enough, yeah.
Most chocolate melts.
Yep. How you feeling, Jackie Baseball?
I'm so thrown off.
All right.
The guy doesn't have lunch one day, and he's coming in here like a philosopher.
Yes. Thinking about food. Every answer Ike's going to have today is going to be about food.
And how hungry he is.
We have a big show, as always. It's a Tuesday, so Elliot Shore Parks joins us at 3 o'clock. 3:30, very special guest Pablo Torre joins us. As he and Mike Florio released a sort of a bombshell report today about the NFL and collusion
Interesting
against
how
the players.
no one's covering it.
Yeah, I wonder why ESPN's not covering it.
NFL Network not touching it.
Oh, yeah,
Interesting.
weird. Kind of weird. But we will talk to Pablo about it today. I woke up and I read it. He sent it out this morning. I read the decision. It's like 60 pages. I was like, it looks like they did collusion. That is what it looks like. So we will have Pablo on at 3:30 rather. Top 5 at 5, all that kind of stuff. And by the way, I have a surprise for you guys. I just want to tell you, big announcement. I didn't even tell you in the meeting. Jack, Ike. I've started doing push-ups with my backpack on.
Wow.
To add weight.
Added weight?
Yeah, I just want you to know I started doing that this morning.
One day we'll notice the difference.
Seriously.
Up yours. You're still down 20. That's the whole thing's a big lie anyway.
It's not a lie.
It's a lie. So we're 24 hours away from the NBA draft. I mean, and the shocker of all shockers, we have the number 3 pick in the first round. First round is Wednesday. Second round is Thursday. The NBA decided to stretch out the very exciting NBA draft over 2 years. But like things have changed over the last, several months and specifically over the last several weeks in the Eastern Conference of the NBA. And what has changed is An already weak Eastern Conference has gotten even weaker. Tyrese Halliburton's out next year. Jason Tatum's out next year. They also traded Drew Holiday. The Celtics did, so they're not much of a threat, right? The Milwaukee Bucks lost Damian Lillard. They're not going to be much of a threat next year, and the East is wide open. So we have this number 3 pick, and I understand the allure of the prospects. Take a great prospect. It's the future, blah, 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 blah. They need to trade down with that pick and get themselves either another pick or, even more importantly, a player in the rotation for next year to help us win next year. We have a Joel Embiid that is still 30 years old. We have Paul George on a $50 million a year contract. We have Tyrese Maxey, who's at an all-star level. And we have a team that could potentially, and if you think they can't, you're a little bit crazy, potentially for the Eastern Conference next year. I want the Sixers to trade back. Get a player you can add to that rotation, add depth, get somebody at 7, 8, 9, whoever you get, whoever's left over of all these guys, because they're all pretty much the same at this point, and go to win the Eastern Conference next year. Trade back is the way. That is what I would prefer they do tomorrow.
Yeah, I hear this stuff, and I get nervous that we're trying to outthink ourselves in this situation. If I'm already going to be committed to having Joel Embiid and Paul George with Tyrese Maxey as our lead dogs next year, and we're not stripping the team down, and I'm okay with that. If you want to make that clear, I'm on board with that. I'm hoping for the best, but I'm on board with running it back with these guys. Would they play 15 games together this year, something
15,
like that? All
7 and
guys?
8. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm okay with running it back for a year. But here's where the Sixers have lucked into a good situation that they can't fumble. They can't fumble this situation. Now, it's not the number 1 pick. It's not a clear-cut franchise player there for you at number 3 that it's an easy choice for you. But damn it, this is why Daryl gets paid the big bucks. He gets paid. And I hope they've done their due diligence and their homework, and they have a vision for that number 3 pick that involves one of these players. Get me the best young player right here, because I'm still thinking about Maxey and McCain and this kid, who's ever at number 3 that we take, for the future. Because if next year doesn't work out, let's say Embiid and George somehow go through something similar they went through this year where they miss a lot of games. And
entirely possible.
Yeah.
Yep.
So say that happens. We are certainly going to be looking to dump everybody after next year. We don't have our pick next year.
No, we don't.
So we can't have that. So when are we going to get the chance to get this caliber of player? And again, I'm going to leave that to the experts and their homework and what they've done. But we need a player at 3 that we can add to McCain and Maxey, at least part as a vision moving forward. We got to take the best young player there. And, I mean, let's throw a name in the hat and come out with that guy, whoever you may like. But we need that player at number 3. I'm not necessarily thinking about trading that for another veteran player somewhere else to add to these guys. We got enough guys here already.
I don't think we do, actually. To be honest with you, I think what they need to do is fill out the roster. What they need, I'm watching those finals, and I'm thinking, how many of our guys that are currently on this roster can play in those finals? And it's not a very long list, right? Mm-hmm. You assume Quentin Grimes will be back. Okay, he can play. Kelly Oubre is athletic and can play defense. If he's on the team, he can be there too. They need 8 guys.
The Edwards kid?
Justin Edwards. Yeah, Justin Edwards. Nice little player. Little player. Absolutely. They need a deeper team. And if they trade back, and by the way, the other thing is, and for all of the things that Daryl Morey, that everybody here says Daryl Morey has done wrong, Daryl Morey has also drafted very well later on in the draft. And he's done that even before he got here. 2 crucial pieces of this team moving forward are Jared McCain, who we got at 16, Tyrese Maxey, who we got at 21. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity. This number 3 pick is an opportunity to get 2 things, not just one thing. To get a player that can potentially help us this year and get a pick, pick at 8, pick at 7, whoever that is, whoever's left over, I'm fine with. I just think it is a mistake to not try to get better this year and try to capitalize on the Eastern Conference this year by adding a player who can play this year. Look, if the rookie can play this year in addition to this, that's great. If we can get 15 minutes out of him, that's great. But I'm not stuck on some sort of project at 3 who's going to be our future, who might not even play for the next 2 years for the Sixers anyway. Get me a guy who can play with us next year, and then with whoever's left, wherever they pick, then we can take that young player. But I don't need to get whoever the highest upside guy is at 3 in this particular draft. I want to compete this year.
Yeah, and we're going to have to compete on the backs of Maxey, Paul George, and Joel Embiid. That's why I look at it. We're going to compete on their back, and everybody else are just added pieces that can help out. What I'm saying is, if I'm going to be okay as a Sixers fan, running it back with Embiid and Paul George and Maxey, what I also want as a Sixer fan, since we have the number 3 pick, because I'm only halfway in belief in that trio of getting anything done significantly next year. Well, I want the insurance and the assurance that I have a young core in place that I don't have to start at rock bottom in 2027.
That stuff never works. It never works. I just don't think it works.
You're right. Sometimes, listen, here's all I know. I look at the OKC Thunder.
Yep.
And I say to myself, somehow they were able to get it done.
Well, but everybody was the same age then. I mean, yes, they turned over, but remember, they were turning over Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden and Serge Ibaka.
I meant the second, the one when they did with Paul George and Carmelo.
Oh, yeah, they ended up being pretty good. They ended up being pretty good.
No, I mean after they
they
got
went away.
those guys,
sure,
and how they transformed into what they are now.
Absolutely. But they were able to trade Paul George for 4 first-round picks. Made it a little bit easier. Made it a little bit easier. What I do is I look at the Warriors. The Warriors tried to do this thing where they drafted players for the future and competed right then. And here's what they ended up with. They ended up with James Wiseman, who's not on the team anymore.
He's terrible.
Jonathan Kuminga, who's not going to be on the team anymore. Moses Moody, who ended up not being anything. Mm-hmm. If these players don't get time to play, they're never going to be the thing that you think they are anyway. So I just want to try to win now. If we got to rebuild after next year, we'll rebuild after next year. 215-592-9494. Do you want the Sixers to trade back, or do you want them to take whoever has the highest upside at 3? Jack, what are you thinking?
Trade back.
Oh, you're a trade back guy?
We're going for Knipple. I mean, come on, whatever it takes. We don't need to take him at 3. We don't
Why
need
not?
Well, listen.
Well, if you think he's the best guy, just take him.
No, you can get a little bit more, though. We're all about squeezing those assets as much as we can squeeze those assets.
Yeah, squeeze it.
Yeah, squeeze it. You add him to this mix. He's a winner.
But if you trade, can I be straight with you?
Mm-hmm.
If you trade back, you have to be willing to just take whoever's there. You can't trade back and still.
Could go at 4.
He could go 4.
They get to the 4th pick and get an extra thing from Charlotte. I don't care. Make it happen, Daryl.
Well, listen, that's also a part of this, right? It's part of the equation.
Yes.
Where you're trading back.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
if you're telling me I'm trading back to 4 or 5, and I still get the player that I ultimately wanted, I'm okay with that. But if you're telling me we're trading back to 7 or 8,
yeah, I think that's possible.
I don't want 7 or 8. Yeah.
All right.
The priority is still next year, though. That's the main point.
For me, the priority is next year.
Yeah, find someone.
No, that's not the priority.
It is the priority.
That's not the priority.
They're right there.
That's not the priority.
We live in this fantasy land where everyone just hates the Sixers so much you can't see what's right in front of you, which is a path to the Eastern Conference Finals. And we're just so it's just ripped in the sand to where we're just so negative and negative and negative.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's right there. It's right there. You got to give this team a shot. What's the
How's
point?
it right there when we don't know what Paul George or Joel Embiid is?
We know what Paul George can still stand in a corner and hit a 3. Okay, he can still do that.
You don't need more than that.
Okay, well, he faked whatever injury he had last year. He's going to come back and be fine.
Yeah, he faked this 2 hyperextended knees.
Well, whatever was in the second half of the year. Well, on the finger or whatever
down,
that was.
The finger.
Well, I do agree. That
Maxey missed time with what again?
What?
Well,
yeah,
that
was made up.
That was questionable there.
Well, I mean, in the Eastern Conference, who are we scared of? Really? The Cavs and the Knicks will be good. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Are we worried about the Orlando Magic? Are we I don't even the Atlanta Hawks?
If I'm being honest with you,
yeah.
No, what I'm worried about is whether or not we're going to be available to play. So I have no assurance of that. So I can't just put all my eggs in the basket next year trying to win, because this is egg on your face if Embiid plays 30 games next year, or Paul George plays 30 games next year. Both of them play 30 games next year. Like, then what? Then what do we have?
Then we have the same thing. You still have Jared McCain. You still have Tyrese Maxey. You still got a Clippers pick. You still got whoever you took at 7. It's fine. It's fine.
Who am I getting at 7? You're the center from Duke?
No. Please, not him. Please,
exactly.
Not him.
What am I doing?
I just think
7?
like we are.
This guy from Illinois. Who is this? Carmen?
If we don't think about winning next year, we're gonna there is a serious chance we're gonna regret it. I don't think we'll regret picking at 8 or whatever it is. If we don't try to win next year, if we don't use this to get a couple of things and try to win next year, we're going to regret it. We do have a next question today.
Yeah.
It was Howie Roseman's 50th birthday yesterday. And
welcome to the 50 Club.
Yeah, welcome. Well, I'm not there.
You're not there.
I don't even know what it's like. I'm a young one. I am. But Howie, as we know, had a big comeback, right? Howie had the chip era when his office got moved in the back, got put in charge of equipment, and now he's being talked about as a Hall of Fame executive in the NFL.
Best GM in football.
So, for next question today, based on Howie, who had a big comeback? Anyone who had a big comeback can be in sports, can be in movies, can be in music. Jack, would you like to kick us off?
Always.
Yeah.
And I hope I didn't take Ike's answer.
You better not take my answer.
But in 2019, when Tiger came back and won the Masters after not winning for 11 years since Torrey Pines in 2008, that he won on a torn ACL.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
What a comeback.
Wasn't even close. He lapped the field. Lapped the field.
That was awesome.
Come on, GOAT. One more run.
I did not think of Tiger in this situation, but I am in the sports
Okay.
world, though.
All right. I was worried you would take mine,
No,
so I have one
I'm
non-sports.
going George Foreman.
Oh, Foreman had an excellent comeback.
So I'm going his comeback from being a heavyweight champion to going to be a preacher and then getting back into boxing and becoming a great pitchman.
Yeah.
George Foreman, man. George Foreman, who I had only heard stories about and saw highlights of in his boxing days prior to his comeback. When he came back, man, he beat my guy Evander Holyfield, too.
I was at that fight.
Did he beat Holyfield? Or
Holyfield won that.
Yeah, Holyfield beat him.
I got to see that fight at Atlantic City. Holyfield Foreman.
Man,
well, of course.
what a fight. No, he knocked out Michael Moore. That's who it was.
Who? George Foreman.
George Foreman did to win the heavyweight championship.
Even let me guess, you were the towel boy?
No, we were sitting ringside, of course. We went in a limo there and back. And actually, we had George Foreman drive the limo back.
Yeah, and you also bit off Evander Holyfield's ear?
I did.
A different fight?
By the way, George Foreman is a good comeback story, even without the grill and the just from a sports standpoint, the fact that he became a meaningful boxer again.
Became heavyweight champion again.
Mine is Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to jail. Lost everything.
Martha went to jail.
And then built up the empire again. Somehow now has cred. Snoop Dogg with Martha Stewart, all that. So
Still wondering about Snoop and Martha.
Yeah, well, look, that would be a good notch off on the old belt, right? Martha Stewart.
Martha looks good.
It'd be a good story. If nothing else, I'm married. I would never, of course. But if I were like Snoop, All right.
That was a good pairing.
215-592-9494. Do you want the Sixers to concentrate on this year, trade back, or just take whoever is the best player at 3? 215-592-9494. Also, next question today. Give us somebody who had a big comeback in honor of Howie Roseman's 50th birthday yesterday. Tasty Cake Dom kicks us off. Tasty Cake, you're on WIP.
Hey, Spike, Ike, and my man Jack.
What's up, Tasty
How
Cake?
are you guys?
What's up, Tasty Cake?
Ike, you just stole my George Foreman.
Oh, that was a good one, right? That's a good one.
Now I got it. Well, I'll talk about the Sixers first, but now I got to go one. The one I'm going to tell you, Ike, is a fraudulent one.
A fraudulent comeback.
A fraudulent comeback.
Okay, all right.
Absolute fraud.
Okay.
You want me to go with that first?
No, Sixers first. Sixers first.
Okay. So here's what I like your opinion on, Spike, Ike.
Yeah.
Is Brett Brown transitioning from Brett Brown to Doc Rivers and to this guy, the Sixers became more finesse, less physical. Because Brett Brown, they would have 18 turnovers in the first half, right, Spike? But you better shoot 50% from the field because you weren't getting those second shots. They hit the boards like nobody's business, right? I want.
Okay.
No?
Well, I mean, no. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
I want physicality. More than anything else, the reason the Knicks beat the Sixers is they got every loose ball. They got multiple second chance points. I want a player that's talented but brings physicality to the Sixers. That's what I want.
Well, and I agree they need more guys like that, which is why I want to trade back, because I don't think whoever they're drafting, I'm not sure whoever that is. Look, if that person can play this year, great. But I just don't think all these guys are 19 years old.
Yep.
Most of the guys are 90. Even Knipple, who we think is an immediate contributor, is still a freshman.
Yeah, still a freshman. They're all freshmen.
Still a young player,
Yep.
which is why I want to trade back and find a guy who we can add to this rotation who can bring us some of that athleticism, some of that toughness. We had it with, PJ Tucker and Pat Beverly were sort of those guys, but they weren't athletic. Like they weren't. When we're watching these finals, we see guys who can be out there grinding for 35 minutes, and I just don't think we have a lot of guys on this roster. I think Oubre can do it. I think Quentin Grimes can do it, but I wouldn't think either of those are physical sort of. So I sort of agree with you, Dom, in that's what I want. I just don't know that that's what I want out of the pick. I want to add a player like that, and I think by trading back, you can add a player like that.
Yep. Spike, can I just verify something for you? Because I listened to the show yesterday. I didn't hear you say this.
What?
But at lunch, did you say that Dwayne Wade was better than Iverson? You didn't say that, did you?
Well, we were having a conversation, and Aaron from Mount Airy was making.
Yep. I heard the call. I just didn't hear you say that.
I think it's a conversation.
No.
If you want to win a championship, I think it's a conversation. Let's put it that way. As far as who is more skilled, Allen Iverson's more skilled. Who's better at being like maybe the center of the offense? Maybe it's Iverson. It's probably Iverson.
Yeah.
But if you want to go and win a championship, I don't know that Wade isn't a better player to try to go win a championship.
Well, you better make sure you have a good number 2 with him.
Well, by the way, Iverson also needed a good number 2, and
he never got one.
Well, but. Part of the problem with Iverson was that he wanted every single shot. I mean, people blame the team around him, say the team wasn't talented, but that team was specifically created for him. So I think they're close. If I'm doing like an all-time ranking, I think Wade and Iverson are probably pretty close.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like D Wade is great. D Wade's a great player. There's no doubt about it. I just think AI is as well. And D Wade has already had more help than AI. And we know what I think about when D Wade didn't have help. His teams didn't do very much.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't do much.
They didn't. I think this too. I think D Wade has helped that he is. You look at him and he's an actual 2-guard.
Yes, he's bigger.
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know what Iverson is. Like he's
a point guard body, but he's a 2-guard mentality.
Right, and I think that might hurt in certain ways too. Both great players, of course. Tasty Cake. All right, give us for next question today. Give us somebody who had a big comeback.
This turns my stomach to say this out loud.
Oh, who you got?
But Ray, hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
Ray Leonard came back and stole the middleweight championship in the worst boxing decision in the history of.
He didn't beat him, Tasty Cake. No, he didn't beat Marvin Hagler. He won that fight.
Ike, can I quote you on that? Because I've been fighting with Anthony about this for 15 years.
Man, Hagler won that fight, man. I done watched that fight at least 10 times, man.
That fight.
Yes.
I love you, Ike, because I've been fighting that war. That Marvin Hagler is the greatest middleight of all times.
Yes, sir.
And like Ike Reese, he's all man, baby. And
Ike Reese, an Iron Man.
In boxing, to win the middleweight title, you got to beat the champ. You can't. The guy goes to the champ, right? That was disgraceful.
Yeah.
So. But it was a big comeback, right? It
was. No, Sugar Ray's one of my favorite fighters.
Yeah. Marvelous Marvin Hagler, also a great fighter.
Unlike Pretty Boy Floyd Mayweather, who boxed like a pretty boy, Sugar Ray didn't mind getting in there and mixing it up.
Well, that's the thing about, what's his name? About the guy you just mentioned.
Floyd
Mayweather.
Yeah.
It's like, those fights aren't fun.
No, he's a defensive fighter. Yeah, he's not fighting.
He's not boxing the way we saw boxing.
Yeah, in the 80s? Oh,
come on. All right.
Seriously, though.
Come on. 215-592-9494. What do you want the Sixers to do tomorrow? Do you want them to do something that helps them win this year, or do you just want to build for the future, take whoever the best player is at 3? I want them to trade back, get yourself a player that can help you this year, and then take a prospect later.
Con!
What?
Con, dude. He's the guy.
Today's show is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDER or visit GoGUIDA.com. Coming up next, Paul George, who was very complimentary of Ace Bailey, actually said something negative about Ace Bailey, so we'll get that. And Bill Simmons talked about the Sixers trading down and what he thinks they'll do. We'll get to that next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Yeah! Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Go to ChristianHVAC.com.
Now through July 5th. CJ's Tire and Auto is dropping explosive savings during a red, white, and save sales event. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon. With 18 locations to choose from, CJ's Tire and Auto has been driven to keep you and your car moving. Now through July 5th, only at CJ's Tire. Deals that spark. Like up to $100 off a set of 4 tires, including top-tier brands like Falcon. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride. From oil changes and inspections to brakes and batteries. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with a hometown service you've come to love. The Red, White, and Save sales event. Now through July 5th. Instant savings up to $100 off a set of 4 tires. From top-tier brands like Falcon Tire. CJTire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Going down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Ever been crammed in a car on a road trip, knees to your chest, wishing for more space? Yeah, not anymore. Introducing the all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, our first three-row all-electric EV. That's right, space. Finally, in an EV. With class-leading interior space, there's room for the whole crew and their gear. Road trippers, carpoolers, gear haulers, families. This EV is built for your kind of adventure. And the Ioniq 9 rear-wheel drive S-Trim, it delivers an EPA estimate 335 miles on a full charge. Actual range will vary. Plug into a 3250 kilowatt DC ultra-fast charger and CCS adapter, and in just 15 minutes, you can get up to 150 miles of range. Actual charge time may vary. Plus, you get tech infused with standard safety features like Highway Driving Assist 2 and Blind Spot Collision Avoidance Assist. And with a 10-year, 100,000-mile battery warranty, the road ahead is wide open. EVs aren't just for city driving anymore. The Ioniq 9 is for those who go further. Literally. Learn more about the Ioniq 9 at HyundaiUSA.com. Call 562-314-4603 for complete details.
Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WI.
Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. GoGUIDA.com. Talking about the NBA draft, Sixers with the third pick, which happens tomorrow. They do have the 35th pick in the second round, which I know everybody's very excited about, which will happen on Thursday.
Oh, thank God there's 2 days of it.
Oh, yeah. Just can't wait.
They're going to get so much content.
Kidding me? Oh, I kid. Especially Thursday night's podcast after the second round is just going to be me staring into the camera while my blabber's on for an hour about the second round pick.
Can we put Bronny back into the draft?
And that would be exciting.
To make it interesting?
Yeah, that would be exciting. The Twitter questions brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What do you want the Sixers to do with the third pick? Take the best player or trade back? Ike, what do you think the percentages are on this?
Right where they need to be. Take the best player.
And what do you think the numbers are?
I'm going to go 73%.
65%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is now they could be in a situation, and I don't want to confuse everything, where they end up getting the player that they want and trade back. Like, it's possible.
That's true.
Again, I don't want to confuse everything, but this is one of those drafts where it is after two, one is in a tier, two is in a tier, and then it seems like, depending on who you talk to, 3 to 7, 8 are in a tier, and depending on who the team is, they may have a very different board than the other team, you know?
All right. So without knowing exactly where they would move back,
yes.
Let me ask you this.
Yep.
Who would be the player you think they, in that scenario, them still getting the guy that they want?
Yeah.
Like, who would be that player? Let's say they move back to, I don't know, 6 or 7.
So I think I think they would like to come out of this draft with either VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, or Con Knippel. One of those three guys.
Okay. I'm good with all three of those guys,
now,
actually.
if you look at the way that it's very hard with the mock drafts and the big boards and all that. If you follow the way that it has gone over the last couple of weeks, it seems like the guy who would be more available later would be Trey Johnson. Okay. But who knows? The Sixers could also just take him at 3.
Right.
If they think he's the guy that they want,
They
and
ultimately want,
and they can't trade back, or they don't know if they can trade back, maybe they just take the guy that they. And just as a headline, we'll go over this tomorrow because it can be confusing. Tomorrow, if you remember when the Sixers took Elfrid Payton, they already had Michael Carter-Williams, and we didn't know that they were trading Elfrid Payton and getting Dario Saric till a little bit later. So what could happen is whoever the Sixers take tomorrow at 3,
it may not be
the player we're getting.
Well, as long as it's not Bridges, who had a Sixers hat on, his mom was crying,
yes.
and then 15 minutes later, is all of a sudden a Phoenix Sun.
Well, you know what? He's made like $100 million. I'm sure his mom's probably pretty happy now.
Yeah, she's over there.
I think she's over it. I think she's over it. It is the worst part of the draft, though, because they make the kids look like idiots.
Yeah, putting on the hats, asking them if they're happy to be there, and then just saying
they don't know what to say. They're
like Kobe has a Charlotte hat on.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Who drafted him?
And what was the other thing that I wanted to remind you about Wednesday night as I'm thinking about? No, that's it. All right, 215-592-9494. Yoshi in Brewery Town, you're on WIP.
Man, Spike, Big Ike, Jackie, baby. What's poppin', fellas?
What's up, dude?
What up, Yoshi?
It's hot out here, boy. Good gracious of Scott. But
Yeah.
the women look nice. I'm going to leave that alone.
Well, and here's a great opportunity for you to wear a tank top, which you don't usually take.
We're a tank top. I'm walking outside with no shirt on. Right
Okay, my bad.
Come on, them things catching no breeze, boy. Ping, they are perky. See, if you do more than 250 push-ups, 10 every other hour like you doing it, you'll be built like this and you can walk around with your shirt off. How are you doing your push-ups, boy?
Well, by the way, I don't know if you heard, but my big announcement is I've started.
I know you adding weight to your back. You don't need to add no weight to your back. That ain't gonna do nothing for you. I do push-ups and my chest puffy. I do push-ups like I just elevate my feet. And sometimes I do them standing. I do about 150 a day, and I got a puffy chest.
Maybe elevating my feet. The problem is with elevating my feet is I'm doing them on my walk. I don't have anything to put my feet on the walk. I'm not walking around with like
That's why you ain't doing that. You walking a little bit, doing a push-up here and a push-up there. You gotta do however many push-ups you could do. Take a 10 to 15 second break, jump right back down on it, and keep going until you in just fatigue. That's how you build a muscle. You ain't building no muscle.
I don't want to be big. I don't want to be big like you.
Everybody think when I tell them what they need to do that they gonna be big like Lou Ferrigno or somewhat like me. Boy, I know how to make everybody look good. What you talking about?
All right,
Playing
fine.
with me.
Well, I'll try it. So, all right. Well, okay. We'll do my workout routine offline. I'll DM you or something.
I'm listening.
Yeah, all right.
I'm telling you, y'all boys better. I'm telling y'all, if y'all take like OG, no, I ain't gonna compare myself to that because y'all don't think that 4-point thing works. If you listen to me, you'll be where you need to be.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm going with Jack. And the only reason I'm going with Jack is because he's excited about it. Let's go, Con. And he's born on the same day as my oldest child, August 3rd. That's pretty cool. What's his name, man? I don't know what these dudes going to do. I'm scared. I looked at Ike's Twitter, I think it was last week. I'm nervous too, Ike, because these boys just don't make the right decision.
Yes.
Last 10 times we had the lottery pick, we hit on AI and NB. Everybody else was trash. Mikal probably would have been all right here, but they traded him the same night. Everybody, Larry Hughes, Markelle Fultz. What's his name like nobody.
Ben Simmons, Jaleel Okafor, Nerlens Noel. Well, we didn't draft Nerlens, but yeah.
But man, them cats dressed like what's his name, the same position for like 2-3 years straight. I was like, what's going on? Jaleel Okafor, the world, like they just stupid. They are really stupid. They're making me nervous. I don't know what to do. I'm trying not to be excited about anything because at this position, they just don't know what to do with it. So I'm going to go with Jack. We going Con. Con Knipple.
Even if you have to take him at 3.
Even if I got to take him at 3, because Jack excited about it. I'm going to roll with my dog. Ain't that right, Fritz?
Well, and we know why you want Con Knipple. I mean, it's that last name. It might as well.
Yeah, getting you excited.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
You just said he has both of
Hardest wood
Yes.
I've ever touched.
I just listened to the last 30 minutes of And Hugh got me on. I was like, man, I need to have those type of conversations with Hugh the next time I see him. He was talking like pretty dirty. I like that.
All right. Now, who made a big comeback for next question today?
Hey, man, I'm going to say Robert Downey Jr. The boy was on drugs, got locked up. They started getting blackballed. What's his name? The boy came back making like $50 million a daggone episode, just a cameo as Iron Man. What's his name? And
that's
and
a big one.
Good, but so I'm gonna go with Robert.
All right, that's a big one. Robert Downey Jr. is a huge one. So if you remember correctly, Paul George, last time we heard him talking, because he does a podcast every week because everyone needs him to be doing a podcast. And by the way, one trade back, this is what I was going to bring up. One trade back scenario. If you could trade with Brooklyn and get Cam Johnson and get their pick, that would make me happy.
Where's Brooklyn picking?
Brooklyn's 8th, I think. Cam Johnson.
I like Cam Johnson.
Cam Johnson looked awfully good in a Sixers uniform next year. Like Cam Johnson. Let me make sure I got the right kid. What's the other one's name?
That's Cam Thomas.
Cam Thomas is the sort of like shoots every time guy. Cam Johnson, light skin, taller.
Is Ike's guy.
Cam Thomas is the Kobe guy.
Yeah. Except he's 6 foot.
Where's 24?
Except he's Isaiah Thomas, closer to the back.
I want Cam Johnson.
Yeah, I want the other guy.
Yeah, the taller guy.
Yes. Lost a lot of money on both.
On Cam Johnson and Cam Thomas?
Always.
Yeah, there you go.
Always.
So last time we heard from Paul George talking about Ace Bailey, he was saying how he thinks Ace Bailey could be as good as the
best player in the draft.
Best
Cooper
player in the
Flag,
draft, yeah. Makes hard shots, blah, 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 blah. So we have had this thing over the last week where Ace Bailey's people don't want him going to certain teams, and he hasn't worked out for anyone, and so on and so forth. And here is Paul George on the tack that Ace Bailey is taking during the draft.
He's canceled all workouts. Like, he hasn't worked out for any team. So, like, I don't.
One team?
No.
That's crazy.
He hasn't worked out for any team. Yes. So, I think they made a big deal because we were scheduled to work him out, and he canceled the day up. But he hasn't worked out for any team. But, you're not in a position to be making, those demands. You know what I mean? Like,
not
make
even
it to the
there
league
yet.
first.
Yeah, you're not even there yet. Or the people around him.
It's for sure the people.
Of course, the people around him.
People around him. I think he's
mama and daddy's playing manager.
I don't know who's representing him. I don't know who's representing him, but if I don't think they're going about it the right way. I don't think they're going about it the right way.
I will say this about Paul George. Paul George always seems pretty honest on his podcast. If the Sixers were good, I would probably like the podcast.
It makes a great podcaster.
Yes, a better podcaster over the last year for sure than a player. I think that the thing is with Ace Bailey, everybody's like people around him. Okay, but for one thing, he picks the people around him. And the other thing is, who knows, if he hasn't expressed, I want to go somewhere and be the number one guy, find out, make it happen for me. Do you know what I mean? So, it could be a mix of the people around him and whatever he wants to do. I guess I go back and forth from saying, I don't think he's a bad kid or anything, but I'm also not taking away his agency here. He certainly has the ability to make decisions about. So I think it could be a situation where he's like, I want to go somewhere and be a primary guy.
I got no problem.
You guys figure out the way for it to happen.
Yeah, just think about this. If you're him, right, and you view yourself, now he may have a grand illusion as to who he think he is as a player, and a lot of them do coming out of college. But put yourself in his shoes. He views himself as a scorer and a guy that you sort of build around. So he doesn't want to go to a team where shots may not be available to him, playing time may not be available to him. He's coming off the bench. If I'm the number 3 pick in the draft, or I have that type of talent, you're telling me I'm coming off the bench, and this is what may happen if he were drafted here.
Sure.
Right? This is what he would have to do. And what happens if Paul George and Joel Embiid stay healthy enough that his minutes stay down for 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah, he plays 8-10 minutes next year, and then it's affecting his second contract.
I wouldn't be happy. Yes,
Yeah.
I want to be somewhere where I'm going to be viewed as a max player and a franchise caliber player, not as a role player or a piece to the puzzle. So from his perspective, I understand. He's looking out for it. He wants his own career, and he wants to go be the man on the team. It may be a losing team, but guess what? They pay the best players on losing teams.
Sure, yeah.
They pay those guys $200 million as well.
Right.
It'd be hard for him to get that type of deal here. So I understand it. Although he may not be a good fit for us, from his perspective, I get it.
Sure. I don't know that he's doing it the best way, but maybe. Who knows?
Right.
If he ends up in Washington, which is where he wants to be, then everything works out for him.
John Wall got rich going to Washington.
He did.
Bradley Beal
got rich.
Bradley Beal got rich going to Washington.
Got rich. Got a no trade clause.
They got to pay somebody.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Now, we have the number 3 pick tomorrow, but your number 1 pick to buy a brand new Hyundai, Colonial Hyundai. Come on. Cars are John Ashdale, number 1 pick always, and they treat you like you want to be treated. You want the experience to be fast, easy, better. You don't want to be waiting around. You don't want to be worrying about price, all that kind of stuff. So they take care of all of it at Colonial Hyundai. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. 20% off, only at Colonial. That's up to $10,000. And with the Cars Are, your number 1 pick, treating you like a number 1 pick, they are going to act like your trade is a number 1 pick, even if it's a piece of junk, even if it's an undrafted free agent. You're going to get $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. Every new Hyundai at Colonial leaves the lot with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai is always the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers can't be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. 215-592-9494. Paul in Ambler. You're on WIP. Paul in Ambler. There you are. What's up, Paul?
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're great, Paul.
What's up, Paul?
Yeah, good. Sixers.
Yeah.
They need to take the best player possible. If they're worrying about the next 2 or 3 years, Embiid and George are going to be gone, they'll have to rebuild. That wouldn't do them any justice, I don't think.
Well, here's the thing. What if, let's say they take this player, and let's say Embiid and George are healthy for the next 2 years, and this player never gets on the court. And you can't evolve this player into whoever they are because you don't have the minutes for him because you're trying to win a championship. Like that is part. Like it or not, Joel Embiid, Paul George are here next year.
Yes.
And if they play well enough, they're probably here the year after that.
Yeah.
So it does. I understand. Like, I get it.
With Maxey and McCain, by the way.
Right.
Two young. Like McCain's another young player that's going to need his minutes and shots.
Maybe if we're lucky, this guy's playing 16 minutes. If we're lucky on that kind of team, probably more 8. Probably some DNP CDs. So I get it. I get the whole plan for after Embiid or Paul George, but it's really tough to do. And I think you have a better shot of trying to do something with this pick that makes this team better this year. You're also, whoever you pick, whether you draft at 3 or 8, is going to be here for the next 5 years. So, I hear what you're saying, but if that best player is not going to get on the court, I don't know that you're doing yourself or that player any favors.
Yeah, but the problem is Embiid can't stay on the court anyway.
Say again?
I said Embiid can't stay on the court himself next year or the year after.
How do you know?
Well, he's been hurt every year.
Well, but I know he's been hurt every year, but I think to an extent, Paul, we're thinking about last year as that's the way it's been every single year. It hasn't. I mean, he's played about 60 games every year prior to that year for the 5 years before it, which, by the way, is no different than Giannis. It's no different than Luka. It's like most of these best players at this point, some of them are Iron Men, like Tatum was, until, by the way, he's going to miss a whole year. So I know last year is the most recent thing that happened, but he's not been like a injured all year guy. We've been hearing about the injuries a lot, and there's injuries every year, but he typically
hadn't missed this many games.
Yeah,
in a while.
It's just 1 year.
Right.
Yeah.
Paul, we'll see what happens with that knee because the knee could be a problem. That, they say they're not going to operate on it, so it could be a real problem.
Yeah. Paul, for next question, give us somebody who made a big comeback.
I think Michael Jordan retiring from baseball.
That's a great one.
Wow.
That is a huge one.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one.
The Last Dance was on last night.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, ESPN was running replays of it.
You sat there and watched all 10 episodes?
Nah, they did it in a 4-hour span, so they fast forward through some of it. I didn't watch all of it, but that's one of those you don't just pass up.
Man, you were lost without Phil's baseball.
Yeah, what else am I watching last night? Yeah, what else am I watching?
Dude, did you finish the Sopranos rewatch for the 8th time? Oh,
yes,
okay, great.
I finished this weekend. I finished it this weekend.
I still haven't finished The Sopranos, but I still love The Sopranos.
I've watched it at least 30 times, and you still haven't finished one time through already.
Still one of the best shows of all.
I've never even watched one episode.
I know, too big.
Yeah. I fell asleep on the couch at about 8 o'clock last night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I was just laying there. I had nothing to do, and I was like, I just closed my eyes.
What'd you do?
Yeah.
You forgot you got 2 little ones at home.
Yeah, I actually drove Sutton around for an hour to try to get him asleep. Didn't sleep until his teeth
Why
are coming
not
in.
just walk him around?
It was too hot.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's
I didn't
a good
want
point.
him outside in the heat.
Yeah.
You know.
You burn up gas trying to get him to sleep?
Well, it's electric.
No, that's right. I forgot about that.
No emissions. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah.
I'm saving the world one.
Where do you think
drive
the
at a time.
electricity comes from, by the way?
So I know.
Okay, all right.
Listen, I don't need to be pushed into a corner.
Okay,
I was
all
just
right.
making a point.
All right,
I know
fair
I'm
enough.
not actually saving the world.
Okay,
All right.
Okay.
You can't get nothing past Spike.
No, I know. I feel like the freaking fake music producer.
Well, it's just like everybody thinks electricity just comes out of the.
No, I know. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's, like,
how is electricity made?
Are you being honest?
Yeah.
Well, it comes from either coal or solar power, or
coal's still a thing, right?
Coal's still a thing.
Yeah.
Jack's guy is Concanipple. Ike's guy is Concanipple.
And Trey Johnson.
And Trey Johnson.
Well,
and,
Trey Johnson is definitely more of Ike's guy. Trey Johnson is a bucket guy.
Yeah.
He's a bucket guy.
Yeah. Who's Elliott's guy? If he's any idea?
I think it's Ace Bailey, but Bill Simmons seems to think he knows who the Sixers are going to end up with.
I feel like they're going to do some trade back a spot, like stay in the top 5, but try to trade back and pick up an asset and try to leverage Charlotte, who I think really does wants VJ. And I think if Charlotte can move up for not a huge price and take VJ and just make sure they get him at 3, I feel like he's going to move back a spot and end up with Knipple.
Wow.
Knipple checks a lot of Darryl boxes. Can play with the lineup they have. He's got size. He rebounds. There's some stuff when Flag wasn't playing or when Flag was in foul trouble where the offense I don't know. I mean I'm biased because I like him, but I just feel like he's the most additive guy in the draft, and Darryl has always gravitated toward those guys. Like, remember he made that Shane Battier trade. How many years ago was that? It was just like we didn't have the stats to quantify all the stuff Shane Battier was good at. And Darryl had the 1.0 version of those stats and was just like, no, when he's in the lineup, all of these awesome things happen. And it's not about the counting stats. It's this, and this. I think Knipple's like that. I think they need a guy like that. They need like a connector shooter, doesn't need the ball that much.
Is that the end? All right. Couldn't tell. He's taking the.
It was an awkward shot.
Pregnant pause.
Yeah. I'd be happy they trade back and get Knipple. I'd be happy with that. You know,
I certainly wouldn't be upset about it.
He's a hard guy for me to watch the YouTube of. I was like, yeah.
Because
I know
it's true because he's not really a special player.
No, he's a great shooter. He is strong.
Yes,
so
solid, got an NBA body. He's solid.
So defensively, he seems like he moves his feet well, and he's strong, so he doesn't get pushed around.
Yeah.
And you look at Trey Johnson, he's going to get pushed around.
Mm-hmm.
Edgecombe's not, but a lot of these guys are so thin coming out of college that defensively they can't really hold up. So I'd be fine with a trade down in Knipple and give me a player or something. Maybe get me another pick. Give me a couple of picks.
So, in typical fan fashion, I'd be okay with this pick. I tell you what, though, those 2 players to go before him, they better not become all-star players.
You mean like if it's Edgecombe and Edgecombe ends up
like
there,
Edgecombe or Trey, you know what I'm saying? Like we move down to 5 and they take and the 2 guys that go at 3 and 4.
Yep,
man. Because I know what Knipple is. I'm not expecting an all-star type of star player from him.
Yep.
I think he's a great piece to fit with what they have. I wonder, and you probably have a better feeling of this. It doesn't feel like it, but the feeling on Ace, if they don't think he's a star, because if they felt he was a star player, they would take him anyway.
They would take him anyway.
Yeah, he would just take him anyway.
Yep.
They don't feel like they feel he's a star player.
That's not my gut. I don't know. They've been ever since Darryl got here. They don't really. You don't really know who they like or who they don't like, which makes all the Edgecombe thing like, I don't know. Maybe they like him. Maybe they did have Maxey come up for the meeting, so I don't know. Well, speaking of Ace, joining us next, his biggest supporter is Elliot Shore-Parks.
Hashtag Ace the Peck.
Yep, it is Tuesdays with Elliot coming up next. And we'll also talk to Elliot about his newest ranking of all-time NFL franchises, which is controversial, and maybe talk about how many of Jalen Hurts' new book Elliot will buy. That is coming up next. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
There's only one thing better than Surfside and the feels that are back tonight, and that's Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka on the golf course. That's right, it's golf season, and there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course. It's light, refreshing, and it's made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairways, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. June means road trips, beach weekends, tailgates, and more. It's grill and go time at United Tire. Before you hit the road, make sure your car's ready. Right now, buy 2 or more tires, get $50 off any other service your car needs. Whether it's an alignment or brakes, or you want top-of-the-line road hazard coverage, whatever it is, United's got you covered. From oil changes to inspections to brand new tires, everything. The team at United Tire is the best in the business. Visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media, Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Looking back, Tyrese Halliburton should not have gone out there with a calf strain in the NBA Finals. But Halliburton is very clear. He has no regrets. But his injury raises major questions. Is it smart to tough it out with these kinds of injuries? Even in the finals, is it worth it? Now the Pacers' once bright future is in jeopardy. If you're a Pacers fan right now, you can't feel great. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Today's show is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGUIDA.com. It's Tuesday at 3 o'clock, which means it is Tuesdays with Elliot, brought to you by our friends at Groundworks. Tackle your wet basement, drywall cracks, or the nasty smells coming from your crawl space, or the house that you just bought from people who sold it to you, and even though the basement floods over and over and over, you can also call Groundworks. You book a free inspection at groundworks.com.
I feel your pain so much every time you talk about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No pain anymore.
No pain anymore.
No pain anymore.
So I think my only goal for today is not have Jack turn my mic down.
Oh, did he do that?
On Friday, yeah, remember? So,
yeah, I had to pot him down.
Yeah, so that's the objective for today.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Really? Because of the Phillies thing?
Well, he wasn't listening.
I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Were you listening?
No.
Okay.
He was going through.
Yeah.
Like a
he was doing all his talking points, you know.
Yeah. I have noticed that you think the Phillies are
dead.
Like, even though they let me set this up.
Here we go. See, this is what it's like to
Yeah. You've said even though they have the most wins in the National League, or they're by a game that they're out, that you think they should sell and the era is over.
Yeah, so I truly didn't mean to start this with the Phillies.
But it's there.
I mean, I heard over the years the Sixers having the best record didn't really matter because they lost in the playoffs. The Sixers being one of the best teams didn't really matter because they never do it in the playoffs. So that's just how I feel about this Phillies team. Could they go to the World Series? Of course. They've done it before. They could get hot. It could happen. This doesn't do anything for me. Like their recent winning streak, I've seen great teams that we know choke in the playoffs with the Sixers, and I fought it for a bunch of years, and every year they choked. So could they go? Yeah, but I think it's pretty clear they're probably not.
They're not going to the playoffs?
The World Series.
So you would blow up the team because they're not going to the World
So
Series.
I wouldn't blow it up if I was a GM because I wouldn't be brave enough to do it. But I do think it would be the smart thing to do. Unless you know you're re-signing Kyle Schwarber, the smartest thing would be to trade him right now and get assets. If Zach Wheeler says he's retiring in 2 years, why are they not trading him at the peak of his value? Like
you want to trade Zach Wheeler too?
I would entertain it.
With the best record in baseball.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say though that the fact that you say they have a better than puncher's chance of winning the World Series this year, right?
Yeah, I think they have a better than puncher's chance.
Okay, so wouldn't that be the most important thing? Not.
Right. I think it's important in the way that I wouldn't actually blow it up, but I do think it is important to also realize that this is probably the last run with this team. I think we all see the obvious flaws with them. And while they do have the best record, we have seen teams with the best record in this city and in baseball go into the playoffs with the first round bye, go into the playoffs as the best team, and it just doesn't really matter. I think their flaws are going to be hard to overcome over a playoff stretch. They have a bad bullpen. They make dumb decisions once every 2 games, it feels like, on the base pass. They don't have a good defense, and their hitting's inconsistent. So I think over a long stretch of a season, they can hit enough home runs and their starting pitcher's good enough where they'll win a lot of games. I think in a short series, those flaws will cost them a game, and that matters way more when you can only lose 3 games.
Jack, your thoughts?
Great points. What do we got?
Nice.
Well, it's just, I mean, they are currently playing well enough to think it's okay to want to reinvest in them. To blow it up now, why can't you just give them one last ride at this thing rather than just, hey, this is it? And also, if I had to bet, they're probably re-signing Schwarber. So, do
you think it's smart to re-sign Schwarber?
Yeah, because I don't think you can just close it. I think they're trying to balance the two things of keeping the window open and also not trading all the prospects. But I just don't, to say it right now feels ridiculous. I mean, they have one of the best records in the National League, and you can fix some of the flaws at the deadline.
Yeah.
I think they can go get a real bullpen piece if you want. They can go get a real bat if you want.
But honest question for you. How do you think they're doing that without trading any of their top prospects?
Well, they might have to.
So you would trade a Painter, and not a Painter, but those 3 guys, Miller, Crawford, Painter. You'd be open to trading them for one piece.
I would. I would consider the other guys, Taiit, who is in that class too.
You think he returns as good of a player?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think Painter's in a different class. I don't think he gets traded. Miller's in a second tier. Miller, and not again in the weeds, but Miller, Arun, and Taiit are in a similar class, and then Crawford's just below them.
I just think sometimes in sports it's clear what the odds are, and you have to remove emotion from this. So their chance of winning the World Series is slim, and in order to go past this deadline, you could get a lot for Kyle Schwarber, and I'm not advocating them to do it. I just don't think it's as silly as people make it out to be.
No, it is.
Yeah, I think at this point it's probably pretty silly.
Okay.
Yeah, if they were 500 or something and they had
that's different.
You don't know if they're making the playoffs or not making the playoffs, but I do think you sort of overstate the amount that they've choked in the playoffs as well.
So I don't. I heard a bit of this yesterday.
Yeah, so not everybody heard it. Right. So I don't think anybody would say that they choked in 22. They got to the World Series against an awesome team.
I do not think they choked. It was a successful year, but I think we underestimate. They got no hit in a must-win game at home. I mean, that's pretty bad.
Okay, but
that's pretty bad. Just saying, if you want to talk about pressure,
3 years ago.
I know. Just saying that is bad.
It was 3 years ago, and also that year, I don't think they choked.
I would agree with your assessment.
All right. Also, in that's 22, right? 23. I guess you could say they did, but they were
definitely.
But they were also in Game 7 of the NLCS. So
yeah, but to me, that's they had 6 and 7 at home against an overrated Diamondbacks team. I mean, but
the Phillies only won 90 games that year.
No, agreed. But
the Phillies were not that good that year.
But I think that is a choke on level, if not just as bad or worse than when the Sixers choked against the Hawks. The Sixers never blew a series to the level the Phillies did.
The Sixers were the 1 seed the year they blew it against the Hawks.
Right.
The 1 seed.
But still, you're in 6 6-7 at home against a team we all agree was not a great team, and I think that's been proven.
What were the
since
Hawks then?
The Hawks, well, that was a really bad loss too. I agree. I'm saying people hold the Sixers playoff losses against them when looking forward, and people don't do that as much with the Phillies, despite the fact the Phillies have lost as favorites, and I think the Sixers, I guess the only time would be the Hawks when they were the favorites.
They were the
They're
favorite against the
consistently
Hawks.
not even favorites in the series they're going into. Not excusing it, but the Phillies' loss to the Diamondbacks is a big enough choke. I think it should matter.
I don't think you give fans enough credit for holding the Phillies accountable for last year, on top of what happened against the Diamondbacks. Right? When you say, like, the Phillies don't get the same backlash that the Sixers do, well, only part of it is due to the results of the playoffs. Also, part of it is due to how the Sixers' star players handled that process of going through that 2-year process, along with a head coach in Doc Rivers that was terrible for PR. I mean, terrible for PR for the Sixers. Yeah, how do you turn a city against the damn team? You ain't even been here that long. And that's what Doc Rivers was able to do. So I only say that to say that the Phillies haven't reached that level yet. People aren't necessarily, and we did a poll yesterday, people aren't necessarily buying that this is a World Series team abundantly, but we aren't necessarily, people also aren't necessarily angered by the Phillies and still want to see them succeed versus I've given up on hope that they can get it done. That's where the Sixers ultimately got the fan base. The Phillies aren't there yet.
They're not there yet.
They're not there yet.
And also, the Phillies, we're not talking about this year, they've had one really, really good regular season team. One last year. That's it. So like I just think with the getting to the World Series, my overall thesis on this is getting to the World Series in the first year created sort of a warped expectation of the evolution of this team, who I think has gotten better every year. And last year, it fell apart. They're good bullpen pieces, who, by the way, two of them not even here this year, blew up when they shouldn't have blown up last year, and it happened. But like I also don't think that this is a team that has been really, really good every year and has failed in the playoffs every year, where we're like, I don't think they have it. They've had one really good team. The 22 team, won 87 games? The 23 team won 90 games. Last year was good. They won 95 games. They're probably going to win 94, 95, 96 games this year. And if they fail again this year, I'm with you. I just don't think they have failed at the level the Sixers.
Well, you can't pull the plug right now. It just sounds so
No,
cold.
I know. I agree. If they traded Schwarber right now, it would be a terrible message to the locker room. I agree. I'm just saying, if Schwarber wasn't entering free agency, or if Zach Wheeler wasn't making it clear he was retiring, we wouldn't even be talking about these things. But I do think the Phillies have to consider, I mean, we'll talk about the Sixers, I'm sure, in a second. The Sixers had a lot of opportunities at points to trade a Maxey, to trade McCain last year. This pick, I don't know if they were allowed to trade it because of the conditions.
Trade McCain last year.
Well, they could have drafted McCain and traded him.
Oh, you mean drafted?
What I'm saying is they have, to a certain degree, held on to some of their younger assets. Like there was a year where everyone wanted to trade Maxey for Kyle Lowry, right? They didn't do that.
I don't know who did. I was in for Dame Lillard, but not Kyle Lowry.
Well, Kyle Lowry was better 3 years ago, but I didn't want to do it either. I guess what I'm saying is you have to think of the next window as well, and that's why I think since the Phillies window might not be completely closed, we can all agree it is closing, if not close to close. I am just more trying to hold on so that after this run is over, they have assets so it doesn't go 2, 3, 4 years with nothing.
But you also have to trust the people that are drafting and developing. So, like, they've done a pretty good job replenishing it the last couple of years. So, like, if you give up some of those pieces, you should be able, it's not like you're just dead in the water.
And what if they win a World Series?
What if they do? But
yeah.
The chances, in my opinion, are small.
The chances of anyone
baseball
team
small, exactly.
are small.
So that's why I think when you're looking at decisions about paying people, trading people.
One last ride.
Yeah.
One last ride.
Yeah. Go get us someone.
You know how Red October
I was going to say, I was at those games. It was sick.
Oh, you get in front of the Red Rally's house.
If only they could win at home now.
If only they could ever win a home game.
Yeah, if only they could win during Red October.
If only they could win 6 and 7 against the Diamondbacks.
I've never seen someone, by the way, for anyone that thinks Jack doesn't super care, I've never seen anyone as upset during Game 6 and 7 as Jack was for those times. I mean,
well, I saw him in New York last year.
no,
too.
I'm sure it didn't even compare.
Yeah, it was awful.
I'll give it to him. He is authentic in his carry.
Not fun to be around.
It's not fun.
No,
yeah. I was
no.
like, oh, nice. Me, James, and Jack will go to a game. We'll hang out. Jack's like over by himself holding a wiffle ball bat.
Dude, last year we went to a Phillies game, a completely meaningless Phillies A's game before the All-Star break with two people who spent a lot of money to go to the game with us.
Yeah.
He disappears for 2 innings, I think, just because he wants to walk around and be able to see the game without the common folk.
Hey, he's
like
a baseball
us.
guy.
Yeah.
I don't like people's takes.
Yeah.
That's why I left
Shocker.
WIP day. I don't like a lot of bad takes at WIP day.
Do you want to explain your Ace Bailey conspiracy theory about how the Sixers actually like Ace Bailey?
So I think if we can all remove our goggles where like Ace is the worst prospect to ever be in basketball.
Oh, here we go. Mr.
I think
Dramatic.
it's pretty clear what's happening here. The Sixers are telling anybody that will listen how much they like VJ Edgecombe. Now, maybe they'll draft him at 3, but I think you only put that message out loud and clear if you want to trade down, and you're not as in love with VJ as everybody's making it out to be. Also, Ace's camp seems obsessed with being like, we're not going to Philadelphia. We're not going to Philadelphia. They would only do that if they thought the Sixers might legit take him. So I think Ace's camp knows the Sixers are seriously considering Ace at number 3, and that's why they're trying to make it not happen. And all this VJ stuff is just to try to trade down.
What would you do if I told you that none of the VJ stuff is from the Sixers, is probably from VJ's agent? It has
I would
nothing to do
disagree
with the
with
Sixers. What if I told you it wasn't that way?
I would disagree.
You would disagree. You assume the Sixers are telling people.
I don't know for sure. It's just my tea leaf reading of it is
they really like Ace Bailey.
No. My tea leaf reading is a lot of the VJ stuff. In my opinion, seems to be coming from the Sixers. You might have a different read on it. That's just my read on it.
Okay. All right. So if they sit at 3, what do you think that they're doing?
I think they're taking Ace Bailey.
Okay. I don't think so. Do you want to bet?
No, because you seem like you are 1,000% sure.
No, I'm not. Nobody has told me anything.
Right.
Nobody's told. What's that?
The way he says it, right? The way he says it sounds like he knows they're not taking Ace. We're going to do Sixers Insider of the Year right now?
Because
Can you get it on a polygraph?
He doesn't fit the
Everyone aggregate this.
He doesn't fit the profile of who they draft. They draft guys who are high motor, high character guys. It's what they did with Jared McCain. It's what they did with Tyrese Maxey. It's what they did with Adembona. Like, they draft guys who they consider to be hardworking, high character guys. Like, I'm not saying that Ace Bailey is not a good person. He might be a good person, but like, if you want a young player to come in here and bust their ass to be a role player, he has given every signal that he has no interest in that. And whether you like it or don't like it, they have a chance, an opportunity to be good next year. They just do. And like, there's at least a chance that Joel Embiid plays 50 games.
Right, but what
year.
do we think that chance is?
I don't know.
5%?
No,
10?
it's higher than 5%.
5%.
Of course it is.
That he plays a lot of games at a high level next year?
Yes.
What in the world would give you that indication?
Okay, of the last 6 years, how many years has he done that and how many years has he not done that?
Right, but the issue is the year 6 years ago means pretty much nothing at this point. It's the more recent years. And clearly,
recent year?
Yes, but his
1
knee...
year.
No, but it's also the second half of the year before where he hurt himself against Golden State. He played against New York well, but he was clearly hampered.
When he averaged
it's been a knee
35
issue.
points a game.
Right. Yep. He had 2 or 3 really good games in that series. I agree. But like, if you look at the last year and a half, clearly his knee is getting worse and worse. So I agree with you. If we want to say over his career, he's not been as injury prone as people want to say, that I might agree with you. It's just him playing a bunch of games 5 years ago means nothing to me.
Well, but he will be here next year, and there is a better chance than you think that he's going to play next year.
I just don't see why you have that optimism.
It's not optimism. I think it's a coin toss.
It is optimism, though. I mean, he is a huge human with a bad knee where there's no surgery to fix it, and he barely played last year.
Yes.
So what's the reason to believe it'll be anything different next year?
Because I think he could have played last year.
And you think he could have played last year,
Yes.
but he didn't, and
Yes.
this year he will play?
Yes.
Well, that seems like a problem.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
No, I know. I'm just saying that
it is what it is.
That seems like a problem.
I think he could have played last year. I don't think he trusted their plan to play on it. I think he was probably not. He did not believe that the best thing for him would be to play on the knee and deal with it. He didn't believe it. So they let him have that fake surgery 8 weeks ago so he would buy in to whatever it was going to be. Do I think it's likely? No. I think it's like a coin toss next year.
So I think this is where me and you disagree on the Ace thing, to be honest, because I think we actually view Ace somewhat the same.
No, I don't think he's that good.
No, but here's, I think, I see everyone's points about how he has red flags. Not a good passer, I get all that.
Yeah.
I'm just more willing to take a big swing than other people.
Why is it a big swing?
Because he does, so for two reasons. One, because I can see the downside, but I also see the upside.
What does he do excellently?
I think he is an excellent scorer. He had multiple games last year in the 30s.
Is he an excellent shooter?
He makes difficult shots.
Is he an excellent
He's a
shooter?
good catching.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He shot 34%
But none
from
of these
three.
guys are great shooters besides Khan, and Khan is easily the worst
Well,
athlete
Trey
of all
Johnson.
time.
Trey Johnson's one of the
Trey
best
Johnson
shooters.
I was thinking VJ him. You're right. Trey
Yeah.
Johnson is a great shooter. My concern with Trey Johnson is, and I know he's taller than Maxey, is that he just seems like another version of Maxey, where he's like a little scoring guard.
He's 6'4.5".
No, I know. I'm just letting you know what I see when I watch him.
He's 2.5 inches shorter than Ace Bailey.
Yeah, but just look at the two.
All right. Coming up next.
Oh, wow.
Pablo Torre. Pablo Torre will join us of Pablo Torre Finds Out. Pablo and Mike Florio ganged up to get, if you remember, you might not remember, a few years ago, the NFLPA said that the NFL was colluding against its players to prevent them from giving out guaranteed contracts. It was in relation to Lamar Jackson's contract, what's his name, Russell Wilson. And eventually, by the way, this charge included up almost 600 players. So the arbitrator rules in favor of the league, but they never release any of the documents that had to do with this specific case. So Pablo and Mike Florio got these documents, and this is a quote from the arbitrator that ruled on it. There is little question that the NFL Management Council, with the blessing of the commissioner, encouraged 32 NFL clubs to reduce guarantees in veterans' contracts at the March 22 annual owners meeting. Basically saying that the NFL tried to collude against the players. So it's a wild report, which I think could change a lot about the league and actually speaks to some of the things you've said and that Goodell has said about money issues moving forward.
To me, I think it's on a national scale, it's a huge story, right? Because it's collusion and players costing money, and there's the NFLPA, who seems like it's not a union that gets pushed. It seems like it's a union that gets pushed around by the league at times.
Yep.
So there's that. But I also think locally why this matters, and I'm excited to hear Pablo talk about it, is one of the biggest advantages the Eagles have had is Jeffrey Lurie's checkbook and the front office's ability to manipulate that money. It seems like this, in addition to, there a few weeks ago there was talks about trying to take away dummy years and all that. It seems like the NFL is trying to even the playing field so that the owners that won't spend money and the GMs that can't be smart about it aren't getting exposed and those teams are losing. And so, to me, we'll see what Pablo says. This is bad for the Eagles because if they're going to even the playing field out and make it the rules easier and it's just a competitive advantage the Eagles have currently that would go away.
Yeah. Well, and it's a competitive advantage that they did not take advantage of this offseason, I would say.
Well, that's the other thing, too, is we're just finding out about this, but they know about all this. They know, Howie is very good at predicting what will come next. And you wonder how much of how they're operating now is preparing for, just pick a year, 28, 29, whatever, when the rules are very different and they're not caught with all these dummy years and they have to, do all those things.
Yeah. I kind of like, the NFL over the years has gotten, there's been more parity. I liked back in the day when the 49ers were good for a long time.
Yeah.
The Cowboys
were
good for a long time.
Why they're one of the best three franchises of all time.
The Patriots, we didn't get to that.
We didn't get to that.
Yeah. Why are the Lions a better franchise than the Chiefs?
So the Lions, to me, are more just historically NFL. They always play on Thanksgiving. They have a great fan base. The Chiefs are a nice franchise.
They didn't win a playoff game for 31
I agree.
years.
They are easily the biggest losers on the list. But you can't act like the Detroit Lions aren't one of the biggest historical franchises in the history of the league.
Yeah, we can.
I can't. Not in good conscience.
Well, but it's what historical?
They play every year on Thanksgiving. They have a great fan base. They have maybe the best player of all time in Barry Sanders. They do. Well, they have one of the best.
Sanders,
they have one of the
Barry Sanders.
Well, that's a big part
Calvin
of it.
Johnson.
Yeah, Matthew Stafford.
That doesn't make you a great organization.
But the Chiefs are really only a great organization over the past since Andy got there. Who
played in the first Super Bowl?
The Chiefs, but that doesn't mean they belong in the top 10. Like, they have 4 Super Bowl wins, and 3 of them are in the past whatever.
And how many do the Lions have?
The Lions have none. That's why I put them 10.
Playoff wins do the Lions have?
I'm not saying the Lions
don't even have as many playoff wins as the Chiefs have Super Bowls.
I'm not saying the Lions are better run than the Chiefs. I'm saying the Lions are more a fabric of the NFL than the Chiefs are to me.
Saying it to me doesn't say a whole lot.
All right. Well, I'm just letting you know.
How about to the masses?
I mean, yeah, I think more people would view the Lions as a historical great franchise than as a losing one. I agree. But the Red Sox were one of the biggest losers in baseball for almost their whole time, and they were without question one of them.
All right, Pablo Torre joins us next.
Had the Eagles beat.
Loser.
Today's show sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
And if the Bears didn't have one Super Bowl win.
Well, the Bears are the Bears. They're easily top 5.
I'm just saying you got them in there.
Well, yeah, of course I got them in there. They're the Bears. Soldier Field, 85 Bears, the defense. I did some research yesterday.
Well, you didn't do enough.
Well, apparently.
All right, now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Astros bang on garbage cans. We ring the bell. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a 3-run home run for Edmundo Sosa.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
This summertime, it's Modelo time. Whether you're poolside or curbside, kick it with an ice cold Modelo. Time to fire up the grill and turn up. Time to reach for a crisp Modelo or the refreshing lime and salt flavors of Modelo Chelada. Time to raise one to summer. And time to stock up on Modelo before summer is gone. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Tonight's Mega Millions jackpot now is an estimated annuity of $326 million. $326 million. So don't forget to play. Visit your local retailer for tickets. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Now through July 5th, explosive savings during a red, white, and save sales event. Only at CJ's Tire and Auto. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon Tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live.
And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Man, we were all watching Game 7 the other night and saw the brutal injury, and I'm sure you, like me, checked our sports book and said, hey, what the heck happened? We all saw sports books react with some sort of refund from the injury, but no one has been as consistent or as generous as Fanatics Sportsbook, which now has been recognized as the home of fair play. Fanatics Sportsbook instantly voided all affected legs instantly and paid out winning same-game parlays. And that's what they've done with first-half injuries all playoffs long, saving customers over $5 million with injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet with a sportsbook who just shows up once. Choose the sportsbook that has an injury insurance policy that protects props every single game. It's time to switch to Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second three-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, this song? It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. See, look, it's terrible. Elliot Shore Parks is with us for Tuesdays with Elliot.
Everyone moves when they hear it. It would be awesome at a party.
We move when we do the AJ and Big Justice song.
Well, that's another banger.
Joining us now, a Process Hall of Fame inductee, also host of Pablo Finds Out, wherever you get your podcasts and YouTube as well, Pablo Torre. Pablo, thanks for making the time.
As a Hall of Famer, Spike, it is my obligation to be summoned whenever you decree. So good to be here.
Yeah, the most important thing, how has your life changed since being inducted into the Process Hall of Fame? Different at all?
You know, my wife was like, you got a package from Philadelphia. And I was like, what is it? And she said, I think it's a giant banner with your face on it. And I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, Spike did send me. You get if you guys don't know, when you're in the Hall of Fame, you get a banner with your face on it.
Yeah.
And so that's just a thing. It's like, I don't know, what's the square footage on that, do you think? Because my wife was legitimately terrified.
Yeah,
to learn
it's.
that I'm like
I think it's 6
doing
by
that.
4. I think it's 6 feet by 4 feet. So just right in the middle of your living room. Tell your wife that's where it'll
Yeah,
look best. Yeah.
very normal banner finding new slant.
It's, it's an amazing guess by your wife to get a package and go, you know what I think it is?
A banner.
with your face. Yeah. Good call. Yeah.
So Pablo, I got the email this morning that you had a new podcast, and immediately I opened it up and saw that there was a PDF attached of I guess like all of the notes of the NFLPA's case against the NFL in 2022 when the NFLPA accused the NFL of collusion. So that document had not been out until you and Mike Florio got it. Is it out of the ordinary for a document like that to not be public?
So it is typically the case that when you have an arbitrator's ruling like this, it is sealed. But historically, what happens is that everybody with self-interest leaks it almost immediately. And what's so fascinating about this was that no one did for about 5 months. And it raised questions in Mike Florio's mind. And he put out this call on Pro Football Talk. Can anybody get this document? Because he had tried and failed repeatedly. And I'm not just saying that to rub it in Mike's face, but I did get the document. And then summon him to my show to say, let's talk about what you couldn't get that I got, which is kind of what I do for better and for worse. I'm that guy now in sports journalism as I find stuff out that is both disturbing, but also maybe titillating, even to casuals who have no idea what an arbitrator's ruling is.
Right.
61 pages of legalese. What's the real like log line here is though, this was a decision that was like a landmark finding in one of the oldest conversations that I'm sure Ike is familiar with, but it's the whole idea of NFL players believe that NFL owners behind closed doors are conspiring against them to limit, in this case specifically, the amount of guaranteed money that players get. And for the first time, we got this ruling that has, I want to just do the math on just like the number of people who had to testify in this hearing that was held behind closed doors. This was, by the way, extensive discovery, which means you got texts, you got emails, but you also got witness testimony. And it's Roger Goodell, it's Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson, 8 different NFL owners, the leaders of the NFLPA, various agents and executives. And all of it raises this question that we solve of why did no one want you, NFL fan, or even the players that I just named, or even the executives of these teams that I just referred to, why didn't they want them to see this? And so that's the episode premise that we hopefully did deliver on today.
Well, so there's a quote in there that basically the arbitrator says there is little question that the NFL Management Council, with the blessing of the commissioner, encouraged the 34 NFL teams to reduce guarantees in veterans' contracts at the March 2022 owners meeting. I am blown away that that is in there and that A, they weren't found guilty of it, and then B, that whoever is there from the NFLPA side isn't leaking this to high heaven for the last 3 years.
And that's the fascinating part of this, is that what we discover is that the party that even maybe most desperately did not want you to know about this, did not want their own players to know about this, even the players who were named in this, by the way, Lamar, Kyler, Russell Wilson, they never saw this document until we published it today. And you're right, it's incredibly strange. And it speaks to this conflict of interest, in my view, at the top of the NFLPA when it comes to why they wanted to protect themselves from findings that in any normal environment, Spike, you would literally be lobbying Congress over this. You would be calling for antitrust investigations into Roger Goodell over this, but they didn't. There was dead silence. And when you say that this was a thing that they found, this attempt at collusion in, which is true, that quote is accurate. It's also, though, something where they didn't find damages, which means that the players got nothing in exchange. What that speaks to is, A, the fascinating world of arbitration, in which a federal judge makes a ruling in which they're trying to maybe please both sides, but in which there is still this evidence in which you hear, I mean, look, so much of that 2022 meeting in brief is about a shadowy entity known as the NFL Management Council. What is this? It basically means that at the league meetings every year, this was in Palm Beach in 2022, there is a room in which all of the NFL owners and their reps enter. At the front of the room are these NFL league officials who are there to present the guidance that the league has for how the owners, the teams should behave. What we have in this legal filing is also the notes, like the literal notes and emails that Roger Goodell sent back and forth with his general counsel, Jeff Pash, as well as the notes that wound up in the slideshow that you don't get to see even in the room about what they wanted these owners to try and do. And that's why there is this undeniable clarity around the effort post Deshaun Watson contract to never give guarantees, full guarantees to star quarterbacks, which is why it's Kyler, it's Lamar, and it's Russell Wilson all wound up in this story too.
So obviously this is a huge story for the league, but I think with all these huge stories, normally different cities will think, okay, well, how is this going to impact my team? And if you look at, let's use Jalen Hurts for example, his contract, $250 million, but only 110 of it fully guaranteed. Just won the Super Bowl. I'd imagine soon he's going to be knocking on the door for another contract. My question for you is not specific to the Eagles, but how do you think this is going to change things moving forward? Because it is a huge deal, but it's also trying to be squashed by the league. Do you think that this is going to impact how we see NFL contracts handled and written in any sort of immediate future?
I say this a lot about journalism. That's a great question.
Thank you.
I can only bring a horse to water. I can only have people ask the right questions. I can only give them the information and then decide, what does this mean to us? What does it mean to the players union? What does it mean to journalists covering the league? What does it mean to be cynical about how the league operates? Because we are showing in clarity, like 4K level clarity for the first time, how the sausage gets made. We have texts from the owner of the Cardinals to the owner of the Chargers in which they are saying, they're congratulating themselves on Kyler Murray's contracts, having remember those weird clauses in them about like Call of Duty and like doing homework, right? It turns out that was all part of this effort post Deshaun Watson to not give these guarantees. They needed to make them non-guaranteed somehow. We have the text message exchange between the Chargers owner and the Cardinals owner, which they are spiking the football on that deal. And then the Chargers owner, to get to your point about how does this affect everybody else, the Chargers owner is talking about how this will be very helpful for Justin Herbert's contract. All of this is about the market value of the most valuable commodity in sports, which is the starting quarterback in the NFL. And the way that they suppress the values of these deals, which affects how a team is constructed, which affects our perception of like, is this guy lazy or not? Is he addicted to video games or not? Is Lamar Jackson somebody who they didn't want because he's an injury-prone running quarterback or because there was some larger effort to not actually have him sort of realize his full market value? All of this gets answered when you see how these owners, these billionaires, are talking to each other behind the scenes in a way, frankly, that reflects a level of solidarity that the NFL Players Association can only dream of. I just have to keep on stressing. The way that these owners behave behind the scenes is so deeply something the union should be jealous of that they can never replicate because, of course, 32 billionaires and their representatives versus a whole different mixture of levels and classes and career lengths. It's just a very unfair fight. And you're seeing that play out in these power dynamics.
Pablo Torre's with us. Pablo Finds Out is the podcast, and he talked about the document they released today about NFL owners colluding against players. So we've mentioned the fact that the players' reps have not talked about this. And you and Mike talked today on the podcast about the new guy that is in charge of the NFLPA and also sort of a player that used to play for the Browns who was a player rep and then actually got another job with the union after he wasn't a player again. I guess the conclusion that you drew was a little vague about why you think the NFLPA has not acted on this, has not leaked these stories out, that sort of thing. What is without knowing for sure, what is the conclusion as to why they haven't done anything about this or why this story was so hard to get?
Yeah, we sort of walk through, and it's hard for me to summarize with full legal protection the roadmap that we walk through in the full episode because JC Tretter is the player you're referring to.
Yep.
This is the guy who was the president of the Players Union. He was the starting center on the Cleveland Browns. He was the guy who ran the search for the current executive director, who is the counterpart to Roger Goodell across the table, this guy Lloyd Howell. And JC Tretter, we reveal in this filing, the 61-page filing, is noted and referred to as somebody who had criticized Russell Wilson for being the reason, essentially, why the full guarantees that the union and these players had been searching for was not a reality. JC Tretter blames Russell Wilson in a text message that we publish for not doing the thing that he should have done if only he was braver and more courageous and more strategic. And that got used against the union by the owners, right? So Russell Wilson was this candidate post Deshaun Watson deal. Remember, gets traded to the Broncos. And there's this moment in which, is Russell Wilson going to also get a full guaranteed deal? And he does it. And backstage, this sets off this whole conversation in which the guy who runs the Players Association is now on record, discovered in this trial, as criticizing his own member incorrectly, which he also then recants in the same filing, in a footnote. And so the theory here is that JC Tretter, the then president of the union, now former president, who is currently an executive. He got a job. This is so convoluted, but bear with me because it's like a bit of a murder mystery. He becomes the chief strategy officer of the union, appointed by the guy that he ended up choosing as the leader of the search for the new executive director. And the point here is that JC Tretter, in my reporting, emerges as the guy who has always wanted the top job at the union. And so he did not want this filing to be released because it would have undermined his ability to be Mr. Player Representative, given that he had criticized one of his own. And so you have this conflict spike between personal political self-interest. Stop me if you've heard this before. Personal political self-interest against the larger, greater good of the body that you are sworn to represent, that then loses this case in part because of something you did. That's part of why the union, we report, never wanted anybody, including its own members, to see this filing, even if it is the greatest gift to a union when it comes to establishing this is how the people we're trying to negotiate against are actually behaving.
So you mentioned in there, or you have in there, text between Lamar Jackson and I think it's the Ravens GM, basically negotiating the contract. And Lamar says he wants fully guaranteed, doesn't happen. The NFLPA, you're right, has had trouble staying strong on things that they try to unify on. Do you think that this becoming a big story and text messages leaking and it being a bit of a PR win maybe for the players, do you think this is something that they will unify on and stay strong on? Do you think it's that big of a deal?
So the problem is that this is an enormous win for the larger cause of players trying to say, this is how the owners behave behind closed doors. It's an enormous loss, though, from a PR perspective now, to do the meta-analysis for the leadership of the union. And so a lot of this story we reveal in sort of sequence. It starts off as like, what a giant scandal for the league office and for the owners, which is true. But it's an even bigger deal, you might argue, for the people in charge of the union, because they have enabled the suppression of a document that is the thing that they should want to be broadcasting to everybody. And so what happens next when it comes to the players hinges on an internal battle that is going on right now between the leaders of the union and the rank and file and the board of representatives and everybody who can serve as a check on a leadership that is clearly diverging in self-interest from what the logical and larger cause of leverage in public should and might still be when it comes to how you argue against these owners who have such a massive advantage. I want to be clear about something too. You know, this is not about sympathy for, oh man, it's so bad that Russell Wilson never got those full guarantees, right? Like he from a pure analysis perspective, he did not deserve those guarantees. What a horrible deal it would have been. Deshaun Watson, obviously the worst transaction in NFL history. This is not a woe is the player story. It's this is how these people are actually operating behind the scenes story. This is why this is a drama that is both fascinating and funny and full of, frankly, misrepresentation when it comes to how sports and the NFL particularly gets transmitted through all of these layers and membranes of spin and PR. This is what they're really like behind the scenes. That's the story to be. And so what you do with that information, again, I can only bring a horse to water. I can't make you drink.
Thank you, Pablo. Again, the podcast is Pablo Torre Finds Out. You can get it wherever you get your podcast, get it on YouTube. And what is is it PabloTorreFindsOut.com? What's the exact URL for your Substack?
It is www.pablo.show. Pablo.show. We have a newsletter. You can support the show. We're an independent operation that does stuff like this. That, by the way, Spike, thank you for having me on. A lot of people will not touch this, but our journalism, I believe, is worthy of some attention, and I'm glad you gave it to us. So
Well, Pablo, we at WIP are known as hardcore journalists. That's all we do here. So when there's journalism out there, we seek it out and amplify it. So we appreciate you coming on, man.
I mean, my rule as a journalist is if you give me a banner and induct me into your Hall of Fame, I'm going to give you an interview.
There you go. There you go.
Journalistic transaction.
Yes. A little quid pro quo there. All right. Thank you, Pablo. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it, brother.
There is Pablo Torre. Like your question about how, if I was an NFL player, and I found out that my union had this information, for the last 3 years, I would be furious.
Yeah, which means he probably won't be in there as head of the union.
Yes. You know what I mean? Like, if nothing else happens, that guy's ability to be in charge of the union has to be gone, you know?
So I do think that when Pablo says, well, Russell Wilson, he's not the victim here in the way that maybe he wasn't worth the full guarantees, all that. What I think more about when I think about these NFL contracts is not the guys that are getting $110 million guaranteed. Of course, should they get a full guarantee for the $250, we could debate that. I think the real change, and where I'll be interested when it begins, is guys that are making $4 million a year. Is all that guaranteed? Or if you're making $15 million a year, is all that guaranteed? Right. Because obviously $4 million is a lot of money. But these are not guys that are making generational money when you consider taxes, all that stuff. You don't walk away able to retire. Sure. And that, to me, is more about where the guaranteed money thing falls into, is guys that are not making life-changing money, that are risking their body each week, are they going to get fully guaranteed, as opposed to somebody where you're already getting $150 million?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Like, it would not, it seems like, and again, the point that Pablo made about the owners being as together on this as they are, because we haven't seen them crack. The only crack was Deshaun Watson, which caused this. And since then, like, they do whatever they can to not give out big guarantees.
By the way, both of those cases would support why the owners don't want to give out fully guaranteed contracts.
Well, and I think that's because if you remember, Kirk Cousins got a fully guaranteed deal from the Vikings, right? Wasn't it 3 years, 99
million? His last 3 contracts have been fully guaranteed.
But they're just not as much money.
Right.
So I don't think the issue is not, maybe this doesn't make sense, but I do think sometimes the PR of it, where you want someone to sign a $300 million deal, but really it's only this, inflates why they have to have fake money in there. Right. Kirk Cousins got $33 million a year for 3 years, fully guaranteed, no problem. The issue is with Deshaun Watson, he's like, well, I want $250 million because this player got that, but I want it fully guaranteed. And that's where the money becomes tougher.
Yeah.
Yeah, once Cleveland did that, they made it difficult for maybe a year with some of the other teams that were negotiating, which is what Lamar was trying to get the same deal Deshaun Watson got with Cleveland, where it was all guaranteed. And Baltimore, smartly, not because they don't believe in you and a player, but you're also playing a position at a high level, and it's also high risk.
Yes.
Yeah.
The way he plays.
Yep.
So you can get banged up.
Imagine if it would have worked out for Deshaun Watson. What if he goes to Cleveland and he's awesome and he plays well and the Browns start winning?
I think it's a little more leg room for it to work.
Then that
else.
Next team can't really point, because we can all sit here and go, Deshaun Watson did not work out in Cleveland. That contract was a mistake. Had it worked out, then the Ravens don't have as much leg to stand on or whatever, because it just worked in Cleveland.
Yep. Well, and the other the thing too is, think about it in the aggregate. Don't think about it in terms of one contract. Think about it in terms of 53 or 50. How many guys they have on the team now? So there's one part in the NFL Management Council, which I think is 8 owners or something. I think John Mara is, if I remember correctly, John Mara is one of the guys. One of the slides they showed the team was that in 22, the Super Bowl champion had twice as much guaranteed money as the 20 team did. Mm-hmm. So if you're talking about 53 players, all of a sudden there's 2 more guaranteed here. And what they're trying to get away from is getting that overall guaranteed number of getting too high. Because to your point about the Eagles, what that does is, like, that cuts out 75% of the teams who don't want to guarantee that money and don't think they can win a Super Bowl without having all that guaranteed money.
That's why I always thought this offseason, the NFL was probably thrilled the focus was the tush push, because they don't really care about that. This is the stuff I think that they really don't want being discussed, because this ends up in teams that don't spend money either having to spend money or they're going to have to change rules, because there can only be so many more years where the Eagles are cutting checks and doing dummy years, and all these owners are being asked why they're not doing that, until all of a sudden the owners start getting a group text going and going, all right, we're not paying all this cash, so something needs to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we got 6 years before the next
which is crazy. It's that far
CBA.
out.
CBA, unless
CBA.
Yeah, now it just doesn't seem like NFL players are together in the way that baseball players are. Or
we ain't locking out.
Yeah, like or just going on strike. Or,
no,
yeah,
we ain't
yeah.
doing that.
It's like last year, remember when the players...
Yeah, going on strike is what I mean.
Yeah.
The owners are the ones who lock you out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last year, remember the players wanted to not talk in the locker rooms, which I fully actually agree with in some ways and understand. And it lasted like 4 days around the league, and then they stopped. It's just, there's so many players in the NFL. There's so much difference in how much each of them make. It's so hard to get everybody to pull together.
And everybody doesn't care.
Well, that's the other thing.
Right. Hey, man, I'm here to do my job. Let me make sure I get my check. Yeah, don't y'all go messing up stuff to where I'm going to get my check.
Well,
around
yeah,
here.
like if we get locked out, I'm not going to get a check for the first month.
Yeah, so it's more of those players
Right.
than are the guys that are willing to miss games.
And like 85% of the league doesn't really have the power to demand a fully guaranteed contract.
No, sure.
So
Only
we're
quarterbacks
really
do,
only
yes.
talking about maybe 100 players
Maybe
in the whole
100,
league. You
yes.
know,
Well,
like
but
all the quarterbacks and a few skill guys.
But if I was in the NFL, I would look and say, okay, you're saying that. I'm looking at the NBA, and like almost all their contracts are guaranteed.
Yeah,
I'm
but
looking
there's
at
only
baseball.
15 of them on the roster.
Yeah. Baseball. There's 26 in baseball. All right. Thank you, Elliot. Appreciate you coming by.
He skirted out of here before we can get into the franchises thing.
Well,
really.
yeah.
I mean,
we didn't need to get deep because quite frankly,
I'll stay if you want. But
All right. What? We'll see if he'll stay. All right. The Twitter question, by the way, brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What do you want the Sixers to do with the third pick? Take the best player or trade back? 67% say take the best player. I say both. Today's show, sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, I've been a loyal customer of the Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from the Scott Auto Group. Love my family out there. And you really need to check out the brand new Scott Kia location in Limerick. Take it from me. Their focus is on you. Stunning new showroom, state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get more.
Bets win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. See what I did there? What I'm saying is not to worry because I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. I had them come out to inspect the house. They hooked me up with a preferred partner plan and made sure me and the family are set for the summer. Christian's got me covered, and they've got you too. Stay cool this summer with Christian, the best service in the business. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHVAC.com.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says this Wednesday night, the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Summer is hot, sticky, and buggy. But Modelo is cold, crisp, and smooth. When you're sweating through your shirt and the beach is mad crowded, the lime and salt flavors of a Modelo Chelada hit just right. When the weather's perfect but you're still at work, it's time to clock out and stock up on Modelo. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Man, we were all watching that game the other night, Game 7, and we saw the huge injury that happened. And I know, much like you, I had to check my sports book, and I didn't see the bet being voided. Well, thankfully, Fanatics Sportsbook is here for that, and Fanatics Sportsbook is now recognized as the home of fair play. Fanatics Sportsbook instantly voided all affected legs instantly and paid out winning same-game parlays and regular parlays. And that's what they've done for all first-half injuries, all playoffs long. Customers have saved over $5 million with injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet with a sportsbook that just shows up once. Choose a sportsbook that has an injury insurance policy that protects props every single game. It's time to switch to Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kevin Durant's been pretty candid. He is a big part of the reason he's become a Houston Rocket. But now there's nowhere left to hide. Since leaving the Golden State Warriors, Kevin Durant hasn't sniffed an NBA Finals, let alone a championship ring. And that means this move, where he's gone to the number 2 seed and a young team that's on the verge, will be on him. Win, and Durant is a star. Lose, and there's a pattern at the end of his career. I'm Bill Renner.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Today's show is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com. Elliot's still here with us because he did an extra top 11 list and posted it online today.
It's a top 10 list that has 12 things on it.
Right, but I was just going to ignore the 12th just so we could say top 11. Yeah. So here is the text of the tweet that I can tell has incensed Ike Reese. Have been thinking a lot about what are the best franchises in NFL history.
Can we stop there? Why were you thinking so much about that?
That is
I just thought about it and then couldn't stop, honestly. Well, because also I feel like I've talked a lot about the Eagles this offseason. It's such a well-run franchise, blah, blah, blah. But on the large scale, like, how are they viewed around the league?
Okay, so
but
that's
you're also not a history guy.
Yeah. No, I'm not. No.
Yeah. Did you do any reporting on this?
So I looked up. I did a lot of Googling.
Okay. Yeah. Pablo, if you're still listening, here's what we normally do.
A lesson in journalism. Pablo. Yeah. It's called Wikipedia.
Yeah. Pablo Torre finds out who are the 10 best franchises. We did a lot of Googling.
Yeah. I kind of focus on three things: Super Bowls, how long you've been in the league, and how many wins you have.
Okay. So Super Bowls, how long you've been in the league, and how many wins you have.
Nice. We're prioritized. That's not the end-all be-all.
Right. Right. So here are the top 10 NFL franchises in like the top 10 in history.
Yeah, just like in history.
Number 10, the Detroit Lions. Number 9, the Washington Redskins /Commanders/Washington football team. Number 8, the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 7, the New York Giants. Number 6, the New England Patriots. Number 5, the Chicago Bears. Number 4, the Dallas Cowboys. Number 3, the San Francisco 49ers. Number 2, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And number 1, the Green Bay Packers. Honorable mention, 12, the Ravens, 11, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, Ravens just got on there.
Yeah, this is so ridiculous. I don't even know where to begin.
So what do you disagree with?
Well, the fact that you got the Lions and the Bears in this top 10 is just ridiculous.
But you don't think that they are, when you think of the NFL, if you ask a general NFL fan, name 5 teams that you know, you don't think the Lions and the Bears would be one of the teams that said the most?
So let me ask you this. If I were to think about top franchises in history, what am I thinking about them for? Am I thinking about their greatness or the fact that they've been terrible the entire time? Because some people are known for losing.
Right.
For losing.
Like the Lions.
Correct. So that would not make them one of the top franchises in the history of the sport.
So I'm not ranking them based off success. I'm ranking them off of how much they matter.
Wait, you said 2 of the 3 were wins and Super Bowl.
No. I said 2 of the things that were prioritized. They were not the only things that were taken into consideration. So like the Boston Red Sox, right? We got into this briefly.
Yes.
The Boston Red Sox were known as lovable losers. They're cursed. They're never going to win.
Yeah.
But nobody during that whole stretch would have said the Red Sox aren't one of the top franchises in baseball history.
Based on what?
Based off the fact that they're the Red Sox. They are the Boston.
You know what they were known for?
Losing.
Yes, and trading away Babe Ruth.
Right, but they are still one of the most historic franchises in the history of the league.
For trading away Babe Ruth.
But they were one of the most valuable franchises.
Okay.
They were on primetime games. Like, they were a huge deal. The Lions are absolutely one of the most important franchises.
Because they play at 12 o'clock every Thanksgiving?
Yes, that's part of it.
It's the only thing you can think of.
No, and I said they have great fans.
They don't have.
I think they have great fans. It's a football city. They've been around.
In-laws out there. I'm not going to crap on the city of Detroit and their fans. I'm not. What I'm saying is, you're asking me what my issue was.
So they're one of the top 5 teams to come into the NFL. Number 1.
Yeah. Okay.
They have
which means
some of the longest
been losing
history.
Even longer.
I agree. They're lovable losers. Yeah. I agree with you on that.
I don't even know how lovable they are.
I think they're pretty lovable.
What now? Well, I don't think anybody else ever thought of the Lions.
I think people view.
We love Barry Sanders. We actually felt bad for Barry Sanders being in Detroit.
But it's like the Bills. It's like the Bills.
Who was the best Lion before Barry Sanders?
It's a good question.
Before Barry Sanders? Oh, you can go Night Train Lane. You can go, Billy Sims. You got Alex Karras. You got not very many.
So much history.
Yeah, not very many. Now let me get to the Bears.
But you don't think them being one of the first 5 teams in the NFL matters at all?
Not at all.
Okay.
Only the fact that they won the original 5.
Yeah, that
That's
matters.
it.
That
That's
matters.
it.
That matters.
Would you consider the Flyers
Yes.
one of the top organizations in hockey?
I would consider them one of the top 10, yeah.
In hockey?
Yes.
You would?
I would.
Okay. All right. Lions, get them out of here. Bears. The Bears. Are you kidding me?
So
you're talking about a team living off 1 year. The Bears have been living off 1985 for 40 years.
So
they've been living off 1985 for 40 years.
They have the second most wins in NFL history, which I know is longevity. I know it's longevity.
Over half of them came before 85.
So I don't disagree with that, but they still have the second most wins in franchise history. Soldier Field, an iconic stadium. Chicago, great
Soldier Field
sports
hasn't
town.
been there since I played.
What are you talking about?
They remodeled Soldier
Right,
Field.
but it's still
while I was a
Soldier
player.
Field.
Well,
Right, it's still
the
Soldier
name.
Field.
It's a new stadium.
Right, but
They ain't about to
Lambeau
get
is still called
another
Lambeau.
stadium.
They changed things in Lambeau. That's still Lambeau Field. Soldier Field is still Soldier Field. It's not the original construction. You're right.
They
But
changed the locker rooms at Lambeau and maybe some small things up top.
right, it's
Lambeau
been bigger. I
Field
agree.
is still Lambeau
right,
Field.
but Soldier Field is still one of the most iconic stadiums in sports. Would you agree with that?
It was. It's not Soldier Field anymore.
Okay. Well, it is still called Soldier Field.
Well,
but
yeah.
But
It's-
I'm saying
you realize it's
like,
not the same place.
So
though, right?
no, I know. Well, we could
actually played in Illinois one. We played in Champaign, Illinois, because they didn't have it. They tore the stadium down.
Right, but it's still Soldier Field. I don't know what to tell you.
They tore it.
And
They
I'm
just
looking
kept
at
the name.
I'm
They
looking
tore
at the whole history.
All right, get the Bears and the Lions off this list.
Who would you put on?
Get the Chiefs should definitely be on
So
there.
the Chiefs are recency bias. They
were in the first Super Bowl.
They were. That's one thing. Most of their Super
they got
Bowls.
3 more. They've been to 5 others.
Right, but they've won 4 total.
Yeah.
Right, and 3 of them.
That's 4
are
more
recent.
than the Bears have won.
Agreed, but the Bears are a more
3
historic
more than the
franchise.
Bears
The
have
Bears have been around. The
Chiefs have been around just as long.
I know
So
that
the
was a
Cardinals.
mistake on me. Yeah, but the Cardinals suck. Who cares about the Cardinals?
Yeah, but you went with the original.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's not a blanket
But
rule
here's the
here.
other thing.
But who would you put in? That's what I
just told you, the Chiefs.
Okay, so that's one you would take out and put in. So who would be, if you take out the Bears and the Lions, who would be the other one?
Who else would be in there?
The Ravens? Only been around since
Ravens only
'96.
been around for since '99. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking fast on my. Hell, you could even go with the Browns.
Exactly. If you're into the Lions in
No.
there, the Browns should be in there too. If you're into historical.
I don't think the Browns are lovable losers.
Dude,
the way
hold on. Jim
Lions are.
Brown's one of the faces of the NFL.
Well, Dog Pound. That's
Yeah.
lovable loser stuff.
But they also moved. They did. The Lions have been in Detroit the whole time.
The Patriots at number 6.
So the Patriots, to me, also recency
6
bias.
for the 6 trophies
right.
they have.
But like the
That
Patriots.
is recency bias. I agree with their
Yeah, the
ranking.
Patriots
Their
are
ranking.
they're one thing. They're Tom Brady and
Recency
Bill
bias.
Belichick. They're Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. That's what they are. They are not 80 years or 60 years of sustained success.
First of all, they've been around for a very long time.
They have, which is why
they went to multiple Super Bowls prior to then.
Right, I know.
Prior to this run, and then they went to 10.
Right, which is why they're 6.
They went to 10 and won 6, and you're telling
Right,
me
but
this
that's
is why they're
one-
6.
that's
San
one
Francisco
stretch.
hasn't won a Super Bowl since 1994.
Right, but they have more. Well, they're tied.
They
Or
don't have
You're right. My
more.
bad.
I
My
just
bad.
told you
My
they
bad.
don't
5.
have
They have
more.
5. You're
Yes.
right. Yeah. Okay. So you would put the Patriots ahead of the Niners.
Yes.
That's why they're tied.
I disagree.
Well, you have it 3.
So you think the Patriots are a more iconic franchise than the Niners?
Yes.
Why? The
Or
Niners.
just as iconic? What do you mean, why? The 49ers ran the 80s into the mid-90s. The Patriots ran the league from 2000 until Tom Brady left. What's the difference?
I just think the 49ers are more iconic. I don't know what to say.
But why?
Because Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, I mean, the Super Bowls they have, I just view them as a more iconic.
Okay. You just because
It's just my opinion. This one I can't.
Because
Yeah.
you actually were an adult when the Patriots were living, so you can't appreciate what they did. You got to go back to your childhood where you didn't even watch the 49ers win.
Correct,
their Super
I did
Bowls 'cause
not.
You were born in the 90s, but somehow they're more nostalgic to you.
Yes, correct. That's the reasoning.
It's like Jack with the Kelly Green jerseys.
Love the Kelly Green jerseys.
when he wasn't even around, even watching
Why
play.
does that matter? I can still look at them and think they're a better jersey.
I agree, but you can't wax poetically about them like somehow you grew up and it reminds you of your childhood
It doesn't. I just think they're a better
All right,
jersey.
but that's the point I'm making, though. Is you just ask me why.
Yeah, I know, but
this is what he's doing with the Niners, who he didn't see win
Yeah,
squat.
but just because I didn't see him doesn't mean I can't appreciate the fact that.
How can you appreciate him if you didn't see it?
Well, I didn't see a lot of things. That doesn't mean I can't appreciate it. There's a lot of things I haven't seen. Where? All right. So where would you put the Patriots?
1.
Oh, overall, over the Packers?
Yes.
Wow.
You're talking about a team living off the past.
Well, yeah, the past is part of this.
Well, yeah, I know. But my point is if I'm thinking about dominance, right? I'm thinking about dominance. It's the Patriots.
The Patriots were
Not the
dominant.
Packers.
The Patriots were dominant for a stretch. It was a long stretch. I
Packers
agree.
dominated in the 60s. They didn't do squat
Right.
in the 70s, the 80s. You didn't see the Packers then when
the
I
Super Bowl trophy.
When I watched Lynn Dickey as the quarterback.
That about that?
Huh?
Don McCaskey.
Is that the new
Don
Mets pitcher?
McCaskey.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? James Lawton.
The Super Bowl trophy is
watched all
named
those
after
guys.
Lombardi. Lambeau's the most iconic, in my opinion,
It
iconic.
deserves to be up there.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
I won't fight you over the
Right.
Packers.
I
I'm
just think you're
saying.
overrating the Patriots.
Okay, hold on. Both of you back to your corners.
All right.
And I'm surprised that
Just for a second. Just for a
Shut
second.
up,
Just
Elliot.
shut up for a second.
Surprised the
Literally.
Eagles aren't.
Literally.
We need Pablo Finds Out on your brain.
Yeah, 1 minute. Can you
ahead.
give me 1 minute?
Sorry, I thought you were just trying to stop me.
No. No, I'm enjoying it. I needed you to go back to your corners for like literally 1 minute. We will return to that after there's no top 10 list of place to go get a brand new Hyundai. There is only one place. That is Colonial Hyundai. Elliot's not allowed there. He is not allowed at Colonial Hyundai. Don't worry. You're going to see the Carzar John Ashton. You're going to see the staff at Colonial. You're not going to see Elliot. You will see a brand new Hyundai that you're going to get 20% off of. Only at Colonial. That's up to $10,000, $10,000 off a brand new Hyundai. And if you need to do a trade-in and that has been holding you back because you don't think it's worth anything, well, they are going to give you at least $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. Guaranteed. Every new Hyundai comes with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online, 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Shut up for 2 more seconds. Offers can't be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025.
Ike has been Googling the entire time.
Well, no, I wasn't Googling. What I did, I had to look. I look at the all 32 teams.
Right.
When LA asked me about other teams, I couldn't think on my feet as quick. But you could easily have the Raiders in this top 10
yes.
list.
If we're talking about iconic.
That's a good one.
Iconic,
That's
the
a good
Raiders
one.
or the
That's a good one.
Colts.
The
Yeah.
Colts also iconic.
Yeah, so that's what I want to do. I want to like refresh my memory by looking at the teams.
Raiders for sure.
Yes, Raiders for sure.
All right, so if you're taking off the Lions, which I disagree with, but you would put the Raiders on. The Raiders, you're right. There's a good argument for
I
them.
put the Bengals on before the Lions.
Oh, the Bengals.
No, I'm just telling you, get the Lions out of here.
So here would be my
There's
thing.
nothing iconic about the Lions.
So to me, when you make a list like this, there has to be a bit of common sense, right? So if you were
Clip it. That is, by the way, the promo for next year's top 11 has that audio in it. Okay, continue.
Can I finish?
Common sense.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Mr. Common Sense,
Yes.
Elliot Shore Park.
if we were making a list of the top fruit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You might,
How you going to land this plane?
yeah, you ready? You guys might not like apples, but apples are clearly the goat fruit, right? So my point is, when you think of NFL teams,
Why are they the goat fruit?
because when you think of fruit, you think of apples.
Yeah, I'm with Elliot on
Right?
this
I
one.
would
I
even
think-
want an apple. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I
So
think
the point I'm
strawberries,
making is
This
when
is completely a bad.
No. Because
Yeah,
my
go
point I'm
ahead.
making is
Yeah.
when you think of NFL teams and you ask people just to ramble them off,
Yeah.
I think the Lions, the Bears, the Packers, the Niners, those are the teams they would name. The Steelers.
Nobody brings up the Lions.
I disagree with you on that.
The Bears, because it's a cool logo.
Right. Well,
we-
and they have
for
a
some-
ton of history.
Well,
and I
yeah,
think you have to take fan bases into consideration too.
Okay, Chicago. Yeah, I
Yeah,
respect
Chicago,
Chicago's fan
great
base.
fan base, great football
I respect
town.
the Midwest in general, the
Same.
fan base.
Me and you have always agreed on that.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, we've already agreed that the Raiders certainly belong on this list.
Yeah, that was a mistake
over
by
the
me.
Lions. I would throw you another team I would have in there. How about the Denver Broncos?
But who you taking off?
The Lions.
The Lions
No, but
and the Bears.
you can only take the Lions off so many
I
times.
can take the Bears. The Lions and the Bears are the two teams, and I look at this list and I automatically say they don't deserve to be on this list because you know why? Everything that happened before 1960 which is what they're probably most famous for. I mean, my goodness, 1960 to today, what is that, 85 years? What is that? 65
but I
years.
think I think a difference, too, is...
It's about 65 years.
The Bears are always relevant, right? They're always being discussed.
Relevant how?
The Broncos have to be good to be relevant, in my opinion. We're always talking about, like, the Bears...
You're talking about the Bears like they're the Yankees.
Yeah, what are you
They are
talking
close.
about?
They are
Or the
somewhat
Lakers.
What makes
close.
the Bears relevant? Now you're going to make me tear down the Bears. You know they're the only franchise that doesn't have a quarterback that's going for 4,000 yards.
Right. I'm not arguing they're a successful franchise.
So what makes them...
Because they've been around for forever. That's it.
That
That's
doesn't
the
make
argument.
you relevant.
But it does when we're talking about all-time great
So let me ask you
franchises.
this.
Like, again, the Apples.
So let me ask you this. When we're talking
Best
about
fruit.
championships every year, we're talking about contenders, we're talking about top teams, when do the Bears ever make this list?
When do the Broncos?
The Broncos?
The Broncos have to be good in order to be talked about. That's not the case with the Bears.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yes, that I agree.
Everybody in the NFL gets discussed. Don't act like
But
ESPN,
some teams get discussed more.
No, don't act
the
like
Jaguars
ESPN
are not getting discussed unless there's something
in
interesting
their city.
happening.
They are.
Yeah.
My point
Well,
is that don't act like everybody's hanging on thread to see what the Bears do this year.
I think
Who are the Bears playing? What's going to be the big game with the Bears? When's the last time you
I think
were
that happens
excited
more
to
than
sit
the
down and watch
Broncos.
the Bears?
I agree. They're not.
More than
they're
the
not a fun team.
Broncos.
Yeah, I would be curious to see the primetime games
You're
over the
nuts.
past 10 years. Broncos, Bears. Who has more?
I guarantee you, I know who's played it more. I bet you that.
Yeah, I think it might be the Bears.
What you want to bet?
Not a lot.
This is a new low for the show. This argument is a new low. This is you thought top 11
I
week
thought we needed it
was
after Pablo.
was like
So
was
I'm a
WIP
bit
at its
surprised no
best.
one cares the Eagles are at 8.
Well,
does that seem fair to you? Because that's what made me think about it
Well,
initially.
with the other teams.
Well, the Packers over the Eagles is
Yeah.
fair.
Right.
The Steelers over the Eagles is fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 49ers over the Eagles is fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Cowboys over the Eagles is fair.
Yeah.
Agreed.
The Patriots over the Eagles is fair.
Yes.
The Giants, I also think, over the Eagles is
So
fair.
I was close on that one. But
Well, they are a more iconic franchise
Yes.
than the Eagles are. And then the Bears is the question mark. Now, the question is would any of the new ones, would you put the Chiefs over the Eagles? Would you put the Ravens over the Eagles? Would you put the Raiders over the Eagles?
I would not put the Ravens over the Eagles. Chiefs have an argument, although I think the Eagles the last 25 years has an argument to be in there as much as anybody. That's why I'm okay with where they are at 8.
Well,
right? They got 2 titles. Some of those other teams have more titles, but I think the Eagles. And then you think about the iconic players they've had: Chuck Bednarik, Harold Carmichael. You go through the '80s.
How about Reggie White?
Reggie White. That's what I'm saying. You
he
go
played
through
for
the
the
80s.
number 1 team.
You go with Reggie White, right? You go through those teams. Buddy Ryan as a coach, like the Eagles deserve
Randall.
to be there. Randall.
So
The history of the black quarterback in the NFL, like the Eagles, is and I think that's a big thing. So
I
I
agree.
brought that up for a reason.
Right.
So that's a big thing. That's something that you can wear a badge about when you think about the Philadelphia
So,
Eagles.
do you think the Eagles are a team? And I know we disagree on the Bears and the Lions, but do you think the Eagles are a team that had to be successful to get on this list, or are they big enough as is that they are such a? Because I think at this point they're such a large franchise that no matter what, they're always going to be talked about. They could win
I
4 or
agree
5
now,
games next
yes,
year, right?
yes.
But I don't know if that was always the case.
No,
So,
if they didn't
it
win
wasn't
2
always
Super
the
Bowls, they
Eagles,
wouldn't be on
yeah,
this
if they
list.
didn't have 2 Super Bowls, I don't think they're on this list.
Yeah.
Whereas I
No.
think we might disagree. The Bears and the Lions have the type of cachet. They do. They have the type of cachet where they're being considered regardless.
He's already poured water on the argument by saying this is a new low. that hit me right between the
No,
eyes.
I didn't.
But it did.
I didn't mean it in a bad way.
No, I know. Let's be honest. What he means is you're schooling me here. Like
Well, I just mean it's a new low in that the list was developed with almost no thought at all.
No.
Okay.
I researched for a few hours yesterday and did this. I
You
did.
still came up with the Lions?
I just can't believe you disagree with the Lions. They are without question an iconic franchise.
Okay, but they would be 12th on this list.
Oh, I have them 10th.
All right. Well,
Okay.
but I'm saying it's only a top 10 list.
Right, and I would put
So
them
in
on
other
it.
words, they would not be on the list is the point I'm really making.
Well, on your list. They would be on my list.
I
but
think
we
the
are,
Bears are too high, and I don't think the Lions should be on it.
I disagree.
You would have the Lions over the Raiders.
The Raiders are the one I wish I would have remembered.
So
We did hours of research.
But you
again,
did hours of research.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
yeah, you forgot about a whole team.
I'm not perfect.
Yeah,
I-
yeah.
There's
This
30.
is what your offseason
Do you think
is.
anybody was
32 of
arguing
them.
the
There's
counter?
32 of them. You said 34 teams when you were talking
did
to
say
Pablo,
34
by the way.
teams.
I did?
Yeah. I didn't want to correct you in front of Pablo.
Yeah, it was. You're cooking.
They both heard it.
Your
'Cause I didn't even hear
Oh,
it. Yes.
You definitely said
you said 34 teams. Yeah.
In what was the question?
What's crazy is I wonder if it was a typo by someone else because you were reading it.
Oh.
So I wonder if the article wrote 34.
Let's see.
And who's the Will Ferrell character that just
No,
reads it
I
on
said
this-
encourage the
Ron
30.
Burgundy.
Are you sure? I said encourage
I
the
would bet
32
my
NFL
life.
clubs.
No, you 100%
I
said
would
that.
bet my life.
Then I just misread it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
But
all
there
have
are 32
mistakes.
teams.
What a legendary.
Nobody's perfect.
What a legendary appearance from
This is what
Elliot.
he stuck around for.
Yeah, Elliot, do you want to make your official prediction as to what the Philadelphia 76ers do tomorrow?
I think they're taking Ace Bailey.
Okay.
That's what you want him to do.
I think we're all overthinking this.
All right.
He's been the
Okay.
guy all year. He's the only person that's not being reported to him. I think that's on purpose.
Okay. All right. So Elliot says Ace
Well, if
Bailey
he's
will
right
be.
about this, we're
He's
not
going to
gonna-
ace.
We're not
Oh,
going to
buddy.
end this.
Well, I want to be
We're not
clear.
going to end this.
God forbid they take the guy that's like Kevin Durant. What a crazy take.
He's not like Kevin Durant.
He absolutely is. He was like Kevin Durant for a full year.
No, he wasn't.
Until all of a
No, he
sudden,
wasn't.
All
You've
the
never
draft
watched
nerds
Kevin
came
Durant.
out. All
You've
the
never
draft.
you've
I've
never watched Kevin
Durant.
Durant.
Number
You've never
one.
watched Kevin.
I
He
watched-
looks nothing
He
like
looks
Kevin
just
Durant.
like him.
No, he
physically.
doesn't.
Yes,
He's
he
tall
does.
and skinny. He
That's
doesn't.
part of looking like somebody.
He doesn't play like Kevin Durant.
I disagree.
Kevin Durant is probably the best college scorer
all
of
year.
all time.
Yeah, he's not as good as Kevin
Of
Durant,
all
but when we
time.
make comparisons, we're not saying they're the exact same player.
He's
We're comparing.
nothing like Kevin Durant.
Hard disagree.
He is nothing like Kevin Durant.
For a
Kevin
full
Durant,
year, everyone was okay with it until now all of a sudden it's draft season. It's like,
Kevin-
well, actually, Kevin Durant averaged 2 more points.
No,
blah, blah,
Kevin
blah.
Durant. Well, first of all, he averaged like 8 more points.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, that's like 50% more points.
I'm just saying,
He shot.
comparisons are not completely
Kevin
literal.
Durant had a sick handle. He was a sick shooter and got a great shot whenever he wanted.
And Ace Bailey is also a sick shooter.
No, Ace
His
Bailey.
handle's not
no,
great. I
shut
agree
up.
with you.
Ace Bailey shot 34% from 3, 69% from the line, and is not an excellent
Well,
shooter.
you know what's
and
crazy?
doesn't have a great handle.
You know what's crazy about Ace Bailey? Everyone wants Dylan Harper so bad, as if he wasn't on those Rutgers teams that also
That's
lost.
not what I'm talking about.
No, I know.
You're
but
talking about Kevin
I know
Durant.
I am. And he reminds me of Kevin Durant. He reminds Kevin Durant of Kevin Durant. He reminds Paul George of Kevin Durant. He reminds Carmelo Anthony of Kevin Durant. All these guys must have just never watched Ace Bailey or aren't doing draft. Everyone is saying he looks like him. But
No,
for some
you,
reason,
first
when
of all,
I say it,
the Kevin
everyone
Durant
gets-
thing, that you are completely mischaracterizing what Kevin Durant said. They asked him at a press conference.
Yes.
He said he models himself after you. Do you see
And he
any
said
of
yes.
you of him? What is he going to
Oh,
say
yes,
about
Kevin
the
Durant
kid?
famously doesn't say how he's feeling.
No, and he would crush this 19-year-old
No,
kid.
he could say something like, he's a great player. I
He's
don't see
nothing
this
like
He
Kevin
is.
Durant.
I didn't make it up. I didn't come up in a lab with this player. I got it from online. That's where
from
I got
online-
it.
From who?
Tons of people. I
He's
just said.
nothing like Kevin Durant, Elliot.
Well, a lot of people disagree with
No,
you.
a lot of people don't.
No,
Just
no,
you.
the little world here in Philly disagrees.
No,
but that
no.
is the larger scale is people think he
No,
reminds.
look
That
at
is-
any draft expert.
Look up Ace Bailey, Kevin Durant.
No. I want you to look at comps of draft experts and see
Yes.
how many compare him to Kevin Durant.
It has changed, but when this first started, there was comparisons to Kevin Durant. But
A year ago,
all these
before they watched him
online
play.
basketball nerds have
Oh
bullied
my
people
God.
into not saying it.
No, he's
Sixers
nothing
fans
like
should
Kevin
be excited
Durant.
about the fact
He's
he reminds
nothing
me.
like Kevin
He
Durant.
absolutely is.
No, he isn't. No,
Okay,
he isn't.
I
No, he
disagree.
isn't. No, he isn't. No,
he
he
looks
isn't. No, he
just
isn't.
like him, and
No.
I'm crazy for.
He's nothing like Kevin Durant.
Well, a lot of people disagree.
He's
with
like
you.
Rudy Gay. And this is what I said as soon as this started. And then when we had KOC on last week, he also said Rudy Gay. He's nothing like Kevin Durant. Rudy Gay's not like Kevin Durant either.
I agree. Rudy Gay is not like Kevin Durant.
Okay. Thank you for
Ace
coming
Bailey
in,
is.
Elliot. Oh, my God. Shut up. I wish I could shut off your mic. Go get the Go-Birds podcast to infuriate yourself.
Yeah, I actually
Today-
did explain more about this list on the pods. So
Today's show.
If you guys want
Oh,
to
you
hear
want
it.
more of this?
Honestly, maybe I'll put the Ike thing right after it.
Today's show is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. 215-592-9494. Is Ace Bailey anything like Kevin Durant? We'll find out next. Also, the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Truly special.
You all right?
Just
Oh,
truly
yeah,
special.
he is. He's one of a
He's
kind.
truly special,
He's one of
man.
a kind. He's a gem. We can't ever let him go. You hear that, Lakin?
Hey, baseball fans, I know you love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm gonna ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
The summer heat is here, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable. With Horizon Services, get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. With Horizon, the job will be done right the first time. Click or call day or night. Horizon Services, available 24/7. Book today. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
John Ritchie here. Get your grill on with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Who loves steak? Wild Fork has a steak for everyone, from picanha to black Angus bone-in cowboy steak, or my favorite, the beef tomahawk steak. Enjoy steakhouse quality without steakhouse prices. Visit one of their greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore? Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets: appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Man, we were all watching that game 7 over the weekend, and we were blown away. You know, the big injury happens, and I know just like me, you went and checked your sports book, and mine, it still had it voided. That's because I went to the Fanatic Sportsbook, and right now, the Fanatic Sportsbook is recognized as the home of fair play. Fanatic Sportsbook instantly voided all affected legs instantly and paid out winning same-game parlays and regular parlays, and that's what they've done for first-half injuries all playoffs long, saving customers over $5 million with injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet with a sportsbook who just shows up once. Choose the sportsbook that has an injury insurance policy that protects props every single game. It's time to switch to Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I bet they take the guy that's like Kevin Durant. What a crazy take.
He's not like Kevin Durant!
He absolutely is.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Today's show is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com. We've really brought you everything today. Arguing about the Sixers draft pick. Pablo Torre with a deeply investigative, journalistic, not really our style, but
way too smart.
Very smart. And then we come back with who's the best football franchise, which pivots into what's the most iconic fruit. That was all within 2 hours.
I'm glad you stopped us from going down that rabbit hole.
The fruit rabbit hole? Well, we did it in the hallway after.
What's your Mount Rushmore of fruit?
Apple.
Yeah.
Orange.
Okay.
Grape. Banana grape.
See, I think strawberry's got to be on there.
Above grape?
Yeah, above grape. Easily. Come on, man. Grape or strawberry?
Look, if you're asking
grapes over strawberry.
Look, if you're asking me what I'd rather eat a strawberry than a grape. But what's more iconic? Like, you think about a grape. Think about all of the artificial, like, popsicles, drinks, candies, all that kind of stuff. Everybody wants the grape. Everybody wants the grape. You know?
But a more iconic fruit is strawberry or grape. I think it's obviously strawberry.
No, it's grape. I think you're actually 100% wrong on this. And like before we get to
bananas don't even taste very good. I understand why they're on there, but like we're talking about good tasting fruits.
No, but bananas also very good for you.
Well, I know they're good for you.
Yeah.
Oh, we're potassium, man.
Yeah.
Everyone
I
knows
eat a
that.
banana every day. You know, I like a banana. If we stop, Jack.
Boy, I almost got a 10-incher.
Jack. Man, this show got stupid real quick. It's like, you know what we're trying to, it's like we are subconsciously trying to balance ourselves after the Pablo thing is by getting even dumber. It's like he said he liked eating a banana. Oh, better play the 10-incher thing. I just
10-incher thing.
Yeah, just before we get to High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report, just on the last thing that Elliot said about Kevin Durant and Ace Bailey,
which he's just so committed to. We didn't pin him down on college Kevin Durant versus pro Kevin Durant.
Right. Okay. It's okay if you like Ace Bailey. There's even a chance Ace Bailey's good. There's a chance the Sixers take Ace Bailey and keep him tomorrow. All of that is on the table. You could like Ace Bailey, 100%. Ace Bailey, and I understand he is tall and skinny like Kevin Durant, but that is probably 23% of the NBA is tall and skinny. Like Adem Bona doesn't look like Kevin Durant. Ace Bailey doesn't play anything like Kevin Durant. What I am begging you to do, if you have been brainwashed by this, by Elliot or anybody else, is please go and look at, all you need to do, truly, all you need to do is look at a 5-minute college highlight film of Ace Bailey and a 5-minute college highlight film of Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was so good, so like
Yes.
Maybe the best college scorer of all time. Like debatably, which he did as a freshman, by the way, the last month of the season scoring like 30-some points a game. But you can see when you watch, he was an elite, unstoppable shooter, a great free throw shooter. And for a guy who
By the way, 69% as a free throw shooter is not great for someone whose whole talent is hitting tough shots.
Ace Bailey, yeah.
Yes.
34% from three, 69% from the line. And when you watch Kevin Durant, he got an open shot whenever he wanted. Literally whenever he wanted.
This guy can't create separation.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. Again, you might think he's good. You might think he's the pick for the Sixers. All of that, fine. He is not like Kevin Durant. Don't let Elliot tell you he's like Kevin Durant. Don't let anybody tell you he's like Kevin Durant.
It is my current litmus test for knowing basketball or not.
Okay.
Is whether or not
if
you
say
Ace
that.
Bailey.
Yeah. Well, you can want Ace Bailey. It's fine. Maybe
Nah,
he'll
you
be
shouldn't.
good. I don't know.
You shouldn't.
Like I'm guessing, but all right. Can we talk about the baseball team?
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Elliot is lying. He's lying. Okay.
Well, in what aspect?
He's lying and say he doesn't even think he's like Kevin Durant because
I think he does think that now.
He certainly convinced himself.
You gotta just watch highlights of both of them. That's all you need to. You don't even need to do a deep dive. Kevin Durant was outrageous at Texas. He was outrageous. Okay.
All right.
I hope Jackie Baseball.
No Phil's lineup out just yet. Phil's down in Houston tonight. So
Is Brycey with the team?
I don't know if Bryce is with the team. I don't think Thompson's talked yet.
Okay.
But
all right.
When he talks, we'll bring that to you,
Okay.
obviously. But
all right.
Bryce was not with them in Miami.
No.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Okay.
It's an interesting one. I don't know about that. But Framber Valdez versus Ranger. Ranger obviously has been fantastic recently. Framber's been great. Astros are good. I mean, like every single year, there's inevitable. They just show up and they're good no matter who they get. They lost Bregman. They lost Kyle Tucker this offseason, and they're first in the AL West.
It's amazing that the Astros got nailed for that cheating thing, and that's what makes me less mad about their cheating thing is the fact that after they got caught cheating, they're still awesome every year.
Yep.
And they've won World Series after the cheating thing. What a franchise that you want to talk about doing the rebuilding thing right. They did the process thing before anybody did, and since they did it, they have established an organization that is they never have a down year. This looked like it was going to be a down year, and it turned out that it's not a down year.
And they had just as many misses at the beginning than the Sixers did. I mean, they
They
took
did.
Mark Appel number one. They took Brady Aiken 2 times, and then didn't sign either time. So, yeah, not to get too in the weeds on the Astros. But regardless, Phil's Astros, we all remember 2022. A little rematch. It's funny because we don't hate the Astros the way we hate the Diamondbacks and Mets.
No. Though the Astros used to be sort of like the Marlins became. The Astros used to be years ago when they were horrible and the Phillies were still good.
Oh, yeah.
We would always lose to the Astros.
Always. Well, 2012, they went down there with a chance to really cement themselves as a playoff team, and they got swept by a 60-win team. Disaster.
Yeah. Yep.
Disaster. So we were talking about the Mets yesterday.
Yep.
So they lost again last night.
Yeah.
And
3-2 right to the Braves.
3-2 to the Braves.
Yep.
Braves have won 4 straight over them. But in injury news, they just put Jesse Winker on the 60-day IL.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's missing more time. That's a lineup that's already a little rough.
Yep.
Now Winker was great last year, and then Chris Sale. We didn't bring this up, and why this couldn't have happened last year for Ike and I with Chris Sale getting hurt. But they said yesterday we think he's going to pitch again this year. But that means that there's a chance he doesn't pitch again this year.
No, that's not how I read that quote.
They expect him to pitch again this year.
Yeah.
But that's not like he's going to be back anytime soon, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
They
put him on the 15-day IL, but I think it's because they didn't know how long he was going to be on there.
And it's all because they pitched him in the 9th inning of a shutout. He made a diving play and hurt himself on it.
Yeah. And he finished the shutout.
No, they pulled him.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they pulled him.
He pitched to another batter after that.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
But they did eventually.
Hurts my fantasy team.
Yeah, I know. It seems like you're all locked in on Chris Sale.
Well, look, man.
Your fantasy team is making a little bit of a run.
A huge run.
We're making noise.
Went from, let me tell you, in the WIP league, was in last place, clobbered Lakin 8-1.
Yeah.
Then I clobbered TK, or 8-2. And now I'm going to clobber Buzz, and I'm in 3rd place already in a playoff position. I'm just telling you, I have the best offense in the league. I do. I have the best offense in the league.
In the league.
I do. I do.
As they say.
Bro, I got Acuna, Gunnar, Pete Crow Anderson, Mookie Betts.
Pete Crow Armstrong,
Mookie Betts. It's a good A good little lineup. Buxton, I think I got too.
Yeah, listen, you took the old Hinkie approach and just took talent.
James Wood.
Yeah, James Wood's the man.
Yeah.
It's a pretty loaded offense.
Yeah.
So we always talk about gauntlets with the Eagles or whatever.
Yeah.
Phil's in the process of a gauntlet, by the way. So Houston, Braves, Padres, Reds, Giants, Padres.
Whoa.
Before the All-Star break.
Those are all winning teams.
Yeah. Braves are they?
Oh no, they're 35 and 41. The Braves, but they've played much better over the last few weeks.
Besides losing 2 or 3 to the Marlins over the weekend.
Yes, but they swept the Mets, and I think they've won 2 in a row or something.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So it's a good test for this team, especially without Bryce. If they can Bryce wait until after the All-Star break to come back?
Do you think? Can they play 500 ball over the next 2 weeks until the All-Star break?
So I think they can. I just wonder if Bryce can wait. Like if he feels
he can
right.
wait.
I think so.
Well, he would already listen.
If he couldn't wait, he would have been here for the Mets series.
He missed his Mets series. I'm assuming he knows it's probably best for him.
They got to do it for him. It's part of the reason why they need to lock in is that they need to keep him assured we're okay.
Yeah, and the winning allows him to be able to sit.
Don't lose 3 in a row, and they'll be okay. Keep winning baseball games.
I think that's why he played in that Blue Jay series. They lost 3 straight to the Brewers, and he said, "I got to get back in there."
Yep.
And also,
well, no doubt that in his mind, that's what he was thinking.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I hope he does. Hope he can just stay out till post All-Star break, and maybe then we get at least a 75% version of Bryce. And then last thing here, so Jeff Passan put out his MLB trade deadline primer today.
Bro, I read the whole thing.
The 50 trade deadline.
You did a lot of reading today.
I did.
Man, I got a lot of time.
Yeah.
You went to bed at 9:30. You woke up spry, huh?
Went to bed at like 8:10.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
He did wake up spry.
Yeah.
What time did you get up? 5?
6.
Oh man, Walker's up at 5:15. You could have come over and helped out.
Nah. I gotta read. I gotta read that whole friggin' NFLPA
60
thing.
pages this
Yeah,
morning.
you had time to do that. You had
Yeah.
time to upload it all to ChatGPT.
Well, that only takes a minute.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. So passing 50 trade deadline candidates. Here's all the names. Now, these are the best fits, right? And the Phillies were linked as a best fit for these guys. Jarren Duran, Cedric Mullins, Luis Robert, Taylor Ward, Adolis Garcia. Now, I don't know if it means something where they were positioned on his ranking, but Adolis Garcia the Phillies were ranked first from where Passan put them. So maybe he thinks that that's the most logical fit.
Just so you know, and I'm trying to translate Jack to the audience. Most of our audience has no idea who any of these people are.
Right.
So you should give some context as to who they are.
We will obviously do more of that
Yes.
as we get closer to the trade
We got to
deadline.
pick our guys.
Yeah. My guy actually wasn't listed, which is Buxton. He
Okay.
wasn't even one of the 50, which was kind of worrisome when the idea of trading him. And then relief pitchers, Duran from the Twins, not Duran from the Red Sox. Clase from the Guardians. Felix Bautista from the Orioles, we talked a lot about. Pete Fairbanks from the Rays. Chapman, your boy, Ross Chapman from the Red Sox. And Ryan Helsley. So a lot of big name in the bullpen area. And then hitters.
What about the Pittsburgh guy? Bednar? Yeah. He's good.
I think he's an interesting name. He's definitely had a bounce back year after. He's demoted earlier in the year. So
eye test. He's good. I'm just telling you. I
know.
liked him. I was impressed by him.
I wish McCutchen could still play the field because McCutchen
Would be fun.
as a patient right-handed bat, and Bednar could be a deadline move for the Phils. But early trade deadline primers.
215-592-9494. Quick thing on Chapman right after I tell you about our good friends at Guida. Today's show, of course, brought to you by Guida. Guida, during the summer, knows, look, you're cooking. It's 100 degrees out there. You know what else is good? It's probably cooking inside, too, because your old windows and doors. And that heat gets through the cracks in the window. Your energy bills go up. And it's not even cool enough in your house. You got the AC pumping. Just replace the old windows and doors. And Guida knows now's the time where you know it. Now's the time when you discover it. So they give you their biggest discounts they can give you. The summer sales event, 40% off every window, 40% off every door. That is 40% off every high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane window, 40% off any door, whether it's an insulated entry door, sliding patio door, garage door, whatever it is, 40% off. Don't miss it, because now also you can start your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Don't miss it. As I've said before, all prior sales are excluded, but this is the one you want, and the offer expires July 31st. Call them to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate, 877-GO-GUIDA, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. I'm planting my flag here on this. I'm going to continue to plant my flag on it. I don't want Chapman. I saw him cooked 3 years ago. There's no way that a guy that was cooked 3 years ago at 36, 37 years old, all of a sudden is throwing 102 miles an hour again. And I'm not accusing him of anything, but we saw a guy here who is of the same build that all of a sudden got his stuff back. And we saw how all of a sudden he got his stuff back. I'm not saying, I don't know that Aroldis Chapman's on anything, but God forbid we trade for somebody who then gets in trouble. He is a bad teammate. He is cooked. And I can promise you, he's a playoff choker. I can promise you we will lose a crucial playoff game with Chapman on the mound if we trade for him. Do not trade for Aroldis Chapman. I am planting my flag. I don't want Chapman. I don't care if he's throwing 102. I don't care if he throws a sinker now. I don't want Chapman. I don't want Chapman.
Which means we're getting Chapman.
I will 100% get Chapman.
Chapman and Duran, baby.
Duran would be great.
Jaron Duran.
Well, Jaron Duran would be great. And how long? He's under contract for another couple of years, Duran?
Through 29.
Yeah. So Duran would be great. At a good number, 20
I prefer
million.
Trout.
There he is.
God.
He was not on the passing
You and Lakin.
trade primer.
Is he even playing right now, Mike
He
Trout?
is. Oh, he's back. He's hit
he's
number
back.
300 since going off the IL. Come on, man. We're monitoring.
What's he down to, 218, 215? What's his batting average
I don't
now?
know what his weight is.
Okay. I'm not talking about his weight.
That's a good response.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What is the more iconic fruit, the grape or the strawberry? Ike, what do you think the vote is at? We both said grape.
Yeah, I would imagine people like strawberries out there.
Well, strawberry,
man.
I think strawberry's the better fruit. I just
Right.
don't think it's more iconic.
I think strawberry probably leads this 60-40.
Strawberry at 72%.
72.
Told you.
Here's what I want to tell you out there who are voting. Do you ever think of a Greek god laying there being fed strawberries? No. They're being fed grapes. The grape is wine, grapes.
I'm with you. I prefer grapes over strawberries. But
Yeah.
people do feed each other
Strawberry?
strawberries nowadays.
For sex and stuff. But
I was trying not
Is that
to
what
go
you do?
there. But you the one said feeding somebody grapes. I'm like, yeah, they do feed them strawberries.
yeah, but that's like more sensual. I feel like the grape is you're a god. You don't want to use your arms to eat the grapes.
Right.
You're going to be fed the grapes.
Now,
Which leads to something else.
Yes.
I think anytime you're being fed something,
Right.
yes, normally
Right.
it's
Well, let's stop that right there.
The hammer
is real, for real.
215-592-9494. Luke in Lancaster. You're on WIP. What's up, Luke?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up, Luke?
Luke.
I called in to say some stuff about the Sixers draft tomorrow and this list of football teams that are like iconic.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd say I don't know. I wasn't listening the whole way through. I didn't hear anyone mention Miami, the Dolphins.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. I didn't even bring up the Dolphins. Yeah. It's another one that's debatable in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Certainly over the Lions. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. I don't have the Lions on my list.
Yep.
And the Bears either.
I also think one thing that also goes into my mind, and I know this didn't go into Elliot's Googling, is when I think about how iconic a team is, to me, if you're iconic, you have bandwagon fans all over the country. So the Niners do have bandwagon fans.
Yeah.
The Raiders do have bandwagon
Pittsburgh.
fans. Pittsburgh,
We
all
know
over the
those
place.
stinking Cowboys.
The Chiefs now have tons of bandwagon fans all over the country. I believe the Eagles now have them as well.
Yes, sir.
But I don't think the Lions, I don't think there's people like in Florida or Arkansas or something that are huge Lions fans. But I do think there are bandwagon Dolphins fans as
A
well.
lot of bandwagon Dolphins fans.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Ike.
I knew he was going to say that.
My list itself is a little bit flawed. I don't have the Niners on it.
Okay.
I wasn't quite thinking straight, I guess, when I made it.
Okay.
I would probably, if I had to remake it, probably put them at like 5. But I have the Giants at 5.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Giants are an iconic
Giants are
franchise.
iconic. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, the early 2000s and stuff with them. So
What did you have to say about the Sixers in the draft?
I think they should 100% take VJ Edgecombe. I don't like Ace Bailey's attitude, and I don't think that's going to be something in a locker room that already has people like Joel Embiid in it. I don't think that's going to work chemistry-wise. I like VJ's. I like his personality.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know his personality as a guy. I do know that his on-court identity as a like sort of a lunatic, of a very hard-nosed defender, of an effort guy, of a super athletic guy. When you start to watch,
highlights look good.
Yeah,
They do.
When you watch the NBA Finals, you just you start to see now that the teams that don't have enough of those guys that could run around and defend everyone don't last. It was a problem that the Nuggets had. It was a problem that the Lakers had. It was a problem that the Knicks had, I think, to an extent. And it has been a problem for the Sixers. Just even their two best players are not high-energy guys, even at their best. Embiid and Paul George are not. And I think Maxey is. I think McCain is. I think Justin Edwards could be. But I think Oubre could be. But I also think that having a guy like Edgecombe throwing out there and just saying, go guard that guy and create havoc and dunk on somebody, I'd love to have him for that. I think he would be a fun guy to have for the Sixers. And I think, it's funny, like we sort of decide what we think guys can get better at, that they're not. One of the two things that Edgecombe is not great at, he's not great at creation for himself or for others. And could he get better at it? I have no idea. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. But I think right now, I agree with you from a locker room perspective. I don't think Ace Bailey's a bad kid, but also I think you're drafting him into a veteran locker room that's trying to win next year, and his whole thing was not wanting to play there and wanting to be the man. I don't know how that works. So I agree with you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for the call, bro. All right, thank you for the call, Luke. Yeah. I think Edgecombe would be a fun kid. By the way, he'd be a fun summer league player too. I know.
Got a little bit of not as polished because D Wade stayed longer, but he has a little bit of D Wade physical build to him.
That's who Jay Bills compared him to.
Yeah,
Dwayne Wade
at 19, not obviously college Dwayne Wade, unlike Elliott.
And by the way, Wade was never a great 3-point shooter.
Never a great 3-point shooter.
No. I think, so he reminds me, from build and what he could be, reminds me of Oladipo a little bit.
A little bigger, a little taller?
Stronger, I think.
Yeah.
But I think Oladipo was 6'3", 6'4", something like that.
Well,
and then
I like Oladipo was very good.
Yes, and then he's come into his own recently, and hopefully he'd be better than this. But it reminds me a little bit of Chris Dunn too. Chris Dunn has become like a defensive. Well, he's become like defensive stopper guy, but never really figured out. Never became a real shooter or anything. Jack, what do we have coming up next in the top 5 at 5?
So it's a little sportsy.
Oh, boy.
But I think it's interesting.
Okay.
Off of Howie Roseman's birthday.
Yeah.
Which I think is the GOAT what if in Philadelphia sports history.
Oh.
In my lifetime.
Yep.
Had he been removed or left in 2015.
Yep.
What if?
Biggest what ifs.
The top 5 what ifs in Philadelphia sports history of my lifetime.
Okay. So since 2000, essentially.
Yeah.
There are some good ones in there.
There are some
good ones. Also, just looking at this description of Jeff from Orlando's call, explain yourself, Tuesdays with Elliot.
That's what he wants to do. He wants to start labeling it. Explain yourself.
Okay.
During Tuesdays with Elliot.
That's a funny idea. That's all coming up next. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, had to get a bigger car, and I went with the new all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. And let me tell you, I love this car. I look forward to leaving work every day and getting to sit in my Prologue. It's smooth, easy ride, all the technology you could possibly want. When you go to Scott Honda, make sure you test drive the Prologue. And Scott Honda, of course, made the process easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and a thoughtful and professional team. They made the whole car buying process stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle, so visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, Thursday. Donate at 94WIP.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. I want to take a second to acknowledge our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. I always tell you, they're the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. Well, now it's official. Don't just take my word for it. Family and Company Jewelers was named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. You can get her the best ring, the best diamond. So why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Go to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This summertime, it's Modelo time. Whether you're poolside or curbside, kick it with an ice cold Modelo. Time to fire up the grill and turn up. Time to reach for a crisp Modelo or the refreshing lime and salt flavors of Modelo Chelada. Time to raise one to summer and time to stock up on Modelo before summer is gone. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Man, we were all watching Game 7 the other night, and we were thinking to ourselves when the star player went down that, did that cost me in my parlay? Well, thankfully, if you're part of Fanatic Sportsbook, it didn't. We know a lot of sportsbook out there did not refund anyone for that injury. Well, listen, Fanatic Sportsbook, which is now recognized as the home of fair play, did. Fanatic Sportsbook instantly voided all affected legs instantly and paid out winning same-game parlays and regular parlays. That's what they've done for all first half injuries, all playoffs long, saving customers over $5 million with injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet with a sportsbook who just shows up once. Choose the sportsbook that has an injury insurance policy that protects props every single game. It's time to switch to Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Over the weekend, John Jones retired. Jones was never knocked out, was never submitted, and never lost by decision. The only loss of his illustrious career was by disqualification. If the fight being offered to John, though, was Alex Pereira, he wouldn't have retired. Instead, Tom Aspinall is the fight being offered, and clearly by retiring, Jones is ducking Aspinall because John thought there was a chance he could finally get a true loss in his resume to end his career by fighting Tom. And that's the real reason why this fight won't happen. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The afternoon show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phillies baseball returns tonight. 8:10 first pitch, Phillies and Astros. You can hear it on your radio or the free Odyssey app, where you can also hear us. You can also hear and see us on YouTube. Hello, YouTube chat. First pitch, 8:10, and Jackie Boy takes you all the way up until extended leading off, starting at 6.
Fritz at 6, and then extended leading off.
Oh, my God.
Man.
Too much
my
Fritz
back
today.
my back's tired. From
carrying us?
From carrying this place.
Today's show sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 20% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
So yesterday, as we chronicled, was Howie Roseman's 50th birthday. Also, the reason why we did the next question today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the best what if of my lifetime in Philadelphia sports is what if Howie Roseman left in 2015 when he was put in the closet and chipped? Because if he leaves,
who knows?
Who knows what we get here?
Maybe we win 4 Super Bowls.
Maybe we win 0.
Maybe we win 0. You never know.
And it's disaster land. So what I have are the 5 other best what ifs in Philadelphia sports during my lifetime. Starting at number 5 is, simply put, what if Ben Simmons just dunked the basketball? And they win that game
against the Hawks.
And Doc doesn't rip him post game.
Yeah.
And beating him, I know there might have been behind the scenes friction, but it increased because of that non-dunk and what it beats that after the game. Ben could still be here. You know, it just that one play.
Or you were able to trade him in a more meaningful way. You know, you certainly don't have that offseason. Do we play the Bucks in the Eastern Conference Finals if that happens?
Because it was, April of 21?
Yes.
Right, because that was the Hawks. That was the Hawks and the Bucks, right?
Yeah.
Hawks, Bucks, and then that was the Bucks, Suns?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe we stop Giannis?
Stop Giannis? Ben Simmons was the Giannis stopper?
Certainly would have liked to have seen Giannis and Embiid go at it.
Oh,
that would have been nice.
That's one of the things we've never... Sort of like we're always waiting for the Kobe LeBron, you know, that we never got. But we're not that this is the same level, but like the fact that we've never had a playoff series
with
between
those two.
Giannis and Embiid.
That's crazy.
The 2 best players in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
And if they win that, then, you know, people probably talk about the Sixers way differently now.
Oh, yeah.
Because they have an Eastern Conference finalist on their resume, even if they lose.
Yeah, they still wouldn't have beaten a good team in the playoffs, as that Hawks team was not good.
Still,
but having an Eastern Conference Finals, man, if Ben Simmons dunks that ball.
Just dunk
Father's
the basketball.
Day?
It was Father's Day. It was a Sunday.
Father's Day, yeah.
He ruined everyone's Father's Day.
Dude, I remember sitting on the couch watching him pass that ball, and it was like I just tilted my head because I thought maybe something had happened.
What happened?
I thought it glitched.
Yeah, like, what did he just do? But, I mean, really just the cap. The thing that you forget though about that particular play is that was coming. Like the way that he looked in that series in the second halves of games as that series evolved is like the unraveling of Ben Simmons had begun.
He was afraid that it was coming down to this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was afraid.
He didn't want to be fouled.
Yeah, he didn't want to be in that moment.
He didn't want to get fouled. And it's even possible, I know this sounds crazy, and I know it's a big what if, they win that series, maybe he unravels in a point like against, and who cares, I guess, eventually, but maybe he unravels so bad against the Bucks that we don't get James Harden for him.
Right.
Like, who knows? Maybe it's even worse.
Well,
maybe his career's over.
And it was hot and heavy at that time. I mean, earlier in that game, that's when the guy was in the stands saying, shoot the free throws or whatever.
Yeah.
He was trying to show him how to shoot.
Yeah, he was trying to show him how to shoot.
What's the thing I'll never understand about that play from his mindset? Okay, you're afraid of going to the line to shoot the free throw. Put Trae
Young.
I was going to say Trae Turner. And I knew it wasn't Trae Turner. Put Trae Young in the damn rim.
Yes.
Just dunk him in the rim.
You're so big.
Yes.
And so strong.
It's going to be an and one. So even if you missed a free throw, you got the dunk. Like you dunked it on. You're 6'10".
Yeah.
That's one thing I'll never understand.
Dude.
Like Shaq knew he would get fouled, but he was trying to dunk you in the rim while you were fouling him.
We have great, non-lottery picks, I think, in the last 20 years. And not great, but really good non-lottery picks.
Yeah.
Like Drew Holiday, Thaddeus Young, Tyrese Maxey, Jared McCain. Our lottery picks, Evan Turner, think of the ones that Embiid worked out. Okay.
Yep.
The ones that didn't work out. Evan Turner, lottery pick. Jahlil Okafor, not in the NBA. Nerlens Noel, not in the NBA. Markelle Fultz, not in the NBA. Ben Simmons, potentially not in the NBA. He wasn't last year.
Okay.
Yeah. How?
Well, wasn't Okafor about to get a ring with the Pacers?
He had one 10-day contract. He played 4 minutes. I don't consider that in the NBA.
That's not in the NBA, man.
Dude, hold on. I saw some 2022 Phils get an NL championship ring.
Well, yeah, but they shouldn't.
Yeah. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
How are all the lottery picks now? Dario's still in the NBA, is in the NBA, and he was a lottery pick.
Okay.
But man, to have 3 of them, potentially 4 of them, not even in the league.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. You can only change the course of one shot: the Ben non-dunk or the Kawhi shot.
Oh,
I would
give me
go
the
Kawhi
Kawhi
shot. Yeah.
Yeah, that team was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, depending on who you ask, so we asked Danny on the podcast. We asked Danny Green what would happen if it had gone to overtime, and Danny Green thinks that the Sixers would have won that game because he was on the Raptors at the time. That the Sixers would have won.
Oh yeah, he was on the Raptors.
He was on the Raptors.
Yeah, he's on the Raptors.
Yeah. I got an opinion from somebody.
I thought Danny Green was on our team. Yeah, no, he was on the Raptors.
I got the opinion of someone else on that team, I will say unnamed, that thinks that the Raptors would have won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So who knows?
Yeah. Well, he did score 12 points in Game 7.
Yes.
So number four, the best what if in Philadelphia sports history during my lifetime. And this, I feel like, doesn't get talked about a lot because they won the World Series. But what if Roland just stayed and they paid him like they were trying to pay him, and then you could have an infield for 10 years.
God, of Utley, Rollins,
Roland, and Howard.
Oh my God.
I mean, Roland's the only Hall of Famer on there.
Yeah.
And it's like, those guys were all great players in that time. That would have been the best infield of all time. It was right on the table. If he just waited 2 years and saw the vision.
He just hated it here.
You
got to respect it.
You got to respect it.
Yeah.
True haterade.
Yeah.
From Scott Rowland.
Just did not. He's like, I'm sure you sent a text to Alec Boehm and said, look, man, just wait.
You don't know.
You can get out of there.
Yeah, we'll get
just
you.
Wait.
We'll get you to baseball heaven soon enough. We'll get you to baseball heaven soon enough. The third best what if in Philadelphia sports history during my lifetime is what if Sam Hinkie stayed. Lot of relitigating the Sam Hinkie era because of what the Thunder were able to do in Sam Presti.
Yep.
But always curious what the current state of Sixers basketball, and really the last 6 years of Sixers basketball, would have looked like had Sam Hinkie been able to stay.
There were a lot of Sixers fans that saw what the Thunder did and said, well, this is what happens when the NBA doesn't get in the way, and we could have done this if Sam had stayed around. But the thing with time, I have gained perspective and I feel differently about the Hinkie era.
Yeah, because everyone else is starting to make a lot of sense.
Well, no, I mean, it's been a lot of years talking about it, right? And I am interested to see what he would have done. But the thing to remember is, it is also his job to manage the league, manage the media, and manage agents. And he did a very bad job of that. And part of the reason that Sam Hinkie lost his job is because he did such a poor job managing that stuff around him. He thought that wasn't necessary. But when you're 1-30, you might want to make sure that agents don't hate your team and that the league isn't coming to get you. And he was so unrelenting in his commitment to nothing else matters but this, that he did not see the forest for the trees and didn't understand that if you can't keep your job, that none of this matters. So Sam Presti, look, maybe it's because he's in Oklahoma City and he's given, maybe it was the podcast's fault for making too big a deal out of it. I don't know. But Sam Presti did that better. And the other thing is, and you can't ignore this with Hinkie, and he did a great job of finding diamonds in the rough. T.J. McConnell, diamond in the rough. Robert Covington, diamond in the rough. Jeremy Grant got him in the second round, ended up being a really good player.
Still playing.
But Jaleel Okafor, Nerlens Noel. Now, Michael Carter-Williams, he ended up trading, but he didn't draft that well. Now, he didn't. I don't think it was disastrous, and the team still had a chance. Remember, he was followed up by Brian Colangelo screwing up the Markelle Fultz pick and then drafting Ben Simmons, which ended up being a disaster. But you have to give credit to Sam Presti in that he's been able to keep his job, which Sam Hinkie wasn't able to do. And I think that part of that is Hinkie's fault. And the team was, look, you could say if Embiid doesn't break his foot the second time,
I think that's what really set us back.
Yeah, I mean that was a disaster because that also caused the Okafor pick to a certain extent, and it made them really horrible one more year. And you had the Okafor fight with the fans, the speeding, all that stuff. That mountain of stuff came onto Sam.
Yeah.
But I think it's more. There's more to it than just they let the Thunder do it and they didn't let us do it.
Yeah, the Embiid second broken foot. We started discussing, will he play or will he be
right.
Well,
and even the team.
Yeah,
didn't know.
So that's what I'm saying. You didn't know, so that's why they had to take another center because they didn't know what was going to happen there. Yeah, that was. Yeah, the second broken foot just set everything back.
Yep.
Still one of the worst nights of my sports fandom. When they got the notification that he broke his foot for the second time.
Oh, yeah.
It was the ultimate sinking of your stomach.
Well, they didn't even tell you it was broken. They said it wasn't healing the right way. I remember that was when they were, amazingly, now they're more transparent than they were then somehow.
Second best what if in Philadelphia sports during my lifetime is a big one. What if Wentz never tore his ACL?
I thought that was going to be your number one.
It's not number one.
Okay.
But what if Wentz never tore his ACL?
Well, it can't be number one because we have a quarterback now.
No, I know.
Yeah, so.
But, I mean,
if he doesn't tear his ACL.
We don't win the Super Bowl.
They would have won the Super Bowl. They would have won the Super Bowl that year. It was the best.
He was waiting to get that one.
No, I know.
I didn't know if you were going to laugh or get mad at me, but I had to say it.
No, we're going to laugh now.
Yep. It's a huge one, man.
It is a huge what if. It is a huge what if. Yeah. I don't know what would be like right now. I mean, maybe we win it, maybe we don't. I don't know if we are back in another one with him, any of those things.
Yeah.
Because ultimately what came to show itself is that there's a lack of leadership there.
With Carson.
Yeah. And his ability
to be coached.
To connect people and to be coached.
Yeah.
Yes.
There were some things that came out that he didn't. He wanted to do things his way.
Stubborn.
Yeah.
Yep. So I don't know if we would have the same sustained success.
Yeah. Yep. But I actually think the number one what if in Philadelphia sports during my lifetime overtakes the Wentz torn ACL, which I thought was number one. But I think the real number one is what if Russell Wilson just said yes? I'll be an Eagle in 2022. Because that was all the reporting. He just did not want to be an Eagle. The Eagles wanted Russell Wilson. They had a deal in place or whatever, and all he did was say no.
I guarantee you Russell Wilson has said to himself,
I should have said yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guarantee you he has.
He has to. His career's affected. He's been on, what, 3 teams in 3 years?
Yeah.
We win a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson? What do you think?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. I mean, if you're telling me you're going to put this type of talent around Russell Wilson.
Could probably be pretty good.
Yeah, because I think he was past the point where he could just put a team on his back and carry them. So, but I said that. I said that was going to be the thing that Jalen benefited from. He's with a great organization.
Yeah.
I guarantee you Wentz regrets not humbling himself.
Yep.
Because I remember getting a phone call, not to get deep into the Wentz thing, I remember getting a phone call about that situation after it happened and he was traded to the Colts and everything. And all indication was that, like, they wanted Wentz here.
Right.
They weren't looking to trade him. This was him pushing this. You know, they don't want to eat $30-something million in salary cap space. They didn't know what Jalen was at that time. And this dude was hell-bent on getting out of here. And I believe it was because he felt he lost the locker room.
Mm-hmm. And didn't want to go back into the locker
Yes,
room.
and didn't want to. He felt like I need a fresh start. They don't want me as the quarterback anymore. I'm not looking to try to win everybody over.
Well, to remember about that because that was after the year where they were 4-8, and were they 4-8 or whatever they were
That
when
year,
when he got
benched,
when he got benched, the
It was
back
4-8,
injury,
I think, yeah.
and then Foles comes in again.
Oh, you're talking about the second year? Okay,
yes,
yeah.
because
And they won the last. They were 6-8.
They were 6-8.
They were 6-8.
Okay,
because it was like week 14.
Okay,
and Foles won the last 3, I believe.
Yeah, so or maybe they're 5-8.
Maybe
because there were 16 games at that point.
Oh, it was still 16?
Yeah, it was
Then
16
maybe that's
games.
what it was.
Yeah, so they were 5-8.
You know what? Because they had the back door into the playoffs.
And that's when Foles did it again.
Yeah.
And that's where, if you're Carson Wentz, you're like, I can't do this. Yeah. Today's show brought to you by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com. That is a good list, Jack. The sportsy ones, I'm normally like, give me a goofy one. But the sportsy one was good. That was a good sportsy
conversation starter.
Yeah.
No one had it a lot of honorable mentions. There's been a lot. But I do think it's interesting, like, what happens this year if they lost that Saints game? I mean, they'd probably lose the Bucs game next week regardless. They'll be 1-3 heading into the bye.
Yep.
Are they still able to rally? I mean, it was 3-0 heading into the fourth quarter of the Saints game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They won 15-12.
Thank you, Dallas Goedert.
Well, we were still yelling about Nick's decisions to go for it on 4th down in the first half.
Yep.
Right? Wasn't that the game he went for it?
Yes.
Instead
That's one
of kicking a field goal?
where he was chasing points and
Yeah. Nah.
Last year was not as. I mean, it did not start easy for the Eagles.
No.
Ended really easy.
Yeah,
but did not start.
Those
easy.
first 6-7 weeks.
There was a lot of arguing.
It's a lot of back and forth, man.
Yeah, and this year we have the prove it year. 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus. You're on WIPO. Hi, Corey. Didn't see you there.
Hey, man. Hey, man, that boy Jack love them ifs, man. That's Mr. If over there.
Yeah.
If. Hey,
Jack ifs.
Week, you missed it last week. Everything was if this, if
Oh, he
that.
did another one, a big if.
Yeah.
Well, it was if Josh Allen was here, we know, or if
I don't with no if. If Jalen Carter didn't get the stack, I can't do.
I didn't even bring it up. You did. 517. Yeah.
I can't do nothing about no ifs. All I know is what happened. That's what happened. Greed. Russell Wilson, unlimited. Remember all the videos. That's what you know what I'm saying? And remember all that talk. Remember Chris Ballard, a better GM than Howie. Who? Y'all better stop playing with me. This dude drafted a tight end with the 3rd pick to play quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all telling me that guy better than Howie Roseman? I mean, we was arguing. Elliott was saying. I think Elliott said Chris Ballard was playing. So remember that? Howie guy, worm guy. I think he said Chris Ballard was better. But you know what? Wentz, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, all y'all. That's what y'all get. We good. We good
Yeah, we did try to get Deshaun Watson, too.
We did. Oh, yeah. The Watson thing, too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
Dude, we'll never forget when Howard said it was a 90% chance it was happening.
Yeah. Well, I think it was if he was traded, it would be to the Eagles. I think that's what it was. Listen, you told it right.
No, it felt like he said it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, man, sometimes it is. You look at Maury's Rockets team, and he actually tried to trade for Bynum and didn't we got Bynum.
Right.
So a lot of times it is the trades that don't happen, that end up being the best things that could happen to you. And
Spike, you would know this. Wasn't Daryl Morey the GM of the Rockets with the Chris Paul trade when the Pau Gasol was supposed to go to Houston, Lamar, like all that? Wasn't he the GM then?
Well, he was the GM when Chris Paul was in Houston. Yes, I don't remember the Gasol thing.
Chris Paul was get traded to the Lakers, and he was the GM. Like,
oh no, because Chris Paul was in New Orleans then.
Yeah. I mean, Morey was at Houston at that point.
Well, Chris Paul was in New Orleans,
but Chris Paul was in New Orleans.
Yeah, so imagine if that happened.
If he went to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Kobe would really be
I'll really be sick because Kobe might have 7 titles now.
Exactly.
Well, let me tell you, Kobe and Chris Paul, I don't know how long that's lasting.
We talk about
Seriously.
NBA. Let me talk about this. You see, they sit here, NBA let this. I don't even know what trade the Celtics just did to get cap relief, younger player, all that. The Lakers and Kobe tried to do that, to get CP3. Everybody wanted to veto, but it's cool, though.
Wait a minute. Getting Anthony Simons is not like getting Chris Paul. Look, I love Anthony Simons. Always have. The guy's like as a 6-man. Like, what are we talking about here?
But again, Elliott, I love this guy. That's my brother, but dog, Elliott, man, he talks too much in absolutes. Like every bald black man ain't Ike Reese.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, he tall, skinny. He Kevin Durant. Like what? Like that's the extreme. Like you could have said Brandon Ingram, and we would have gave you that.
Right. He's a lot more like Brandon Ingram, by the way, than he is like Kevin Durant.
You go to like the greatest, like what I'm saying. That's like I don't know. And I love E, but I mean I'm not. I guess y'all know that. That's why I ain't calling early. I ain't a resident Sixers fan. Y'all know that, so I don't want y'all to speak on it. But I just feel like the stuff he be saying be crazy.
Well, he's bored. The biggest problem for Elliott right now is that there's nothing happening with the Eagles. So he is, I give him credit, he is a content machine. He won't just sit at home and go, oh, there's nothing for me to do. Like these other Eagles reporters, they sort of disappear into the ether when the Eagles aren't doing anything. I give Elliott credit. He's still out there. But unfortunately,
Jeff McClain, he'll find some janitor to come up with some dirty story or something.
Yes. But Elliott's out there going, no Eagles stuff. I'm going to be the Ace Bailey guy.
Yeah.
Like, God bless him.
Yeah, and the Phillies guy all of a sudden.
I'm going to be against Bryce. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I can't tell how much of Elliott's Phillies thing is to irritate Jack or if he really believes
I'm
it.
100% Elliott. I'm going to tell you what I believe. Elliott is 100% anti-Phillies and Sixers.
Yeah, because you know what it is? He's an Eagles elitist.
He's an Eagles elitist
at this point.
Yes.
Because he used to be a Sixers guy.
Of course, me and him used to, we were the Embiid defenders.
Well, it's like I said to him last week when I yelled at him. I'm like, Elliott, you're not on the Eagles. You are not on the Eagles. You do not get to do a Super Bowl victory tour. You're not on the team, buddy.
Yeah, but like again, he's resembling a lot of the fan base right now. Eagles fans very chesty.
You know what?
They look down upon the other franchises. It's really sickening.
You know what? It happened to another Eagles guy that was here. That started thinking he was part of the organization.
It did. And now.
Yeah. Oh, stop. Oh, dude. See,
you better be under that desk.
Yeah, you're lucky. I'm not a jerk.
Exactly. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, you are something else.
You don't even know what I was going to say.
Yeah, I know exactly what you were going to say.
By the way, Spike, Markel is with the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, was he last year?
I think he signed with them late.
Okay,
that's a good spot for him. That makes sense.
Yeah. Nobody's going to bother him. Yeah. All right, Corey. Thank you for the call, man. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, because I remember he was a free agent, and we had talked to, do we sign Markel Fultz? Maybe he signed late in the year.
I think he signed late in the season.
Okay. Yep. All right. 215-592-9494. We have the NBA draft tomorrow. I still believe that with that 3 pick, you have to think about next year, including a trading down scenario where you get a player. Maybe you get a pick 2, but I want the team to be better next year. Ike says he just wants the best player available at 3. Yeah. Coming up next, there is a little bit of audio of VJ Edgecombe talking about being a Sixer, potentially. We will play that for you next. Today's show sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GOGUIDA.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, you know how much I love summer. We all love summer. Maybe we don't love the fact that it's 100 degrees out there right now, but we do love summer. So get ready to enjoy a season of savings with limited time offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Now, every trip becomes its own destination in the 2025 Acura RDX, now available to lease for just $459 a month for 36 months. Now, you know, I'm a huge fan of Acura's style and powerful performance. This premium sport crossover is engineered with comfort, handling, and cargo room to put it in a class all its own. I was going to say all of its own, but it's all its own. There we go. Make every mile a moment to remember in the 2025 Acura MDX. Ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. And make sure you tell them Ike sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
The Astros bang on garbage cans. We ring the bell. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a 3-run home run for Edmundo Sosa.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority. With 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
I know you're watching Game 7 the other night, and the big injury happens, and like you, I went right to my sports book, and thankfully, my sports book voided all the props for that certain player because of the injury. Because you know what? Fanatic Sportsbook is now recognized as the home of fair play. Fanatic Sportsbook instantly voided all affected legs instantly and paid out winning same-game parlays and regular parlays. And that's what they've done for first-half injuries all playoffs long, saving customers over $5 million with injury protection this season. Folks, if you want to protect your bets from injury, don't bet with a sportsbook who just shows up once. Choose the sportsbook that has an injury insurance policy that protects props every single time. It's time to switch to Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Will call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey.
Sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. The more iconic fruit, the grape or the strawberry? Strawberry at 65.8%. I disagree. The grape is a far more iconic fruit than the strawberry, though I do believe the strawberry is a tastier fruit. A perfectly ripe strawberry, I don't think, can be beaten. You know, when it's at its peak ripeness, like a peach or a nectarine, also very, very good at peak ripeness.
I think the plum's underrated.
The plum's a good fruit.
Oh, man, I like a good plum now. Yeah, back in the day, man.
Do you like when they're a little sour?
Yes.
The plum? A little hard, sour plum?
Yeah. Exactly right. Just like we always said.
And also, what do you want the Sixers to do with the third pick? Take the best player or trade back? 67.1% say take the best player. I want both. I want trade back and the best player. How's that? 215-592-9494. Okay, Andrew. You're on WIP. What's up, okay?
What it do, fellas?
What it do, Andrew?
Okay. What up, brother?
Hey, I got some knowledge on this Phillies trade deadline. I think I'm ahead of the news. I'm going to challenge Spike today with a little Aroldis Chapman stat.
Nice.
I think he is the best reliever out of that group this year. I think he's in the best position to trade for, and I think he's going to actually cost the least money-wise, and I think he's going to cost the least package-wise.
So if he's the best reliever, why would he cost the least as far as a package?
He's 37 years old. The Red Sox have already traded one of their top players. They're obviously kind of in the middle of a very good American League, and I think that they'd be willing to try to rebuild a little bit and bolster some more prospects. They already have a couple good ones, and I think that the Phillies are going to be aggressive to get that number one guy in the bullpen. And this year, Aroldis Chapman, if you look on Baseball Savant, which is a great website to go on, Spike,
Great.
go on it.
I know what Baseball Savant is.
He's cooking you right now.
Is he? He hasn't said anything yet.
Aroldis Chapman, in expected ERA, expecting batting average, fastball velocity, chase rate, whiff rate, K rate is in the 93 percentile, which is above any other reliever on that list.
All right. Okay. So here's what I'm going to ask you. Okay, Andrew. Here are the last 7 years of Aroldis Chapman's whip. Do you know what whip is?
Walks for hits per inning pitch.
Okay. All right. So this year it's .781. Last year was 1.34. The year before that, it was 1.27. The year before that, it was 1.27. The year before that, it was 1.43. The year before that, it was 1.251. So which one of these things is not like the other? How all of a sudden did this year, Aroldis Chapman, who has been cooked for 4 years, how is all of a sudden this year he's good again?
Are you really trying to battle the point that he's a good
I
player this
asked
year?
you again. How all of a sudden, at 37 years old, is Aroldis Chapman, who, by the way, is a bad teammate and a loser, but how all of a sudden did he cut his whip in half compared to the last 4 years, 5 years, 6 years?
Go ask him. Go ask the Red Sox pitching staff.
I'm asking you because you're the one who wants to trade for him. How many, let me ask you this, in the last 5 years, how many times have you watched Aroldis Chapman pitch?
Probably 10, 12.
You're lying. How many times have you really watched Aroldis Chapman pitch? Because he hasn't been on the Phillies, and you're probably not watching Yankee games. You're probably not watching Red Sox games. So you probably didn't watch him at all. But I watched him for a whole season, and I can tell you he stinks. He is cooked. I don't care what's going on now. He's probably on PEDs. You can trade for him. I'm guaranteeing you. I am guaranteeing you he will blow a game in the postseason. I guarantee it if they trade for him. I guarantee it. That's my guarantee. I hope you get what you want in Aroldis Chapman, and you're going to see what happens. I'm guaranteeing
you. You do realize he is one of the most valuable relievers on the market based on what it's.
Stop reading things and talk like a human. I understand why people would want him, but also I've personally watched him, which is something that you can't say. And this year, just like Carlos Estevez last year, Carlos Estevez's numbers last year were outlier compared to every other year he's ever pitched. And what happened in the playoffs? What happened in the playoffs, okay?
He fell apart in the playoffs.
Who gave up the biggest home run in the playoffs last year?
Estevez, but did
All
our
right,
fall
thank you.
apart.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're missing the big point, Spike.
You're missing the big point is that I'm telling you, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I disagree with you. We're going to disagree on this one. If you want Chapman, that's fine.
Here.
What's that?
You're in the minority here.
I'm in the minority. There's two people arguing. There's no minority or majority here. It's two people. And by the way, just so you know, just because most people think it's the right thing to do doesn't make it the right thing to do. Right?
Look at his metrics. Look at his movement.
Shut up. I'm telling you he's a loser.
Do you have any other baseball on the field kind of stats to back it up?
Yes. Is that this season, this season, compared to the last 6 seasons, is an outlier for Aroldis Chapman. It's an outlier. You don't just get good again at 37 years old. Doesn't happen. You don't find your velocity again at 37 years old. Doesn't happen. It's going to fall apart. Just like Raul Ibanez, or did Raul Ibanez continue to produce like he did in the first part of that year? When all of a sudden, at 37 years old, he had outlier numbers that didn't make any sense? Did it continue? I don't know if you're old enough to remember that, but the answer is no, it didn't continue. I am not betting on, I understand you want Chapman. I get it. I understand the numbers. I am not betting on a 37-year-old who has been cooked for half a decade, all of a sudden being good again for a whole nother year. I don't want to be the team that banks my season on a guy who is not a good playoff performer, not a good teammate, and cooked. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want Chapman. I know Jack in there wants Chapman.
Well, I would say this. I'd be okay for the rest of the year. I don't know about, so he's still on the contract. You'd have to have him for next year, too?
No, it's on had to sign a 1-year deal.
Yeah, if it's just a half a year.
I just don't want him to be the big guy that we going for.
Right.
I don't, I just don't trust him.
It. Yeah.
I don't trust him. I'm not buying it.
Here's what my question would be. Is there any way he could, I guess he could test positive at any point?
Sure. I'm not, look, I don't know if he's on PDs.
Listen, we all know exactly.
Yes.
Like I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes, I totally get
At
it.
that
But it feels
age,
late in the year for that.
How they, by the way, they should know, like, the fact that, like, these guys are, not all of that stuff is detectable. And not all of that stuff, like, if you're smart, I guess you can get away with it. They can test people whenever they want. Right?
Yeah. I guess, like...
You would think he should have been already on the list.
You would think. I mean, especially with Profar and whatever. Alvaro. I guess my thing with Chapman is that I don't think he's going to cost as much as the other guys. And they need a lefty. Now, so my biggest fear is more about the postseason stuff with Chapman.
Yeah.
Like, you can increase velocity with, like, a change in mechanics and, like, whatever.
Like 37?
I mean, you can. I know it's not... His velocity wasn't like under 100. I mean, it was still right around 100. There's been a little bit of a tick.
Well, 2 miles per hour is the difference between Matt Strom last year and Matt Strom this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but if he throws 101 and now he's throwing 99.
He was throwing 100. He was throwing 102 this year.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, my bigger thing is that he's just been horrible in the postseason.
Yeah.
Like 2016 was his best run probably when they won the World Series, but like even then he was shaky. It's very Kimbrel-ish. It's very Kimbrel-ish. Yeah. But also
they throws way harder.
But throws way harder.
Yes. Yeah.
Throws way harder. And won't cost as much as the other top.
I used to love him until I had to watch him.
The Cuban
as
missile,
a Yankee.
man.
Yeah.
Cuban missile. I was in the part. I was in there when Jimmy took him deep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in the playoffs. Didn't Jimmy take Chapman deep?
So I think the only Chapman related thing in that series that's when Jay Bruce lost the ball in the lights.
Is that what I'm thinking
I
of?
think that's when
at home, right?
It was at home.
Yeah,
it was at home. But Chapman was on that. That was his rookie year.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was wild. He was a big deal. He's a big deal.
Cuban missile, man.
Okay, Andrew thinks that I'm somehow deterred by the fact that I'm in the minority on an opinion. I got news for you, buddy. That's where I live.
It's not a first.
Yeah, that's where I live, buddy. 205-592-9494. Get your calls right after, right?
Hey, Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Not as good. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. Now, you like the simple classics. I know. I do, too. Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Got something for you donut lovers as well. We got options for days. You've got the frosted mini donuts, the powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about those delicious new dipping sticks flavors. Now, I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Dude, every time you talk about Tasty Cake there, I make pretend for a second like you're talking about Tasty Cake Dom and you're doing a read for Dom. You're like, Tasty Cake has what you need. It has a good thing for you to eat. I'm just imagining Dom there with a chef hat on. Jeff in Orlando, you're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
Hi, I just want to say, or I want to ask, can we all agree that the grape is the Kevin Durant of the Mount Rushmore of fruit salad?
Okay. All right. Explain this one to me.
I think I'm with you on that one.
Yeah. Explain this one to me.
Well, if you're gonna have a Mount Rushmore, the grape belongs there.
Oh,
It
yes.
belongs there ahead of the strawberry.
I would agree. I think we're all pretty much now. Fruit salad's a completely different thing. If we're talking about what's good in fruit salad, as fruit salad is, if you get a fruit salad, you got to be careful they're not overdoing the melon. Because that's where they like to fill you up on the watermelon and the honeydew and
Not a fruit salad guy.
No?
No.
Yeah, fruit salad's good. L.A., you get the cup from the vendors or whatever, tons of mango on there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I think grapes would be on the fruit Mount Rushmore. Banana, apple, orange, grape.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the call, Jeff. I
You don't
appreciate
put
it.
banana in a fruit salad, though, right? Or you do?
No. Now, if it's a freshly made, I'm going to eat it right away so
Yeah.
it doesn't get wet and soaked or
Right.
whattever.
The
Then maybe.
banana.
Yeah, then maybe. But no, in a typical fruit
bananas
salad.
don't go in a fruit salad.
Yeah, typically.
Whipped cream?
I'm a no.
What's the point of the fruit salad?
I don't know.
Put whipped cream on.
I've seen it
You
with
don't
whipped
put
cream.
whipped cream on the fruit? I thought you do. I don't know.
I don't. I'd put a little. What's
I
the?
don't know. Don't you put whipped cream with strawberries?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But generally, like if you're going for the fruit salad, I think you're usually trying to be healthy, and then just put whipped cream on
whipped
top.
cream. Oh yeah, I guess.
In LA, when you get the mango fruit salad or whatever, they put the tagine on there. That red spicy stuff that they put in there. Like it's like a spicy
Tagine?
Tagine. Yeah, it's like a. I'm telling you, Google it. It's
Very
like,
LA of
like
you.
a spicy powder or whatever. Nah, it's not. It's like I think it's a Mexican spice. It's awesome.
See, the thing that ruins the fruit salad on like when you go out for breakfast or whatever, they put that green one in there.
That's honeydew.
Yeah, honeydew. Yeah, that is. Can we do without the honey?
Yeah, get out of here with honeydew.
Kiwi.
Kiwi's
Kiwi's
good.
fine.
Kiwi's in there.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, of all the fruits, how did they just stumble upon?
You know what's
honeydew?
underrated?
It's cheap.
As a fruit.
It takes up space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cantaloupe.
I like cantaloupe.
I like cantaloupe.
I like
Cameron
cantaloupe.
likes cantaloupe too.
Yeah,
Little
he
salt?
does. Yeah.
Oh, you just ruined it. Just ruined it.
John in Clifton Heights here on WIP. What's up, John?
We're done.
What's up, John?
Hey, John.
All right. So I heard you guys talking about the Phillies and the Sixers, the playoff losses earlier.
Yeah.
The Sixers have had far worse playoff losses.
I agree.
Yes.
Considering that the Phillies have missed the playoffs. Now they've started to get back in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the Sixers have had two very bad playoff losses. I would say the Sixers have had two very bad playoff losses. The first one against the Celtics, we didn't expect them to do anything. That's fine. The Raptors one was painful, but they didn't choke. The Hawks one is atrocious, and the Celtics the Celtics one when they were up 3-2, that one was atrocious. I don't think the Knicks one was atrocious. So Sixers have had two.
Oh, hell, the Miami loss was worse than the Knicks.
Yes.
Yeah, that was worse.
Oh, yes, year before. So they've had that was another atrocious one, the Miami one. I don't. The Phillies have really had one atrocious loss and then one shaky. I would say the Mets was atrocious and the Diamondbacks was shaky. All right.
And also, they should take Edgecombe.
There you go. Everybody wants Edgecombe.
Edgecombe.
Everybody likes Edgecombe. So there was this like an event where they were all made available, all the guys that are going to be in the
media night or whatever for the draft.
So all the guys that are going to be in the green room or whatever were there. And was it Keith Pompey that asked VJ Edgecombe this question? I think it was Pompey. Asked him about the Sixers.
How do you think you do fit in with Tyrese Maxey? Embiid and Paul?
I feel like I'll be able to play off of them. They're great players. Embiid's an MVP of the league. Paul George is a runner-up before, so I just feel like I just fit in well with them. And even Coach Nurse, he's a defensive-minded coach. And I feel like I play a lot of defense. So yeah.
There you go. Yeah. And look, it's not the only thing. It's certainly nice when you compare Ace Bailey, who's doing whatever he can to not be here. And here's another guy who's like naming off all the players, says he likes to coach, and says he likes playing defense, and gives a big smile at the end of it. It feels good.
Easily.
Yes, to be like wanted,
Yes.
Tony in West Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Tony?
What's up, Tony?
Before I get to my comment, this is especially for us. Don't sleep on the melons. Watermelon is the greatest protector of prostate gland in men as we get older. And for you young guys, to keep it healthy, okay?
Should I start eating watermelon now?
Yeah, man, let me tell you something. But when you juice it, the white rind is zinc and cobalt. It protects the prostate gland so much for BPH and large prostate. It's the best thing in the world, man, for us.
Okay.
Well, I got a prostate.
Yeah. It's different for black men.
Oh, okay.
Yes, African Americans.
Okay. All right. Well, I just I want to protect mine too. I got they already went in there once and they told me I'm good for 10 years, but sorry.
You got a long way to go, Spike. Don't worry about it.
Well, I'm 48. I'm going to be 49. I'm not that young,
Yes.
I already did it once, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, anyway, listen.
Yeah.
Two. Yes, I'm with everybody else. It's got to be VJ Edgecombe. Listen, he has flashes of Anthony Edwards. I've seen flashes of it. I think he's going to be good, but I think this still is going to be Hai-San Yang. The Chinese, I call him Yao Ming's little brother. 19 years old. He's playing the post. He's good. He got handle. He can pass the ball. they come away with these two, they're going to get steals of the draft, man. I'm telling you.
All right. Thank you for the call, Tony. I think they could end up with Edgecombe. I think I should give out my YouTube big board guys tomorrow. I did it on the
tomorrow's
podcast.
draft day, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can do it on before the draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tomorrow. I should give them out tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah. I just saying I haven't done it here yet.
No, I know,
Yeah,
but like,
you know.
should like, yeah, like obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Wait.
Yeah. And by the way,
Man, you keep your Eagles big board draft and give us more Sixers.
well,
big
okay.
board draft.
Look, I had Bo Nix.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Now, there's a little idea here.
Yeah.
Flyers drafts Friday. Got a little YouTube big board for
On
the
Friday?
6 pick.
Happy to do it.
Happy to do it.
Happy to do it.
MLB draft is at is July 13th.
There's too many guys.
Don't
There's
do
way
it.
too
yeah,
many
there's
players.
too many guys.
I got it.
Yeah. And by the way, Edgecombe built like Anthony Edwards, sorta. Game, I don't know.
Well, you're not comparing him to Anthony